Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the fourth part of What If Badass Deku Becomes Ronin. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya was the first one to arrive at the bar, but that was fine. It was the plan. Someone had to get there earlier than the other, and it meant he could enjoy a little quiet while he planned everything out. He ordered a glass of water, sat back, and thought through the incoming mess. Maruko had questions for him, and they would all probably be things he didn't want to answer. He could lie, but then he'd have to remember what he said and provide evidence to back it up. When he just said partial truths, the truth did at least back up what he was saying. But when he started talking nonsense, a little research could prove him wrong. He could be honest or he could just be partially honest. And between the two he wondered why he even bothered thinking. Partial honesty was the best of both worlds, so long as he could slip away from any questions she asked. How much should they tell her? Only as much as she asks, and probably less. If it involves Ronin, deflect as much as possible. You got someone on one time with the girl. Sazu chirped in from behind the bar with a mischievous smile. She seems to really like you. The things you'll say for a tip. Midoriya said while shaking his head, but even he couldn't help smiling a bit while he questioned it. Was Maruko this friendly normally and just put on a face for the press? Or was this an exception for some reason? It was most likely to be an exception for some reason. Maruko didn't seem to have the guile to lead a double life. Then, if she did like him for some reason, it was probably for his fighting skills. It's what she centered her life around, so it's probably what she liked about him. I'm just saying. Sazu put his hands up defensively, trying to hide his smirk. So what will you have? I think I'll wait for Ms. Yuzujiyama to get here before I order. He scanned the menu as he spoke, despite damn well knowing what he was going to get before he even stepped into the bar. It's only polite after all. Sazu couldn't even try to hide his smugness as he got back to working behind the bar. They weren't the only two people here, after all. Midoriya stared at the menu, slowly reading all the options as he tried to guess what Maruko was going to order. He thought she was going to go for the same thing as last time. Roast beef with potatoes and carrots. It was the only food she'd ever eaten here, getting alcohol every other time. Hell, she'd probably get it this time too. He was on his third reread of all the different drinks when they showed up, strutting in side by side. Hey Ken, that's you. I did set this up. It would be rude of me not to show. He put down the menu and looked over, an eyebrow rising the same moment he saw Ryukyu standing beside Maruko. Sorry to intrude. Maruko told me about you and I had some questions I wanted to ask you. She did a slight bow, then looked between them expectantly. Refusing her could be suspicious and rude, but throwing in a third person might throw him off his plans. Something he was trying to avoid. Then you could just wait outside and ask him later. Maruko didn't even pretend to be polite, going straight for the issue as she saw it. She clearly didn't want Ryukyu here and neither did Midoriya, but it was a free seat. Technically, the food and drink cost money. That wasn't the point. Do what you want. I'm just here to answer Ms. Yuzujiyama's questions. Ryukyu was trying to get their approval while Maruko made it clear she didn't want the other girl here, with Ken throwing it back to Ryukyu to figure out her own problems. He sat back studying the menu. Well, are you just going to stand there or did you want some food? Maruko broke the awkward atmosphere by sitting down with a big smile and picking up a menu, sitting right next to him. Thanks for meeting me. How you been? Still kicking. And yourself? Maruko quickly ordered a beer and went straight into drinking. Someone, it seemed, was eager to be off hours. Shit. She scowled at the memory, barreling straight on. I got into a fight with some guy who kicked my ass. He talked shit, threw me off my game. He was really good at fighting. That does sound rough. But you're just telling me about this guy. He looked over the menu and locked eyes with her, trying to at least give her good answers when he could. This didn't really affect Ronin, so he could shoot straight. This guy might be tough, but who cares? How are you doing? Maruko tried to avoid his gaze, her eyes wandering around the bar before settling on her drink. Not so hot. I didn't just get beat. I got crushed. It was bad. Pretty scary, too. Scary. How so? He could see she didn't want to talk about it, but you didn't fix problems by avoiding them. So the weakling did know the truth. How annoying, when he could say it to others but not himself. I was completely overpowered. Everything I did, he countered. Everything I could think of he already thought. It was weird. I didn't like it. No, I don't like it. She played with her glass now, surprising Midoriya. He didn't think she'd be this open now. Something had changed since the last time they met. It was like fighting you. I could do anything I wanted, but it didn't matter. I could make choices, but they were all rigged in the end. I'm sorry my fighting style reminds you of his, but I believe this conversation would be better suited for a therapist other than Captain Morgan. Midoriya was pretty sure that if she kept drinking at her initial rate, she'd be leaving the bar in a bada bag. Oh, shut up. That at least snapped her out of her funk a little. She looked like she was starting to get lost in her own memories. and that was not a pleasant experience. It's why he rarely thought about Bakugo anymore. But I wanted to see you. He said you were dead, and a great intimidation tactic that had backfired. If Wraith recalled correctly, the moment it brought up Ken was the same moment she revitalized and started fighting back. Is that why you kicked me back at UA? Well, you dodged, countered, whatever, you were fine. Maruko got a little flustered but calmed down as quickly as was riled up. SRY. Well, I wanted to see you again. I was a good hero and thought a civilian might be in danger. Sure, didn't you come here to ask me a few questions, or did you just want to see me again? Oh, shut up. She lightly punched him in the arm and buried herself in the menu. I did have questions. What were they? Maruko seemed to get so wrapped up in the past that she lost sight of the present, if only for a moment. He wasn't a genius, but he wasn't sure it was pleasant or healthy. Take your time, I'm not going anywhere. Though I will order my food if you don't mind. Steak, ribs, fries, salad. This was going to be a big meal for him to celebrate the beginning of his small vacation. He had no intention of eating everything here. It would make a great breakfast after all, but it would be the most delicious on the first day. He should start by eating all the fries, since fries were never good the second day. Training. Maruko slammed a fist into the bar and then looked at Sazu blankly as she realized she was supposed to order two. Roast beef, mashed potatoes, and carrots. Please. Training. What about training? Midoriya had a sinking suspicion he knew what she was talking about, but he really hoped he didn't. I want to train with you again. She skipped over the bullshit and went directly to what she wanted. It appeared Maruko did have a few admirable qualities after all. Well, I want to keep training with you. I wasn't giving you my full attention last time. But I'll do better this time. When I was fighting that monster thing, all the stuff you said started making more and more sense. It helped keep me alive. Maruko's hand seemed to reach for her leg subconsciously, massaging the area Wraith had struck over and over. I used to think I was really good at fighting, but now, you think you're not good anymore. Ken sat back in his chair, barely looking at her out of the corner of his eye. It was hard to match those eyes, especially after admitting that she really hadn't been paying attention the first time they trained together. Was I ever good? Seriously, it wasn't like she suddenly got bad. This was the same level she usually fought at. Yakuza Hunter though. That thing was in another league. She had been thinking for so long that if she could just hit it once. But it was a cut above her. Its suppressing style strangled her, letting her own attacks break her. When they first exchanged attacks, she thought Yakuza Hunter was missing her power. By the last exchange, she realized it never needed power. Its skill alone completely outclassed anything she could do. It was like sticking dynamite to a nuke. When you were that strong, what was the point? Most people were surprised when they left school and faced the real world, while she soared through life without a problem. Until now, everything came easily for her. And then she hit her first stumbling block, a random old guy in a bar with a tacky hat and a bandana over his eyes, who beat her in one move 3 times, in a row to boot. If it was just one person, she could accept that there were some people just stronger than her. Even she didn't think she could take All Might in a fight. But then she fought Yakuza Hunter. And that monster showed her the real difference between good fighters and whatever she was supposed to be. She could still see the amusement behind the mask as it watched her flail. You're good at fighting, Maruko. Ken's words cut off her next thought sharply with a tone that didn't make it sound like a statement, but a universal truth. There are some people who are better than you, but there are also some people who are worse than you. That's how life works. Even the best don't stay the best forever. You've always been good, but sometimes good isn't good enough. Don't doubt yourself. There's a difference between being trapped in past failures and using past failures to improve. One holds you back, the other pushes you forward. Ken took a moment to drink, then turned to face her fully. You need to improve, not tear yourself down. Do you understand? Yeah. It was a little uncomfortable to be stared at like this, which was weird because she was used to being stared at by hundreds of people. Why was it so weird this time? Well, that response was as solid and confident as a puddle. Ken backed off all the serious talk with a dumb joke, but didn't break his eye contact. Well, she thought it was eye contact. It was hard to tell with that bandana over his eyes. You do need to improve. I do recommend training. Martial arts are great for improving. How? You'll train me. Really? Maruko jumped up from her chair in her excitement but was caught by Ken's arm, pressing into her shoulder and holding her back. However, I'm not a good match for training you. For some reason, those words felt sharp. She didn't know how or why, but hearing them brought her spirits down a step. You'd be much better off finding a professional quirk analyst to come up with a regiment for you to learn than training with me. But you're you. Even she knew that wasn't a good argument, but still, it was true, just badly explained. You're the strongest hero I know. Hero? I'm no hero, Ms. Yuzujiyama. He smiled and chuckled at her misstep, but she continued on. But you're still you. I don't know anyone who can do the stuff you do. Ken nodded, seeming to agree right until he opened his mouth. Exactly. You need to meet more people, learn more things. This might seem strange to you, but I'm not that good at martial arts. I'm only formally trained in judo and Ijutsu after all, and not very far in either discipline. Another pause to drink, letting his words sink into her. You shouldn't limit yourself. The Hero Association can find great trainers for you, who can teach you fighting styles that will pair well with your quirk. Do you just not want to teach me? She asked with drooping ears, playing with her glass. I don't want to teach anyone. That's why I retired. He didn't even hesitate, being bluntly honest like she usually was. Using her own style against her felt a little unfair. His tone softened after a moment, giving her a pat on the back. And you should want to learn from the best, not from some random person you've only met in a bar half a dozen times. Everything he was saying made sense, but she didn't like it, which probably meant it was all true. You're not a fan of this, huh? No. You know, I have to do something soon that I don't want to too. That was just bad phrasing. He made another lame joke but continued on regardless of her reaction. It's something very important that could affect my whole life going forward, but I still don't want to do it. I think I'm fine just settling for what I've got. And I'm wondering if that's good enough. I remind myself of what will happen when I'm done. Since I don't like the process, I don't think about it. I just try to remember the end. This speech sucks. Ken abruptly cut himself off, rubbing his chin as he formulated his thoughts. You don't have to like what you're doing. You just have to like the end result more than the process. That's what I was going to say, but that's a waste of time. Yuzajiyama. For the first time since they met, he left off the titles, straightening his back as he spoke. Do you want to get stronger? Do you want help? Or do you want something else? His gaze refocused on her, piercing straight through her as his voice once again spoke with that absolute tone. Yuzajiyama, what do you really want? Yuzajiyama stopped talking for a moment, then a minute, then several as she thought through what she actually wanted. Did she just want to get stronger? If so, why was she so upset that she couldn't train with Ken? It didn't make sense. You don't have to answer now. You don't have to answer later. But you should think about an answer. Perhaps, in trying to find that answer, you'll find out what really matters to you. Ken sat back, letting his gaze leave her while their food finished cooking. The air felt strained between them and she couldn't figure out why. Was this his quirk? Was this a villain attack? Why was she so off her own game? Why did his words make her think so much? Their food arrived without ceremony, giving Maruko something else to focus on. She played with her food for a minute, stewing in her thoughts. Hey, Ken, Ms. Yuzajiyama, do you think I want to see you again? Training or whatever, I don't care. Is that cool? It's remarkably uncool for you, but, yes, I could do it. Next week, same day, we can meet here at noon. But is that your answer? I don't know. But thanks, old man. Hey, you gonna eat that? Maruko lightly hit him in the arm, smiling. Neither of them noticed that their third wheel had moved away, not wanting to disturb the scene. Ryukyu sat in a booth, playing with her fork as she figured out why Maruko spoke so highly of Ken. She could ask her questions for Ken another day. Midoriya checked the time and asked for his to-go box as Maruko finished another round. Come on, don't tell me you're leaving already. You haven't even had any booze. Stop being such a baby. I'd love to stop being a baby, but I have more things to do tonight, I'm afraid. He lied as naturally as he breathed for that one of the many excuses he had prepared for such an occasion. This was a delightful conversation, Ms. Yuzajiyama, but I must be leaving now. Fine, I get it, you're a lightweight, aren't you? Afraid to show how much you can take, eh? Yes, incredibly lightweight. I think I'm drunk already, so I'll see myself out. Wouldn't want to be publicly wasted, I'm afraid. Midoriya finished packing his food up and paid for both of their meals, not bothering to cover the alcohol. Who knew when Maruko would stop drinking? Come on, why do you play along more? Jerk. She scowled as he put on a little smile as he left, giving her one last wave goodbye. Till next week, Ms. Yuzajiyama. Midoriya left the bar quickly and quietly, making sure he wasn't followed as he left the streets and entered the sewers with a single swing of his umbrella. Ms. Yuzajiyama this, Ms. Yuzajiyama that. Why is there no talk about Mr. Yuzajiyama? Maruko no, Yuzajiyama huffed. She was too unprofessional right now to call her Maruko. Ryukyu naturally crept next to her, sitting down beside the drunk. And you, why are you here? And where did you go? You were gone forever. Does it matter? Guess you're right, wait. Yes, it does. What was the point of you coming if all you do is follow me? Yuzajiyama was starting to have trouble thinking straight. And with how much she'd been drinking, it was no wonder. She was at least on her 4th round by now and trying her damnedest to get to her 5th. I did want to ask Ken some questions, but something came up. Then why are you still here? To piss me off. I'm off duty. Shoo. Yuzajiyama's blunt attitude wasn't changed by how many drinks she had at least. I had some questions to ask you. About work. Too bad. I'm still off duty, so beat it. They're about Ken. Ryukyu threw the line, hoping to get a bite, and sure enough she got something. Fine. What? Yuzajiyama fully focused in on Ryukyu, glaring her down like she was some kind of villain. Ken said he only knew judo and Aijutsu. Aijutsu, right. Yup. Why do you know those are? It seemed that, despite Maruko wanting to learn martial arts, she hadn't done any research on them. Ryukyu was hoping to learn a few, so she at least did a quick check of the internet before coming here. Yes, but when you two trained together, what did he teach you? Positioning, kicking, endurance tricks. Positioning was pretty open-ended since almost every form of fighting used it, but for judo at least endurance wasn't something that came up often. She wasn't sure about Aijutsu since that wasn't one of the martial arts she researched, but she was pretty sure that none of Ken's martial arts were kicking focused. Why? Just wondering. How did you two meet anyway? He was here at the bar. I came to the bar. He told me about a fight. I went to the fight. He came back. I came back. We talked. Maruko finished her 4th round. One more, Susie. One last question. How did you two start training together? Maruko stopped drinking, thinking back and laughing a bit. We didn't start training together. We only did it once. She spun her drink, watching the ice spin. I asked him about that stuff he was wearing, I think. Did you see his arm guards? Pretty heavy stuff. Ryukyu hadn't really paid attention to anything other than his weird mask and hat, but she did seem to recall him wearing something on his arms. I thought he was a hero, but he said nah. Then I asked if he was good at fighting, and he kept on deflecting and saying sit like he wasn't that good. But I followed him. Yuzajiyama slammed a fist into the bar, making their drinks nearly topple. I followed him out and watched him get into a fight with a lot of people, more than 10. Isn't that illegal? Nah, they were a gang or something and they jumped him. He even warned them. Then, he started throwing hands. Yuzajiyama took a wild swing and nearly fell out of her chair, being too excited and inebriated for her own good. Didn't even use his quirk, just took down like 20 guys with his bare hands in like 20 seconds. Ryukyu nearly breathed in her drink as Yuzajiyama swayed mid-explanation of how the fight went down. Some details might be wrong, but 20 people in 20 seconds? That was an insane pace to not use a quirk for. And if he was really throwing hands, do you mean punching? He beat 20 people in 20 seconds with just punching. No, he also did some flips and throws. He disarmed some, he flipped some, but he mostly just punched M right in the face. Yuzajiyama laughed as she thought over it. Those were some real martial arts, unlike that effing Ronin prick. Wonder what happened to that guy. If he was mixing in hand strikes, she was pretty sure he knew more than just judo. Judo, from what she understood with only 2 minutes of research, was about throwing and grappling your opponent. It wasn't something that looked useful for her quirk, so she had passed it by. But now she was wishing she did a little more research. Was Ken just hiding his skills because he didn't want to train anyone, so he specifically said the skills that would be useless to Maruko? Or was there another reason for hiding his skills? Actually, hiding them because he didn't want to teach Maruko made sense. What other reason could some random martial artist have for hiding their skills? Midoriya had a small smile as he folded up Ken's disguise. Agreeing to help her is a waste of time. Maruko wasn't going to get trained by them. She just wanted to spend some time with Ken. Besides, if Wraith was so against Maruko showing up, why had he deliberately baited her to realize what she really wanted? Honesty had been shown to be the most efficient way of getting what one wants. It worked for Izuku and now it has worked for Maruko. Since it was so efficient, why wouldn't Wraith encourage others to embrace it? They all could do to be a little more honest. Midoriya laughed a bit, shaking his head as he put the last of the clothes away and checked his phone for the time he'd show up at Aiko's house tomorrow. He wanted to be well slept and ready, so it was off to another early bed for him. He grabbed his backpack and hit the road, trying and failing to whistle all the way home. Have a good time. Don't hesitate to bring your friend over if you're in the area. His mom waved him goodbye from the doorstep like this was some sort of pilgrimage. He was just going to see a friend, not to World War III. I'll be back for dinner, Mom. See you later. He couldn't help smiling despite how much of a big deal his mom was making this out to be. He had a few ideas of stuff they could do together if Aiko didn't have anything planned. He took the steps down and out of his apartment 2 at a time, having a little bit of a kick in his step. The clouds were white and puffy, the birds were singing, and it felt like a pretty good day to be out. He took the train across town, then ran the rest of the way. It was a long trip, but he still managed to get there a few minutes early. A lot of people were outside, enjoying the weather with him. It was odd after all the fighting and chaos to see people just relaxing and enjoying themselves, but it was a strange kind of odd that he liked. He enjoyed the calm feeling and the smiling faces, not fake smiles as people hurt each other, real smiles. He entered the neighborhood of giants, marveling at just how big some of these houses got. Maybe some professional heroes lived in places like these. He could totally see Death Arms needing a house like one of these, even if that would be on the smaller side. He thought it over and tried to think of any other pros who were actually big enough that they'd need a house like these. But he kept drawing a blank. It was surprising. He thought there would have been more. Whatever his thoughts, Midoriya double-checked the address before walking up the path and ringing the doorbell. For a single moment, all was quiet except for the ringing of the bell. Midoriya checked the weather forecast right as the noise dialed up with what sounded like a herd of elephants charging the door. Dad, don't. Mao threw open the door, laughing with his signature overconfidence. Centipeder is still kicking. You still haven't let me try out that giant cross gun, you effing cheapskate. Let me have a try. Don't go dragging me back, I'm making a point here. Mao was dragged back inside and away from the door as his wife stepped up. Midoriya could faintly hear the two giants arguing to one side as Mrs. Voorhees spoke to him. Hello Midoriya, it's great to see you. Come on in, Aiko's still getting ready. Ignore the mess to the right. The two walked straight past the squabbling duo in the kitchen and into the living room where Midoriya had to climb up just to sit on the couch. This whole place made him feel like a child all over again just because of the scale. There was only one normal-sized chair in the living room that he left for Mrs. Voorhees, but she walked straight past it. So Midoriya, do you two have any plans for today? It made sense that she'd question him. It was only their second time meeting. Just enjoy the weather. We'll probably go to the craft store if Aiko has any more stuff she needs help with. And I wanted to take Aiko to my house. My mom wanted to meet her too. Oh, does Aiko have a favorite type of food? We can get lunch while we're out. Mrs. Voorhees thought for a second. Bakeries. Aiko likes baked things. Thanks for putting her thoughts in Midoriya, but please get her home by 4, all right. He nodded, taking out his phone and setting a notification. Home by 4, got it. We might stay here for a bit if she wants to work on some of crafting club projects. Is that fine with you? Sure. Stay safe you too. Hey, dearie, is Aiko still getting ready? Mrs. Voorhees spared Mao a glance, who walked in with a bag of chips, idly munching away. Yep, some big debate about hair up or hair down. I don't get it, but who cares about that? Ew. Mao zeroed in on Midoriya, walking over with a big smile like he was gonna give the talk on the first hangout. This wasn't even a date, was it? Well, before Midoriya could start questioning what he was actually doing, Mao put a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. When do I get to fire the giant gun? I need to know. Come on, spill the details, man. Midoriya totally forgot about letting Mao fire the AEC once. Midoriya had just been leaving the thing with the dead bear parts since it was the only place big enough to store the AEC. But he did promise Mao. Next week, come by where we first met. Noon sound good. I knew wouldn't forget the main man. Mao laughed while his wife looked between them, confused. Is there something going on I should know about? Probably. Who knows? Mao stepped away while still laughing, sitting back in his chair and kicking his feet up with a confident smile before bursting back into laughter. Centipeder, you look like a effing toddler on that couch. Thanks for the reassurance. I thought I looked like a baby. Mao got whacked upside the head but kept on laughing while Midoriya tried to check the weather again, right as Aiko showed up. You two kids have fun, right, dearie? Remember, if you do something illegal, at least make the news. Don half-asked the criminal life. Hey, why do you keep elbowing me? Mao and he still didn't know Mrs. Voorhees' first name. Somehow Mrs. Voorhees waved the pair goodbye from the front door. Aiko was wearing, for the first time since they met, only one coat. It was a leather one that looked very similar to the one Midoriya stole after beating a certain gang leader. She was looking a lot healthier now, or at least a little less pale. The jacket didn't cover her entire upper body, only coming down a little past her elbows and a little more past halfway down her waist. But unlike almost every jacket he wore, it was tailored specifically for the person wearing it. She was still wearing long pants and boots, but at least she looked cooler now that she wasn't wearing two jackets all the time. She had her hair pulled back, covering her eyes but showing her nose and mouth. It was at least a step in the right direction to gaining confidence, at least. She was also feeling confident enough, it seemed, to wear a little bit of pink as her shirt, for the first time since Midoriya met her. She was still definitely nervous, but she at least seemed a little calmer than before. Midoriya was pretty sure this was the part where they started talking, and bringing up these minor changes felt like a good place to start. Glad to see the surgeries are going well, Aiko. How are you feeling? Midoriya was just wearing khakis and a t-shirt, nothing fancy. He had just thought he was going to hang out and hadn't thought this through all the details until this exact moment. Hot, warm, it's nice. She managed a small smile as she started and stopped talking, ending the conversation quickly. But that was fine. He had done his homework and planned prompts for when this happened. How have you been spending your summer so far? Easy generic prompts to start with, then ease in with more personal ones as the conversation went on. A simple formula for a simple conversation. Am most just staying indoors. I've practiced sewing a lot. I'm doing a lot better now, and I don't stab myself as much. Oh, Midoriya chipped in right as the conversation started to dip off. What have you been working on? More dolphins? Why, yeah. She smiled as she began to get more comfortable and into the rhythm of talking. I've made a blanket and a shirt. The blanket took a little longer than I thought it would though. Yeah, all those layers make it complicated. Midoriya nodded, scratching his head and thinking back on his crafting history. I found out the same thing when I made my first jacket. It was way more complicated than I first thought. You've been making stuff too. And now Aiko was continuing the subject for him. All he had to do was find a subject she was interested in enough to keep it going and get a little back and forth going. Then the momentum kept it going. What else have you made? Gloves, pants, and some boots. I usually do leather working though. I think the most cloth thing I made was either the boots or the jacket. Midoriya took a moment to think. Then remembered that he had been so busy trying to get a conversation started that he forgot to plan with her what they were actually going to do today. He could work it in naturally, or he could get to the effing point so they could get a move on. Dumbass. Hey, Aiko, did you have anything you wanted to do today? Oh, me. Who else? I think I'd like to get more sewing supplies if that's fine with you. Oh, if we have time, could we stop by the park? Sure, we can do all of that. Which park? He could see the exact moment Aiko froze up, slowly looking at him in a mix of confusion, horror, and amazement. There's more tea than one. Did she think that? Yes, she did. Now who was being inefficient and a dick? 2 for the price of 1. Idiot. Yeah, but if you've only been to 1 so far, I guess I know what we're doing today. Just going to parks to hang out wasn't too bad. It would be a lot of walking, but they were parks. They'd have benches and stuff, plus shops with food should be nearby. It would be a fun time. Wanna go to the clothes store last so we don't have to carry it everywhere? Instead of responding, she just nodded a ton. But it still got her message across. Midoriya did a little math and plugged in directions, trying to pick the best route to end up at a sewing supply shop. Instead of their usual one, they'd end inside a mall. Should cost a little more money but have a little more variety. And besides, he could spot Aiko some cash if she needed it. He picked up tons from his. The coward could at least admit where he got his money from. The beast had to work pretty hard to get all of it. I'm not inconveniencing you, right? Aiko was following him, but she was still playing with her hair. Was she still not feeling good about hanging out? He's the one who set it up in the first place. He should be the one worrying about inconveniencing her. Helping and hanging out with you isn't inconvenient. It's fun. You can worry all you want, and I'll be right here to worry with you. He gave her a big smile. After all, they were clubmates. They were going to be together for 3 years if neither one dropped out. They could even be considered friends, especially compared to his last friend. Now that he thought about it, he had somehow never thought about Bakugo since middle school, even when they did meet. He never got around to effing with Bakugo as Ronin. They were out here, going to parks and sit, and only now the coward figured out he could have messed with Bakugo as revenge. And Midoriya called Wraith an idiot. At least focus on what's in front of you. Thanks, Midoriya. Aiko brought him out of his thoughts with a small smile, brushing her hair back a little further with one of her eyes peering out. I'm glad you're my first friend. She just said it. That easily. See, idiot. Honesty kicks ass. Seriously, why was Wraith the idiot? He figured that little secret when Izuku made it work like a charm to get into the summer camp, but now's not the time for bragging. Stop lollygagging and respond. Coward. I think you might be my first real friend too. For a moment, just a moment, he had a childish little smile that he hadn't had in what felt like years. Thank you. Now come on, let's go see some ducks. How did you know that's what I wanted to do? Are you psychic? Did I mention that before? At least she figured this out way faster than Maruko ever did. Sort of. You mentioned animals run away from you, but who knows? First friends. First time at new parks. Let's see how many firsts we can hit for you in one day. Midoriya checked his phone one last time before grabbing Aiko by the hand and pulling her along, exchanging one last smile as they headed off to the first park. Midoriya sat back and relaxed on a bench in the third park as Aiko had a tentative and thrilling stare down with a flock of ducks. She'd take one step forward, they'd all fly away. She'd inch forward, they'd all fly away. She breathed in a way that could be taken as aggressively, and, you guessed it, they'd all fly away. It was thrilling stuff. How's the stare down going, Aiko? Getting anywhere? Kind, and with her just one word, her first time speaking in minutes, all the ducks flew away. Aiko's head followed after them, staring off into the distance. Oh, I guess not. Did you want to go eat? It's about that time, and we can pick up some bread for the ducks. The words hadn't even fully left his mouth as Aiko immediately swiveled to face him. Really, we can. He wasn't quite used to her sheer joy and energy, and not just compared to her old self. Midoriya was used to dealing with grizzled criminals and egotistical heroes, but he was not used to dealing with what he could best describe as a giant little girl who wanted to play with the ducks. The whiplash was enough to make his head spin as Aiko happily pulled him toward the bakery, grinning from ear to ear. The switch off between even just the careful wording he had to use when stuck around Maruko and sitting back while watching Aiko crouch in front of a piece of bread, staring off into the distance as ducks contemplated whether to get close or not was jarring. Aiko stood with an arm outstretched, holding an entire slice of bread like a peace offering with both sides not making a single move. He wasn't quite sure what he was supposed to do or how he was supposed to feel, but just the relief from the missing tension was nice. Are the ducks treating you better now? They're just staring menacingly. What? Was she starting to get scared of even the ducks? They were ducks. All it took was one good kick and they'd fly like a football at FIFA. And they don't want my bread. Try tearing off pieces and toss it towards them. That should get them to come to you. Aiko's shaking hands tore the bread in half, then lobbed one half straight into the water as she overshot. Her fear was getting the best of her again. Do you want some help? Yes. Aiko and Midoriya squatted next to a lake missing 10 pieces of bread and were staring at a singular duck, just 5 feet ahead of them and confidently walking in circles like a model strutting down the runway. For Midoriya, this was kind of annoying as his legs started to hurt from being stuck in a weird position. He saw ducks all the time. They were all over the place while he was hanging out with his mom. But for Aiko, she seemed to be holding her breath as she stared at the duck, fixated on its every move. She shrank back as it confidently power waddled straight up to them, looking her dead in the eye before taking the bread out of her hands and making a run for it. Was that the last of your bread? Here, I've got a few more. Midoriya tore his bread in half and offered part to Aiko as she spoke, completely tuned out of what he was saying. Did you see it? Aiko grabbed him with one arm, pulling him close as she pointed with the other towards the duck that was now getting chased by the other ducks for its piece of stolen bread. It came so close. It really did come straight to me. She looked up at him with pure childish joy. If before he had been dealing whiplash, this had become something like a flail lash. Midoriya had no clue how to react to this kind of stuff. It wasn't dangerous, but it was completely out of his comfort zone. Still, they wouldn't improve by holding back. Wraith put on that idiotic small smile Midoriya was usually wearing and helped Aiko stand up. Yup, we spent a lot of time at this park. Wanna hop to the next one or just go get your sewing supplies? We have an hour left, but there should be one more park with a pond. Aiko was immediately racked with indecision, looking this way and that as she debated what she wanted to spend time on. Oops. How about we go to the store? I'll send you the other park's location through a text message and you can look at it later. Aiko nodded vigorously the moment she found a way out from making decisions. She had changed a lot, but she didn't seem good under any kind of pressure, whether the pressure was real or just in her head. Midoriya tossed the last of his bread to the ducks and checked the map, leading the duo off into a local mall. Midoriya stared through the variety of colors, comparing all the shades of what seemed to him to be the same color. Why were there so many different reds? What on earth would anyone need 50 different kinds of red for? Why were so many of these names dumb? This was something that at least concerned him out of the activities he'd been doing that day. He did make his own costumes after all. Understanding the point of all these colors could help him design a costume with more details than vague gray shades that would blend into a cityscape and shadows. His costumes had been as interesting to look at as inspecting the paint of an office building. Well, almost all. There was one costume that made the most of their bland colors. Well, he wasn't going to be working inside a cityscape in what was now a little over a week. Some browns and greens would help him in the forested area that summer camp was supposed to take place in. And he could use patchwork clothing to fade into the background like usual. He started to pick out the colors to make a cover for his current outfit, a much easier alternative to making an entirely new outfit that he might use again. What are you planning to make with all that, Midoriya? So many fabrics. Aiko looked through his layers compared to hers, then down at him with slight confusion. Just a coat thing, nothing complicated, but a little bit big. To be honest, Midoriya wasn't even sure what he was going to make was actually called. It would go over his coat like a robe or something, hiding his features and humanoid shape beneath a blanket and mess. Too hot and he'd cook to death too, so this was going to be a little complicated to make. Do you make a lot of coats, Midoriya? Her eyes widened at the thought, and with just a little thinking it made sense she'd be interested in coats. She had been wearing 5-ish coats for most of her life. She probably owned a lot of coats and liked them. Siko, could you? Maybe. Help me make one. Sure thing, Aiko. He flashed her a big smile as they changed aisles. You don't need to worry about asking. I'm your senpai after all. I'll always help you out as much as I can. Really? Now don't say it like that. That was the exact tone that meant he'd regret offering his help in a minute. He'd heard it a few too many times to not know what it was. Sure, we can start on it when we get back to school. Only 2 weeks left. After all, he deflected the conversation's direction back towards that whole making a jacket thing. And Aiko's attention followed along. She was leagues less annoying to deal with than Maruko. We can plan everything out later. It can be our first club activity for the second semester. She nodded again, but she even threw in a sound to boot. They stopped walking through the store at the knitting aisle. He was pretty sure she hadn't mentioned knitting when she talked about what she was doing. But that didn't matter. It was just an unexpected change that didn't affect anything as she compared yarn colors. Hell, other than switching from thread to yarn, it was basically the same sight to him as before, with a whole bunch of random colors with dumb names on a shelf. Still, he wasn't here for the knitting. He was here to spend time with his friend Aiko. Even if he wasn't as into this stuff as Aiko, he had to admit he was enjoying spending time with someone besides his mom. Aiko was someone who he could relax around, and he didn't think he'd ever have enough people like that in his life. Aiko cut off his mental ramblings as she held up two different yarns that looked the exact same to him and asked his opinion. Even if he didn't get what she was seeing, he could enjoy her company and get closer to her. It was nice to be around her, and even though they didn't get each other entirely, she seemed to enjoy being around him too. Wasn't that all you could ask for with friends? Midoriya carried his things to the front desk, paying for it quickly and stepping to one side so Aiko could finish her purchase before stepping right back in and helping her pay, covering for her as she froze up. Seriously. He knew being antisocial wasn't a problem, but there was a line of how antisocial you could be without it being a problem, and he was pretty sure freezing up when you had to talk to people was at least on that line. Sorry, she at least apologized when she inconvenienced him, putting her leagues better than a few other certain annoyances he had to put up with. Furry effer, don't worry about it. Bringing up that rat made this feel like a walk in the park by comparison. He didn't even have to fight a whole bunch of teenagers who didn't understand the first thing about real heroism. Speaking of class 1 holes, he wondered now how much they had changed since the last time they saw each other. Knowing Yue, the only thing that changed was they were better at fighting. Fighting was a good trait for a hero in this day and age, but was it a good trait for all heroes to have? What about rescue heroes? Rescue heroes might find violent villains while on the job, and should be expected to be able to at least defend themselves by where was the line on how much training they should have. Didn't that just make rescue heroes better than normal heroes since they could rescue and fight? How much fighting training should they have? How much fighting should normal heroes even do? How far was too far when it came to fighting? So many questions, and not a single one of them had a right answer, or better yet, went anywhere. Stop wasting time thinking about this. Should he continue learning and improving how to fight? Or should he keep trying and failing to connect to people? He was at least saving people every time he fought. He didn't have a doubt about that despite the Hero Association covering anytime Ronin did anything, so he wasn't positive on the exact numbers for his results. But how far should he go? He wasn't a rescue hero, but should he learn to rescue? Should he focus less on fighting before it completely sucked him in? Like, what's this doing here? Midoriya stopped outside a shop, looking at a mask hanging off the wall. A tan mask with 2 eye holes was hanging there right next to a set of red bandanas, and next to those were a row of plastic katanas and knives. He recognized that katana. No, he owned that katana. Why was there a whole section of a wall dedicated to that guy? That stained stuff, right? Aiko was doing a little nervous dance outside of the shop. Yeah. He scowled, bringing himself back into the moment and realizing just how much he was killing it with his 5th grade level philosophy. He was here to relax and have fun, and he was effing it up for both himself and Aiko. Dick, looks pretty stupid. Hey, want to pass through one last park on the way to your house? We've got a little leeway. Really, we can. And just like that, her face lit up with a smile. Yes, Midoriya sighed and couldn't help smiling at her enthusiasm. Maybe being a dick wasn't so bad if he could at least make someone smile like that. He led the way to one last park with Aiko joyfully strutting along beside him with that contagious smile of hers. Aiko waved him goodbye from the door as the two went their separate ways after a short time sewing together inside her house, breaking up before dinner and with Aiko never getting to swing by Midoriya's house because of their park hopping schedule. It had gone pretty well except for his occasional F-ups. It was a good time between what he was pretty sure could be considered good friends. What more could he ask for? Midoriya hit the train station quickly, taking a train home to get to work on his new stuff. He had a cloak to make, and if he stopped by a certain golf course that was by his apartment, he might have one last appointment to arrange before he went to the summer camp. One last goodbye that professional courtesy demanded he give to a certain potato. The sword rose and fell with slow, controlled motions. It slid from the sheath, moving across his body in one motion. The blade then rose over his head, assuming roof guard as he strung together attacks without break. From his drawing cut into an overhead cut, then into a rising cut. Every movement was slow as Midoriya studied his own form, his face contorted as he thought over what he was doing. Did he really still need to keep practicing swordsmanship? He wasn't making any new advancements, just practicing things he could already do. If Midoriya limited himself to just using katanas, his swordsmanship would soon be complete. Not good, but complete. It would still need refinement, but all the parts would be there. It was the problem with katanas. They were good at what they did, but they weren't the best at anything. They just looked cool. They couldn't even stab like most swords. Because of the curved design of a katana, it was terrible for stabbing because you couldn't thrust straight at an opponent. You had to thrust at an angle, the same angle as the bend in the sword. As a final nail in the coffin, katanas were usually fragile. Their design meant that they were very rigid and didn't react well to suddenly being hit compared to other swords. They were very hard, which sounded nice until you realized all that really meant was that they were inflexible. A normal sword would bend slightly to avoid damage, then spring back once the force was gone. If you were lucky with a katana, it would permanently bend and you'd have to straighten it back out. Usually, it would either begin to crack or snap in half. He might need to get a few new swords is what he was thinking. Not that he'd know how to use them right now. Nothing complicated, just some simple swords. Or, better yet, he could use those last quirks he saved up to put a quirk into a bear, then make the swords later when he had the time. Yeah, that'd be great. It was great. If only they could follow their own advice and concentrate. Midoriya shook his head, then refocused and started the set of attacks all over again from the top, going a little bit faster than the last time while still trying to make a note of all his shortcomings. Right now Midoriya was just finding all his problems. Later he would fix them once he did proper research. It had felt like forever since he last went to the forest just to practice swordsmanship. This was the first place he really learned swordsmanship, only competing with his room in the old days, back when he was dancing around a pile of clothes to improve his footwork. So much was supposed to have changed since there, but here he was, still practicing the exact same forms as if nothing had changed. For all the time that had passed, he was still in the same forest practicing the same moves with the same sword. Was that good? Was that bad? He was definitely improving at least, so this wasn't a complete waste of time. It was hard to tell his progress in training when he didn't have anyone to compare himself to. Kaminari's learning speed made him look like a dumbass, and everyone said Kaminari was an idiot. That certainly didn't lift his spirits. Maybe he was better because he could concentrate and didn't get distracted by himself. Most people needed outside influences to get distracted, not this coward. Midoriya recomposed himself and refocused, lining up his next string of attacks. It was boring work, but it hadn't done him dirty yet. Where other people had quirks and money, he had repetition and, well, just more repetition. You'd think he'd be used to it by now, but he was still getting distracted by his own thoughts. He refocused on the practice sword, tuning everything out slowly. The chirp of bugs, the call of birds, the rustling of the leaves were all just noise he could tune out. The warmth of the sun, the touch of the breeze, the dew on the grass soaking his shoes, all of it was just distractions he could ignore. All that was left in his world after removing everything outside was him and the sword. No, just him. The sword wasn't separate from him, it was just another part for him to use. He held up his sword, breathing in slowly before performing his 4-hit combination with quick motion. A drawing cut to draw the sword, an overhead cut to advance toward his opponent, a sideways cut to get past an opponent's guard, finishing with another sideways cut. The two sideways cuts moved in opposite directions to tear an opponent apart while forcing his shoulder to work hard. The shoulder had to move the sword from one side of his body to the other, stop the sword dead, then turn back and go back to the first side, all in a moment's notice while generating enough force to cut. It was hard to train without an opponent or objective, but how could he forget his? He could still remember that flowing swordsmanship from the brief moments he saw a sword dancing in front of scarlet clothes as Stain soundly defeated him. He might have won that fight, he should have won that fight, but he didn't stop Stain. Stain was still better at moving than him and had been constantly ready to outmaneuver him. It was only through brute force and a constant barrage of attacks that he could stop Stain's charge, resorting to wrestling him by the end. Ronin had only won that fight through cheap tricks and backup, while Stain had been the better fighter throughout their exchange. He even had the weapon advantage, and Stain was still keeping up with him, nearly killing those two bystanders several times through their fight. He was both a terrifying opponent and the only person Midoriya could really compare himself to, as well as the most technically skilled fighter Midoriya had ever seen. Just his image made the turned Midoriya's sword swings into sword strikes, every move cutting through the air as he put a little hate into his blade for power and edge. Wraith applied a small amount of self-awareness, sorting and correcting mistakes as they came up. Each swing moved faster and faster as the distance between them closed. Ronin's slashes becoming more and more precise but never quite fast enough. His footwork stopped being static as Ronin began to move through the forest, eyes locked on a phantom opponent. Every slash came quickly as they began to bleed together. What was once 4 slashes became 2 cuts that hit twice, then became a single strike that would hit his opponents 4 times. The wooden blade seemed to float through the air, the tip in constant motion as it accelerated and decelerated as naturally as Ronin breathed. Stain would step forward and Ronin would step back, Stain attacking and Ronin defending. Then, they would shift positions, Ronin advancing with an attack and Stain retreating as he defended. The tide moved in and the tide moved out. Ronin would advance with his quick strikes while Stain easily evaded, replying with staccato but powerful strikes. The flurry of strikes punctured straight through by precise counters, turning his own haste against him. Ronin couldn't just attack without pause, but defend and attack at the same time. His blade batted Stain's to the side, creating his own openings as he forced Stain to take his own pace. The Oni charged through any defenses, tearing them apart to make their own path. His steps couldn't just defend or attack. They would have to mix both. The trees became his new ground as he took to the air, abandoning conventional footwork to try and strike his speedy opponent. Stain didn't wait for him to evolve, already flying as they exchanged blows. The tide was forced to fly through the air, no longer satisfied moving just backward and forward. The strikes came from every direction as he moved, matching Stain's overpowering technique with variety. Ronin's sword flickered between positions, abandoning conventional defense and instead meeting Stain's blade anytime the killer tried to attack. The sword strikes that only served to attack before became a new layer of defense. The charging Oni slowed, deflecting incoming attacks in an intricate dance as it advanced. It was only a phantom opponent, as dangerous as his own shadow, but the memory of the threat pushed Ronin onward, remembering just how close defeat had come. His head was clear of questions, no longer wondering if he should keep training swordsmanship while facing someone so skilled. There were many people stronger, but when it came to conventional swordsmanship, no one topped Stain. Not yet. He could still feel the shaking sensation as the spear rattled in his hands under Stain's onslaught, every attack trying to break straight through him. He could still see those moves that had been just as precise as the killer's swordsmanship as he claimed better positions against Ronin. If he wanted to keep improving, he'd need to know he would take those attacks. He would take those moves. He'd make it all his own and match Stain. Time itself seemed to slow as he breathed in, readying himself. Yamato was resheathed, and his right hand at his side instead of by his sheath. He stared down the phantom in his mind. Both legs tensed as he began to breathe out. The arm crossed the body, turning his body midair and giving him a small extra push. Stain would come from above, using his superior reach and weight to harass Ronin. Ronin's sword exploded from its sheath, crashing into Stain's sword while knocking it aside. Stain would be pushed upward while Ronin was pushed downward, coming into contact with a solid object first and immediately going for another attack. The sword rose over Ronin's head as he sliced downward, the same attack that Stain had just used. Stain didn't have a base to stand on and could only block, avoiding damage without pushing back as Ronin had in their previous exchange. Ronin's arm relaxed as it flicked to his right side, then tensed slightly as he put weight behind his sideways slash all while chasing Stain down. Stain had just blocked the cut from above and was finally making contact with the ground, so his defense was weak. Once again his sword would be knocked aside as Ronin stepped in. The sword's edge spun 180 degrees as Ronin stepped in through Stain's shattered defenses, hitting the killer with a final attack. The next strike cut underneath Stain's sword, the tip of the blade cutting straight through the vigilante's stomach. HK, BLBLAGK. And the moment was lost as Midoriya threw up. Coward. While Midoriya couldn't maintain that momentum for long, he could at least understand and practice the principles behind it. He began to stop standing around statically and practice incorporating movement into his sword drills, forcing him to actually think instead of throwing attacks out mindlessly. He spent his free time constantly trying to hone his movements to a fine point, switching his attacking angle and becoming comfortable with being uncomfortable. He wasn't always going to enjoy what he was doing, but it was always good to improve. Midoriya forced himself past what he was comfortable doing, attacking for long periods without giving himself a break to improve his endurance. He tested his eyes by jumping from tree to tree and extending his attacks with a mix of Parker and what was probably bullshit. Even he had to admit not everything he was doing was probably helpful. But if Midoriya could get good enough at the bullshit, was it really still bullshit? His pocket sand thing definitely started as bullshit. But after a little practice, he could easily work it into a real chain of attacks. Diversity spiced up the long days he spent running through the forest like a 5-year-old, swinging around a stick that was supposed to look like a sword. Also like a 5-year-old, you know what? This whole thing was kind of like what a 5-year-old would do. He'd admit it and move on. On Sunday he got to enjoy a break with his mom. Well, he got to get tired in a different way as he got crushed at minigolf. Seriously, he spent all this time getting good at ping pong, and then they switched back to minigolf. This was seriously rigged. He at least got to go back to a familiar park and stare at a suspiciously fat duck. It seemed Aiko might have been coming back. Still, it wasn't his concern if Aiko was overfeeding the ducks, or the one duck that seemed to have no care who it was stealing food from. He had tons of training to bury himself into, and a few more designs to work on. His days were spent swinging a sword around like some sort of chunibyo, while his nights were spent planning out his next sword. Also like a chunibyo, alright. He had to stop making these kinds of comparisons cause the results were depressing him. He worked out what swords he'd want to make eventually, which when you thought about it was also pointless because all he really needed to do was think of quirks to pair up with the new swords. Too much thinking again. Now it felt like he was wasting his time. A rapier was a generic enough weapon that he always wanted to learn. He didn't really want another two-handed sword though, so next up was a smaller short sword. Or, at least, he thought next up would be the short sword, but that like saying your next car was going to have 4 wheels. He was going for something with about a foot of blade to pair up with the rapier. The big sword in one hand and a smaller sword in the other to support it. Or a backup in case something bad happened. Plus, it would pair well with almost every weapon he had, including the next one he was planning. Finally, a shield. It was the generic combination with a sword and he hadn't ever thought about one before. Plus, it would be weird to make it entirely out of parts from a bear, so he'd probably need to put the quirk for it in something else or get creative. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do, but those thoughts could wait for later. Right now, Midoriya checked his scars, both real and fake, before putting on the black bandana over his eyes. He had crashed into quite a few trees while training and had gotten a few reminders that he had a lot further to go before his parkour was even close to complete. He laughed at the memory of some of his dumber crashes, then moved on in the makeup process. The longest part was definitely the fake stubble. That took forever just to put on and he had to make sure it looked realistic to boot. The fake stubble was the real reason he didn't want to meet with anyone as Ken early in the morning. It still took him about 20 minutes just to put it on and he had been practicing. Like he had on ping pong, that was beside the point. He checked his duds and stood up, stretching. He had a vague idea of what he wanted to do on his parkour day, even if he had to share it with a rascally rabbit. Ken sighed, picking up his umbrella and made his way out of the room, still trying and failing to whistle. And once again, Midoriya was the first one to the bar. Baggy pants and a sleeveless shirt that showed off his muscles and scars. He was resting against the wall instead of inside Gigi's. The bar didn't open for another 3 hours, but the streets were still as lively as they were going to get. It was no Wall Street, but it at least wasn't as abandoned and hostile at midday as it was at night. How many times had he got into fights in this part of town? 10 times, 20, who knew anymore? He hadn't bothered with the ponytail yet, letting his hair float in the breeze while he took in the sights. In this run-down section of the city there wasn't much to look at, but the ruin itself could be interesting. Gangs were everywhere in this place, no matter how many he put down. This seemed to be one of those problems that violence wasn't going to solve, but the next remedial steps were beyond him. He couldn't fix the job deficiency or arrest anyone as he was. Even the highest-ranking professional heroes needed to be backed up by the law. Midoriya got off his ass and pushed off the wall, picking up some trash while he was waiting. He could at least do his best, but was his best going to change anything? Seriously, he couldn't fix things. The best he was doing was just throwing trash away. Would that really help anything or just make it look better? Was the problem just that people were trying to make things better without changing anything seriously? Midoriya kept thinking for a while, just staring at the plastic bottle in his hand before moving on and tossing it, then moving on to the next piece of trash. If it was the best he could do, the least he could do was to try. There was no harm in that, was there? He might as well do the bare minimum at least. It wasn't like he had anything else to do. Haruko left work as fast as she could, ending her fights and changing clothes in record time as she ran toward whatever the name of that bar was. There had been extra fights, but was there really such a thing as an extra fight when your whole job was to fight? There were a lot of fights today for some reason. She even got to fight one of those Namu things earlier. Those disgusting things were popping up more and more, and it was looking like something bad was going on behind the scenes. The League of Villains was growing larger and larger, despite how stupid their name was. Seriously, who called themselves villains? You were announcing to the world that you're a bunch of idiots and criminals. Haruko wasn't sure exactly what she'd tell Ken when she finally got to their meeting spot. She was over 30 minutes late because of that stupid Namu and all the paperwork she had to slog through. She could end fights in 10 seconds, but she could never seem to outrun the paperwork. Was this why most of those weaklings had teams? Haruko bounded down the street, stumbling to a stop outside of the bar they usually ate at and found nothing. There were people on street, but Ken. She checked the time again, muttering, "Shit, was I that late?" "Sit." Public profanity, Ms. Yuzujiyama. Quite unprofessional, a voice spoke up from an alleyway. A man with hair tied back as he put a garbage bin upright. He dusted his hands off on his pants and stood, smiling at her. "I'd shake your hand, but I'm afraid I might be a touch dirty right now. How are you doing?" Haruko took a moment to wipe that weird smile of her mouth, trying to hide it by stretching and turning away. Doing fine. Just fine. Got caught up doing hero stuff." "Well, I'm glad you're out there helping people." Ken cleaned his hands with sanitizer and walked up next to her with a small confident smile stuck to his face. Was that what she looked like? His smile looked pretty professional. She was pretty sure hers didn't look half that good. "Are you all right? You don't have to force yourself to be here, you know." "I said I'm fine. Don't worry." Haruko shook off her thoughts and powered through. "So, what are we doing?" "If you say so." Ken gestured for her to follow, then glanced down at her bag. "You're wearing your training clothes, and I assume the bag has your hero outfit. Do you remember what I said we weren't doing?" Yeah, Maruko glanced down, genuinely unaware that she was wearing the training clothes they bought. She had been using these pants as pajamas, so that's where they came from. Shit. Well, I am a hero. I've got to be ready in case of emergencies. Sure, he didn't seem upset about it, still content to mess with her. I was supposed to practice Parker, but I doubt you need help with that. Parker, flips and sit. Parker was just moving fast right. Sit, she didn't know. Now she looked dumb. She should have just kept her mouth shut. Yup, why was she even worried? She totally knew what it was. Now she looked smart. Maruko's confidence in herself was reassured as she walked after him with a big smile on her face. The kind of confident smile she was used to having. Which is why it'll just be a waste of time for you. After all, you're so good at moving already. What could you learn? Hey, are you trying to get rid of me again? Probably. I'm not exactly social these days. That old bastard even admitted it. Maruko scowled at first, but then that frown turned into a bigger smile. Too bad, old man. Hurry up. We're gonna go do this Parker thing. Maruko felt the tree branch she had tried to land on snap under her weight, plummeting her into the ground from an awkward position before she could correct herself. She bounced off the tree's roots and flipped, landing messily face first in the ground. I guess it's not as one-to-one with Street Parker as I thought. Ken was balancing atop a different branch, looking down at her while rubbing his chin. How are you feeling, Ms. Yuzajiyama? You think something as small as this can hurt me? It takes a real villain to bring me down. Not some stupid tree. Maruko jumped up and kicked the tree, shaking it and knocking Ken off his branch. He tipped backward as he fell off the branch, moving away from her. Wait, shit, Ken. Ken flipped backward midair, landing leg first and rolling backward out of the fall before standing up and stretching his neck. Wait, for what? The fall to break my neck. I just ... him. You need to relax, Ms. Yuzajiyama. Ken dusted himself off. I could make a metaphor out of this. Nope. No, I'm retired. Just focus on jumping around. Midoriya looked down from on high, trying to figure out how one person who spent all her time jumping everywhere was so bad at Parker in nature. He had problems with it when he started, sure, but his problems were things like missing the jump entirely or slipping. Maruko stood up, working her shoulder and looking at the tree she broke in half. I meant to do that. Midoriya raised an eyebrow while staring her down, then quickly glanced between her and the tree. She at least looked fine, but the tree was splintered in half from where she accidentally body slammed into it. His stare locked on her again, making her shift in place while dusting herself off. What's with that pity look? Do you need some help, Ms. Yuzajiyama? Maybe. Why do all these branches keep breaking under me? You're doing just fine. She gestured her arm to her string of failed jumps. While he had simply mistakes like over or undershooting, Maruko had a tendency to crash straight through whatever she was trying to land on or running into something else on accident. Her push-offs and landings also weren't looking up to spec for the usually athletic heroine. You usually fight in cities, don't you? You're just not used to it. Midoriya really didn't want to teach a lesson here. He just wanted to practice and maybe get some talking in with his second biggest annoyance, only behind that furry effer himself. She kept getting in their way, so hypothetically if they dealt with her early they could remove her from the equation. You need to relax. Wraith shifted from standing on the tree branch to sitting on it. I'm perfectly calm. That's both a lie and not what I meant. From a logical perspective, the only perspective Wraith ever wanted to look at this annoying bunny with. This could serve as invaluable practice with a student for when the camp came. They might as well make the most of it. You're putting in too much force and breaking everything you touch. You need to calm down, rein it in, and refocus. Then you should be fine. I need to try less to do more. Correct. Seriously, why are you still asking me? You've got 2 legs and plenty of trees to try for yourself. Wraith sat back, watching her set up her first jump. Maruko could usually get off 1 or 2 jumps before crashing because she went too fast. Her first jump was a little too fast, making her second jump a little faster to balance, and usually, by the third jump, she had put in too much energy and was going too fast for the branch to handle, resulting in a crash. Just take a pause between jumps to make sure you're balanced. Really? All right. Maruko stretched again, then jumped up. Ken sat back, watching her with that signature small smile and a thumbs up. She wasn't sure why she kept crashing into the trees. But when she started going slower like Ken said, she made it across 7 branches before it broke under her. Excellent. Ken hopped up on his branch and jumped over to where she was, doing in 15 jumps what she did in 10, then continued talking from above her. You were doing so well, but that was just your first time. Is this like that kicking thing you had me do at the end of our training last time? This really felt like one of the last things Ken taught her back at UA. A trick to practice kicks that she, also, admittedly, never used, but she just remembered it. She'd use it later. Ken had put a target on a wall and told her to hit the X. 10, 20. He told her to hit the X something like 20 times in a row, but she put in too much power and kept missing. And then you showed me the right way to do it, with a bunch of really light kicks. The right way. My method wasn't the only right way. Ken laughed, bounced on his branch, swaying up and down as it looked like he might fall at any moment. My way was just my way. You had your way. I saw that my method was easier, and so I tried to teach it to you. Do you know the difference between a stick and a tree, Ms. Yuzajiyama? Maruko shook her head, looking at him. Ken glanced around and dropped down, picking up a fallen tree trunk with a little effort and uprighting it before firmly planting it in the ground. He adjusted it to make sure it was stable, then stepped back. Roots. Something with only one base is rigid and easy to upset because it has nothing else it can rely on. If you only have one method to deal with things, what will happen when you hit resistance? Ken took a slight step back and brought his left knee to his chest before his entire leg snapped forward, kicking the large trunk once and toppling it. The more places you draw from, the more stable you become. The more methods you can use, even if you can't use them as well. His body spun, kicking a sapling with the same exact force. Though the tree was smaller and thinner, it only bent slightly to the kick before straightening itself again. The more force you can take and still stay standing. Of course, flexibility and stability go hand in hand. The ability to change allows you to take new methods easier, and will help you overcome problems. What are you doing? Ken locked onto her as she was holding her phone, taking a video of him. Recording this so I don't forget. Hey, how many layers deep does this metaphor go? Is it just a fighting metaphor, or does this apply to this jumping thing as well? You got me monologue. No, I got me monologuing. Ken chuckled, shaking his head and walking toward her. You're a bright girl. Besides, if I told you everything, would you learn something or would you just memorize something? Wait, I paused the recording when I started talking. Can you repeat that? Ken laughed her off. Sorry, that advice was the blue plate special. Aren't we here to practice flips and sit? Maruko gasped, trying to remember the last time she had heard Ken swear before realizing those were her own words. Hey, see you at the end. Ken took a running start up a tree and started to leave her in the dust. Maruko scowled for a moment, getting ready to rush after him, then paused for a second as he stopped, waving at her and smiling. She couldn't help smiling back, then jumped up to her first branch, taking a moment to breathe before jumping after that crafty bastard. You sure love nature, you're bringing a little everywhere. Midoriya couldn't help poking fun at her as he pulled another leaf out of Maruko's hair. Oh, shut up. She had been doing so good until right at the end when she jumped without looking and landed on a rotting log. It snapped out from under her and sent her crashing one last time, which was when he decided to call it quits and head to his favorite bar, along with his least favorite bar and the only one he'd ever eaten. You sure you're all right? Ticks are no laughing matter. Maruko had been doing great, but both of them crashed a few times. He still slipped every once in a while on a branch or overestimated how sturdy a certain branch was, sending him back to the ground. However, compared to Maruko, he was flying. Yeah, ticks sh mix. They can't even pierce the skin. Maruko brushed off his concerns with a wave of her hand, laughing as they walked. What? Somebody worried about me? Yes, I'd feel bad if a major hero got hurt on my account because she was bad at jumping, especially if she was famous for jumping. Alright, that was a dick move. Right back at you. This might put a few wrinkles in the plan. Midoriya's pace slowed as they walked toward a crowd. Is it? Ugh. Maruko's eyes locked on the villains fighting the heroes with a mixture of resignment and disgust. She didn't look too excited to do her job, but he could understand right now at least. She was off duty and about to eat. She did just have a workout and was probably pretty hungry. But she had brought her hero outfit, and he wanted to give her sit for recording him. Do you need to change into your hero outfit first? Or could you just go in right now? He didn't bother to hide his mischievous smile as he pointed to the fight. What? I don't have my hero outfit. Oh, oops. She at least caught herself, adjusting her bag of spare clothes. Ugh, this will only take a minute. The crowd began to move away, screaming, as Maruko jumped into the fray towards what looked suspiciously like a Namu. Midoriya wondered just how many of these things existed as the crowd rushed past him and a dog bull Namu thing charged towards the crowd. Its mouth looked particularly burnt, like it had a fire-eating accident. The teeth and skin were warped by some kind of heat or force, forcing it to always show its teeth. Probably not its natural quirk. Well, that's certainly a mood killer. Before the large Namu could get even 20 steps in, its feet were caked in a strange cement goo which quickly hardened, locking it in place as Gang stepped out armed with their usual array of guns. Stay back, civilian, we'll handle this. Best of luck, and watch out for whatever quirk it's got in the mouth. There, he did his civil duty right as the Namu opened its maw and fired a laser at the Goonies, sending them running for shelter as the Namu slowly broke free and charged again in a new direction. Midoriya was fine to sit back and see how the heroes handled this mess, admiring the view as a particular dragon swooped by fighting against some giant bird. Just how many of the top 10 were here? Oh no, Maruko, where have you been? We've been trying to reach you all day. Gang Orca grabbed the bull Namu by the horns, tilting its head and laser up and forcing it hit nothing. What? How long has this been going on? Maruko was starting to get worried as she counted just how many Nomas there were all over the place, at least 10 and each larger than a human. An hour since the first one was spotted, but the rest came out pretty quickly. Maruko jumped up into the air for a better vantage, then dove into the bull's neck, spinning her entire body and striking the bull in the neck with her heel. Its head snapped upward with one last death throw, firing its laser one last time as Maruko struck the neck a second time to make sure it was dead. What have you been doing? I was taking the day off to see. Wait, it's none of your business, Maruko corrected, jumping off the dead bull and going straight for the next target. Where's the lower rankers? Taking care of the smaller ones. We're trying to lure them into the abandoned part of town to lower the damage. That's why she had accidentally found this mess. Sit. They better not break Gigi's because she wasn't sure how else she would find Ken. Oh sit. Ken. F. Maruko jumped 30 feet into the air, scanning the scene for Ken. She tuned out the Nomas for just a second as she searched, kicking herself for not noticing how bad the fight was. They had just seen a crowd and thought it was something easy like a bank robbery. This might be a threat to the whole city if left unchecked. Nomas were dangerous for tons of reasons. Their bizarre shapes, their inhumane endurance, but the worst part was their regeneration. Combine that with how hard it was to even damage a Namu in the first place, and most heroes couldn't even give Namu long-term injuries. Maruko cursed as she couldn't find his signature stupid hat, diving back down and meeting another Namu. This was another four-legged Namu, something that had been becoming a lot more common recently. It looked like some sort of giant lizard with shell-like armor covering it in layers. It jumped off a building to try and attack her midair, but with all its mass it was too slow to catch the rabbit heroine. She jumped off the monster's own body to gain distance, landing on the side of a building and jumping straight back with another spinning axe kick. Her entire body spun through the air to build momentum before violently crashing into the lizard's head, knocking it out of the air and sending her up higher. The lizard crashed into the road below while Maruko adjusted her position in the air, setting up another spinning axe kick when it raised its head, opening its mouth and spitting something at her. She had to kick through the air to messily dodge the incoming attack, throwing her off balance and making her give up her next attack. She wasn't even sure what it shot at her, but a glob of something zoomed past her with all the precision of a car crash. It had a dark color and smelled ungodly. What the F? Do all of them have some cheap trick? Would they be Namus if they didn't? Gang Orca and his little cronies moved in, anchoring the lizard in place while Gang Orca attacked its body. This is getting ridiculous. Maruko, I'm not strong enough to punch through this armor. Yeah, weakling, just give me a sec. She just wanted a little confirmation about Ken, but she couldn't get that until she crushed these stupid pieces of shit. They were all getting in her way. Wait, she could ask them if they'd seen Ken. They might know where the civilians were being evacuated. With her goal set, Maruko stopped wasting time. She leapt from building to building as she looked for a good angle. Right as Lizard Namu broke its restraints, her first kick came in. Lizard Namu suddenly dashed forward, breaking the cement coating stuff and opening its mouth for another glob of whatever. In the same moment Maruko descended, kicking its head with both feet and driving its whole body into the street. The ground cracked and formed a crater at the impact, trapping it for a moment while giving Gang's Goonies a chance to keep kicking it with whatever that stuff was. Gang, get something sharp. This guy isn't going down from just kicks. She could trap the lizard by slamming her heel into its head over and over, but these kicks didn't seem to have an effect besides knocking the monster around and stunning it for a few seconds. Like, why? I don't care. Use your imagination. Just stab it already. Ugh, this is why I hate working with people. Maruko snarled while driving her heel into the thing's dome, not even denting its strange armor. Hurry up or I'll do it myself. Eventually, Gang Orca brought what used to be a traffic sign that had been snapped in two. Without a word, Maruko grabbed it and planted it on the armored skull, smiling. She raised her leg just as it started to break free, driving both heel and metal down and finally puncturing the stupid beach's armor. It screamed in pain, letting her know she was on the right track as she kicked 3 more times before finally getting through the skull. It writhed for one last moment and spit everywhere, those globs of goo dissolving the road in under a second. That spit was some serious stuff. Maruko massaged her leg, which was a little tired from being used so much in one day, and glanced at Gang Orca. How many of these things are there again? Reports say 11. I'll get changed and keep helping, but I'm looking for an old dude. Dumb hat and no sleeves, bandana over his eyes. Tell me if you see him. Maruko waved goodbye as she searched for a place to put on her leggings. If she had been wearing her leggings, she wouldn't have needed the help, and she wanted to get this done as quickly as possible and make sure Ken was alright. He might be good, but these things were effing monsters. Even All Might had some trouble against the first Namu. What could a normal guy do? Midoriya was having the time of his life. It was like he was dancing with his partner, a perfectly coordinated motion with all movements in sync. Ken was staying with the crowd, just a little bit behind to catch the Namu who moved past the heroes. None of the big ones got this far at least, but the smaller ones were swept up in trying to hit the strange old man who danced with an umbrella. He had 3 partners, all of whom looked suspiciously similar. 4 legs, about the size of a full-grown man, and very dog-like. They only thought to attack with their fangs, which made playing with them easy and predictable. One jumped at him again, the poor pup. Midoriya flipped his umbrella so he was holding the cloth part and gently bashed the thing to one side, wondering if the animal activists were going to come down on the Hero Association for this. It wouldn't be the first time. Another wolf, you know. When he called them wolves, he suddenly felt a lot better about beating them. Another wolf lurched forward to try and body check Midoriya, running in quickly while staying low to the ground. A little too low to the ground as Midoriya jumped on top of the beast and lightly whacked it upside the head. He hopped off the second wolf right as the first and third attacked again, both coming in from the same side. They were charging in while right next to each other and moving so fast. Didn't they know somebody was bound to get hurt when you played rough? Midoriya spun the umbrella again, more for style this time, and struck one in the side of the head, throwing them into each other. He backed this up with a spinning back kick as their momentum carried the dynamic duo straight into his attack, missing him while sending them crashing. The second jumped up, trying to claw and bite him ravenously while he jabbed it in the chest with his umbrella, using just the tip to keep it back. It flailed this way and that, trying to get past the Joker's defense. But the umbrella moved with it, keeping its arms and head high off the ground so it couldn't move properly, kept on the ground just by its hind legs. It snarled and yipped at him. But on its own, it was powerless, too stupid to think of taking a step backward to free itself and then going in for the attack. It was obvious these Namu were much dumber than the one he saw at UA, and possibly even dumber than the ones that he killed in Hasu City. Enough wasting time, pay attention. He noticed more Namus coming, so it was time to finish these 3. He opened the umbrella, throwing the second dog back and then moving his umbrella out of the way as his leg snapped forward, striking it upside the head. There was a snap as its head suddenly turned. The animal caught off guard and killed in one blow. He closed his umbrella, turned to face the 2 remaining Namus, holding the umbrella with a fencing stance. The dogs were slightly out of sync, meaning their attacks wouldn't come at the same time. He could hit the first one. The dogs attacked, one just a step earlier than the other. Instead of hitting the first one though, Midoriya sidestepped into the second attacker and hit it with a thrust, further dividing them. The first animal turned to try and attack him, turning straight into his sidekick. Its neck strained under the force, forcing it to take a step backward as he advanced, still calmly smiling. He drew a thin needle from his pocket, quickly driving it through the creature's eye and into the brain. Snarled and tried to bite him one last time just as Midoriya hit the needle into its brain with a palm strike, then grabbed its head with one hand and threw it at the last currently standing Namu. The large body tripped up its legs, forcing what had once been a charge meant to build up speed as the Namu would bite Midoriya's throat to collapse in on itself. He walked over, stabbing the creature once with another needle through the eye. This time, it was a one-hit kill. He stepped back, looking over his work and drawing out his needles. There were 2 more Namus coming, but he went back to his first kill and stabbed it through the brain. There was a chance with a snapped neck that it wasn't dead, just paralyzed, and letting die that way seemed inhumane. With his work done, the man turned to face his new partners. He had a few dances in him still. Maruko chased a giant frog thing around the scene, constantly getting closer before it suddenly turned around and forced her to take cover before it opened its mouth. As its mouth opened, there was a giant blast of air, breaking apart anything it hit like cardboard. While it didn't hurt her, that attack did send her flying when she was hit by it, and she wasn't a fan. She jumped back out and got her 15th hit on the dumb effer, finally breaking one of its legs and forcing the fat beach to stop running everywhere. Maruko was completely out of patience at this point and annoyed in just how spongy these Nomus were. It's like they were designed to beat me. Such a pain in the ass. You're not the only one having trouble, you know. Gang Orca was wrestling. She didn't even want to know what that thing was. Whatever it was wrapping around him, but neither one seemed to be actually doing anything to each other, just tangling while trying to get an advantage. Where's Ryukyu anyway? I haven't seen her since the start. Maruko jumped out of the way of another air blast right as Ryukyu swooped by, while still fighting the same effing bird. Ryukyu. What the F? Why are you still on your first Namu? I'll trade you anytime, Maruko. Right as Ryukyu went to hit the giant bird, its body was covered in flames, burning Ryukyu while the bird body slammed her. It wasn't serious damage. None of these Namus were capable of that, but they were capable of making a big mess. Maruko grumbled and looked at her 4th Namu, the frog thing that was about to fire its last air blast. Its mouth opened wide right as she punted a dumpster into its mouth, the air blast hitting the dumpster and shredding the Namu from the inside out. Seriously, just how dumb are these things? They're not dangerous, they're just annoying. Has anyone actually been injured by these things? A few civilians. Gang Orca body slammed into a wall, briefly stunning what might have been some sort of octopus monster during the evacuation. Otherwise, yeah, I get it. Stop wasting your breath. Maruko looked for the next Namu, muttering as it immediately jumped out at her. Some weird rat. Kind of looked like a rat. Ryukyu, don't you have some kid following you around? Where'd she go? Someone has to take care of the smaller Namu. Ryukyu was in a strange wrestling match with her Namu, unable to get a good hold by its constant burning right until a giant rat was punted through the air and clubbed the dumb bird upside the head. Both of them went downwards while Maruko jumped through the air, getting a free dropkick on the bird and knocking it unconscious before switching back to the rat. And someone's supposed to take care of the big ones too. Hurry up. Maruko was still annoyed that, out of the 8 Namu they had beaten so far, she had to take down 5. Seriously, what was the point of a team when even the top picks were this weak? Are you done with the tentacles thing yet? Gang Orca threw the octopus Namu at the bird Namu, using the bird's flaming body to finally deal some real damage to it. Almost. Does anyone have a visual on the last one? Ryukyu landed atop the bird one, gritting her teeth and biting its head off at the neck to finally finish her first. Not yet, but they seem to come out when the last one's defeated. Do you think the league is testing us? No way, I wasn't even supposed to be here. She jumped up to the rat, going in for the crushing kick when it suddenly disappeared, reappearing right in front of her and attacking before she could get a good hit in. She hit the rat with a knee strike instead of trying to finish a now bad attack, breaking them apart. What's with all the animals? Usually, they have less of a theming than this. If I see the league, I'll ask them. Gang Orca finally got the octopus to burn to death on the body with a couple dozen throws and some of those glue guns. Both of you, focus. Hey, have you seen that guy yet? Maruko was focused. It was just a matter of debate if she was focused on the right thing. Your hat guy. No, I've been kind of busy. Gang Orca wasn't even finished for 10 seconds before the last reported Namu burst on the scene. A humanoid with completely black skin and a big eye on its chest, running straight for the finned hero and attacking with a barrage of punches. Well, I found that non-animal you were wondering about, Maruko. Gee, thanks. Maruko snarked as she stepped up for another kick as the rat disappeared again, moving back 20 feet and making her swing at empty air. Damn, what is this, teleporting or just really fast? With how stupid it is there really a difference? The rat had, unfortunately, backed straight into Ryukyu, who crushed it with both claws. It began to vibrate quickly as it tried to escape, answering the speed versus teleport debate. Maruko walked up and kicked the thing once, caving its head in. Seriously, what's with these Namu? They're so annoying. This was the most fun the man had in a long time as it jumped over a tail. The Namu screeched, swinging both its claws erratically. Each time the claws approached, though, they were knocked aside by an umbrella with a small laugh. The Namu was humanoid if a little large. It seemed to have some sort of lizard mutation quirk if its scales and tail were anything to go off of. More interestingly, the lizard quirk seemed to be its first quirk, as it actually knew how to fight with them and actively used them. The tail was the hardest limb to deal with because it couldn't be deflected like the claws. The man stepped right next to it, just inches apart. It tried to swing at him, but with just one sidestep its own body was in the way. It tried to spin around to attack with its tail, but the man skipped along to stay in front of it while kicking out one of its legs, making the tail strike turn into a tail spin. The Namu spun in a complete circle without hitting a thing, falling over. It tried to stand, was helped up by the man, who graciously grabbed it by the arm and threw it backward, helping him up and off the ground entirely before sending him crashing back down into the wall face first. The Namu grabbed its face on instinct and turned right into a spinning back kick. The Namu stumbled back and tried to put up a defense, breathing in and creating sparks of electricity in its mouth before being whipped in the side of the head by an umbrella, taking it off balance and making it lean forward. As it leaned forward, the man dropped the umbrella and put his weight on the back of its neck, keeping the Namu facing the ground while he kept going for leg sweeps. The man would try to sweep the Namu's legs. The Namu would take a step back to dodge. This went on for 3 swings before they hit a wall, with Namu unable to go back any further. It prepared to be knocked down right as the man switched it up, wrapping an arm around the lizard's neck and kicking him in the stomach while standing up. The kick did send him up as the man's arms tightened to form the noose, one arm grabbing the lizard's head right as the Namu began to fall. Crack. It was a clean kill, ending the fight in under 20 seconds. He kicked the umbrella with one foot, sending it flying into the air and flipping a few times before he caught it. Sometimes, a little fanciness was fun, but there were a few more Namu who might reach the civilians. It was time to be professional. He might not believe in heroes anymore, but he could still pretend to be one. The last guy was getting absolutely torn apart by Maruko and Gang Orca. Ryukyu hung back since a giant dragon fighting someone who was just over 7 feet tall would probably just cause more destruction than it prevented. Maruko kicked him into the air and Gang Orca headbutted it as it came down, finishing the Namu off. Any more of these things? Maruko stomped on the Namu one more time, making sure it was unconscious. Just the small ones, but it seems like they're getting wrapped up too. Gang Orca started talking with his little groupies, planning out what they were going to do next. Ugh, thank God. Later, Maruko jumped over to a light post that she had left her bag on, grabbing it and making sure her regular clothes were fine. Are you in a rush? We've got a few things to wrap up here. Paperwork and dealing with the police if she stuck around. No way, she didn't know the next time she'd get to see Ken. She'd just add the papers to her to-do pile and finish it when she had a second. Yeah, have fun with it. Hey, have you seen Ken? She glanced around for the old man, but she still wasn't seeing anything. These Nama might have been annoying for the pros, but how would a civilian do? She wanted to make sure he was alright. He's got an umbrella and the weird hat. And he's the guy you wanted to meet in that bar. Oh, and a bandana over his eyes. Have you seen him anywhere? Ryukyu gave her a weird look, but one of Orca's groupies stepped up. The civilians were evacuated towards the police line, so he should be that way. And she took off running before he was even done. Midoriya cleaned off his shoe, checking it. Spotless. He stepped back off of the Namu he was using as a footstool and checked his work, then headed away from the dozens of bodies while putting back on his straw hat. It had been a good exercise and a fun fight. Oddly enough, he hadn't had fun while fighting for a long, long time. When was the last time they had enjoyed themselves so much? Was it the time he fought Kaminari as a final? He had lost that fight, but it had been pretty fun. No, maybe it was when he fought that blue-haired girl. She was terrible at fighting, but seeing her learn and grow throughout the fight had really made his day, even if his shoulder was broken. Midoriya chuckled while rubbing his right shoulder, feeling a phantom pain at the memory. Oh, sir, I need you to come here, please. Someone interrupted his musings, a blue-haired. Oh, with their luck, they really should have seen this coming. Standing in front of them was that blue-haired girl from UA, whose name he didn't bother to memorize because she had done so terribly at the beginning of the fight. If he had his notebook he could look her up, but right now he was just drawing a blank, which made his disguise better, so he didn't push it and complied. There's a Namo attack in the area. Really? Thank you, miss. It sure is a big help. Wraith's eyes snapped to something moving in the distance, emerging from the sewers. Their home turf. Long and black, too large to be natural. How goes the fight? We're mostly done and then you'll be on your way. The creature changed directions, lurching dozens of meters in a second. If it didn't have such a long way to move, Wraith couldn't have properly dodged, leaving the blue-haired girl alone in its attack path. The large object was some sort of snake, but it had a lot more teeth than normal along with red teeth. Probably its quirk. Nejire, was that her name? Nejire flew up and over the snake while attacking it, but the attacks couldn't seem to get a good hit on its long body. Its teeth gnashed as they tried to find purchase, but Nejire kept evading it by going higher and higher until pursuing her was no longer reasonable. The snake seemed to agree with Midoriya's analysis as it switched targets to the only other thing in the area, him. Now that Wraith could see the big guy coming, dodging was easy. The snake was clearly venomous and was physically incapable of attacking with anything other than its mouth, unlike the other Nomas who attacked with their mouths because they were idiots. He was willing to bet this one also had some sort of breath attack. From what he had seen, everyone so far did. The snake's body was about as wide as Wraith's own shoulder span, give or take the clothes off his back. It slid around quickly, trying to attack from interesting angles, but it only had one mouth. Wraith used the snake's own body as a defense, hopping over and dancing around it, forcing it to make many quick short movements instead of large long ones. The staccato pace with constant changing was harder to think through, and led to the snake attacking the wrong thing a few times before it sat back and watched him for a moment. This Nama was at least smarter than the others. Most Nomas would just attack until either exhausted or he got bored and ended it. This one was different from the wolves from before. It was even different from Maruko. It knew restraint. They stared each other down for just a moment before Midoriya replied. A fight, a real fight, was a conversation. Before, while fighting the earlier Nomas, the conversations had been brief and one-sided. This, however, could be a real battle. Wraith stepped forward while swinging the umbrella with his right, performing a basic drawing cut with the dull stick. The snake retreated backward to avoid the blow, circling around him to the left and away from that umbrella before striking again. Its head snapped forward with a single sudden move, striking for Wraith's body faster than he could react. It was not, however, faster than he could predict. Out of all the limbs to attack, the only part that made sense was either the left arm or chest, so to make sure the snake attacked his body, he kept his left close to his body. When the snake started moving, Wraith moved as well, sidestepping the attack and letting the snake's head move past him while he struck once with the umbrella. It dully smacked against the back of the snake's head as it turned to attack again, then kept turning as Wraith kept moving around it while striking the head with precise staccato moves. His blows were weak, but they were constantly pecking at the Namu's defenses, trying to find a weak point. They had this brief exchange of blows for about 10 seconds, exchanging the better part of 30 blows between the two of them, with Wraith striking twice for every time the snake attempted to strike once. Now, the snake broke off again. It wasn't seriously injured, it was just an umbrella after all, but it was smart. It seemed to sense that Wraith was just about to get serious, moving away from the girl and drawing the sword hidden inside its umbrella. This conversation hadn't been long, but it was much better than most he had. The snake seemed to smile as it slithered away towards where Ken and Neji was at Najira. No, that sounded much worse. Maybe it was Nejire. Well, now he was off topic. Whatever her name was, she was as useless as a bucket of gasoline in a forest fire. All she did was hold him back. She had kept attacking the snake, but those attacks hadn't done anything. The snake Namu was too low to the ground to be knocked over, too dense to be moved, and too smooth for pushing attacks to do anything. She could hit it every time, sure, but those hits didn't do anything. Still, she tried her best and he wanted to get a move on, so no point in dawdling. He had places to go. Like Gigi's. Well, that doesn't seem good. Still, I'm glad it ran off. I thought I was a goner. Midoriya remembered to play the part of the innocent bystander a little bit towards the end. But he didn't want to get eaten or dodge forever, so he did need to fight back. It was still an efficient fighting back at least. If they had been trying, they could have drawn the sword and ended it in one slice. No, forget the sword. A needle in the eye and a palm strike. Are you all right, miss? Yup, I'm a hero after all. And she didn't notice it. Midoriya had forgotten his complaints with her from their fight. Wraith didn't. She was too annoying to forget. She didn't take things seriously and overlooked problems. Plus she had the fighting skill of a toddler with a gun. Her quirk was powerful. A shame she's the one who got it. And are you all right? Those were some serious moves. I am fine, but I think you should be a little more worried about the heroes. After all, they might not know about that Namu. He heavily hinted at what she was supposed to do now that the Namu left. Notify the pros so that they could take care of it. Should have just outright told her, but that might give away they knew more than they were letting on. I think I can find my way to the police line from here, miss. Thanks for your help. Yep, stay safe, Gramps. Gramps, how old did he look? Everyone called him old, but he never did wrinkle makeup. He just had some gray hair because that wig was so cheap it was easier to buy it in hair dye than get a normal one. They should stop wasting time and get a move on. It looked like she got the message. If she didn't, didn't matter. Midoriya stopped standing around and went off to that police line, just in case Maruko wanted to keep going after this mess. This whole business seemed a little random, but so far none of it directly affected him. Nobody died other than Namu, and the heroes were in complete control. However, Gigi's bar was in this district. If he found out the Nomus broke that, so the coward could get motivated, well, if they cross-wraith there'd be blood, over something that was very stupid and inconsequential. If fighting over stupid things didn't sum them up, nothing would. Maruko punted a Namu off the street, scowling as she watched it fly. Now they were almost wrapped up and let the police sort out of the unconscious ones. The dead stuff could be cleaned up later. Right now they were worried about Namu's waking up and starting more trouble. Hey, I heard there's a good bar around here. Gang Orca finished the last Namu and stepped back, looking over his work. My gang will be heading there to celebrate finishing this job. Does anyone else want to come? I could go for some good food. Everything still tastes like that bird. Ryukyu shook her head. It was a little no. It was a very petty complaint, but she hated biting things because of the flavor. Villains were usually dirty, and back in her beginner days, she had thrown up on more than one occasion after being forced to bite a villain. It at least made sure she'd never go too far. Nope, have fun. Maruko immediately took off again. The last time she started running, she immediately ran into a small Namu, then another, and it just escalated from there. Maruko had taken down most of the Nomus on the scene in an attempt to stop taking down Namus. Now though, she got to run free of Namu harassment now that they were all dead. The police would come back later to sweep all the dead stuff up since Namus were a little too big for bota bags, but she could easily evade the mess with a few hops. The other heroes watched her leave for a moment before returning to work. Soon, Nejire arrived on the scene with a smile on her face. Hey, guys, have you seen a big snake? Another Namu. Ryukyu looked worried but shook her head. I'm afraid not. Why? Oh, I just figured it either ran into one of you guys or someone dangerous. I got attacked by this huge snake, but when I followed it I found this alleyway covered with blood, but there wasn't anything else in it, so I figured the snake accidentally hit something stronger than it. Well, with no report on it and no cameras, the police will have to scan for it. We'll be told as soon as it's found. Ryukyu spoke through the process of finding a missing villain more to herself than to Nejire and refocused on a less important issue. Oh, Gang Orca is celebrating finishing this job by going out to eat at. It's called Gigi's Bar. There, do you want to come along with them? We'll be close to more heroes if they find that snake tonight. Sure, Nejire wasn't too worried about the snake. With all the blood she had found, she was sure it was dead. After all, that random old guy had come from that way and he was fine. What were the odds there was just a random spot of blood? Maruko arrived at the police line having only stopped to change outfits, quickly scanning the crowd to try and pick out a certain craft old bastard who she thought might have slipped away while she wasn't looking. She told herself that if she couldn't find him here, he was definitely at Gigi's already because she didn't want to think about the alternative. Old man, where are you? She muttered that last line, but thinking about it, there were over 40 Namu. It wasn't out of place for random civilians to get hurt by these things. Old man, you wound me. Slightly away from the crowd and smiling coyly, Ken leaned against a wall as he played with his umbrella. I've got a name, you know, Ms. Yuzujiyama. Why are you shouting? Oh, shut up. Come on, let's go to that bar place. Maruko wrapped an arm around Ken and laughed, pulling him along with a big smile. It ate the first dead animals it found quickly, then slipped into the sewers before the strange blue one even started chasing after it. After its body transformed, breaking and reforming with strange new limbs, it crept its way back to the topside and grabbed the other Namu's corpses one by one, dragging them under for more food. The first bodies it had swallowed whole, but after gaining the wolf's jaws it tore the carcasses apart, transforming more and more with every piece it consumed. By the time it had gotten to Bird Namu, its serpentine form had been completely shed. What had once been the snake Namu finished devouring the bird and rose, snarling as its body snapped and broke apart, slowly forming wings piece by piece. Its first steps were shambling as it walked through the sewers, crushing walls and tearing apart pipes as it picked up the last body, the humanoid Namu, and starting to make its way out. The final Namu snarled as it slowly gained better control over its limbs. Sorting through the recent string of memories, it could remember things it hadn't experienced, like a strange rabbit who killed it over and over, driving a piece of metal through its head, kicking its head off, crushing its skull, so many deaths over and over. It moved out of the sewer slowly while dragging the body in its fangs, its new sentience locked onto that image of that rabbit. It had eaten so much, but it was still hungry. It knew the perfect meal to test its new fangs on, though. It could still smell a little rabbit, and snakes did love a good hunt. Midoriya and Maruko walked together down to Gigi's bar with light conversation, neither focusing on the recent strange burst of activity with the appearance of Nomus. He'd have to ask AFO what those were about when he went to see the big potato, since creating a bunch of Namus with breath quirks seemed a strange thing to waste quirks on. Still, right now he was just random civilian number 2 billion, Ken, so he kept those thoughts in his head as they entered Gigi's bar. To be honest, he was starting to get sick of their food. He'd been eating there too much, so he might as well get something different and mix it up this time. The pair sat down at the bar and opened menus, with Midoriya scanning it for anything that sounded appetizing. Hey Ken, what do you do for fun? Another random filler question as Maruko tried to know more about Ken. Even if Ken was a made-up person, Midoriya could sprinkle in truth to make it more convincing. Just the sort of stuff we did today. Maruko shot him an amused glance. Jumping around like that at your age, isn't retirement supposed to be about relaxing? It's about doing what you enjoy. Also, who are you calling old? Have you seen your hair? She lightly punched him in the arm for that dumb joke, then focused on the menu again. I enjoyed today. Thanks, old. She abruptly cut herself off but didn't finish the sentence, leaving it hanging over the mood. No problem, MS. Oh, shut up. She shook her head at his antics, but the mood was alleviated as they picked their meals and ordered. He wasn't sure why Maruko had spent so long thinking over the menu when she ordered the same thing as usual, but he remembered the wise words he once read on a mug in a shop. Don't try to understand women. Women understand women and they hate each other. It's the same reason he never tried to read into all of her antics. He heard a loud crowd arrive and smiled. Gigi's usually didn't get large crowds, and he was glad they were getting some business. Midoriya pulled his chair up a little further to be out of their way as they went to a booth. Maruko. He recognized that voice. Don't be so dramatic. Midoriya recognized it too and also hated it. Both Maruko and Midoriya turned to look at Gang Orca. That giant oaf couldn't throw a proper punch to save his life and had hit Yamato. His punches couldn't be that bad if he hit Yamato. Also, they were civilians right now. Focus on looking dumb and innocent instead of getting even for a sword. I thought you didn't want to come to Gigi's. Well, I didn't. It's not my fault this time, Ken. So the little rabbit did remember they had a real name and weren't just called Old Man. Wraith was idly tapping Yamato's handle, wondering just how many heroes he could actually kill in the first second. With such close quarters and a sturdy surface to kick off, he could probably kill all in one swing if he was fast enough. But then he'd have to kill Sazu, the bartender, too. Revenge could wait. Yeah, and now which one of them was complaining about fighting over stupid things? Midoriya buried all that annoyance and smiled straight through, focusing on Gang Orca. Hello, were you fighting those monsters earlier with Maruko? Thank you for protecting the city. I was just doing my job. And you are, Ken. They shook hands. Then Midoriya flicked his head to Sazu behind the bar. But you're probably here to eat, not talk with strangers. Enjoy your food, sir. You too. Actually, do you want to eat with us? Offers still open. Midoriya's eyes flicked through the group. It was Gang Orca's entire team, which was a pretty massive amount of people, plus some B-listers. Like, why did they know every single hero? Seriously, some of these weaklings were ranked in the hundreds. How and why the F did they know every single hero here? Midoriya ignored Wraith's speeching and went to turn down the giant when Maruko spoke up for him. Nope, we're just here to relax. Have fun though, and I might join you later. Oh yeah, if you weren't done with that octopus, maybe the chef can whip something up for you. Maruko snickered at some sort of inside joke, for once not being annoying and actually doing what he wanted. He was amazed. They both were. Wraith really didn't think Maruko had it in her. You're not going to keep bringing that up, are you? Gang Orca rose to his full height as he stared down at Maruko, but that just made her smile even more smugly. Only as long as it's funny, so yeah. She turned back to the counter and grabbed her water, drinking it. Have fun. Ryukyu, you better keep messing with him. I'll check when I get over there. He didn't even notice the blue gumball and her boss come in since they were at the back of the group. There were a lot of tall people in his defense. Ryukyu rolled her eyes as she walked past, but the annoying gumball stared at him for a moment. She was probably trying to figure out how they knew each other, but with her memory, she probably already forgot him. The crowd moved past, filtering into the larger rooms to eat around a larger table with their large group. Ken breathed out, speaking with a small smile. Thank you, Usajiyama. I just didn't want to waste time with those extras. Don't overthink it, Ken. She played with her glass of water with her usual confident smile. Do you have something on your mind still? Probably. I was seriously worried about you when I found out how big the attack was. Oh, you were doing your hero duty and being concerned over a citizen. Yup, it's weird, cause in the moment I totally forgot how many times you beat me. Maruko set down her water and leaned back. I'm not sure if you could take on Namus though. It's pretty scary, and an old man like you might have a heart attack fighting those ugly bastards. Yes, if nothing else they look quite scary. Ken laughed it off and refocused. I'm always glad a hero is concerned over my safety at least. Hey, what do you think we do? Fight. Maruko did something a little foreign to her for once and tried to read the situation. Ken was still smiling, but it didn't feel the same. There was something going on here and she wasn't quite sure it was good. Is there a difference? Intent. He definitely had this strange air of melancholy as he spoke, but in the next moment, it disappeared entirely, making her wonder if it was just his misreading the situation. But enough complaints about heroism from someone who could never be a professional hero. We're here to celebrate and enjoy ourselves. So, Ms. Usajiyama. Oh, let me get that leaf for you. Oh, shut up. Ryukyu carefully picked through the food, a beacon of quiet and calm in the otherwise free-for-all that their dining room had become. Next to her, Nejire snatched bits of food and happily partook in conversations. Their group had single-handedly filled most of the restaurant with just how large it was. It seemed most of the heroes had decided to tag along, and that meant that the press was probably going to arrive soon. Ryukyu wanted to enjoy her food before they got here for whatever they were interested in. Probably another news report on the Namu. And oh, he's the old man from the alleyway. Nejire suddenly snapped up, then smiled brightly. I knew I recognized him. Who and what are you talking about, Nejire? Ryukyu looked at her pupil's sudden outburst with confusion as she continued to slowly eat. That guy sitting next to Maruko. I met him when the Namu fight was wrapping up. He showed up right before the snake thing did. She grabbed a chopstick like it was some kind of sword and swung it around as she spoke. He jumped back and I was all confused for a second. Then a giant snake came flying at me. Then when the snake tried to attack him, he started dancing circles around it and whacked it. He what? Ryukyu tried to piece together what her apprentice was talking about. But instead getting of answers, she was getting more confused. The snake tried to bite him and he just stepped right over it and kept hitting it. Then the snake ran away cause I kept blasting it while the old guy hit it. The old guy was hitting the snake Namu. With what? His umbrella. He had an umbrella cause it's raining. Wait, no it wasn't. I could have sworn his umbrella was wet. Nejire thought about it for a second before shrugging it off and returning her thoughts to the meal. Her small mystery solved. What Ryukyu slowly tried to work it out. So Ken had been there today. He was probably with Maruko. She did say she was looking for him. Ryukyu assumed he'd be with the civilians, but it sounded like he was just walking around while the Namu were rampaging, without getting injured. And that Namu, Nejire-chan, was that snake fast? Oh, it was super fast. It could cross this whole building in like a second, and it attacked you. But before it even got to you, Ken, that old man dodged it. Yeah, he did. Weird. And the snake kept attacking him, but he kept dodging. He didn't just dodge everything. He dodged everything while hitting it with his umbrella. He took a really weird stance though. Nejire stopped holding her chopstick with two hands like some kind of sword, instead pointing it ahead with one hand at what could best be described as a fencing stance. ... like this. And he kept jabbing at its eyes too. He hit them like 3 times. Every time that snake attacked, he'd hit back twice, and sometimes he'd hit it before it even got to attack. And did the snake slow down? Nope, it went even faster. It was like a blur. ... But the old man was faster at both attacking and dodging. Yeah, he was. That's weird. I might go ask him. Nejire got up to ask the strange old man but was stopped by Ryukyu. Just wait a minute. He's eating right now too, and it would be rude to disturb him. Nonsense. Conversation's half of a good meal. Nejire was being a little too bubbly for her own good. At least the person sitting on Ryukyu's other side, Gang Orca, was picking up on this. Did anyone notice the old man who was sitting at the bar during the fight? Gang Orca's voice carried loudly through the room over the other rambling. Most people shook their heads and went back to talking to each other, but a few of his own men stuck up. Yeah, we saw him by the bull Namu. He recognized it had a quirk in its mouth before we did. But last we saw him, he was heading to the civilian line. They were saying he went straight to the civilian line after they met the bull Namu. But there was easily 10 minutes between the bull Namu appearing and Nejire's report of the snake Namu. If someone wanted to go straight from the fight to the safe zone, a little past where Nejire said she found Ken, it wouldn't take 10 minutes. Ken should have already been behind the police line and out of the fight by the time the snake Namu showed up, but he wasn't. Instead, he was still in the area, and he looked unharmed, even after going toe-to-toe with a Namu that Nejire thought was fast. Analyzing quirks and fighting at what was probably at least the level of a top 100 hero was impressive. But what made it so strange was that she had never heard of Ken before this. Had she? Ryukyu picked through her memories for anyone Ken could be but couldn't think of anyone. If he was a hero, he wasn't Japanese. Gang Orca was also interested in the mysterious old man just outside their room, sharing a glance with the Dragoon hero. Their thoughts weren't far apart about Ken and his strange feats, though most were probably a little exaggerated. Still, the truth behind them would be pretty interesting and made her want to talk to Maruko's crush a little more. Please excuse me for a moment. Ryukyu left the table and assured Nejire that she'd ask that weird old man about what the young heroine had seen. She left their room and walked back to the bar side to find a giddily smiling Maruko and no Ken. Just the genuine smile of Maruko gave her enough whiplash to do a double take. Maruko, are you all right? Maruko quickly cleared her smile and stood up confidently, assuming her usual confident demeanor. I'm fine. Course I'm fine. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. I was just looking for Ken. Where is he? Ryukyu didn't miss the slight jump at Ken's name but didn't feel like pointing it out to the temperamental heroine. Ryukyu also didn't miss that Maruko was at a bar and drinking water instead of drowning in booze, but that was a question she wasn't sure deserved to even be asked. Oh, he left a minute ago. He said he's still got business to take care of. Must be a Wednesday thing. Same thing happened last week. And, in contrast to when Ken's name was mentioned, his absence made her droop just a touch. It was interesting to watch but didn't actually do anything useful, unlike what Maruko actually said. When did he leave? 10 minutes ago. No, just a minute or two ago. Are you guys still eating over there? I think I'll join you guys. Sure, have a great time, and thanks for the help. Ryukyu hastily left. She had a lot of questions to ask the mysterious old man from today on top of the questions she wanted to ask from last week, so now she was determined to sort them out. If he had just left a minute ago, she shouldn't have too hard of a time finding him. Midoriya held his box of leftovers in one hand and Yamato in the other. He'd take the sewers eventually, but he didn't want to ruin the food. So, instead, he was walking back. Well, walking was a relative term. Each step sent him flying across the ground as he moved, bracing his foot against his chest to keep it safe while he dashed. His eyes were mostly focused on the road, so he wasn't entirely sure what suddenly moved towards him from his left side until after his body rolled out of the way and slowed. A large Namu that looked like some sort of insect. Its entire body was misty like a finger painting, appearing smeared and slightly distorted. It was about the size of a large dog, and its armor would prove difficult to beat with either an umbrella or traditional sword. How flashy did they want to go? How simple. One shadowy figure scampered towards the other, propelled only by its base instincts. Its charge was interrupted though as an umbrella came down and batted its head to one side, the taller figure sidestepping the insect and its pincers while crushing one of its legs underfoot in the same step. The strange alien shape tried to turn and face its speedier opponent, but it was too close to the monster, which moved alongside it to stay out of range of those mandibles. It kept close as it extended one hand and drove its thumb into the ant's eye socket, gouging it out in one quick jab. There was a brief cry before the monster's claws latched onto the new hole in the ant's head, gripping it and suddenly turning its head sharply. There was a single snap as the ant's body loosened for just a moment before tightening again. Wraith punted the ant along, opening a sewer grate with the umbrella and kicking it inside. then spared a moment to check his food. A little smushed, but he managed to kill the thing with only one hand, so he didn't have to drop his food. Always a plus side. He heard the next creatures before he saw them, calmly rising and kicking the sewer grate shut as he walked out of the middle of the road. A few more dances. For a guy like me, you're so thoughtful. He walked to the edge of the sidewalk and put down his food and umbrella, not sparing the strange figures who emerged out of the shadows a glance. I didn't think the heroes would save me any. How polite. I was confused why the Namu were attacking one by one. He could count 3 large Namu. A large bird was perched above the buildings, something dark that naturally blended into the dark sky. A lizard that was crawling along the walls, staring him down. Finally, the last one was some sort of 4-legged mammal. Maybe a pig. Those thoughts were irrelevant. Clear your mind, he sighed, rubbing his head as he walked back into the middle of the road with his umbrella in one hand. But now, and I thought I was supposed to be retired. Still, isn't retirement about enjoying yourself? The mystery opened its eyes and grinned from ear to ear, facing all his opponents at once with pure confidence. The hat fell off the stranger's head as he moved forward, breathing in slowly. There was a strange current on the air, a feeling of bloodlust so palpable it could stop a man dead in his tracks. The monsters did not wait this time, attacking all at once. Talons flashed, claws glinted, and tusks gnashed as everything bolted towards the slowly meandering figure, his steps loudly ringing out through the soft breeze. It was a quiet night. There were no screams this time. No dramatic glances between allies or flashy moves, just 3 demons approaching the devil. The strange man's hand locked around his saya, his right lightly caressing the familiar handle. His left gently tapped the side of the trigger underneath an umbrella's guise as the beasts moved closer. Their movements were all in sync. The jump of the lizard, the charge of the boar, and the flap of the bird's wings all in tune to the mystery's slow steps, unconcerned as danger approached rapidly from all sides. His face was as calm and confident as ever with a slight playful smile stuck on, clearly enjoying every drawn-out moment of this dance. From above, the crow swooped down with talons extended, the smartest animal, attacking with a part of its body that wouldn't crash into the other animals. His deep breath stopped as his lungs reached their peak, his hips dropping back as stopped in place just a step closer to the gigantic boar than the rest. From one side, the largest beast charged without regard for the rest. Its massive size would crush the others if they got in its way. There was no point in restraint. Fingers firmly locked onto the umbrella as his hips dropped and his back straightened, making minute adjustments to his grip on the umbrella. From the last side, the lizard dove down. It would strike first and leave the others to hit each other, taking out the smaller target in a single strike. And then, as the hat hit the ground, a single gunshot pierced the night as it began to rain red. Ryukyu checked with the bartender one last time, just to see if he knew where Ken lived. With some vague directions of where Ken was probably heading from the bar, she set out to try and find the mysterious old man. It was getting dark and not all of the streetlights were working. There were a lot of homeless people in the area, and the streets were filthy. People matched her gaze with cruel expressions at the best of times. Some of these people looked dead on their feet. After a minute of walking aimlessly, Ryukyu figured nothing could be lost by trying to talk to them. She was looking for Ken right now, but these were issues and topics she could bring up later at the next Hero Association meeting. She approached the closest person, very aware that she wasn't as recognizable right now because she had switched her clothes before they got to the bar. She wasn't obviously a hero, which usually gave her a layer of protection even before she entered the top. She wasn't worried about getting injured in a fight. She was worried about the injuries she'd make if she fought. This place seemed to be held together by sheer force of effort, and if she accidentally brushed against a building, it would probably collapse. That meant she'd have to hold back a lot. Ryukyu at least could try to appear friendly as she approached a group with a smile and wave. "Excuse me, I'm looking for someone around here. Did you see an old man pass by while you wan with Ken, huh?" Their glares were all focused on her in an instant. It was so weird to see such raw contempt, especially in her line of work, but wait, she had to focus too. They knew his name. I had some questions for him. No, that sounded like she was trying to arrest him. Ryukyu thought through what she knew about Ken and these people. They did know each other obviously, but beyond that, these people were willing to stick up for him. They either liked him or owed him a favor. And for this many people to owe one person a favor, he had to have done something pretty big. On the other hand, Maruko said Ken had single-handedly fought entire gangs, so he could just be sort of pseudo-vigilante. So long as he didn't use his quirk, he technically wasn't a vigilante, but what he'd be doing was definitely in the spirit of vigilantism. Ryukyu only took a moment to think of a response because she didn't want to look too suspicious. But even thinking about how suspicious something sounded was suspicious. I wanted to ask him for some lessons. He's really good at martial arts. Have you seen him fight? She just stole Maruko's reason, since it was a real reason for someone at least. Most of them still stared at her, but one spoke up. He's heading to the old metro right now. You might catch him if you're quick. Thank you. Where is that? They managed to look even more annoyed at her, just when she thought they were as unfriendly as they could be. One pointed, at least offering her a little help. She thanked them again and ran off after Ken, trying to navigate the dark streets while trying to read what few road signs were still in place. This place was seriously like something out of a post-apocalypse. Signs were broken and entire buildings were abandoned. The streets were cracked, and animals moved through the alleyways. Ryukyu took a breath in and a step back as a Namu moved straight past her, running across the road towards something. She turned to look in that direction and could vaguely make out other creatures moving towards the same area. She slapped herself on the wrist for not joining the heroes who were supposed to sweep the area for more Namu after the fight as she chased after them, grabbing her phone and calling Nejire, who should have still been at the bar. She could get Gang Orca and Maruko to come and help her while she held the Nomus back. A single gunshot pierced the night as there were 3 unearthly screams in a single moment, making her cover her ears from the sudden outburst of noise. The Namu seemed to flinch back for a moment before dashing forward, moving even faster as it switched from walking on 2 legs to walking on all 4, screaming as it charged. Ryukyu recovered from her moment of surprise as ran after it, ditching her jacket to more easily transform into her larger form. Yamato's gun sheath launched his blade straight into his swing, giving the mystery enough power to cut through all 3 Namu with ease. As the gunshot still rang out against the buildings, the gigantic lizard outpaced all the other Namu and appeared before him, claws ready to try and tear the old man apart with a single swing. In a single swing, though, it was not the old man but the lizard Namu who was cut apart in one move, the old man stepping past its swinging arms and cutting its head off at the neck. The boar and bird Nomus would have arrived at the same time, crushing him from separate directions, so he deliberately stepped towards the pig to kill it just a moment before the bird arrived. In the same drawing strike he used to behead the lizard, his blade spun through the air, slicing the charging boar's throat in one stroke while the mystery stepped past the rampaging giant, literally stepping off the boar as he dodged to best strike down the final Namu. Finally, that lucky bird. He kicked off the large pig's body, jumping over the bird's talons and cleaving its neck in 2 with a single slice. The bird had tried to pull away at the last moment, but all it could do was flap backward once as its head flew through the air before messily landing on the ground. And then the world returned to normal speed. The now headless lizard flopped to the ground, the boar trampled the already dead lizard, and the bird fell from the sky limply. The 3 Namu all made sounds as they twitched one last time, trying to survive for just a moment longer before each gave into the cold one by one. Ken landed roughly atop the pile of corpses, smiling as he looked over his work. This had been the most fun he had in a fight in a while. Testing his swordsmanship for a single hit, the boar was still kicking. The giant pig slammed its hooves into the ground, snarling through the blood as it turned toward its attacker and got stabbed straight through the eye. Ken stood before it, completely calm as he shoved the sword up to the handle through the Namu's skull without even bothering to turn the sword on. He didn't need to. The boar barely twitched as the sword punctured through the eye and into the creature's brain, killing it completely in one simple stroke. Its regeneration did its best to try and fix the eye, but it seemed its best was not enough as the giant fell first from 4 legs to 3, then 2, and finally collapsed as its legs gave out from underneath it. Ken stepped around the falling pig's body like it was a large puddle in the middle of the street, completely relaxed as he flicked his sword free of the pig's skull with one motion. The blood splattered across the ground as Ken took a step back, appraising his 3 kills while slowly sheathing his sword before laughing. How delightful. More playmates. He didn't even have to look to know that there were more coming. He could hear them running and screaming. The Nomus seemed to be forming some sort of hierarchy now and actually responded to each other. They really had come a long way from the mess in Hasu City. He heard some of the Nomus and Hasu even attacked each other, but these seemed much more unified. An excellent method for an army, but Ken tossed his umbrella over next to his food and stretched his arms as he stood over the corpses. Come on, I've got a few dances in me still. Ryukyu was prepared to transform and was even on the phone to call for backup when she arrived on the scene itself and saw a war zone. 3 Namu were dead on the ground and 5 who were alive at the moment, all focused on attacking a single figure. Humanoid Nomus, animalistic Nomus, everyone tried to attack one person all at once, a strange shadow who danced between their attacks. A humanoid Namu rained down punches at the man, swinging its arms wildly to try and crush the man in front of it. Ken didn't even bother to try and hit back, dodging and grabbing a second Namu who he shoved into the attacks. The 2 Nomus instinctively attacked each other for a moment before readjusting and trying to pursue the man again. The Namu he had grabbed, the second Namu, twisted around to try and attack him, then kept twisting as the man she believed to be Ken grabbed the Namu, lifting the second Namu off the ground for a moment before sending it crashing into a third Namu before it could try to attack him. The third Namu was knocked to the floor by the sudden weight and pinned to the ground as the 2 Nomus became tangled up with each other. But Ken didn't stop moving yet. He jumped on top of the 2 tangled Namu and jumped on another Namu, wrapping his legs around its head and sent it crashing to the ground. He rolled out of his strange tackle and flipped up, all while dodging a constant barrage of quirks. Ken smiled playfully as the attacks from the two still standing Namu rained down, dancing in and out of their range without bothering to fight back. He led them in circles, making sure the attacking Namu would repeatedly step on or hit the Nomus as they tried to get up. He began his counterattack the exact instant one of the Namu tripped on each other, grappling the off-balance giant and pushing it over while striking out its knee. There was a snap as the leg gave out, the weight of the Namu combined with Ken's kick proving too much for a single leg to handle. It toppled into Ken's arms and was used to block 3 more punches from the final standing Namu, Ken directing every single strike to hit his new punching bag in the face before he dropped the Namu and moved forward. Ken used the punching bag Namu as a starting block, dashing underneath the flailing attacks and striking the Namu in the stomach, throwing it backward. The Namu stumbled as it walked over its allies, trying to gain its balance, but Ken kept moving forward. He moved underneath its flailing arms, the Namu now trying to balance instead of attack, and struck it in the stomach again with some sort of palm strike to keep it struggling. The Namu kept stumbling back, toppling as it hit solid ground and bashing its head against the ground. It tried to get up, but Ken's foot pressed down on it, crushing its neck under his foot while forcing its head up. It couldn't get enough momentum to upright itself before Ken let his foot off a touch, letting the Namu rise for a moment before his heel connected with the Namu's jaw, thrusting its head upward with a sickening crack as its head hit the pavement again. It attempted one last flail right as a strange silver needle pierced it through the base of the skull and was then stomped inside, silencing the Namu's screams. Ken then turned dramatically, launching another silver needle at a Namu that had stood up and was trying to crush him in a charge. The dart went straight into the Namu's eye, throwing it off slightly. Ken moved to the same side as the eye he stabbed, deflecting the wild flailing rush with one arm before their arms locked, Ken's arm grabbing the Namu's wrist as he struck its elbow. It screamed as he twisted, pulling and striking and breaking the arm in 2 strikes. It kept trying to hit him, but Ken kept hopping to the side out of its focus. His grip on the now broken arm tightened as pulled it sharply, breaking it more before folding the arm behind the Namu and pinning it. With its arm suddenly pinned to its back while being twisted, the Namu was racked with pain and stopped its attack, screaming and writhing as a hand latched onto its chin, tugging the head quickly and sharply. Its eyes glossed over, twitching one last time before it collapsed. Ken let it go before it was even done twitching, turning to face the next Namu. "Ryukyu, are you there?" Ryukyu snapped out of her weird trance and fumbled in surprise at the phone that she had used to call Nejire and the other heroes, something she had done while running over and had entirely forgotten about, demonstrating an uncharacteristic moment of unprofessionalism. She was making childish mistakes, getting lost in the moment at a time like this. Ryukyu moved a step back. She was making the other heroes worried while the situation was. This couldn't exactly be considered solving itself, but it was very close. She moved behind a wall as she spoke into the phone. "I'm sorry, I got distracted. Don't worry, things are wrapping up here, but I will need a cleanup team and what? What? Don't just say what. What's what?" Ryukyu wasn't listening again, but she was sure that this didn't matter right now. In the 10-ish seconds she had looked away, the remaining Namu were killed. Ken stood over the final body, wiping his hands on the floor with that same calm expression. "Ryukyu," and then he turned to her. The step back she took was entirely instinctive, flinching for a moment like a deer caught in the headlights. It didn't even last half a second as a silver dart flew towards her and forced her to stop standing around and react. Ryukyu stepped towards the attack and started to shift forms, feeling her skin turn to scales and turning her head. Even with scales, a needle could probably pierce her eyelid, and she wasn't in a hurry to test that tonight. She raised her arms for more defense, trying to block the needle from hitting her in the head. The needle flew straight by her head just as she noticed a strange sound coming from behind her before the sound of punctured flesh and a bloody scream. She stepped away from the threat while turning to face it and swinging newly formed claws at whatever was behind her. It was a tough balancing act to barely transform, but she had a lot of practice. She instantly engaged with the threat before she even fully figured out what it was. Some sort of humanoid Namu with a needle through one eye and purple skin howled as it swiped at the air, nearly hitting or bouncing off her. It was still staggering backward from the needle, arms flailing wildly, but Ryukyu pushed past those arms that bounced off her tougher body and traded blows, her own claws passing through the almost liquid flesh without leaving a trace. The Namu stepped back up, still screaming as its body bent at inhuman angles as it seemed to double in size, arms transforming into 2 large blades to punch straight through her defenses. She began to transform more, growing in size to match the threat, and then its left leg was dragged out from under it by a single sweeping kick. With the new massive blade arms, the Namu was off balance, allowing for an easy judo throw. Ken shifted his body next to the Namu and grabbed it by its pliable flesh, turned the defense into something he could use to fight as he turned the Namu's entire body into a hammer, sending the Namu crashing into the ground sideways. Its blade arms were now safely out of the way, and Ryukyu could attack without the worry of being hit by those arms. Ryukyu went in for the attack right as Ken threw the Namu, her claws now not just passing through the body, and instead ripping the entire thing in half as she crushed it, tearing it apart faster than it could regenerate. She pinned it to the floor while it tried to impale her, the struggle ending when she crushed its head and its entire body went limp. That was the last Namu in the area. Ken spoke up as he checked the bodies, making sure everything was really dead. "How are you holding up? Those blades looked pretty dangerous." "I'm fine, and you?" Ryukyu only realized after she said it that they had naturally fallen into the roles of fellow heroes on the job, supporting each other during the fight, then making sure everything was alright when it ended. "Well, that last Namu was a little too heavy for my liking. But that's just nitpicking." Ken worked his right shoulder as he spoke, then nodded to something on the ground. "Your phone call is still going. You should probably answer it." "Oh, sorry, I'll only be a moment." She picked up her phone and spoke into it, checking back in with Nejire and the other heroes. "Sorry for cutting out. The fight hadn't ended yet. We're done now and we don't need backup, but we might need a cleaner. We've got a lot of dead Nomus." "Yeah, kick their asses." Maruko was so loud Ryukyu could hear her through her phone, making her hold the phone a little further from her face. "So everything's done. The old guy's safe. Did you ask him the questions?" "Almost. Just need to make sure the police arrive to take care of this. I should be back in 10 minutes. "Yes, the old guy is safe, old guy." "How rude. And I'm going to ask the questions soon." Ryukyu smiled as her apprentice asked some good questions, happy that she was learning so well. "All right, I'll save you a seat. Goodbye." "Goodbye." She hung up and went to dial the police, quickly giving them their location and the number of bodies. She then finished all her calls and returned her attention to that mysterious old man who had finished checking all the bodies and was actively taking notes on the Namu. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Ken." "Why so formal? Just keep calling me old man. It seems to be my new name after all." He scowled for just a second before his expression broke with laughter, shaking his head as he looked over the Namu. He stood sharply and closed his notebook, walking towards her. "Thank you for the assistance, Ms. Ryukyu. I was worried you were just going to stare at me until it was over. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I also almost got attacked, and I think your needle is broken." She gave the purple Namu a once-over, paying particular attention to the splatter that had once been its head. It was difficult to tell if the needle was even still in there with all the blood and flesh, but it probably wasn't still in one piece, wherever it ended up. So long as you learned something, it was not a waste. The only true problems are the ones that we don't improve from. Ken shared a smile with her for a moment and made to leave. "Before you go, could I ask you a few questions?" He paused in leaving but kept his playful smile on, turning slightly so he wasn't facing the opposite direction, but he still wasn't facing her head on. "Ask all you like, and I'll answer all I like." He radiated a strange sort of energy, shrouded in mystery. He reminded her the most of Nezu, saying a whole bunch of things but never giving full answers. Now that she actually got the time to ask some questions, she had to take a minute to formulate her thoughts and pick the best question. Midoriya was still massaging his right arm. That last throw had been pretty hard. He was pretty sure he didn't do it right, but that's why you practice things. You did something over and over in a safe place so that when things got dangerous you could rely on it. He glanced at Ryukyu, trying to figure out what was on her mind. She didn't seem to be trying to fight him, but he wasn't going to get too close to her in case she tried to grab and arrest him. Better safe than sorry. Yamato was right in his hand, ready to be used if things got that dire, but he'd first throw his box of leftovers. It was messy, would blind someone for a second, and it would get in the way if he tried to run with it. If things got really dangerous, he'd go straight to the sewers, where Ryukyu's quirk was worse than useless. Ryukyu stopped thinking and asked her first question. "You know Nezu, right?" "Really? That's your question?" He thought it would be something more important. That one was obvious. Maruko even knew the answer to that. "I'm not going to ask all my questions at once." See, this was the nice thing to do, not bombarding someone with hundreds of questions. He forgot this is how it usually worked. "Yes, I know who Nezu is. We're in Musutafu, you know." See, this was not the nice thing to do, deliberately picking the wrong answer just to F with someone. This is usually how their responses worked. She knew he was bullshitting her. He knew she knew, and she knew he knew, and anything beyond that was too complicated. She instead moved on. "Are you a professional hero?" "Me, a pro hero." That got a good laugh out of him. He could see the direction this was going to go, and to be rude he didn't care. He was trying to relax, so he'd just leave after the next question. "No, I gave up on that dream a long time ago." "How many questions do you have left?" "I should have said an amount at the beginning." Oh, what? Did she expect him to say his entire life story? He wasn't busy, but he was pretending to be. He wasn't going to stay standing in the middle of the road forever. Well, are you still not accepting students? Nope, your questions suck, and besides that, the only training you need practice honing your attention. Seriously, how did someone miss an entire Namu? Those mother furs were huge and noisy as hell. Still, he did want to give one of the few heroes he liked genuine advice. Problem is, he was not the right person for the job. What advice could I give you anyway? Just hearing advice doesn't make you better. Following it can, but won't always, make you better. The advice has to actually apply to you. His style of fighting was entirely useless to someone like her, with a powerful quirk in a non-humanoid form. He did have the same end advice for her as he did for Maruko. Go ask a quirk analyst to make you a fighting style and routine that fits you. Don't just pick up someone else's routine because they're strong. Find out what you do best and become stronger. But now I'm just rambling. Midoriya shook his head, laughing at himself. Now he was just wasting time. Have a good night, Ms. Ryukyu. Stay safe, and I hope you find something that works for you. Thank you. Good night, Ken. Ryukyu looked deep in thought for some reason, but if she wasn't going to try and arrest him, frankly he didn't care. She was a lot less playful than Maruko, who probably would have snuck an old man in there at the end, but that made her less of a wild card and more predictable, which he liked. He'd take a predictable but boring enemy over a confusing and interesting one any day of the week. The two went their separate ways, with Midoriya keeping his playful smile as his fingers played with Yamato's handle while Ryukyu spared glances back at the mysterious old man, trying to get an image of who he really was. Midoriya's phone woke up hours before him, ringing out over and over before the sun even finished rising. By the time he was actually up, the phone was dead from how many calls it had received before Midoriya even got out of bed. He put it on the charger when he woke up, then slipped out to clean up. Once again, another big day. It felt like he never got any free time anymore, but whose fault was that? He couldn't help but laugh at the idiot in the mirror with the green mop glued to his head, running his fingers through the tangled mess he called hair. It was seriously poofy, still trying to spring up while being pulled down by its own weight. He ran a towel through his hair and stretched, then went back into his room. Over 100 calls since midnight, and 2 while he was in the bathroom. All from one number, a number he didn't recognize. He passed by the phone and went into his morning exercises, practicing the basics of his footwork. Midoriya danced around the small room over and over, only stopping when his mom announced breakfast. He was more awake as he ate and chatted with his mom, not directly telling her what he was supposed to be doing today, but admitting he'd be hanging out with someone. The best lies had a little truth in them, and the masters could mix honesty and deception like sand and rice all right. That comparison just didn't sound good. His expressions needed a lot of fixing up. They finished, he cleaned up, and finally he grabbed his things and checked his phone to find 15 more calls. Most were still from that random number he didn't recognize, but some were from Aiko now. Did something bad happen? Just as he wondered what was happening, the number he didn't recognize called him up again. Midoriya steeled himself for a moment, shutting his door to make sure his mom didn't hear just in case it was Ronin related, and answered. I've been calling you all morning. What da if you be doin? Mao was so loud he made Midoriya pull back from the phone in a mixture of surprise and confusion. Where you at? Mao, it's 9 in the morning. You've been calling since midnight. Midoriya wasn't awake enough yet to deal with this. But if Mao had been calling since midnight. Mao, do you even sleep? Nope. Ma quirk, hype, gives me all da energy I need if I got da hype. You dig? Mao laughed on his end as Midoriya picked up all the things he'd need today and threw them in a bag. So you don't need food either. Midoriya did some general probing questions while Mao punched straight to the core of the issue, giving free information on his quirk. Food, air, if the main man gets excited enough I don't need sheet. He seemed to be pretty happy judging by how happy he was, but with what they were gonna do today, he could understand. He had been pretty excited to use it too when he first got it, but ever since he f'd up his shoulder on the first shot he hadn't really touched the thing. Wraith had used it once to open up the fight and force the heroes back, but that was the last time the AEC had been used by anyone. Since then it had been sitting in a locker with a ton of materials, waiting for the day someone else could use it, and it sounded like Mao was the perfect person to use it. Midoriya had to devise a whole bunch of workarounds to use the cannon by himself since he was just a weak, quirkless human, but Mao was on another level. Midoriya had to brace the giant cannon against the floor to try and survive the kickback. But a hyped Mao could probably put the thing against his shoulder just fine and fire it like a normal rifle. But he could only think for so long before the hyper giant himself interrupted his thoughts. But enough about me. When do I get to fire da big gun? Come on, give me some details, man. I'm going to pick it up right now. Where should we meet up? The shipyard where we got the parts. They could go to Mao's house, but the giant cross was a little conspicuous. Plus, it wouldn't matter what disguise he slapped on with the most illegal gun in the world that he knew of strapped to his back. Hell, the heroes would arrest the Prime Minister if they were packing this kind of heat. Great, I see you there. Be quick. Mao hung up as quickly as he called, sounding as giddy as a child on Christmas morning, leaving Midoriya on the back foot reacting to him. The greenette shook his head as he pocketed his phone, kissed his mom goodbye, and set out. The classic cowboy outfit made a return since Ranger had originally been designed as a fall guy who everyone would associate these dangerous weapons with. And this occasion hit that to a T. He didn't even try to hide it, walking down the road casually with the giant cross strapped to his back. Besides, only some of the top 10 heroes knew the details of what went down. He had picked Maruko's brain last night at the bar and she didn't know a thing about the guy who nearly killed Best Jeanist. For everyone outside of the 4 pros who had been at the fight, there was only one person who fought with a giant cross besides Catholic Crusader that was a real hero. Who the F was picking these names? High schoolers during their chuny phase? Whatever the case, it didn't matter. Midoriya walked down the street as openly as he could, still hiding the pistols that were obviously guns. He wasn't crazy after all and admiring the scenery. He didn't go towards docks often, so it was a long walk for him. Mao called him a few times during his walk, but Midoriya couldn't take things like trains or cabs with his giant cannon, so it was quite a long walk. If Musutafu was more inland, this could have taken all day, but luckily it was only about 3 hours, made for great endurance training too. And it gave him tons of time to practice with Eraserhead's weird magic bandages. He still didn't understand how it worked from a physics sense at all, but he could at least get it to do what he wanted most of the time. Right now he was practicing the minor corrections to keep it well balanced as he wheeled the giant cross down the sidewalk, keeping it upright and rolling along smoothly. The one thing he didn't account for was the age he was in. This was the era of heroes, Godamnet. So what if some cowboy was dragging around a giant metal cross? He carried it so well and so naturally everyone assumed he wasn't hiding anything because he had nothing to hide. By showing off he managed to blend right into the background. It took 3 hours to get to the shipyard. 3 hours which gave Midoriya ample time to think about more improvements to make to this suit's design. The coat was pretty good at deflecting the heat actually, but the belts were killing him. He didn't usually wear this suit for long periods, so he didn't really ever try to improve it, but now it was becoming a pain in his ass. He, once again, had no one to blame but himself. He really was his own worst enemy. At least he got a laugh out of it as he spotted a certain giant, who was hanging from a streetlight as he looked for something or someone. Mao's gaze first swept over Midoriya, then doubled back and locked in on the boy. Mao's smile was so big Midoriya could see it from down the road as Mao dropped and charged straight towards him, already shouting, "Aye aye, my man." Mao swept Midoriya up in a bear hug, laughing and dropping him as quickly as the gangster picked the boy up. "How you been?" "Got my arms crushed by a bear about 5 seconds ago." Midoriya worked his arms, now confident that Mao could handle the AEC's power if he could quickly lift both Midoriya and the AEC in a hug. "And you, pretty bored you know, just get to fire a big F-off cannon today. Nothing too exciting," Mao joked, but he couldn't wipe the smile off his head as he began to lead Midoriya down the shipyard. "I got a good place to practice sheet. A mutual friend of ours owns some stuff. The big man's letting us use it today. If the potato's offering, who are we to refuse?" That was great for them. The AEC affected so much stuff it was nearly possible to hide when and where it was used. Midoriya had planned to try and use a boat or something, but it seemed the big guy had put some thought into this as well. Plus, AFO was helping Mao, not Midoriya. That meant he didn't have to pay for sit. It seemed almost like they were exchanging really big cool things for a day as Midoriya got a ride on Mao's motorcycle, giant cross and all. He wrapped his arms around the giant tightly as the main man ignored all speed limits, driving down the roads and turning sharply like a maniac. But no matter how close they came to crashing, they never quite reached that point. Midoriya still had the cross, now thoroughly strapped to his back. It was that giant cross that made him work so hard to stay attached to Mao since its dead weight was constantly pulling him in the wrong direction. Still, the bandaging kept both man and cannon safe as they sped down roads without regard for the law. "Are you sure this is safe?" "Yeah, I might be an indestructible badass, but dis bike ain't." "You think I'm trashin' dis? My wife gave it to me." "I'm glad you care so much about the other, not indestructible thing here, me." I'm indestructible. You beat me. You're now indestructible or something." "Das how it works, right?" "God I wish." "Huh. Well, dat fancy suit of yours should keep you fine." "Don't worry. It probably would." Even Ranger's suit was pretty good at keeping him safe, but he didn't want to risk it. He was wearing the bodysuit underneath, but he wasn't feeling like testing out either the jackets, the bodysuits, or his own durability. Compared to 3 hours of slowly walking down a road, they were probably making good time. Midoriya wasn't sure because he didn't trust his grip enough to check what speed they were actually going. But after quickly leaving the city they drove towards a forest. They went pretty deep in before getting off the main road. After pulling off, Mao picked up the bike and carried it over his shoulder, walking with the motorcycle like it was a plank of wood instead of half a ton. He pulled out a physical paper map to follow as they walked into the forest. You ever been here before, Mao? Yeah, when I fought da big man on top. Lasted about 10 seconds. Mao reflected for a moment, then laughed it off. That was a blast. Launched me straight into orbit. Didn't even touch me. So this place is for big fights. If Mao was told to come here to fight AFO, it's probably a place where AFO fought a lot of his stronger henchmen to see how powerful they really were. Mao was just mostly defensive as quirks went, so he couldn't actually damage a lot. If someone like Endeavor was told to fight all out though, it would require a certain place designed to take huge impacts like what they were gonna create. Midoriya was certain AFO had people like that under his influence, he just never met them. Yeah, saw a whole bunch of those Frankenstein things too. I fought a couple of them, but they didn't last long either. Tore those FRs to pieces like I did to you. Mao laughed it off as he kept walking. Then checked the map again. We should be there in like 10-ish minutes. I don't know, I didn't have the bike last time. What are we going to anyway? Is it a bunker, a warehouse, a big hole in the ground? Bunker, but that last one would have been fun. Underground, most of it, I think. Anything else there? Not a clue, but I got all the keys, so I may find out. Come on, speedy boy. Mao laughed and charged ahead, ditching Midoriya for a second before the smaller target began to hurry after him, dragging the giant cross across the dirt. Nezu was still checking details on Class 1 and 1B's little campout one last time, now focusing on Ronin's part in the whole matter. Ronin would be stuck dealing with the students who failed their final exams, and he had to give the vigilante the best information possible to ensure the best learning experience for the students. First up, Sato and Kirishima, Class 1A. They had exhausted themselves as the first fight of the day and hadn't even seen their target by the time they lost. They definitely failed the hero finals, and that made it easy to pick things to highlight. Ronin would be trying to improve the students' worst aspects over this week, so Nezu took initiative to give the vigilante a few tips before they even arrived. Next up, also in 1A, someone Ronin was very familiar with, Kaminari and Mina. It had been a fun fight, but they couldn't stand up to Nezu's plans, either outthinking or outmaneuvering him. Another fight where the sides never even directly met. Another fight lost because the students weren't creative enough. The only solo person in the class to fail, Zero. There was no nice way of putting it. He basically failed as soon as he started. He didn't even get to tape up and capture Midnight. Instead of getting gassed and knocked out in the first few minutes of the fight, he had completely and totally lost the fight, at least helping his teammate out once before he got knocked out. The final group, Bakugo and Monoma, quite literally self-destructed against All Might. Too much ego in one fight, and they couldn't settle their differences and work together to beat a mutual opponent. Their skills were fine, it's their personalities that were the problem. Even Nezu had a little trouble trying to think how to help Ronin pick methods to improve that problem, but he did his best. The ringing of a phone interrupted his thoughts, forcing him to look up and around. After making sure it was his, he checked the ID before answering with a smile. Ah, Ryukyu, what can I do for you today? Hello, Principal Nezu. I was wondering if I could drop by and ask you a few questions about someone we've both met. Of course, but don't I have a forum already set up for scheduling appointments? Why did you want to call me directly? I'm not sure who I want to talk about. That's pretty vague, Ryukyu. I might have super intelligence, but even I'm not sure what that means. Is this a question about a group of people or a specific person? I wanted to ask you about a man who I think is called Ken. I see. Nezu set the phone down for a moment as he formulated his thoughts, then put it back to his face. About that appointment, is tomorrow good? Over some river and through the woods the two went, with Mao eventually carrying both the AEC and his motorcycle like they were nothing. Midoriya was in charge of the map, but despite him never being here before, they made good time. Midoriya was better at picking out the signs on the map and Mao was better at moving with all the weight, so the trek through the forest was more like a walk in the park. So, what was this place like? A big campsite in the middle of nowhere. A bunker. What was it like when you went to fight there? Bunker. Lots of layers too. I got knocked through 2 of them and got stuck. Good times. Military type bunker. Think so. Maybe from da big quirk era, you know. Some people thought some serious sheet between quirks and quirkless was gonna go down. Maybe before though. I don't know my Japan history too well. Any military stuff still there? On the outside don't think so, but on the inside, there might be some stuff. I think when the big man bought it he kept some of their kit. Gotcha. A bunker made sense. They came across broken tidbits of signs on their way to this bunker that could have been a gravel road 30 to 40 years ago. If someone purposely tried to grow and cover up the entrance, it would be pretty easy with enough time, something a guy like All for One had plenty of. Only took 10 minutes of hiking to make their way through the bushes and trees to start reaching buildings, or what might have been buildings once upon a time. The first thing that greeted them was a large, rusty barbed wire fence. Behind that was a pretty big complex. But that was that, and this fence was now. Midoriya walked around one side and Mao walked around the other, both searching for the gate. Don't most people put the gate on the front side? But most people ain't the most successful criminal in the modern world. You found it yet? If it is a bunch of bugs biting me, found it a dozen times over. All dat fanka sheet and you can't think of a way to get rid of bugs. For some reason when I was planning how to take on Japan's top 10 heroes, bugs didn't come up much. Found it. Padlock or numbers? Padlock, does it matter? You've got the keys and the passwords. Shut up. After closing the gates up behind themselves, did they finally take a look around the complex? The buildings weren't in top condition anymore. They had been abandoned in the wilderness from probably 30 to 40 years after all. But they were still standing with no major vandalism. Not bad. Most of the buildings still had windows, and some were even still labeled. Mao stored his wheels inside a garage and led Midoriya over to the main building, shutting up as they entered the abandoned halls. Mao kept holding the AEC since he was the stronger, letting them stay fast and start moving even faster. Even if they weren't talking, Midoriya was still taking in the scenery. The bunker had another lock on its front, but the inside wasn't looking too hot. It was dirty, the ceiling was drooping in sections, and broken tiles were more common than intact ones. He also couldn't find any of that leftover military equipment Mao had been talking about. While it wasn't the main goal of coming here, he had to admit he didn't really care about the main goal. He fired the AEC twice and both times were a bad idea. He first revealed its existence against an idiot who didn't learn sit, and he used it in training no less. Not even in a serious fight, a major waste. That put a target on his back and pointed all future AEC attacks towards him. Then when Wraith used the AEC on the professional heroes, Wraith had been wondering ever since that night how long it would take people to put it together who Wraith really was since he used the AEC. He had come to terms with the coward being a coward and refusing to accept the truth, but he had given the heroing world the rest of the day to realize. Yet here they were, almost 2 weeks later, and no one had put 2 and 2 together. Another reason the Hero Association were idiots and not to join them. While Midoriya couldn't understand why or how no one realized where Wraith got his AEC from, it was inevitable that someone would make the connection eventually. Using the AEC during that fight hadn't been a waste, but it wasn't good. Still, this time they were going to use the AEC in a safe and controlled environment, so it would be good this time. The problem is, after firing the thing twice, he was started to get used to it more as a concussive force that knocked him on his ass no matter what he did instead of a cool surprise backup weapon. But Mao was at least excited, so he'd let the big guy have his fun. Towards what had to be the back of the bunker from just how long they were walking. Mao led them inside a room and then opened up part of the wall, pulling most of it away smoothly to reveal a hidden elevator to the next section of the base. How many sections are there? 3 fake if you count outside. Den da real 1. Got it? Thanks. The elevator only took a minute, but it must have gone pretty deep underground with how fast the elevator was going. Still, it's not like people put depth markers in their secret base, so Midoriya could just make guesses. Besides, how deep down they were wasn't even relevant. They were here so Mao could safely blow sit up. And maybe Midoriya could look through some old tech if they found any along the way. This floor was supposed to be the last fake one, and it was a lot smaller and cleaner than the previous one. They didn't have to mossy around for 5 whole minutes, instead going almost directly from the elevator to the halls, then into a room. With the turn of a key and the flip of what looked like a light switch, the floor dramatically opened up to reveal the final elevator. How much moolah you think took to build this? Probably a couple million. Elevators, fake entrances, and the installation price. Still, All for One was a villain, so he might just have had his employees done it. But did you really want to cut corners on a project like this? Might as well hire the professionals to build it. But maybe the professionals were on his payroll. This tangent was going anywhere. This elevator ride was a lot slower and longer than the first. But the bunker they eventually arrived at had working lights for the first time. Mao put away the map and walked into the bunker, pointing to the doors. Alright, all disk sheets labeled, so keep an eye out for fear and range, you dig? Are all the labels accurate? Midoriya had to wonder if the central command room was labeled, cause that seemed a little stupid. If you had to find it by the label, you probably weren't supposed to find that room. Plus, the room he'd like to take a detour into was the armory. Should be near the firing range if not connected to it. Probably not, but fear and range should be. A firing range wasn't essential, so there was no harm in labeling it. They didn't even keep guns inside a firing range, so there wasn't anything worth stealing inside. An armory though had weapons, so that might be a little harder to find, but the two should at least be close. Either way, the first thing to do was find the firing range. This last floor was a lot bigger than the ones previously, so it was a good thing they found it quickly, otherwise this might have been the longest part of the trip. The firing range was made of a series of rooms, and the first one of those was the locker room. The place was a little dirtier than the rest of the complex, and it looked like it hadn't seen use in a long time. Perhaps this firing range was part of the original military base and had never seen use since All for One took it over. No surprise there, All for One had quirks. What would he need guns for? What was a surprise was that some of the lockers still had locks and things inside of them. While Mao made a beeline for the firing range, proper Midoriya stayed back, fiddling with the padlock on one of the lockers. Back when he was getting started, he had thought about learning how to pick locks, but only for about 5 minutes, and it never went anywhere. He took out his notebook to make a reminder for himself, since learning to pick locks would probably be useful, then took out the next best thing, a magic bullshit sword that could cut anything. Only took a second to cut through the metal holding lock and locker together, giving him one useless lock and one open locker. Inside was the sort of generic things one expected as background details in a military movie. A folded uniform, a belt, and other paraphernalia. No tech, but he could probably make notes on what was there. What you doin'? Pickin' a locker. Mao stuck his head and took at Midoriya as he sorted through the locker. Nothing to look up until he was done. Just looking through this stuff. You done setting up targets? Barely started, but dibs on this one. Mao walked up to one of the lockers at random and poked it, then thought for a second. Using a finger he carved Mao into the nameplate on the locker, then stepped back to show off. With just a finger. Pretty impressive. Midoriya was shaking his head at Mao's childishness, but he was also smiling. He couldn't help it. What if someone finds that and tracks you down with it? Mao ain't my real name. What you think I am, stupid? The big man laughed at Midoriya. Mao's just my current name. I've had like 5, probably 5. You try to trace it back and you won't find shit. Gotcha. Now you pick one. Come on. Mao gestured for him to follow suit, and that got an eye roll. Still, no harm in putting down a fake name, right? Midoriya closed the locker and looked it over for a second, before drawing a spare throwing needle and slowly carving in 3 letters. Mao squinted at it, trying to make sense of it. Ken. Who's Ken? Does it matter? Yours wasn't real either. Midoriya put the items back and stood. I'll go look for some spare targets in the armory. You set up the AEC. I'll go to the observation deck when I'm done. I don't want to be near that thing when it fires if I'm not pulling the trigger. All rig. See you in a minute. The two each went in their own directions, Midoriya focusing on the armory ahead of him. It wasn't locked at least, made getting in pretty easy. After flicking on the lights, Midoriya was greeted by what he was really after. There was a counter that separated the people coming in from the guns that he hopped over without a second thought. And beyond that was the good stuff. There were rows of weapons, just waiting to be used by some overly ambitious idiotic kid. Pistols, rifles, submachines guns, and a few shotguns. This place was armed to the teeth. It had the most guns Wraith had ever seen in one place, and the most guns Wraith knew of in one place. Most police didn't carry guns, and only detectives who went through special training could carry one. They were instead reliant on martial arts, but with the degradation of martial arts in recent years, maybe that explained why the police were so useless. Still, that was a tangent, and this was a military base with no restraints. Other things included here was body armor and crates of ammunition. Bullets went bad after about 10 years if stored improperly. But this place was run by the All for One. The odds of the modern supervillain effing that up were slim to none. To top off his day, the body armor was still good, but his focus wasn't on defense. Wraith examined the weapons, taking a few off their racks and getting a feel for them before putting them back. Then he found the thing he promised Mao, spare targets. They were just paper sheets, but they were something to shoot at. He took a stack of them and placed them on the counter, then took another look around the place before spotting the safe. He could try to force it open, but he didn't have the control or skill with Yamato to cut it open without risk damaging the stuff inside. He'd just have to wait and come back another day. He opened the counter from this side and walked out, picking up the papers on his way to Mao and closing up behind himself. He even closed the door before stepping through the locker room again and entering the gun range itself. The range was massive, easily over a mile long and definitely modified by All for One. How hard was it to build this? Is this place in danger of collapsing? What? Speak up, CENTIPIDER. From what seemed to be the far side of the range, Mao's voice echoed. His loud voice easily carried over the huge distance between them. I got the targets. He took a minute to take in the range itself. It wasn't very tall for how long it was, but it was tall. The place looked like some sort of mall, easily 50 feet to the ceiling at least. The walls curved together to form the ceiling, and there were metal brackets to support its weight. No pillars, which was good. The AEC might accidentally break those. Lights every 30 to 40 feet, a dirt floor, and padding in the walls to absorb some of the noise from the gunfire. The sound from firing a gun in a place like this alone could probably kill someone if they didn't do something to prevent it. At least they had a few defenses against death by echoes. Mao didn't care about his ramblings though and quickly cut them off by running over in just under a minute, doing the full mile in record time. Seriously, running a mile in under a minute. Quirks were cheating, But cheating or not, Mao pulled up with a big smile and pointed to a stack of barrels at the end of the tunnel. I got it all stacked up, and now I just need a point to aim at. Got the targets. Midoriya handed them over and watched Mao run off into the distance, shaking his head. No point in sticking around though. Mao was gonna want to fire that as soon as possible, and Midoriya wanted to be safe when that happened. He cut back through the lockers and went inside the observation deck, a weird inclusion for a firing range. Observation decks were usually for when someone was testing something incredibly dangerous and you couldn't just stand back a fair distance or bring in the cameras. Or for when you wanted to see shit explode up close and personal, and cameras didn't cut it. That could have been a good reason too. Or Nomus. All for One might not use this place to test guns, but to test ranged attacks with Nomus. Then it would make sense why All for One had such faith in this place. It was probably where he first tested the air bullet quirk they put inside the AEC and where he tested other dangerous quirks. The observation deck itself was a pretty nice place, pretty cozy for a military dig. There were big chairs facing reinforced glass that overlooked the firing range. There were tables and a wine cabinet, probably for whatever bigwig was watching the soldiers blow sit up. Midoriya wasn't concerned with comfort though, so he sat back as far as he could with his chair up against the wall. He waved one last time to Mao as the big guy finished setting up the target, then put on the spare helmet he brought. Wraith's helmet, for all its problems, was designed to beat the giant flash of light and burst of noise created by the AEC. He might not like Wraith, but there was no reason not to use the technology when it was in his hands. Mao ran across the firing range while Midoriya got comfy, picking up the gun and aiming it downrange. Even through the helmet, Midoriya could hear the big guy's laughter, though he wasn't sure if that was because of the echo or because of his own imagination. Then, Mao pulled the trigger. Midoriya wasn't sure if Mao's quirk would protect him from the flash, but behind the safety of the observation deck it looked pretty great. There was a spinning tornado of flames that spread out of the AEC's barrel, spreading wider and wider the further it went like a shotgun's blast. The gun created arcs of energy that struck the metal support beams as it discharged. And Midoriya didn't even have a clue what the bullet did. The spirals of flame completely obscured his view of that. Wraith's helmet still couldn't beat all of the AEC's forces, but the observation deck picked up the slack. There was an audible boom when Mao pulled the trigger, the gun discharging its bullet with forces that easily made it go supersonic. There was a crash like a thunderbolt, immediately followed up with what could best be described as a giant punching a mountain, presumably the bullet hitting the barrels and then the wall beyond. Wraith took a moment to admire its own helmet, then stood up and gracefully strode to the edge of the observation deck to try and find Mao and its AEC. For some reason he wasn't at the firing line. There he was, buried in the wall underneath the observation deck. Still holding the AEC was Mao, still laughing hysterically. Holy shit, you see this sheet? Man. Mao had entirely given up on Japanese and was now speaking English. At least with the coward's years of fanboying for the almighty faker, Wraith was pretty good at English. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a clue what the Mao was saying. Are you alright? Is the AEC alright? What? Why's everything ringing? Where are you? Well, Mao answered the question of if his quirk stopped the bad side effects of the AEC. He'd probably recover much faster than Wraith would have in his place at least. Wraith waited a minute before asking again. Mao, are you alright? Is the AEC alright? I'm good. AEC looks fine. Just broke a couple of my ribs, but they're mostly healed now. Mao probably got more injuries than Midoriya because of his improper holding technique, but he was much more resistant and healed leagues faster. There wasn't much to be worried about with the big guy, after all. I may go set up more targets, then I'm gonna fire the next round. The next round, Mao, how many bullets do you have? Mao never said how many times he'd fire the AEC after all, and they mistakenly assumed he only had one bullet. Now Wraith remembered what they said about assumptions. Originally, just 2. Then I got bored and bought 5 more, don't worry. There are plenty of barrels to fire at. I'll go set up the next ones now. Midoriya shook his head as he walked back to his chair, slumping down in it. It looked like this firing range was gonna have a rough day, but he could at least sit back and enjoy the fireworks. Besides, he was wondering if this place would cave in. It looked like Mao was gonna put that to the test. Surprisingly, after Mao firing the AEC 7 times, the building didn't cave in. Midoriya would have bet dollars to dimes that it would have, but it seemed this bunker was made of sterner stuff. Holy shit. Should have bought 10 more of these things. Mao was as loud and boisterous as ever, despite getting sent into the wall with every shot because he refused to change his firing stance. He was probably fine, and the AEC was built to withstand these kinds of forces, so between the base, Mao, and the AEC, the total damage was nil, unless you counted the back wall. The far wall of the firing range had been shattered with every bullet and was now several feet further back than it had previously been. There were also some new chunks of rock lying about on the ground, but Midoriya wasn't a janitor. Someone else could worry about keeping this place spick and span, whatever that meant. Midoriya and Mao met each other in the locker room. Yo, anything else you wanna do while we're here? We got the whole building to ourselves. Midoriya was about to answer no when some of the things Mao and his wife stuck up in his mind. Hey Mao, you're good with guns, right? I trafficked them for like 40 years. I know my way round them, but it don't pair up with my quirk good, so I don't use them in real fights. Why? Are we allowed to use the bullets and guns in the armory? Holy shit, all for one left bullets in the same building as me. Mao laughed and led the way to the armory. That's not a question. That's da plan for da rest of the night, little man. All of Japan was alerted to a series of small earthquakes in what was mostly a forested area. There were between 5 and 8 earthquakes by most reports, caused by something deep underground. It was very unexpected and might have been the work of a quirk with just how quickly they appeared and disappeared. But other than mild shaking, there wasn't much actual damage. It wasn't big enough to issue another meeting of the Hero Association. But it was enough to worry Nezu. He knew some heroes in the area who helped to mitigate what little damage there was, and he had been planning to send students to that very forest in just 2 days. If it was a villain, sending his students to this forest with its unexpected earthquakes might be dangerous. On the other hand, it was getting late to make a decision about this. He could cancel it, or he could go through and try to up security, and only one of those would help the students grow. He had 2 days to decide, so it was best to make his decision immediately, which he did. He'd send some people to investigate the area, and if anything happened or the people found anything, he'd cancel the school trip. It was best to play it safe when dealing with 2 first-year classes. He'd tell his teachers to be alert for any villains in the area even if nothing came up. With 4 volunteer professionals, 2 teachers, and a vigilante, it would take quite a group of villains to overwhelm them. For all the trouble he caused them, Nezu had great faith in his teachers. It's why he picked them after all. But about picking someone to investigate, he already knew 4 heroes in the area, setting up for the students to arrive so that they could train. It wouldn't be too much trouble just to ask them to poke around and see if they find anything of trouble, would it? Stand with some confidence, man, and stand up straight. Then lean into the gun. A bent back's a bad back, man. Understood. 3 more rounds at the target, all hit. Not centered, but his shots were constantly hitting. Not bad, little man. Not bad at all. Mao laughed as he clapped Midoriya on the side, looking at the target. It ain't good, but it ain't bad at all. Practice makes performance after all. Wraith checked how many rounds he had left, then readied the gun again. He wasn't used to having to count his shots, and this submachine gun was spitting them out so fast it was difficult to keep track. Practice all you want. If you practice missin' all day, you'll be da best misser I ever heard of. Mao stopped laughing and picked up one of the guns that were, by all accounts, too small for him to reasonable use. Instead of firing it correctly, he flipped the rifle upside down so that his pinky was on the trigger, then turned and fired 3 rounds just like Wraith. His shots didn't hit the bullseye either, but he got way closer despite his weird firing style. How long did it take you to learn how to fire like that? A year. Took me another 20 to get good at it though. Mao talked about years like they were weeks, something that came and went with barely a thought. Mao then sprayed the entire magazine into the target, getting a few bullseyes but creating a very condensed ring of bullets. The bullseye shots might have been lucky, but Mao's ability to fire consistently enough to get those lucky shots was the real deal. But I had to create my own style, you dig? It'd be way faster than me with this sheet. 2 years, easy. At least I have something to look forward to. Wraith also dumped the mag into the target, then checked his aim. Most of his bullets did hit the target, but they were all over the place. He only used semi-automatic guns before this, and that semi-difference was killing him. He'd probably be better off with bolt action. Why was he thinking this? He had the only person he could talk to about guns on hand. Do you think I should switch to practicing with bolt action guns? Do what you want, man. Mao shrugged it off and started putting more bullets into a magazine. Each got dare upsides, each got dare downsides. You like to take it slower, so I think if you need a full auto you already F'd, but I dunno. I'm no samurai. That was good to consider. The circumstances you used a weapon and heavily changed what kind of weapon you wanted. Wraith had just been thinking of which guns would be the easiest to learn, but there were some guns he'd never use in the first place. Wraith's big problem with the AEC was how impractical it was. It was so powerful that it was never practical to use, plus the giant size was annoying to carry around. The AEC served best as a threat and not a weapon unto itself. Semi-automatic and bolt action were much closer to the approach they preferred to take anyway. If they ever had a time they'd need to use a fully automatic gun, they would have already messed up, and while it was good to consider failure, you shouldn't bet on it. It was better to plan for success and be ready for failure. Wraith set down the magazine and turned the gun's safety back on as he turned back to the armory. Good thinking, Mao. I'll switch immediately. Thinking what? Wait, what did I think about? Don't just leave, answer dog question. Midoriya had a grand time learning about shotguns beyond how they looked in the movies, slowly getting to grips with the unruly weapon when it was firing real solid bullets. It was a great learning experience for him as he got to safely test things under someone's supervision, even if that person was someone he didn't trust to remember the day of the week. The two looked over the bullet casings to stare at the targets and barrels they had been shredding. It had been what Midoriya would consider a good time, having gotten to mess with 7 different guns and get to grips with each one. Think we'll be able to come back. Da big man's leaving Japan in like a week. He's gotta give his sheet to Samboda to look after it, and I think I might get this. Mao couldn't help but look smug, showing off the wealth he'd probably be acquiring. Made sense that All for One would give it to Mao too. Aiko mentioned that her dad did something with land, bought and sold it or something, but now he could figure out what Mao really did. Mao held on to places for All for One while All for One was in a different country. No harm in letting him F around on the property then. And it explained why Mao was given all the keys to the place instead of just the ones he'd need for the firing range. Midoriya lightly punched Mao in the shoulder, laughing. Then I think I should pay back the favor of all the bullets I wasted. Wanna grab a bite? You think bullets and a meal are the same price? Damn, and I thought I sucked at math. Mao was laughing though and grabbed Midoriya by the shoulder, giving him a one-armed hug. Throw in dessert and I'll call it even. You drive a hard bargain, but I can manage that. Bar food good. Weren't you complaining you eat too much bar food on the way here? Don't think the main man's deaf. Hey, it's good food. What, you wanna eat sit? I'm just saying. You might be complaining about bar food, but food is food, picky kid. Didn't I kick your ass? Twice, but I'm driving da bike, so I can call you kid. Damn it. Mao saved him the trouble of waking home by driving both of them to Gigi's with a quick stop to drop off the AEC and let Midoriya ditch the dumb cowboy outfit for a dumb sensei outfit. An outfit that Mao took great pleasure in making fun of all the way to the bar before they sat down to eat. For the first time in a while they didn't sit barside, instead sitting down at a real table as Mao planned to eat enough food to drain every dollar Midoriya ever saved. Can you see out of dat thing? Yup, took a couple drafts, but I can see out of this just fine now. Midoriya tugged on the bandana, adjusting it over his face. What's da point? Outline the scar. Midoriya tapped the fake scar on his eye. If people try to look for this guy, they focus on signature traits, like this scar. Since it looks like I'm trying to hide it, it outlines it more. Dat sheet's crazy, and way too complicated. Mao finished another round of soda with a big smile, shaking his head. I just get a name change and relocate. Never had any problems. Simple and stupid, the way I like to run it. Why don't you drink beer? It was his first time drinking with someone who didn't immediately go for beer. Mao looked over his cup and laughed. Ma quirk counts beer as poison. I'm too excited right now, can't get drunk. I usually try to get buzzed or high before a fight so I build up energy real quick. But once I'm excited, sheet stops working. Since I can't get drunk, why drink something that tastes like piss? You make a lot of sense for a guy who gets his kicks nearly dying. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You do too. Mao sat back and laughed it off, then picked up another glass and quickly drained it. So, after this, wanna go a couple rounds? Been a while, and I'm in great shape. Nope, gotta stay healthy for once. I might hurt my foot kicking your ass, and I'm retiring. Mao looked down at him with a confident, smug look, questioning that statement. I am stepping back for a while. I'm thinking things through and trying to find a direction. You scared of the big man? Just admit it. I'm as scared of you as I am of gravity. Midoriya leaned back, tapping his fingers on the table as he sorted his thoughts before stepping back in and speaking up. I don't want to sound vague and mystic, but the world's changing. Our jobs are changing. Big man's leaving for America. And Da Shrimp stepping in for him sucks. Damn straight he does. Mao took this a little seriously at least, and that's all Midoriya could ask when picking possibly the worst person in the world to explain his current problems to. Somewhat. The crime in Japan's gonna change with a new power gap. New idiots will step in and kill each other to try and get power until eventually someone takes control again. Don't suppose that's you. Leading other people? F dat. I only did it cooler gang sheet cause the big man told me to. Figures. Villainy going to sit. Problem is, heroism's already sit and one day it's gonna get even worse. He wasn't sure if Mao knew about All Might's deteriorating condition, but he wasn't gonna say it directly. Everything hinges on All Might, but All Might isn't almighty. He's going to retire someday. And then heroism will collapse. That's the problem with big guys doing all da work. One domino falls suddenly it's all tits up. It was times like this, as Mao mused about his past, that made Midoriya remember that Mao had been working for All for One for decades. He'd probably been in a lot of organized crime in the past. And while he didn't take the lead, he worked for a lot of people probably. So you saying sheet's bout to go down. Someday. Maybe not this year. Maybe not for another 10 years. Who knows? But yes, someday shit's gonna go down. There was a knock on the door. Arsazu came in with their foot, bowing with a smile on his face. "Sorry to interrupt, but your food's ready, sirs." "Sorry, don't be sorry. Food's always great news to bring." Mao laughed as he received his plates, 5 times the amount of food that Midoriya ordered. "Thanks for da meal." "Thank you, Sazu. That will be all we need." Sazu took a glance between the unusually composed Ken and the boisterous giant across from him and read the room, bowing as he left without another word. As soon as Sazu left, Mao's expression turned more serious. "So, won't heroes rise up when the number one's gone? That human matchstick's been trying for years. Plus, I think the big guy's got an heir." It was a little confusing how Mao referred to everyone important as the big man. But Midoriya got the message. "You've seen him. The one who can phase through, who can move through objects." Mao nodded, not originally understanding Midoriya's Japanese. "Unless he's got All Might's quirk, he can't replace All Might. No one can, and that's the problem." "That's a pretty big problem. But what you thinkin' will happen when the big guy's gone?" "With the biggest hero in the world gone, a global rise in villainy, no, in crime." He was starting to talk in hero lingo again, even if that lingo was bullshit. It wasn't just villainy. Villainy was a painfully generic term for it. It was crime, plain and simple. There will be a new age of crime, and Japan won't be able to combat it without their symbol of peace. The crime rate's already rising anyway. That including all da vigilantes. Seriously, you inspired a whole bunch of them. That might be the rise. That's including everyone. Crime's crime, including you and me. Midoriya's hands idly tapped Yamato, hidden inside an umbrella. This world gonna see some big changes when heroism collapses and villainy rises. Real villainy. Not just a bunch of criminals running in circles. I'm trying to figure out where I'm gonna stand when that happens. Trying to pick which side wins. But for all my analysis, I only see one end. It's steady and certain, but I'm not sure exactly how it will play out. Now you're just trying to be dramatic, but you still hooked me. Mao finished eating his second plate and leaned back, giving Midoriya his full attention instead of just acting as a sassy sounding board. What's gonna be the ending? Whatever side regains control over itself will have the advantage. That side will be the one with a powerful figure still standing. The League of Villains has Kurogiri, but he's not good at direct combat and they'll lose their ability to easily create Namo. Sane works independently and doesn't have the resources to take on the Hero Association on his own. The Yakuza have been crushed by the man in the chair for years and have the biggest chance to grow in the man's absence, but are lacking that powerful figure to stand behind. If the Yakuza can do that before the League can, they'll win the race. And the heroes are all on one side right now, a major advantage. They have the biggest numbers and the law on their side, plus the resources. Shame they're all shit at their job. Mao saw where this was going, but that's because he regularly fought people. He could see the problems with modern heroism. Hell, Mao was one of the only people he knew who could understand the exact problems with heroism. Not bad for a guy whose motto was to think as little as possible. Exactly. In the old days, heroes were tough. They had to be. Wraith leaned forward, staring over his meal. The coward had ordered foreign food again, steak and shrimp. Wraith played with the food as he spoke, slowly dividing it into pieces. With so few heroes taking on so much with no support, the good became better, the better became the best, and the best went beyond to stay on top. If they didn't, well, then they didn't do anything ever again unless you count their funerals. The risk weeded out the weak for heroes, villains, and vigilantes. They pushed each other to be the best. But now, he cut through the steak easily with his knife and held up a piece, eyeing it as he spoke. The monster placed the meat into its mouth and chewed for a few moments, letting the silence sink in before it continued. Out of all the sides present, joining them should be the best. In theory, it is. But in practice, even the Yakuza's a better option than the dying industry heroism's become. All the options are terrible. It's time for things to change, and I think that might be for the best. I think that the fall of heroism might be for the best. Midoriya cut another piece of steak, staring down at his plate. But I don't know for sure, and that uncertainty scares me. Heroism has to die, that's for sure. It's literal garbage right now. The police sit on their ass and do nothing. Heroes soak up money, and crime is still rising. Things have to change. We could save heroism, reform heroism into something worthwhile, but is it worth it anymore? This got very deep and oddly eerie for a talk over dinner. The man sat back one more time, quietly thinking things through in his head, then leaned forward with a smile. Yeah, guess you're right. Who knows, maybe there's no right answer, but either way I should probably shut up and eat before this gets cold. There is a right answer to that question. Finally, an easy one. Mao laughed for a second and got back to eating for a minute before he ignored his own advice and got back into the conversation. Still, if you're thinking about which side to join, shouldn't you join the one you like the most? That would be my plan. The problem is I hate all of them. That's a big problem. Which one you hate the most? That furry effer. Which side is that furry effer on? If we're being honest, I have no idea anymore. Mao and Midoriya went their separate ways after Mao failed to empty Midoriya's wallet. But he did put a solid dent in it, spending 40,000 yen on one meal. It was no wonder Mao went illegal. He could never make enough money to feed himself if he didn't. Wait, Midoriya stopped walking just outside his apartment. Didn't he say he doesn't get hungry when he's hyped that D? He really was just trying to get rid of all my money. For as dumb as the guy was, it had to be said he had balls. Midoriya would give him that fight he was aching for next time. That was sure. He was gonna beat out every yen he spent on that big oaf. He was pissed, but he was laughing, so Mao did something right at least. He walked through the front door with a big smile, catching his mom with a hug on the way through. Hey Izuku, are you enjoying the last days of your vacation? She smiled as he quickly moved on, sparing her a second to exchange grins. I think I am. Tomorrow's a big day though. Gotta go to bed early. Got to finish getting ready for your little camping trip. The little camping trip that was as little as Tokyo, involving one of the biggest heroing schools in the world. Pretty small camping trip, as far as he knew. Yeah, I'll get some more information tomorrow. He'd swing by UA. Tomorrow is Ken, but he'd call in advance. He wasn't a D like Nezu who showed up whenever he pleased. He'd go after he checked up with All for One, and brought over the final items to receive the parts for the last weapons he wanted to make. With that thought, he'd check up on the last item now. Wishing his mama good night, he stepped into his room and sealed it up behind himself before stepping over to his closet. Buried underneath all the old hero merchandise he hadn't sold yet, just in front of the very back wall, was a small package with his last item, or items if you were being technical. It had a lot of parts, and tonight he was gonna finish it. He pulled out the box and set it down on his desk, pulling out the materials. A strange black coat, one of the last items he was requested to make. But he didn't just make one. The first coat was for someone tall but thin, while the second was made for a much bigger person. He wasn't sure what quirks All for One would put on them, but they should be useful gifts for defense of his important agents. From his experience, defense was great, especially when you forgot it and dislocated your shoulder by firing your own gun. He had a few practice runs and mishaps while making them, but now everything was done and dusted. All Midoriya had to do was cry about how much his hands hurt from all this crafting, go to bed, and go see the big potato one last time before he shipped off to supervise some brats. He'd ask what could go wrong, but he at least learned that much from his past mistakes. Midoriya did at least go to bed early in the end, and for good reason. He rose with the sun, checking the coats and doing some last-minute adjustments to make sure everything was perfect. He ducked out for a quick breakfast, but his nerves were killing his appetite. It all served to make him leave faster. He went into Ishiyama High School to put the finishing touches on the jackets, making sure the seams and string were all good. Plus, he switched both coats from one normal-looking cardboard box into two much fancier and presentable-looking boxes for when he handed it off. He wanted to leave a good impression. After all, it was the last time they'd see each other for a long time. Then he switched from his casual wear to a disguise. Even if nobody was going to look at some kid with a pair of boxes and think this guy's helping out Japan's numero uno villain, he didn't want to take any risks. It wasn't much effort on his part anyway, so might as well go the extra mile. Midoriya picked up the boxes in his umbrella, then looked out the window. People were starting to come to school as the teachers got ready for more work. Pretty soon, his freedom would be gone, but did he really have any? This summer was dominated by his bad decisions and wastes of time. With the Beast and Wraith, he didn't actually do much. They did plenty, fought professional heroes, got to terms with Mao, and prepared for the changing of seasons. When Japan would shift, they would be ready. Ready for what though? More fighting. All heroes did anymore was fight. Midoriya didn't want to keep fighting. He wanted to help people. He wanted to save them. Fighting crime wouldn't help people. Stopping crime wouldn't save lives. They had been helping people, even if no one realized it was them. From the shadows they had helped society, taking down hundreds of criminals on their own. Heroes fought, villains fought, but who took care of everything when the war was over? Who was helping the homeless after their AEC had demolished dozens of buildings? Who was going to protect the homeless if they didn't fight? Who had been willing to stand alone against the heroes to prove their injustice in a world that had fallen so far? This world's become so corrupt, even the heroes are more like villains. But this world's so corrupt. The villains can become heroes. This world did need to change. It could not exist as it stands currently. Heroism was a self-defeating profession that would collapse soon. A point he had often come back to was trying to reform the world through villainy. And right now he was about to meet the expert. Midoriya checked the time, popped his hood, and hit the road. He had a round of mini-golf to play while he waited. It was pretty serene. Just him, the putter, and the ball. His motions were slow and controlled as he tapped the ball, watching it roll across the turf, bouncing off the walls of the course before stopping a few feet from the hole. Izuku sighed and smiled as he left the course for a second, grabbing a drink before getting back into the game. He eyeballed the distance, just a little over where he could confidently nudge the ball in. He'd have to tap it again. Izuku stretched out and bent at the legs, then pulled the putter back a few inches. The direction was easy with no slope and no walls between him and the hole. It was all about picking the right amount of power. Just a slight tap sent the ball rolling those few feet forward, the ball clipping the hole for a second before giving into gravity and falling inside. Finally sinking, the ball made the kid playing alone smile with joy. Hole in 3, young Midoriya. The voice had an echo from his metal collar thing, hidden underneath a Hello Kitty winter jacket. The League of Villains should try wearing clothes like Kirigiri more. Just the sight of it with his green khakis made Izuku want to kill himself. My mom can get it in too. This is the hole she's the worst at, so I need to beat her here. But, then again, eye-bleeding attire was Kirigiri's forte, especially with the beer hat. God, Izuku could not figure out what he hated the most about the outfit. The winter coat in the middle of summer or the beer hat. Aren't you baking in there? I can teleport all the heat or cold away, meaning I can wear whatever I want wherever I want. Kirigiri joined Izuku as naturally as longtime friends, pulling out his own ball and putter from nothing and taking the first crack at the 7th hole. Truly, a powerful use of your quirk. Midoriya moved his backpack along with them as they set up at the new hole, with the package and Yamato stored inside in case anything got dangerous. True mastery of a quirk is being able to use it at any time and anywhere. Kirigiri hit the ball and watched it bounce down the course, and watched it bounce out of the course too. Little too much power, not enough roll. You just have to get a feel for it. I think getting things wrong is the best way to get things right later. Midoriya mimicked the motions of Kirigiri, also sending his ball bouncing down the course instead of rolling. That way even something that started as an accident. The ball bounced over one of the walls and skipped over the ground, then landed in another segment inside the same course next to the hole. Can be a new path to success. Is that how you got the idea for your fancy sword? Kirigiri stepped back up and shot Midoriya a quick glance. Izuku reflected on when he first picked the sword with a smile. I saw it in a comic book. Looked fun. One of the most dangerous weapons in the world came from a comic book. The AEC was based on a comic too. A story about a cowboy. What, are the pistols and bodysuit also based on comics? Do all the legends of the super vigilante start in comics? Nope, those came from video games. So did Yamato, a little bit. Incredible. Anything I would have heard of. Devil May Cry, Metal Gear Rising. Are you gonna hit that ball today or tomorrow? P&K. Well, today, but it looks like I should have hit it tomorrow. Never heard of those games either. It's from before quirks, when superpowers were just dreams, and heroes were still real. It was a time period he reflected on a lot. Not because it was any better or worse than today, but because he would have fit in there. He really would have enjoyed it. Even though he never did and never would see it, he missed it. Keeping it cheery over this putt-putt are we? Keeping it on the course this putt-putt, but I can't say we are. I'm almost getting the hang of it, just you wait and see. I've been waiting, but you're still the furthest from the hole. I can't hit until you get closer than me. There are actual rules to this. Everything's got rules, but not everyone listens to them. We don't. True. Kirigiri straightened out as his ball finally landed on the course and stayed inside, watching it roll right past Midoriya's ball, making it the furthest away ball again. I go again. If your winning tactic is to bore me to death by never letting me play, it's working. At least something is. Kirigiri huffed as he repositioned himself, lining up the next shot. Because these shots are not working out in my favor. We've got 30 minutes. Izuku was now passing the time by spinning his putter like a baton. Take all the time you need. Well, that's what he said. But 2 minutes later and Kirigiri was still missing the hole. He'd get close sometimes, he wouldn't get close other times. But the end result was the same. Midoriya sunk his ball on his second hit when Kirigiri's ball was slightly closer to the hole than his. Try jumping. Even I know that reference. Then do it. Why are you being so sarcastic now? It's been 3 minutes of you just trying to get one hole. 3 minutes of just sitting back, waiting for you to aim. I thought your fashion sense was screwing with me at first. Then I remembered that time you trailed behind me and my mom all day and were keeping up, so I realized you're doing bad on purpose and now I'm getting even. How long ago did you figure that out? When you missed the 4th time. I told you, if your tactic is to bore me to death, it's working. Kirigiri then hit the ball in, finally, and the two could move on. Well, Midoriya would say he'd move on, but that would be a lie. Kirigiri started the next course then glanced at Midoriya, confused. Aren't you going to go? I finished this one while I was making fun of you, Izuku confessed with a shrug. Hell, I finished all of them in here. I'm just waiting for you to catch up so I can go to the next room. Little brat, Kirigiri muttered and mumbled but started to take this a little more seriously as he worked to clear through the rest of the courses. Soon, they reached the end and turned in their clubs, then went to the usual meeting spot. Midoriya got to sit in a waiting room at All for One's hideout for once instead of going straight in, giving him a little time to organize his things as he waited to see the man in the chair. Midoriya didn't pay attention to the details of the room as he organized his thoughts, waiting for his time until Kurogiri appeared next to him. Ready? No, but that hasn't stopped me yet. He picked up his things and followed Kurogiri through the portal to a familiar chair in front of dozens of screens all displaying different things. The chair was facing these screens as the person in the chair contemplated them, moving slightly as he took in the information. Master. The chair turned slightly towards the two, both bowing deeply. Your blacksmith has arrived with his final package. Good, but unexpected. Come. All for one turned slowly, wearing a strange purple skull mask. He had changed in their absence. His posture was taller, his voice was stronger. It is good to see you, whoever you are today. I'm not sure myself anymore, but I'll press on anyway. I'll be gone when you leave, so I wanted to give you a final gift. That jacket you wanted, and a spare. They offered the package to the man in the chair, who received it just by flicking his hand. He opened the package and removed the first jacket. He inspected it, turning it over and eyeing the detail. Your skills have improved greatly since we first met Ronin. He then picked up the next jacket, briefly checking it as well before putting away both. This is an unexpected boon indeed. Do you require the list to pick your rewards? One if a farewell gift. If I got something for it, it wouldn't be a gift. But not both. I'm a vigilante, not a hero. That got a chuckle out of the largest man in Japan. He leaned back in his chair, staring straight through the child in front of him. But a child no more. Wraith rose from his bow and met the man before him with solemn confidence, unfazed. He wasn't here to exchange pleasantries, but he did want some answers. You're leaving Japan. Do you intend to hand your empire to the League of Villains? No. A simple and straightforward answer between two monsters who right now just wanted results. I built my empire from the ground, and while he used my name to get started, he will need to carry on the rest by himself. He must learn the consequences will fall on him now. Good. Wraith felt much safer knowing that those idiots weren't going to start running everything. It gave him certainty that, while the world was going to get worse, it wasn't going to completely collapse. Right now, if the League of Villains had all for one's resources, they'd ram the entire empire into the ground, not only failing miserably but killing easily a quarter of Japan with their bad decisions. I don't need a quirk right now. Perhaps I'll message Kurogiri or Mao when I do, but I just wanted to see you one last time and wish you farewell. We did work together in a weird way, in many strange ways. You were the best teacher Shigaraki could ask for, and I imagine you will continue to help him grow and develop well even if you two never formally meet. You also helped to reshape the direction of this organization in ways you might never understand. They both laughed slightly, with wildly varying levels of confidence. Will you come back someday? The professional hero and crime worlds of Japan are about to collapse, and that would benefit you the most. Midoriya didn't really understand the logic of all for one leaving right now. He had everything to gain by being here in Midoriya's eyes, but that was in Midoriya's eyes. He wasn't the #1 villain, but he did wonder what the logic was. It seemed like he'd just have to wonder. I might come back, and this might benefit me, but to create a new age of villainy I need to step back. It is time for the next generation to step up. All for one stood up and approached Midoriya, still meeting him in the eye. For the first time, while he still did give off that sense of power, the sense of dread was gone as they spoke. You're right. The worlds of these frauds and criminals are about to crash together dramatically very soon. In fact, but you couldn't have known that. All for one walked past him but placed a hand on the young vigilante's shoulder, threatening and overpowering him as easily as he breathed. He turned Midoriya around and led him away from the chair he usually sat at with just a single hand. Before the end of this year, All Might will be no more. I won't give details, but soon All Might will fall, and his new heir will rise in his place to try and take his place. But it's too soon, and his heir is not ready. All for one didn't give details. He didn't need to. He was all for one. The old are stepping away, and it's time to see who will step up. Perhaps the League will rise to power. Perhaps the Yakuza. And of course, perhaps some new force entirely will take over. But new ideas must come from new places. They walked further into the complex than Midoriya had ever gone, crossing everything and stopping in front of a glossy black wall on the far side of the building, as far from the formal throne they normally met as they could get while staying inside the building. You probably know some of this, but heroism isn't the only thing that will change with All Might's retirement. Crime will rise to new heights, force the heroes on the back foot, and possibly topple the little balance those frauds have created, expose how weak their system really is. The people will decide the fate of this country, whether they continue to side with the fakes or push them away. They're beginning to be fed up with their current system, and when a system loses its support, all it can do is collapse. All for one stopped holding onto Midoriya's shoulder and walked towards a point on the black wall. Would you like to see something? The nod from Midoriya was more instinctual than conscious, but All for one took the answer all the same, tapping something as the black glass shifted. It became transparent, showing a view that overlooked everything. The rising sun, peeking between the buildings. The rolling clouds streaking by as the wind carried them. Throngs of people on the streets, moving in disjointed unison to create strange waves. Everything you see is going to change. This city, this country, this people, all of it will be changed soon. Hisashi spoke with such certainty there was not an ounce of room in his words for questioning. These were absolute truths, and while they might be shifted, they couldn't be changed. They couldn't be stopped. The next generation is going to decide this county's fate, and you're part of that next generation. You are going to be one of the people who decide how everything changes. Even doing nothing can change how this world will change. Hisashi focused in on his son, locking eyes with the young boy. You know what I want. You can see this world for what it really is, and there aren't enough people in the world with that talent. You're one of the strongest people I know. You don't have to join the League of Villains, but you can stand beside me. You can have everything you've ever wanted. You can change the world to be better if you stand with me. Everything I want. Ronin stared back at him, thinking it all through, then broke into a small smile as he laughed, doing something no one had done since Hisashi's brother all those years ago. I don't think I will. Not right now. You could give me everything, but if I don't earn it, is it really mine? Isn't that why you're leaving Shigaraki? And besides, one of the strongest. I'm a quirkless 15-year-old. Even Kurogiri is stronger than me. Izuku Midoriya stared up at him with the same quiet confidence as his brother, Yoichi Shigaraki, all those decades ago before everything was ruined. There was a quiet calm in his motions like his mother. It made Hisashi wonder, just for the briefest of moments, what it would be like to sit back and return to normal life. What could have been if he had given up on this life and moved on? He had this thought many times, but this was the first time it stuck out so clearly. Perhaps this was because he was dealing with his own child for once, the first time in a century he had gotten close to his children since his first wife. That also explained why, even when dejected, he felt the need to offer a little help to his son. He could at least see that while Izuku answered, he wasn't confident. Not just in his answer, he was no longer confident in himself. There are types of strength that can transcend the physical, young Midoriya, and that is why you are stronger than you can possibly realize. Izuku stared out the window, watching the people below. Thank you, I think. I'm not sure if I can stand with you right now, regardless of strange strengths. Maybe I'll change my mind someday. But Ronin locked eyes with Hisashi, speaking with that confidence he had when they first met, and he confidently tried to put a knife in his throat. No hesitation despite the risk. No confusion of what he was going to do, only surety that it would happen. You can't make me stand beside you because I'd have to be equal to you. And someday, I'll look you dead in the eyes. It was that confidence that changed his image. The vigilante's eyes were steeled, his mind set, and his words out there backed by his confidence. It was now, set by his own determination, that his resemblance to his father was uncanny. And on that Sunday, no matter how long it takes, I will look you dead in the eyes. I will stand equal to you, and I will have earned every step there. Only then can I stand beside you. His mouth was surprised for a moment, then shifted to a sly smile, proud to see some solidity in his son. So you're going to become the next all-for-one. Well, I wouldn't go that far, sir, but I'm just saying that I can't become someone's right hand by doing nothing. You've got to work to achieve, and I just couldn't come in. Do not worry, Ronin. He laughed slightly, then looked out the window at the chaos of heroism. Idiots in spandex running around. He decided to get a little philosophical, try to figure out his son's headspace. In this oncoming war, All for One spoke with his signature confidence as they looked over the people rushing through the street. Who do you think will win, the dark or the light? It was intentionally vague as always, but Midoriya had to get some more details to answer that question. Who's supposed to be the dark? Lots of people stay in the shadows these days. Underground professional heroes, villains, vigilantes, even I do sometimes. But sometimes I don't. Some heroes don't. Some villains don't. All for One stayed silent, so Midoriya rambled a little more. If it's about heroes and villains, it doesn't matter as much. People like to think good will always win, and maybe it does. But good left a long time ago, and we're left with a mess to clean up either way. The strong win, but they're not always the right. This place thinks they are, and that their professional heroes are real heroes cause they win, but they're not. They're just villains with licenses, and you want to change that. Now that he said it with All for One's encouragement, it really did line up with what he wanted. I think so, but I'm not sure, and that's what's getting to me. All for One nodded, then checked his wrist. I have enjoyed this chat, Ronin, but I'm afraid I have things I need to do, and you probably do too. I have high hopes for you and can't wait to see what you do. Kurogiri, send our guest out. Stay safe. All for One stopped himself, then turned one last time to stare straight through Midoriya, crushing him with gaze alone and showing just how weak he really was. No, stay strong until we meet again. You can do this, my boy. His words gave the young child a strange sense of confidence as the world turned purple, then faded to black for a moment as he was moved miles in moments. All for One watched Ronin disappear, then turned to look out the window again. It had been years since he'd seen the light last, and took this moment of quiet to remove the purple skull-like mask. His white hair sprung up, the natural curl too strong to be kept down. Hisashi placed the helmet down onto solid air, formed by one of his quirks, then took a moment to enjoy the view. It had been too long since he had a moment to stop and just stare. It was a waste of time and didn't help anything, but for once, he had the time to waste. All his plans were nearing completion. It felt unreal. Hisashi watched the clouds roll by with a smile on his face, thinking back over the years. With All Might, the League of Villains, and the current Hero Society all in place, he had finally set up a Zanato's Gambit. He'd done a few over the decades, but this was going to be his largest yet. With the setup done and the work put in, all he needed to do was sit back and let events fold out. The payoff would come soon, without him needing to raise a finger anymore. It was more than a little strange to just sit back after all these years of thinking and working. But what was all the work for if not this moment? He had reached a moment of peace many times, but all the ones before now had been disrupted by those suicidal heroes. His smile glinted in the light as he thought of those heroes. Now, at the very end, only he had been left standing. All Might was about to fall just like the rest, in a way that was just perfect, not just for him, but for this idiotic world. It would be a lesson no one would ever forget across the globe. A showdown between giants with no holds barred. All Might was widely considered one of the strongest heroes in history. Removing him in front of the entire world would make Hero Society collapse and give the next generation of villains the boost they needed to get started. It all came together nicely. All for One chuckled. Then his gaze shifted from the clouds to the people below. It was a life disconnected from his own that he had chased after for decades. He wondered how his actions would change all of their lives. Well, not all of them. He wasn't a saint after all. In Musutafu, on the top floor of an apartment complex, was a woman who had, albeit briefly, made him step down, made him step out of the limelight, gave him another taste of the quiet. He wondered what she was doing now, how she was doing, how she'd be affected by all these big changes he had been so intent to make. But it was too late to change course. Now he'd have to stay on the path, follow his plans and get results. He couldn't just change everything on a passing whim. Hisashi descended as the mask came back on, turning off the window and sending everything back to black. He took one last moment to stare into the black window before turning. All for One had more to supervise, to make sure everything went according to plan. Even when he thought he didn't have to do anything, he still had things to do. Midoriya had thought Kurogiri would drop him off at the golf course, but Kurogiri skipped past that and dropped him off inside the forest next to his apartment, which would have been fine, except his next destination was UA. And the putt-putt course was right next to the metro. Even when he didn't think he didn't have anything to do, he still had things to do. So Midoriya at least got to change outfits in the middle of the forest instead of inside a putt-putt bathroom. But with the bugs, that was more of a minus than a plus. He had to stop by a bathroom on the way to put on the makeup for the scar. Still, it was all just minor nitpicks on his way to the end. In the end, Ken didn't even bother to take the metro, hopping through the sewer systems with a strange amount of practice. He made great time as he moved, bouncing off the walls while rarely touching the floor. He did at least want to enter UA through the front gate, so he surfaced outside in an alleyway and then made his way through the large gates. The whole place was pretty devoid of kids, just like his own school, but there were more people here. Even if only 1% of kids showed up this early, 1% of UA was way more than 1% of Ishigama. Nothing surprising. He crossed the campus quickly, not sparing anyone there a second glance as he took them all in. Not many people outside. Most people he could see through the windows inside the building itself, and he understood why. Wasn't even noon yet and it was already a scorcher. The old man smiled as he walked into the school and was hit by the air conditioning, then glanced around. He'd never get used to the giant scope of this place. It was all just so huge. Hard for a little guy like him to get to grips with. A little guy. That was a very loose usage of the term little. Either way, Wraith supported getting some hard rules and regulations to follow. He liked rules and facts. He could work with those. They'd pick up their orders and spend the rest of the day planning out what they would do for the summer camp. They'd probably be in charge of a single event that the students would have to do, like another big fight where they all fought. He had a good idea of what he'd do for that event, too. A big fight would have them pair up in groups again, so maybe he should group them together and trick them into competing to see who could beat him. The teams would then not work together well like real professional heroes, arguing and bickering over who gets credit for the villain takedown. At the end of the exercise, he'd award the groups with the best teamwork, but that was just one idea. He had a few to go off of, and he needed to see exactly what Nezu wanted him to do. Wraith doubted even that Furry Effer knew how his mind worked, and there was basically no predicting him. Best to just go into his office and learn it from the rat dog thing himself. When it was his turn, Ken sat down outside the office, straightened his back, and got to meditating. It seems even with Kurogiri's derailment, his sewer path left him arriving early, and now he had a few minutes to spare before he could go into Nezu's office and learn the details from the rat dog thing itself. Nezu hummed as he checked the cameras, finishing his timeline of everything. Everything was going according to the plan. And everything was nice and neat, the way he liked his chaos. Ryukyu was due in 20 minutes, but Ronin was outside already. He wanted them to be a little closer so that Ronin could rub off on more heroes. The more impressive heroes Ronin was around and got to see, the more likely he was to become a hero. Plus, Ryukyu had some questions about Ronin, even if she didn't know it. She was asking about Ken, the identity that Ronin used around Maruko, another top 10 hero. That probably meant Ken and Ryukyu met. And by how Ryukyu was talking, it was likely she asked Ken some questions face to face but got no answers. He was quite skimpy on the details after all, almost as skimpy as Nezu himself. He hadn't intended for this to happen at first. He was just going to send the information to Ronin's alter ego Midoriya like he did last time. But once he found out about this Ryukyu thing, he was sure Ronin would come for information if he just did nothing. And he was right. Everything went according to plan and Nezu didn't have to lift a finger. He checked the clock before hopping off and opening the door, flashing a big smile at the meditating vigilante. Ah, Ronin. So, forever. He didn't have to see Ronin's eyes to see the death glare. Ronin had a very fine control over his outward emotions, most of the time hiding them behind an impenetrable smile. But for Nezu, he covered all of his feelings with a bloodlust focus to a point. It made it hard to do anything while in his presence. When Nezu heard tales of the gangs who were defeated by the lone vigilante despite their numbers, he imagined this strange technique was one of the reasons the invincible super vigilante stayed invincible. I'm here for information on what you expect me to do for the next week. You do have that prepared and aren't sending me on a goose chase, right? Of course. Do not fret, Ronin. I have everything planned. Then why do you have no files? Ronin stood up, letting his rage radiate like heat from a bonfire. I need files so I can study and plan. I'm there to teach for a week, so I want to finish planning by tonight at the latest. I don't carry all the files on me. It was moments like these, when Ronin put even the principal of UA on the back foot, that made him wonder if the young boy named Midoriya really was Ronin. The facts all checked out, but when Ronin stopped restraining himself, it was like he was an entirely new person. Don't worry and follow me. We're going to go and get them now while finishing up the planning. So either everyone else already got to plan and I'm just getting let in on the loop, or, even worse, no one got to plan anything until now. It was truly fascinating, amazing even, how Ronin could make just walking so threatening. He had the swagger of a professional villain. It was as if he was a younger version of the #1 villain when he got mad. Truly, the fun things he got to experience in this line of work made it worth all the effort. A little of both. We have plans for almost everything. Follow me while I monologue. Nezu didn't usually walk anywhere because of how slow he was, but since he was stalling for time and Ronin was extremely patient, there was no harm in it. It was strange to think of a man radiating as much threatening energy as patient, but from his observations, as long as Ronin was getting results, time was something of a non-factor, as shown by how Ronin did quietly follow, ready to interrupt the moment he suspected Nezu was wasting his time. All of the students will be working on quirk power. I already know how you feel about that. Don't worry. Nezu remembered Ronin's monologues about power versus technique from back when the vigilante was teaching Kaminari. It had been a pretty good speech he was planning to rip off in the future, but this event had already been planned in advance and the super move training was later in the year. Right now we're trying to give them a strong base for their techniques in a place they can safely use their quirks to their utmost limit. Then, later, we will teach them to get the most out of their power. But first they need power, I understand. You're talking in circles. So I am. We have plans for each student to help them best get used to their quirk and maximize how much of their power they can tap into. So, we keep everything here in the teacher's office. I assumed so, otherwise I'd wonder why you brought me here. I've called the teachers who are going to join you on the trip here so you can discuss it more in detail. But as for the files, here they are. Nezu finished digging through a cabinet and pulled them out, then showed him over to a seating arrangement with a table in the middle for them to sit down while they discussed things. Nezu jumped up into a chair, and Ronin moved a chair so he sat opposite the principal. Ronin then picked through the files, not even batting an eye at the missing dates or locations. Even if Nezu couldn't see his eyes, he could tell how fast Ronin read just by the slight tilt of his head. Nezu tried to tear into Ronin in these few moments, tried to glean everything he could from the vigilante. Ronin was reading quickly, but he was still aware of his surroundings. He was calm but not comfortable in UA. And for someone who was technically a criminal, that made sense. It seemed like he wasn't worried about a fight because of how calm he was, but he was aware that one could happen by his vigilance. This also paired up with how Ronin sat. Instead of sitting back and closely examining the papers, Ronin perched on the edge of his seat and was on the balls of his feet. He kept that umbrella close by, ready for things to go south. With a close eye, he could tell the scars decorating Ronin's body seemed to be the real deal. There were more than in the last checkup pictures he looked at, presumably from the vigilante life. That didn't tell him much about Midoriya's personality, but it showed he had gone through enough fights to be considered a veteran vigilante by this point. Finally, reading his lips, a fun trick Nezu was usually pretty good at. It got hard when people mumbled though, and if Ronin wasn't his name, a good second pick for this vigilante might have been Mumbler. Ronin talked quickly and quietly as he read, his finger scanning the text as he blitzed through the pages. Bright but beaten, dangerous but downtrodden. Maybe that's why Nezu was so stuck with Ronin. They said once you knew the story of something you got attached to it. And hardly anyone knew anything about Ronin beyond his fighting skill. Nezu got to see so much more of the vigilante though, leading to a stronger sense of attachment. Because he knew the similarities in their background, he felt a sense of camaraderie with the young man. Even Ronin's fake scar on his face was an exact match for Nezu's real one. He also spent so much time with students Ronin's age. But to call him Midoriya now felt wrong. The world had beaten down Midoriya, and something beyond a child had taken his place. Even for a child in the hero course, Nezu had to admit it was disheartening to find out just how skilled Ronin had become. Or rather, how dangerous Ronin had become to survive this world. An outcast from the day he was born, but no one told him until he was 4. Since then, he wondered how it shaped the young man's life. He couldn't know everything after all. All it had was bits and pieces to piece it all together. This world was tough, and he had to become even tougher to make it through. My first question is about this trail of fear. Nezu's introspection was cut off as Ronin flipped back to the first pages, turning it so Nezu could see what he was talking about. Is it necessary? This is a training camp and they've had their fun. What is the point of it? They're children, Ronin. They want to have fun and relax, you know. And it will be very late in the day. Oh yeah, the times aren't written down. Nezu remembered at the last second that none of the times were written down, meaning Ronin just saw events in vague time slots. The test of courage will take place late into the day and will serve to relax them, give them something to enjoy. You don't work all day, do you? The silence answered it all, but Nezu realized that was a stupid thing to say. Ronin had more experience than most third years at UA in fighting, a perfect record if you didn't count property damage, and more fights under his belt than most professional heroes would get in their first 2 years. You had to fit all that fighting into some time slot. And Nezu even knew that Ronin usually fought late at night. Now he just felt rude. The next question, what are these groups? They're just called Exam F. Ah, there's the big point. That's going to be your group. Not to worry, we still have some plans for them too. But Nezu smiled as he pulled out the next papers, review documents on the finals. Do you remember the finals exams you chipped in with? I don't like where this is going. Some people didn't do so well on them. People who failed their exam got put into the examination failure group, or just Exam F for short. These are the exam reviews for each of the students are going to be dealing with. Ronin quickly skimmed through the list, then sighed in relief. Nejire's not here, thank God. Nope, just 1A and 1B. Point 1A and 1B. Yes, no one from 1B failed, but a third of 1A did. So, we need your help. Nezu's silence spoke volumes. He knew, but he couldn't help it. 1A did actual garbage on their finals, and if Aizawa had his way there'd be plenty more in Exam F. Nezu wasn't sure he disagreed, but it didn't exactly look good even right now. There are gonna be remedial lessons led by you. And you want me to work on the things they failed on in here? Ronin tapped the papers with a finger. Anything else? Another remedial exam at the end would be delightful if you could. There will be others at the location to help you, and I've prepared detailed notes for you when you get there. However, for security's sake, we can't tell you until then. It's a day away. It's the principal. He couldn't help saying it with a sing-songy voice. And from the slight smirk and shake of his head, Ronin could probably tell he was full of sit. Will I be judging if they pass or fail? Yep, just like the finals except you're in total control. We had them do their finals in groups of 2, but you can do them however you like. And I'll get supplies when I get there. Yes, can't tell you what though. All right, here. How many papers are you hiding? A lot, but I've got something to deal with, so please give me a moment. You can keep reviewing these papers, but no photos please. Well, it's not like you have a phone on you. So you did try to hack my phone. Would I be me if I didn't? He left the vigilante to review the papers on his own, then walked only 20 paces before he started waving. Bezrukio, over here. Nezu. The Dragoon hero smiled as she approached. Thank you for putting aside the time for this. It's nothing, really. And just as suddenly as the killing intent disappeared earlier, it was back and glaring a hole in the back of his head. Midoriya shifted through the papers, his mind working hard as his eyes drifted across the familiar faces. He was going to be dealing with students who failed their final exams during the training camp, but the people he saw worried him. Katsuki Bakugo. They put him against All Might, for God's sake. That fight was rigged from the start. Bakugo was strong, but he wasn't strong enough to even harm All Might with his normal explosions. His only bet was then his giant gauntlets. But would All Might be stupid enough to let those big attacks land? That fight was impossible. Literally, Katsuki Bakugo was incapable of doing enough damage to seriously hurt the professional hero. And the guy he was paired with, well, it made it slightly less impossible. Monoma could copy quirks, so their only hope was Monoma copied All Might's quirk while Bakugo distracted the #1 hero. Then, they both turned the quirks to full blast and hit All Might, praying to God they could win. No, they could also use their quirks to run away, but there was only one exit. Midoriya's next idea was they were supposed to throw away their pride and run, but even that didn't work. All Might had been puppy guarding the safe zone. It was cheap when someone had done it in tag back in 3rd grade, and it was cheap now. Midoriya didn't have a good idea of how Bakugo and Monoma were supposed to win, but the paper just said competing egos, and what did that mean? Competing egos wasn't something you could improve in a 30-minute fight. What was UA? Focusing on personality problems in the middle of a practical test. This was the worst place to focus on personality problems. It was supposed to be called prep work because it was done in preparation, not in the heat of the moment. Yet here UA was, trying to throw prep work into the middle of a fight. It wasn't a sink or swim scenario. It was just an idiotic excuse to beat the shit out of 2 kids. These are the kinds of things therapists exist to solve. Not trained, don't call these idiots trained fighters. These fakes are as trained as wild animals, not professional heroes. Maybe he was just misunderstanding this. Nezu had just gotten up and was walking over to greet his guest. Midoriya made to call him over and ask one last question before he left. Ms. Rukio, over here. Rukio, Nezu. They recognized the voice without even looking up from the papers, frozen like a statue as their shaking hand crumpled the paper. Thank you for putting aside the time for this. It's nothing, really. Wraith's gaze slowly latched onto that furry effer, trying to kill him with just his eyes. But he didn't have any quirks, so all staring did was waste time. Midoriya's gaze switched back to the papers, his body going as still as stone as his mind worked. He'd just ignore them and focus on the current issue. Eyes tended to notice movement and things they thought were out of place. So by pretending to fit in, odds were good that Ryukyu wouldn't notice a thing. Until that little rat walked right back over, sitting on the couch and patting beside him. Come, don't be a stranger. Sit and stay a while. Oh, thank you, Nezu. Yeah, F you, Nezu. She sat down on the couch, but her attention was more focused on Nezu than the figure wearing the tacky straw hat and cloak. Midoriya kept quietly working in the background, tuning them out so he could at least get some work done. If he couldn't take the files outside, he'd make this as quick as possible. Come, don't be a stranger. Sit and stay a while. Nezu smiled as he sat just a few feet from Ronin, and Ryukyu walked over with a small smile. Oh, thank you, Nezu. Speaking of that Ronin guy, the killing intent was entirely gone. It was actually hard to notice the quiet hunched figure, or at least to pay attention to him. He now looked so unassuming and boring your eyes just slid right over him as he worked. He was learning so much about the vigilante just from this small exchange. So, you had some questions for me. Nezu had been here inside the teacher's lounge just a few minutes before Ronin arrived and had been busy, setting everything up including his tea. He was surprised the vigilante didn't notice or at least question it as he poured himself a cup. Did you want any tea? Speak up. He did enjoy bombarding Ryukyu with questions and watching her try to keep up. Her responses made this even more fun, and he was already having a great time. Yes, I do know. I'm fine, thank you. You don't have any questions? No, yes, I have questions. No, I don't want any tea, thank you though. Alrighty, so, what's on your mind? Worried about your intern. And once again he swept her off course, changing the conversation's direction and making her follow his pace. Yes, I'm a little worried about Nejire. She's a little too excitable still, but no, that's not what I'm here for. But she could slowly turn the direction back and refocus. Good ability for anyone. She wasn't perfect, Nezu knew. Ronin would have shut down any attempts to change the topic at the start, but that's why he loved the guy. Ronin's best abilities weren't a hero's, they were an Everman's abilities. Like his new ability to sweep himself into the background. Ryukyu didn't even take 2 looks at the cloaked figure sitting just a few feet away as she started talking. I had some questions to ask you about a man I first met here at UA. I know him as Ken. Do you know who I'm talking about? Nezu was pretty sure she asked some of this over the phone, but he was down to mess with Ronin. He'd mess with anyone if there was no real harm in it. Ken, kind of short guy. The same height as me. So yes, he's short. Nezu stroked his chin while delighting in her expression. She hadn't fully realized he was messing with her, but she was starting to catch on from just the first response. What else? Oh yes, wearing strange oriental clothes? I guess that could wait. Ryukyu took a moment to look at her own oriental clothes. She was right on the verge of figuring it out. She just needed one more push, and a joke was more fun the more people were in on it. One last push wouldn't hurt anyone. Oh yes, I remember. He wears a weird object on his head. It blocks you from seeing his eyes. How's that metal claw in your hair working out for you, anyway? She figured it out the second he said weird object if he was to judge by how her shoulders sagged. It's for my quirk transformation. She reached up and grabbed the metal claw pieces that covered her right eye as she spoke, now conscious of how weird it looked when it was pointed out. Not that it looked dumb, really, but as Nezu was about to point out, it really was idiotic to put something that was supposed to go on your hand on your head. But was that really the best place to put in? Like, not on, say, a belt. A belt would be closer to your hand when you transform and wouldn't possibly obstruct your vision. And just like that, he had derailed everything again. Did you consult a support item facility about this? Yes, I did, but I wasn't sure when I should change my look. A hero's image is very hard to change, once said, but that's not what we're here for. And once again, a little slower this time, she got them back on topic. Nezu was sorry to say it, but Ryukyu wasn't very good at this game, although that was compared to his usual playmates. Is this why Ken doesn't like you? Oh, this is definitely why Ken hates me. Nezu laughed as he gave a straight answer. Well, a straight answer for him. As close as he was going to get to a straightforward response. Or at least, this is one of the reasons. Ken enjoys this game even less than you, and he's pretty good at it. Oh, so you two are close. She went into it the second he stepped back, pursuing the answers she wanted quickly. No wonder Ronin liked her. Have you known each other for a long time? I couldn't say we're close and keep a straight face. Nezu might lead people in circles, but he'd at least always be honest in his words. We also haven't known each other for a long time, but I'd say we understand each other very well. A little too well. Oh, there were a lot of O's in this conversation so far. He'd try to cut down on that going forward. He drank his tea as he glanced at Ronin, who was still hunched over those papers, thinking everything through. He wasn't even distracted by this little curveball. Nezu'd have to try harder in the future. How long have you known Ken for then? Known about him for around a year. Known him personally for a little less. It was the little hints that made his day. And nothing was more fun than sprinkling tiny hints in over a long period. This was going to be fun. Is he famous? Ryukyu at least figured out that he was someone important since his reputation preceded him. Not that it narrowed down who Ken really was. Not as Ken, no, but anything more would be telling, and I think he should be the one to tell people about that. His response gave away more than it should have, but he was having fun. He refilled his cup and offered her more. Are you sure you don't want anything to drink? We also have some water over on the wall behind you. No, I'll be fine. I wanted to talk to you because I wanted to learn more about Ken, and he wasn't telling me anything. He did admit he knew you, though. He admitted he knew me. That's surprising. Nezu figured the only time Ronin would admit that they knew each other was when the vigilante was listing good targets for sword practice. He was glad to see they were a little closer than he thought. Sort of. What's? No. Is Ken in the heroism business? I asked him if he was a professional hero and he seemed defeated. His reaction was very strange. He said that he stopped trying to be a hero some time ago, and since he knows you, I wondered if you knew anything about that. Oh, Nezu remembered when he first brought that up. He even still remembered unraveling the story behind that and remembered All Might's big F up. His eyes naturally shifted to one side as he looked at Ronin, wondering how much he should say. Ken's had an interesting life. He's been let down a lot by a lot of people, and it changed him. He became very strong to keep going. And very scary. Nezu's eyes shifted off of Ronin, sure that he reacting to Nezu's words and locking onto Ryukyu. His career has changed him and made him one of the best fighters that I know of. Have you seen him when he goes all out? Yes, once. He fought so many Namu. Her eyes seemed to glaze slightly as she thought back, recounting the fight she saw. It was such a strange style. He killed them all so quickly, it wasn't like any style I've ever seen. What heroing school did he learn from? None. Nezu could say that with confidence. Midoriya never had time to learn at a heroing school in his schedule and attended some dump in the middle of nowhere with no budget. I'm not entirely sure on this, but I believe Ken is self-taught. And with how many weapons he's packing, that's impressive. Could you speak up? I didn't catch that last part. No, but on a further note, Ken never attended a hero school. He's not a hero, after all. There are other places to learn how to fight. Like. She was actively taking notes on what he said. Was she trying to mimic Ronin's style? Now that was adorable. On the streets, in dojos, in the military. Now that he was saying it, maybe he should make learning at least one martial art a necessary class for the first years. There was no harm in it, and it would only help them further down the line. He archived that thought for the future. He could tell Ronin about it to try and win him over. There are a lot of places to learn and practice fighting if you're willing to try. I guess I'd need to ask him that. She bit her lip as she thought through her questions, muttering to herself. Should have asked him that the first time. Can you tell me what Ken used to do since he's retired? Nope. Yeah, I figured. Does Ken work here? That would be a hero school. But I guess yes, technically he's working here for a small period. Technicalities like these were fun, kept people guessing. He loved it when he could answer questions with even more confusing answers. Thank you for the answers, Nezu. They weren't very helpful. Ryukyu smiled politely but was still honest at the end of the day. I want to meet Ken and ask him more questions, but I don't think you're the person to ask. Nope, I might be the worst person. He hates me. I tried to ask him some questions a few days ago, but since he was trying to leave, he didn't want to talk with me at all. If I could arrange a time where we could just talk though, I could get some useful answers. Why are you so interested in him anyway? Something going on there. Come on, give me some details. I just want to learn about him as a person for Maruko. They seem so close, but Maruko doesn't actually know anything about him. As her friend, I think there shouldn't be so many secrets between them. That's it. It's the first reason. The second was much more minor. I wanted to learn how to fight like him. There was the reason Nezu had expected. It was what most people, including him, admired first about the vigilante. But that seems like another thing I need to ask him in person. If only I had some time to talk with him. Ryukyu fiddled with the couch's armrest as she thought, then looked over suddenly. Could you perhaps schedule an appointment between us? Please. Nezu played along with a smile. An appointment between you two? Yes. Every time I see him he's trying to do something else, so I end up getting in the way. But if I could schedule some time with him so he's not trying to do anything else while we're talking, he'll probably. She caught Nezu's amused stare and corrected herself. He's more likely to give me answers. More likely to, but not guaranteed. Ken doesn't respect heroes the same way most people do, so your ranking doesn't mean much to him. Granted, he does like you, so maybe you'll have better luck than most. Although he's very hard to get any answers out of. Nezu, a moment. The exam F group does have quirk strengthening tests already picked out and the equipment to do them for the full week during the day, correct? Oh, yes they do. Anything else? Not right now, thank you. Ronin didn't even bother to look up as he wrote on the papers, going back to his own quiet world. Nezu smiled as he turned back to a now very embarrassed Ryukyu. How long? The whole time. They both spoke at the same time, Nezu's grin getting larger at their moment of synchronization. Ronin, however, was barely paying attention to them, still focused on the papers as his mind worked. That just makes it worse. And funnier. You're 0 for 2 on finding me. And you've been listening the whole time. No, I'm trying to do something right now, but you two have been steadily getting louder. Sorry. It was fun watching Ryukyu bounce between the idea of asking him questions and realizing she'd just be annoying him. Unfortunately for Ronin, Nezu already knew he was on Ronin's sit list and had no intention of moving yet, so he'd annoy him. Hey, so some questions. Nezu leaned towards Ken with a large grin across his face, practically bouncing in his seat. No, too bad. You're not going anywhere and you know it. Sue, who taught you how to fight? Hey, now shut up or let me take these files home. Opposed to Ryukyu and Nezu's long answers, Ken cut straight to the point, just like when she tried to get answers out of him. His tone wasn't respectful at all as he dealt with the principle of UA. Now, next question. Did you want to ask a few, Ms. Ryukyu? No, he seems to be working. Too bad for him. Ken, are you in the heroism industry? Sorry, she said it earlier and threw me off. Is a janitor a part of the cooking industry? Vague. I like it. Next question. Who are you? Annoyed and about to throw you out that window. I want to see if you're related to squirrels. Ken nodded towards the nearest window, which wasn't even open. Ryukyu wasn't sure it could open. Ah yes, squirrels. They can fall from any height safely because of a natural understanding of aerodynamics, using their bodies as a sort of pseudo-parachute. I can assure you I'm not related and would probably die. Lucky me. Indeed. I still don't think you answered that question, but I like not flying out windows. So on to the next one. Ryukyu, ask away. This seems kind of rude. It is. Immensely. Also, it doubles as the best way to get answers out of him. So go on, ask away. They did seem pretty close despite what Nezu said early, both acting in sync with each other. Nezu seemed to evaluate him highly, judging by how casually they treated each other. What's your relationship with each other? Annoyer and annoyed. Ken didn't even hesitate in his response, and at least he was giving sort of clear answers. The best she'd gotten so far. You said you trained yourself, right? Yes. Then why'd you try to refer me to learning under someone else? And, for the first time, Ken stopped for just a second. His pencil stopped mid-mark as he glanced once at Nezu, then got back into his work. Because my style of fighting isn't compatible with your quirk. Quirks pair well with different fighting styles, and some styles don't work together. You and I have those styles. A quirk analyst would be able to create a fighting style that paired up well with your quirk, and the Hero Association can easily provide one for you. You don't need me. But what about when I'm not using my quirk? Once again, a small pause, longer as he listened, slightly turning to look at her. My quirk is very situational, and there are many times when I can't use it. You don't seem to fight with your quirk, so I was wondering if I could learn your fighting style for those times. Now, he was giving her his full attention, placing down the papers as he looked her over. There are still much better people to learn from than me. Some fighting styles you could use both with and without your quirk. You don't need me. Quirk analysts make a living out of tearing apart quirks and finding the best ways to improve and expand on them, and I'm some guy you met 3 times now. I do not have the qualifications to make a fighting style for you, except when you did for Kaminari. Shut up, furry effer, and I have no desire to. I get nothing from it. We both waste our time, and that's the end of it. Ken sorted the papers and stood. That's also the end of this. Here are your papers back, and I'll see myself out. Goodbye. Ken tossed the papers to Nezu and left, picking up his signature umbrella on the way out. Nezu waved goodbye with a big smile as the cloaked man left. You know, I think he really likes you. He didn't insult you once. That's got to mean something. He usually insults everyone. Well, maybe he just insults me every time we see each other. Anyways, Nezu turned to face her again, taking another drink of tea before continuing. I hope that answered most of your questions. He was a lot more responsive than I thought he'd be. But why do you want to fight like he does? I don't think you ever use a sword with your quirk. Use a sword? Ryukyu was a little taken back by that comment, trying to think through what she knew about Ken. He uses a sword. Oh, you've never seen him get serious. What do you see him use? Guns? Needles? The spear? Come on, give me details. Just needles, and his hands he has guns. As in multiple. She didn't even know if the police used more than 1 gun per officer. And a spear just seemed impractical. And a spear. Ooh boy, does Ken have a lot of weapons. Nezu laughed at the thought but refocused quickly. I think between you and Ken, I'd be more scared of Ken going on a rampage inside UA. With just an umbrella. If it's really an umbrella. But you can find out about that later. Yes, Ken practices swordsmanship first and foremost as far as I know. His swordsmanship is his best martial art. I don't know what you've seen, but when he draws that sword, Nezu seemed to lose himself for a moment, smiling widely at a distant memory. Well, there's no substitute for seeing it in person. I hope you'll be able to see it someday. Nezu hopped up and moved to the window that Ken had threatened to throw him out of not even 5 minutes ago. Ryukyu rose to join him, the view overlooking the entrance to UA. A tiny dot moved on the ground, a cloaked figure walking with an umbrella as if it was a cane. You seem to value him a lot. Yeah. He used to want to be a hero, you know. What happened? A lot of people failed him. Hero Society failed him. In a roundabout way, I failed him. It's complicated. Does he hate heroes? Ryukyu remembered how Nezu mentioned that Ken didn't respect heroes, and with how the old man treated the principal of one of the greatest hero schools in the world, it showed. I don't know, I'm not him. Nezu was smiling, but he didn't seem to be talking with the same levity as before. I hope not. He'd be a great hero, you know. Might even steal your rank, nah. You don't think he's good enough to get into the top 10? No, he'd surpass the current top 10. When Ken gets serious, he's in a league we thought only one person existed in. Nezu's eyes were fixed on the tiny figure that he praised so much, slowly walking out of his front gate. I hope he becomes a hero. For society's sake. For his. Midoriya meandered out of the annoying meeting, walking across UA. As front lawn with his only company being the tapping of the umbrella across the pavement. He didn't expect to see Ryukyu of all people in there, but he wasn't surprised that Nezu did something like that. Nezu did like pulling twists after all. Still, that was a more enjoyable twist. Ryukyu was much better to deal with than other professional heroes, like Maruko. As much time as they spent together, he was pretty sure he liked Ryukyu a little more. She thought things through, she was polite, and she was actively trying to better herself without an outside force's influence. She was a shoo-in for being more liked by them. If he was out of high school, he might have proposed when she started talking about learning real fighting techniques to combine with her quirk. Still, he didn't want to help her with that. He couldn't. They had a plan that started tomorrow. And as good as Ryukyu was, it wasn't shaping well for the heroes before they even went over. Maybe this training camp would change his mind. But it wasn't likely. He was trying to decide which side would be the best to join by looking into their futures. But heroism had such a rocky start it was impossible for him to ignore. It was a hard sell by any stretch, especially compared to the organization and power of villainy. All Might was falling apart and wouldn't be able to keep being a hero in a few years, while All for One looked to be in his 30s like he was aging backward or something. To compare the sides and their strong figures, right now heroism had the top 10 and not much else. Even some of the heroes in the top 10 wouldn't put up much of a fight. And he could probably solo them with the proper equipment. The heroes were together but not united. Compared to that, villainy had All for One, a person who fought All Might and won. He hadn't seemed to win the short game, but long term, All Might was only a hero for 3 hours a day. And All for One looked ready to take on the entire top 10 single-handedly. Hell, from how he was talking about the end of All Might, the number 1 villain might actually go toe-to-toe with the Hero Association. The fact that Midoriya wasn't sure who would win spoke volumes about that man's power. And that was just one villain. Kirigiri, Sane, Mao, there were tons of powerful criminals on All for One's side. Looking at it from the past, the heroes didn't stand a chance. There might be more heroes, but there were more ants than people in the world, and the ants still weren't in charge of Sid. Midoriya stopped thinking about the past, shaking those thoughts off with a wistful smile. They already knew heroism had fallen far and was failing. They already knew how this would end too. They just didn't want to admit which side was stronger. The League might be stupid, but they were leagues more competent with Kurogiri along for the ride. Imagine how strong they'd be with Wraith. Midoriya shook off a few more thoughts as he went on his way. He said he'd go and see the future of heroism because he knew how bad it looked. He was going to help UA's best and brightest. Surely, they'd at least set a good example for the heroes. Until you remembered a third of them failed their final exams. A third of a class failing finals. Some of that was down to personal problems. But when so many problems arose, you had to question the teaching method. Midoriya couldn't shake that one off because he, on some level, knew it was true. Midoriya knew who was probably going to win this competition after all. He was running a test to see if Bakugo of all people could listen to advice. Bakugo, for God's sake. But he'd hope. But he'd try. And, by his own effort and determination, he'd at least help a few more people. At this point, it was all he could do for them. But for himself, early bedtime for his early wake-up. He lay in bed for a minute with his eyes closed, breathing deeply as he savored his bed. Last time in a while he was going to sleep comfortably. Eventually, the sluggish form slipped from the bed and slunk off to the bathroom. Clean up, then slink back to sit on the bed for another minute or two, just trying to get focus. His bed was made. The backpack sat by the front door, already double and triple checked. Midoriya was moving now, starting to get a flow. He did his morning routine while breakfast heated up, some stretches and practice swings while the microwave made a light breakfast. That meal was just a memory by the time his mom woke up briefly to see him off. An exchange of hugs, one kiss each, and now he was out of the house. His momentum was good as he ran through the early morning streets to his high school long before anyone sane would show up, making his own entrance inside with Yamato. He went into his second bathroom of the day to check out what he was going to do. At first, he'd been worried about his disguise, but he realized he could just bring a makeup kit on the trip and wake up early. And that brought him to wondering again what weapons to bring, a question he thought of last night while coming home from meeting Nezu. That was what he spent most of the night thinking over. But it wasn't too difficult in the end. His umbrella sword, the pistols, the bodysuit, and the coat were all coming as his staples, even if he wasn't going to use them all. If things went sour, he'd like to have them nearby. Plus a few practice swords for training, something UA probably wasn't going to provide. He was also bringing the helmet because subtlety wasn't his forte, but the helmet was more of a backup. He wasn't planning to wear the usual black dome mask unless something went wrong. But he knew for a fact something was probably going to go wrong. His guess was Maruko would show up and attack, because she always seemed to find a way to cause problems for him. The cloak was coming too, and that meant his staff was coming too. He didn't actually have a name for it when it wasn't in one of the bigger weapon forms. He'd work on that later though. Midoriya stepped back and looked over the back with all his weapons and tools stored nicely away. He had thought of a few last things to get in advance for this, but those went in a separate bag. He'd only be bringing 3. One for his camping equipment, one for his weapons, and the extras. The biggest one was his weapons, but the heaviest was his equipment, and that still fit on his back. He carried around the AEC. A few bags shouldn't slow him down at all. After grabbing all his things, it was time to set out. Ken quickly traversed the streets through his secret underground passages, arriving at UA in not even 5 minutes from his high school. He was an hour early, but he was supposed to be one of the supervisors this time. He had to be leading these kids. And that meant he had to be there earlier than any of them. Walking into UA, the bus wasn't even there yet. No one was outside yet, leaving him alone with only his thoughts and some bags as company. He tried the doors, but it didn't seem they were unlocked yet. He could get through them with Yamato, but if they were locked, no one was probably inside yet, so it was better to just sit and wait. He sat down on the ground, crossing his legs and closing his eyes. If he had to wait, he might as well get some more meditation in. Plus, he was feeling pretty tired. He'd probably be getting a little sleep in on the bus ride. He straightened his back and took a deep breath in, letting the time wash over as he zoned out. And the bus will be here in 30 minutes. Hopefully some of the students will be here by then, because we're only loading for 15 minutes. Midoriya stirred to that voice, somewhat familiar and tired. He felt like he'd heard it before, but it had definitely been a while. You're not going to leave your class here if they're late again, are you? This is supposed to be for the students' eraser hat. A new voice. He definitely hadn't heard that one before. If he had, he wasn't paying attention to it. Midoriya stopped focusing internally and checked the sun. He hadn't even been meditating for 20 minutes yet, and people arrived. Still, that was probably for the best. He wasn't here to get more sleep after all. He took one last deep breath in and jumped to his feet straight out of meditation, then stretched his legs. Sitting on the ground wasn't his best idea for any amount of time. Besides himself, there are only 2 people out in front of UA. Big guy in red with tubes. That was Vlad King. They had been in the same place at the same time only. Once, if even. They definitely never spoke to each other before this. The other guy was a racerhead. And that made him double-check his pocket sand, which he still had. I'll only leave them if they don't show the necessary potential to be heroes, like the ability to read a clock, and it looks like the last teacher's here. I'm Aizawa. This is Ken. You are. Ken, it's a pleasure. They all exchanged handshakes, a little awkwardly. Did Nezu change anything last minute again? See Vlad, the new guy's already asking more useful questions than you. Eraserhead flipped open the schedule, giving it a quick reread. Don't think so. We're dumping the kids off at 9 and going to meet them at the camp at 12. Meal. Then we start training until 8. Meal and finish with hot spring. Good. Midoriya had plans based around the schedule, and if it suddenly changed, his plans would have to be reworked. So he was really hoping a certain furry effer didn't stick his nose in anywhere. I'm glad you think so, Ken. Hello, everybody. Nezu hopped out of UA. As front doors with a big grin plastered across his face. Nezu, everyone spoke at once with all the enthusiasm of the dead, glaring at the principal with suspicion. Not one hello. Such a cold greeting for such a hot day. Nezu laughed it off but jumped between them, giving each of them the once-over. Aizawa, did you sleep at all for this? We need you on your highest alert this week. Don't worry, sir. I'm ready for anything. Eraserhead looked like he was ready to keel over at any moment from sleep deprivation. Really filled Midoriya with confidence about the professional teachers he was stuck with. And Ken, did all the supplies come in nicely? No complications, I assume. No, sir. Everything's ready to go. All that's left is the students. Fantastic. And Ken, aren't you hot in that? Bought a suit and a jacket? It's already 21 degrees out and it's only going to get hotter. But somehow, by the grace of God, I go on. Did you need to tell us something? Yup, just a few last things. Won't take a minute. Nezu casually hopped on top of Midoriya's pile of bags so the 3 teachers could see him better. Remember that we have reports of strange seismic activity in the area. It might just have been a misreading of the information, but scientists can't explain it, so it's probably someone with a quirk. We still don't know who it was or why they did it, so keep your eyes open for the first sign of trouble. Also, remember to try and be a little positive with the students. They're still in their first years after all and are still getting to grips with their quirks, Aizawa, so patience is necessary. Lastly, this is a summer camp. Try to enjoy yourselves a little. Also, on an unrelated note, here are your papers, Ken. Couldn't think of a good time to give them to you. Any questions? Nezu tossed a very familiar folder to the vigilante, who ran through it quickly to make sure everything was still in place. When you say keep an eye out, should we be patrolling the area? Nothing of the sort. The area has already been segmented off, and so you should know well in advance if anyone stumbles in. But just keep an eye on the students to make sure no one goes missing. You're going to a big forest and it might be a little hard to keep track of everyone. Midoriya pulled out some new papers that finally gave him details about where they were all going, like a map and a real schedule with hard times. He wouldn't need to make any minor changes. It just told him how long he'd be spending with certain idiots. Exam F has worked to improve their quirks, right? Do you just want me to take them away from my stuff one by one or do all of them at once? If you see fit, you can have them never do any work on their quirks for the whole week. Run it as you please, Ken. Midoriya nodded, knowing damn well he wasn't going to spend a full day with most of them. I understand. Thank you for the clarification. Ah, here come some of the students. He wanted to say here come some of the kids, but his brain couldn't get used to saying that. He was pretty sure he was younger than the kids in their classes, which really outlined how little he thought he was going to teach them. No one else really paid attention to the first students arriving, some kids from 1A. A blue-haired idiot who tried to take on a hero killer, a girl with a giant ponytail, and a guy who was literally split down the middle. He was pretty sure the half-and-half guy was Endeavor's kid, and anything beyond that was lost on him. The kids were discussing well. The blue-haired kid with glasses and the ponytail girl were discussing their expectations for the summer camp, while the mayo ketchup guy was brooding in the back of the group. Sensei, we have arrived. Blue Boy pointed out the obvious while making chopping motions like some sort of robot. By the way he spoke and his quirk, engine legs, he might just be one. Yeah, I noticed. The bus will be here soon. Don't lose your stuff while we wait. Yes, sir. Robokid went back to talking to Ponytail while the edgy kid sat back and shunned all social interaction. None of them were on his list for problems he had to deal with, at least, so Midoriya didn't bother paying too much attention to them. Instead of focusing on them, he watched the other teachers. They were supposed to be the experts here, and as more of their students came in, they stopped standing around talking and started running checks with their respective classes. Some of the students, presumably the class representatives, helped their teachers as more students trickled in while the bus slowly crept in. Midoriya stayed back from the groups, checking off the students he'd be teaching as they came in before someone came running up to meet him. Hey, Hiei-sensei, Kaminari emerged from the blob of mediocrity that was Wana with a big smile on his face, waving ecstatically at him. Sensei, you're gonna come along and teach us. Hello, Kaminari. Yes, in a way, I'm gonna teach you. Excited for this trip. It was good to see the only person who bothered to take his advice, even if this was probably the last time they'd see each other for a long time. Totally dude. I mean sir. Midoriya laughed it off and picked up his bags, smiling at Kaminari. You can just call me Ken, Kaminari. We're both coming to learn. You're just going to be learning from me. He was pretty sure Kaminari was like a month older than him, and hearing the taller student call him sir was surreal and pointless. Well, you're already talking with the vague mystic stuff. That was fast. Midoriya wasn't sure what that meant, but just smiled and nodded along. Speaking of fast, you better start loading your bags or else we might leave without you. Plus, don't you want a good seat? Oh, you're right. Gotta go. Kaminari left as quickly as he got, dragging his backpack behind him. It seemed a little overstuffed, but gave Midoriya an idea of one thing he could request. He scanned the crowd for a certain rat so he could request a few spare items for the training, something that it seemed that Furry Effer hadn't thought to bring. Everything got loaded up quickly onto 2 buses, and everyone got sorted onto their own bus. Wana with 1A, 1B with 1B. Midoriya was with Wana since all of his students were in that class, and because Kaminari asked him to. Personally, if Kaminari hadn't said anything, Midoriya would have gone with 1B just because he knew literally nothing about them. Well, and because he wouldn't have to do anything if he went with 1B. All of these students didn't care about him. All except one, a certain very excitable student who seemed very happy to talk to Midoriya again. You update your outfit. Looks pretty slick. Midoriya was pretty sure his outfit looked bland as hell. It was only designed to be functional after all. Have you updated your gear? It takes regular maintenance and work to keep our gear in working order and top shape. Midoriya held up Yamato to show what he was talking about, slightly unsheathing the sword when Kaminari didn't understand. Oh, I get you. Oh, no, I haven't. My bad. Kaminari rubbed the back of his head, trying to hide his emotions behind a smile. If Midoriya had to guess, Kaminari was upset that he kept regularly losing. Kaminari lost the sports festival, had notes about his lackluster grades, and judging by how he was a part of Midoriya's exam F, he didn't do so hot on his finals either. Then I guess I can show you how when we get there. It should be a pleasant time. Midoriya mimicked his mother's calm smile as he leaned back into his chair, getting comfortable as the bus started. He will. Kaminari's smile became a touch more genuine and he laughed, reminding the vigilante of a certain loud criminal. Thanks, ... Hey, you know what we're gonna do this week? I hope so. I am the 3rd teacher after all. Well, are you gonna teach all of us? In theory. Is that a yes or no? Probably just going to teach you again. Sweet. Thanks, man. Kaminari leaned back in his chair, then started talking again. Cause I've been on a bad streak since we last met, and I think I could use some serious help. Lots of mistakes. Tons, man, sir, Mr. Ken. I don't think I can call you just Ken, dude. Whatever comes naturally then. My name doesn't matter as long as I can figure out you're talking about me. Midoriya realized he didn't talk to that many people his age. In his current social group, there was Aiko, and then Maruko was like 10 years older than him, and Ryukyu was pretty close to her age. And he was pretty sure those two were the next closest after Aiko. That was a pretty big gap. At least Kaminari didn't let him think too deeply about the issues, popping back in and talking more. Midoriya was content to sit back and act as a sounding board while Kaminari let loose for a few more minutes before going off to join his friends. The loud, high-energy life suited Kaminari, and while Midoriya was happy to interact with it, it wasn't for him. He was content to lean back in his seat, close his eyes, and let the world wash over him as their bus made its way down the road. Midoriya relaxed in his seat on the bus, hearing but not quite listening to the chatter of Class 1 as they moved out of the city and into more open areas. They were a noisy bunch, constantly shouting, laughing, and using their quirks. It was a total mess that Eraserhead, the one who was driving the bus, didn't even bat an eye at. So, instead of paying attention to the carnage of the children, Midoriya pretended to be mature and boredly stared out the window, watching the scenery roll by as the pair of buses left all civilization and went into a vaguely familiar forest. Well, to say it was vaguely familiar was to lie. He remembered this road because it was the same road Mao had taken them back after visiting the abandoned military complex. He couldn't see the base from the road, but he did see the knocked-over sign that signified where the trail started as the bus zoomed along, put together with Nezu's warning about strange seismic activity. And he was pretty sure the heroes really didn't know what was going on, setting up their camp close to their enemy's secret hideout unintentionally. Another point off the heroes and their non-existent ability to find reliable information. This wasn't unusual either. Heroes were usually on the back foot because information gathering was a field the current hero society didn't explore. But that was just being negative, and they barely started. The fact that they had barely started and heroism was already losing points wasn't good besides. This was about the next generation, not the past. Mostly not about the past. Still, it was good that the school was putting in so much effort to train its students that it created a camp program just to get a little more time with them. They wouldn't be training for a long time in this camp, but a resourceful student would still make progress no matter what problems came up. Shame then that these students looked to be less resourceful than rats. But now he was being negative again. The least he could do was start with a neutral opinion and then go from there. Midoriya shuffled in his seat, trying to shift away as he refocused on the view out the window. He wasn't used to sitting for long anymore, and it seemed most of the students weren't either. It seemed his short class periods from taking half his classes online were now coming back to bite him in the ass with boredom and listlessness. But as Midoriya stared out the window at the shifting scenes, the buses began to slow down, pulling to a stop along the ledge of a cliff on the side of the road. Aizawa stood up and faced his class, speaking loudly over the hubbub. "All right, everyone, we're taking a quick break to stretch our legs. Everybody up." It seemed the kids were as excited to walk around as Midoriya was, most rushing past him and out the doors. Midoriya was the second to last person to get off the bus, with only Eraserhead himself coming after. The tired teacher shut the doors behind them as the students spread out on the cliffside they stopped at, admiring the view as they stretched and talked while everyone ignored the strange car that was already parked at the cliff. Well, most of the students ignored the car. Midoriya had checked the schedule and was pretty sure this is where the volunteering hero group would meet up with their class and start the training camp. But he wasn't sure. He wasn't even sure what hero group agreed to help UA. Since he wasn't sure, he decided to take the laziest and best option and just ask, "Hey, Eraserhead, this is where the camp really starts, right?" "Yup, glad you remember. Gotta give the speech now." Eraserhead grumbled as he began to speak to 1A and 1B, who currently were intermingling like cats and dogs. Eraserhead also confirmed Midoriya's suspicions without directly bringing up what was about to happen. While Midoriya didn't know the exact details, he knew the furry effer who decided what would happen and had a general idea of what was going on. Midoriya wondered if it was his knowledge of Nezu that made him so aware of what, judging by the other adults' faces, was definitely about to happen. Midoriya figured most of UA had this style of throwing the students in head first, so he was surprised that not one of them saw this coming. Midoriya would have guessed that this happened more, but maybe Eraserhead had control over his students and didn't do as many surprises with them. "Hey, sensei, want to take a picture with me? View's pretty good." Kaminari threw an arm over Midoriya's shoulders as he smiled widely, much more excited than when they first met, and his nerves were racked by his previous failings. His positivity was pretty contagious as Midoriya smiled too, taking his mind off of UA. As confusing policies and inner workings. "You don't get out of the city much, do you?" "Nope, reception sucks and bug bites are annoying." "Come on though, I'm already here and my mom made me promise to take pics." Kaminari dragged him over to the ledge, both of them ignoring the professional hero's speech while Kaminari took out his phone. Kaminari didn't realize anything was about to go down, but that would just be one more lesson the young hero-to-be would have to learn. Midoriya kept a confident smile as he was pulled into Kaminari's pace. All he had to do was remember to tell Kaminari to save the photo without posting it to social media. This place was supposed to be a secret after all, and he didn't want it given away from such a stupid and preventable mistake. Besides that, one photo couldn't hurt. Aizawa broke off his conversation with Ken and turned to face the messes of 1A and 1B, who had just started the trip and were already wasting his time. He spoke up, not really caring how many's attention he got. They'd get the message in a minute. There's no point in stopping randomly. Minda glanced up at him with extremely worried eyes. Like for the bathroom. The car that none of the students had noticed finally opened up, with the two heroes stepping out and up. "Hey, Eraser, Vlad." He bowed to them as they got into formation for their opening bit. He had to respect the commitment to the bit, even if the concept was pretty effing stupid in the eyes of an underground hero. So, instead he went for something neutral. He was representing UA. After all, long time no see. Mandalay and Pixie Bob went into their bit with the weird opening and he zoned out, going to stand next to Vlad. "Did you lock your doors or just shut them?" "Shut them? Why would I need to lock them? Some of these kids are pretty fast. We'll have to launch them pretty quickly then." The Pussycats finished with their dramatic two-person pose version and Aizawa had to continue his speech again, to explain to the kids who these crazy people were and the fact that they were not crazy. "These are the pro heroes who will be working with us during the summer camp, the Pussycats. They're a 4-person team of rescue heroes." Vlad stepped up and filled in some of the background information for the students. "They specialize in rescuing people on mountains like this one. We own this entire stretch of land here." Mandalay stepped up to finish this info dump, pointing down the forested mountain towards the rescue base that couldn't be seen. "You will all be staying at the foot of the mountain. So far, The classes spoke unanimously about the most obvious sit. Aizawa and Vlad shifted positions to body block anyone who'd try to get back on the buses as the gears inside the students' heads began to turn very slowly. Sure, but at least they were turning. Uraraka spoke up first, still saying the obvious. At least she was asking when questions. Then why did we stop here? Could these mean? Suyu took a crack next as their heads slowly figured it out. This wasn't rocket science after all. Why don't we get back to the buses? Someone from 1B said that as the people who were in denial nervously laughed. Almost everyone starting to slowly step back. It's 9:30 a.m. now. Mandalay was actually rubbing her hands together as she spoke, like she took lessons from Nezu. Just the thought of Nezu made Aizawa feel a little bad for them, but this was UA. This was pretty standard stuff for dealing with Nezu. If you're fast, maybe around noon. No way, guys. Kirishima tried to rally the students. Make a break for it. One of the 1B students he didn't bother to remember shouted as they all started to run back towards the buses. Kiddies who don't make it to the base by 12:30 won't get any lunch. Mandalay called out as the students ran in fear from her and the ledge, all except two figures, who were hanging back by the railing. Sorry students, but the training camp. Vlad spoke loudly and clearly as Pixie Bob leaped in front of the rushing students with a sadistic smile. Aizawa noticed two figures standing side by side at the railing, wondering for a momentum who wasn't running as he squinted at the two figures before realizing suddenly, has already begun. Pixie Bob drove her hands into the ground, literally as her hands were briefly swallowed up by liquid dirt before it exploded outward, sending everyone in front of her over the railing and into the air. Everyone and anyone in front of her, student or not. Aizawa squinted at the figures flying through the air as the students continued to shout the most obvious sit. What is this? The ground is rising up. I don't think this is safe. Seriously. These guys were professionals at saying things that literally anyone could have seen. But none of them seemed to notice that there were 41 people flying through the air out of two classes of 20. Nobody, including the other heroes. The Pussycats might only recognize the teachers from UA. And Vlad wasn't used to having an extra set of hands around, because that set of extra hands had been riding with Aizawa. But out of all the people who got flung through the air, only one landed with what could be considered style as he rolled out of the fall, spreading out the impact while safely landing. Most of the students crashed to the ground, with the few students who were used to flying through the air landing a little more gently before Mandalay moved to the railing to shout the last of the group's encouragement and tell them what they were actually supposed to be doing. Hey, since it's private land, you can use your quirks as much as you wish. You have 3 hours. Come to the facility on your own 2 feet. As opposed to what? Crawling there. Was everyone feeling like pointing out the obvious today? Did he miss some sort of memo or something? After getting through the Beast's Forest. What? What's that? Beast's Forest? That name was the cheesiest and dumbest thing Aizawa heard all day. And he listened to Nezu this morning. Someone topping Nezu was seriously impressive. It's no use complaining, Kirishima said as he dusted himself off and stood, rallying the others again like he did when trying to get the others to the bus. We just have to go. The students began to move forward just a few feet before they stopped with more overly dramatic screaming at the first hurdle, a giant rock dog thing that emerged slowly from the forest and attacked them. Already they were falling apart. And they hadn't even gone into the forest. Aizawa approached the ridge next to Mandalay, looking over a sea of stupidity as he leaned on the wooden guardrails. Mandalay dropped the Nezu act finally and started acting like a normal human being. It's a really crazy schedule though, a racer. We're trying to cram in what they'd get in the first part of their second year before their second semester even starts formally. Nezu made this, so of course it's going to be crazy. Looking down, he could spot the exact moments in each student's head when they realized that the rock dog was in their way and that they were allowed to use their quirks. Permits for quirk use in emergency situations. Provisional licenses that let them act as heroes. With villains being so active right now, they need to learn how to defend themselves. To back up his point, a pillar of ice encased the dog's leg while an explosion bit into it, the most active students going straight on the offensive. These students encouraged the others to follow suit, all of them slowly shifting to the offensive. All of the students except one, who was still getting untangled and talking to the only person down there who wasn't a student. Aizawa stepped back from the ledge and faced the ecstatic Pixie Bob. Good job on keeping the guardrail intact. I was worried you might break it. I'd say you have good precision, but thanks. My first standing on end, I'm so excited. Pixie Bob was so into playing with the students through the dirt dogs that she didn't immediately catch the problem. With her attention divided, she wasn't used to this, which is why she probably made such a rookie mistake. Wait, what's wrong? Did you know we're supposed to have a teaching assistant? The second he said it, Vlad figured it out. Not just you guys either. Nezu got someone to come out of retirement or something to come help us. Is he? Vlad ran to the edge, while Aizawa just turned slightly to look back down at the 41st person on the bottom of the cliff. Yup, looks fine, better than the students anyways. Now all of the heroes were paying attention and actively counting the students, all noticing the now obvious extra. Only one person wasn't wearing the UA school uniform, but because he had been by the ledge and was short, he had been hidden by the crowd and been completely overlooked. Oh no, Mandalay bowed to them, clearly embarrassed. I am so sorry. I'll get him right up. Pixie Bob was about to lift him up but was stopped by Aizawa. Now hold on. If that man is who I think he is, you better hope he's exhausted next time he sees you. Aizawa locked eyes with her. ... For your sake. Plus, it's a good time to see what the old man's capable of. I want to see how good he really is, and this is the perfect chance to find out. You just want to see what he can do, don't you? Vlad hit it in one. Aizawa didn't really know what their helper would do to Pixie Bob, but this was a good chance to find out who he was and how skilled he really was. I've got a sinking feeling that I know who he is. Aizawa remembered how Kaminari treated the tag-along and what he called him. Kaminari didn't even call Aizawa-sensei, so that left one person, someone only Nezu was crazy enough to call in. And if Ken is who I think he is, Aizawa definitely took a little pleasure in this as his eyes locked onto Pixie Bob, wondering if she was really gullible enough to believe him. He didn't care. Still would be funny. ... You better hope he's not. Well, I've got to drive this bus down to the camp now. Good luck on stopping him from getting to the base. Aizawa waved goodbye lazily as he walked back towards his bus. Come on, Vlad, let's go. Someone has to start digging that grave. Who is the extra teacher? How bad is he? Don't just leave, damn it. Pixie Bob looked worriedly between the two figures on the ground below and the leaving teacher. Eraserhead. Eraserhead. 1 second, Midoriya was standing next to Kaminari, noticing how everyone else was running away from something. He hadn't been paying attention. Someone had been talking, but he and Kaminari had been talking over it all. The next second, the ground exploded, he was in the air, and everyone was screaming. He stopped paying attention for just zoned out for 1 minute. And now he had no idea what was going on. And that was where Wraith took over. The ground had launched everyone off the cliff, and judging by the available people nearby, it seemed to not be one of the students. A quick glance as they reached their peak of height showed him that it was one of the volunteer heroes, Pixie Bob, with her quirk Earth Flow. Finally, all that useless hero information the weakling had been stacking up was coming in handy. 1 second. That meant this was semi-intentional for the students. He was probably caught in this mess because he wasn't paying attention and he was so short that no one noticed where he was. Still didn't excuse it, but it explained how it happened. They failed to pay attention to their targets and notice him while he failed to pay attention to his surroundings and got caught in the blast. No one was really at fault. But if he could use this as an excuse to give Nezu sit the next time he saw that furry F-er, he definitely would. In the meantime, he was still in hang time and coming out very soon as the ground began to speed towards him. This wasn't safe at all and very poorly thought out. 2 seconds. But that was what he trained for. He didn't spend all those hours at the Parker gym just so he could flip dramatically. He took in the last of his surroundings, like how Kaminari was still clinging to him on reflex and how the ground was smoothed out and softened by Pixie Bob for a safer landing than normal, and adjusted as his logic and body paired together. 3 seconds in the air. The man breathed out and then grabbed Kaminari, pulling him close to brace for the landing. Tuck in your chin and brace. Kaminari might have said something in response, but the man didn't hear it. They were still close enough to the cliff face to touch it once before impact, so the man spun his body midair so both legs faced the cliffside, jumping upward and away from the cliff so he could have enough momentum to jump out of the fall while lessening the final impact. They sailed through the air for a second longer than most of the students, with the man locking eyes one last time to give the final brief instruction. I'm letting go. Roll and you'll be fine. They had been in the air for 4 seconds and had not even a full second left before impact. Are you sure? They spun through the air, hitting the ground first with the man's right shoulder and flipping him upside down. He was rolling safely away from the cliff now and let go of Kaminari, pushing the boy away so they wouldn't crash into each other and cause preventable damage. The man rolled 3 more times before flipping to his feet elegantly, stretching his body from the impact before turning to check on his former student. Are you all right, Kaminari? There was more talking in the background, but Midoriya didn't pay attention to his as Kaminari slowly got to his feet and steadied himself. Yeah, I think I'm all right, just a little woozy. Midoriya checked his umbrella, which he had to do all of that with for damage, finding it clean as a whistle and safe. He let out a little sigh of relief, then refocused up at the other teachers. You have 3 hours. Come to the facility on your own 2 feet. After getting through the Beast's Forest. Facility? What facility? And what's the Beast's Forest? Kaminari looked around confused, and since they were now stuck together, Midoriya felt the urge to help the student out. The campgrounds, if I'm not mistaken. We're going through the forest, it seems. Midoriya was told a rough idea of where the camp would be, at the base of some mountain. He didn't know the exact details of anything, like why the forest had such a ridiculous name. It seemed like something a child would make up during a game of pretend than the name picked out by professional heroes. But as Midoriya hung back with Kaminari to make sure he was alright, the name became more self-fulfilling as a giant wolf with stony skin charged from between the trees and trampled towards the closest students, attacking wildly to try and crush everything in its way. The half-and-half kid wasted the first attack by only freezing one of its legs, which did at least stop its advance as Robokid jumped through the air and kicked it once, his leg tearing through the stone somehow as Bichigu snuck in and blew it to hell, missing its giant head somehow and having to fly back around to finish it with a second hit. Did none of these kids know to go for the head? That wasn't even a rule of fighting. It was the paper that the rules of fighting were written on. The students rallied and cheered despite the messy handling at the three students, not paying attention as more wolves formed from the ground up. Miss Pixie Bob seems to be doing this. Interesting use of her quirk. Kaminari followed Midoriya's gaze and also saw the wolves forming. What? They're literally crawling from the woodwork. That's cheating. Is it? Kaminari, do you remember the rules of this exercise? Is it? Kaminari, do you remember the rules of this exercise? Ken spoke with a small smile and a confident stance. That phrase brought back memories of the last time Kaminari had trained with Ken for a week, when he'd get frustrated by a task and then realize he lost sight of the end result. When he'd lost sight of the end or when he didn't understand the point of something they were doing, Ken had encouraged him to ask questions like, what is this supposed to do? And what am I supposed to do? By focusing on those points, he could usually piece together the correct ending. It just took a second. Worse though, Kaminari hadn't been doing it. They just started the camp, and already Kaminari was relearning helpful sit. But he should probably respond to his sensei's question. I don't know. I kind of missed the orientation and only heard the last bit. We gotta get to the camp through this forest, right? Yes, good memory. You so far have a good grasp of the basics, but things are about to get a little complicated. Ken nodded to the rest of the group, who was charging ahead as they fought the wolves and left the duo standing in the back. Even the Temides students didn't notice the pair as they tried to stay with the group for safety. Kaminari, what are they doing? They're fighting the weird wolves, right? He didn't say it with complete confidence because he didn't fully understand where this was going. Until he remembered the next portion of Ken's exercise. First, question what you're doing. Second, why you're doing it. Wait, we don't need to fight the wolves. Now Ken was nodding and smiling, encouraging him to go on. This is just a quest in a video game. We gotta get to the end of the zone like it's Super Mario. And the wolves are just some Goombas in the way. They're wasting time killing every enemy, but there aren't extra points. Now Ken smiled fully, laughing. Excellent thinking, Kaminari. Excellent. I knew you had it in you. All it takes is a second to slow down and think. Don't be afraid to take your time when faced with a problem. Whoa, was this whole exercise just for him so he could practice this? Seriously? Dude, Ken was dude, you're the best. Me, the best. I just stood here while you figured everything out, Kaminari. Ken laughed deeply, then patted his student on the back. With a little luck, I'll be standing back the whole week while you keep advancing. Kaminari took one last moment to look at the class who was engaged in a giant battle with the stone monsters, which on a second glance were way more than just wolves. Ogres, dragons, the whole video game ensemble was there. Man, somebody's a game nerd to make all this. All of this is from Dragon Quest, and someone else is a game nerd to recognize it. Ken lightly chastised him, bumping him with his elbow. It seems you classmates are trying to take the shortest way down the mountain but are running into a little difficulty. Yeah, this is like Pokemon, right? Kaminari was thinking now, looking at all of the monsters. A route might be pretty short, but if it's full of tall grass it'll be super slow cause you'll keep getting into fights. The faster routes are the ones with no obstacles. See, aren't you feeling silly for being worried earlier? You're killing it and we've been standing for only 1 minute. Ken started back up the cliffside at the other teachers, giving off a strangely cold vibe for a second as he stared down one of the pros, the blue one with the blonde hair. All of the teachers were standing by the ledge now looking at each other, but Ken didn't raise his voice to communicate with them. We only have 3 hours to go 3 miles. You take the lead. Righto. Kaminari went to grab his sword on instinct, a staple for when he performed Parker, but he couldn't find it. That sword wasn't a part of his school outfit after all. But now Kaminari remembered the words of his mentor. It's fine not to be prepared, but it's not fine to pretend that you are. Stop trying to do backflips while drinking water, Kaminari, and you can't do a backflip normally yet. He wasn't sure how relevant the last part was, but it was the message that mattered. Sir, I don't have my sword. Kaminari, it's Parker. You don't use a sword for Parker. Yeah, but I'm used to it. Tell you what, we go for 10 minutes. You think you still need the sword? I'll let you use mine. Ken smiled confidently and led him forward, removing the weird umbrella cover from his katana and putting it on his hip, tying it off and pocketing the cover all without breaking stride, only stopping to gesture forward to Kaminari. Lead the way. Really? Kaminari smiled as wide as he could. then looked through the woods, remembering what his master said. There were so many ways through the forest, so many paths, and he wasn't even sure of where they were supposed to end up. To the bottom of the mountain, right. Yup, we should hit a road if we're too far off to the left side. Ken gave one last glance backward as he took off his hat, also putting it somewhere under his big coat as they entered the forest properly. His sleeves rolled up to show the large bracers that covered his forearms and hands, then did the same for his pants. Remember that you can take your time. Yeah, I got it. I think I got it. Kaminari squinted as he picked the paths, remembering his training on the garbage patches on beaches. He didn't stop training, but the ground in the forest seemed way worse than the stuff he trained on. I'm here to improve though, so difficult isn't bad. Plus, those dogs come from the ground, so I want rocky and not dirty. Dirty as in a lot of dirt. Not dirt as in, don't worry, I'm following. Ken opened up the jacket to show off that badass suit with the muscle pattern and removed something from his right hip, a compacted version of his mask. Kaminari didn't even know that his mask could get compact until now, as Ronin unfolded or stretched or whatever magic stuff he did to make it full-size. So, you want rocks on the path, and trees to stop the monsters from coming up. Kaminari scanned the scene again, then pointed, like that way. A long messy trail of rock clumps and trees stretched and snaked ahead of them, leading slightly to the left so they could have the safety net of hitting the road if they missed the camp and went too far. It didn't seem to be the fastest route, but it was definitely the hardest for them to get jumped by those monsters. Are you sure? If I'm not, who cares? I can always come back and change my mind. Ken nodded, smiling, and opened the mask. It slipped neatly over the older man's head and snapped in place, locking in as his teacher no. His master took a few steps forward, rolling his head. Excellent thinking. Are you ready to try? I am ready to learn, sir. Ronin faced him one last time, both getting into the position for thunderclap and flash in a heartbeat. There were no words spoken. They didn't need them anymore. Just one last joke. See you at the bottom. I'll be there in a flash. And with that, they were gone. Most of Class 1 and 1B advanced slowly through the woods, slugging through fight after fight. The two classes combined their efforts and regularly switched out who was fighting to ensure that they didn't get tired as quickly. Each fight against the stone monsters taking longer and longer as they slowly got more and more tired. Even just fighting two of these monsters was an effort as the group worked together to slowly bring down the giants. And, 50 meters to their left, a giant dragon roared as it charged two blurs. The yellow blur took the safer option, jumping to the left at the last moment to avoid the attack. The yellow blur moved far from the body to safely avoid flying limbs at the cost of speed. The gray streak ran over the dragon, bounding off the ground and bouncing off its head before running the entire length of its body in moments, then continuing straight on down the mountain, dancing straight through the danger so it didn't lose any speed. This put the gray figure in the lead ahead of the yellow one. But as another stone monster formed out of the ground, yellow began to catch up by jumping off of the stones and trees in their path, using them like starting blocks to build up explosive short bursts of speed. He carried these bursts of speed straight into the new monster, jumping off a tree and stomping on the newly forming dragon's head before kicking off it to get another burst of speed, mimicking his master. The gray streak now trailed just behind the yellow one, reaching the monster a second slower and skirting around it as the yellow one did last time. Instead of giving the dragon a wide berth though, Gray stuck as close as possible while dodging the outstretched claws and swinging tail without breaking stride. That gray figure jumped onto and off of the limbs, now imitating the yellow as it turned all of these hurdles in its way into speed boosts. Both blurs returned side by side as they ran, dodging trees and incoming rocks as they rapidly descended the mountain. How long can you run for master? Long enough. The yellow leaped over a fallen log while the gray slid underneath it, both then bouncing back to their full run. You're not using your quirk. Why? I can't just start whoops. Kaminari slowed for a second as the seventh monster formed in front of them. While 1A and 1B had to actually kill their monsters before new ones spawned in, it seemed like Pixie Bob was just giving up control of their monster if they got too far from it and creating a new one. It made sense. An object as big as these monsters could never keep up with the speeds they were putting out. Kaminari did slow down, but he still wasn't going slow by any means. The new monster, a giant snake, didn't have any limbs, so if you ran past the first attack you were pretty solid. All you had to dodge was the head. And what better way to dodge than by attacking the head? Kaminari slowed from a full run as he hopped up on a rock, then jumped onto a branch, pushing off and diving straight for the snake's head. The snake tried to avoid the suicidal tactic and gave Kaminari a free ticket straight past the big thing as he rolled out of his own jump and started running again, stumbling for a few steps before going back into his breakneck pace while moving his shoulder. Oh, not a good landing. Oh, how do you keep pulling this stuff off? The snake's head followed Kaminari's motions right until Ronin bounced off its head, driving its head into the ground while he continued his run towards the base of the mountain. same as everything else. So, practice. Well, these monsters are getting bigger. The new monster was already forming ahead of them. Pixie Bob wasn't going to give them an easy break. You never said why you're not using your quirk. Ronin snuck that one in while he took the lead towards the new monster, a giant turtle-looking thing that blocked their entire path. It looked like they have to get around it. I can't start that in the middle of a run. I gotta be standing still for that. Takes, like, 20 seconds to cover my legs. That explained why Kaminari had only used Thunderstorm and Crash after the 30-second break. He couldn't start it on a dime, much like his learning method. Kaminari really was at his best when he had prep time. Sensei, I've got a question. What's up, Kaminari? Kaminari realized their situation and used his brain again. Kaminari might just be figuring out obvious things. But in the heat of the moment, what seemed obvious was usually overlooked. Can you stall that thing? I'm out of breath. Kaminari knew he hit his limits. A good thing to know, and he relied on his partner to cover when he was weak. You said you've got the energy to keep running, but I need a minute. Understandable, I'll buy you 1 minute. Need food. Kaminari slowed to a stop as Ronin charged the giant monster on his own. Yes, you're my hero, man. Ronin threw back some food without glancing, then shifted into fighting mode. Wraith smiled beneath the mask, finally having some solid parameters to work in. Fight for 1 minute while protecting his partner. Those were some rules he could understand and work with. His full charge slowed as his left hand grabbed Yamato's sheath, his thumb pressing against the tsuba and his finger on the sheath's trigger. His right arm continued to swing to build momentum as he charged, only slowly for a moment to build up into a full sprint. Thunder breathing, first form revised. Ahead of him, the giant turtle widened its stance, snarling and preparing for a head-on assault. It thought there would be an exchange of blows. Idiotic. This would only take one strike. Thunderclap. Wraith's right arm swung across his body, grabbing the sword's handle and pulling right as his trigger finger pulled, launching Yamato out as his body twisted. He charged the turtle head-on, Yamato hitting it straight in the forehead with the first slice. And Wraith ran underneath the turtle's body as Yamato tore the monster in half with one swing, creating a trail of blue smoke as the giant was split down the middle. Bolt. He slid to a stop as the monster slowly fell to either side. The thing's entire body coated with white smoke before seeming to dissolve as the white turned into dozens of smaller cuts, making the turtle collapse in on itself. Ronin finished breathing out as he resheathed Yamato, then rolled his shoulder. You've got 55 seconds to go, Kaminari. Take your time and don't choke on the energy bars. ASMR. Yash ASMR. Kaminari shut his hanging mouth and then immediately didn't take his time, shoving one of the energy bars in his mouth as he spoke. You've created a great move with Thunderclap and Bolt. That was the name of the move Kaminari created in Hasu City. Usually, Thunderclap and Flash made the sword attack sideways, but Kaminari edited it so it attacked up and down. Useful for fighting bigger opponents since it didn't just slice their ankles. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've practiced since we last saw each other because your startup seems to have gotten rusty. Yeah, I've been practicing running for a long time, but I'd have skipped the starting. Kaminari's startups weren't as good as they used to be, but it wasn't a major downgrade, just a slight loss of technique that they'd refresh on the first day. On the other hand, Kaminari had clearly been putting in the work to improve his endurance. 7 minutes in and they were 1 mile down the mountain. Running for 7 minutes straight, while they might not have been running the fastest in the world, was pretty good for a high school student who wasn't a natural runner. Your endurance has improved a lot. Well done. Kaminari smiled, seeming to be glad that someone noticed the improvement. When they had been training for the week, Kaminari had shown leagues less endurance than Ronin. The reason their final battle was in 10-minute segments was that 10 minutes was Kaminari's maximum time, forcing him to fight for as long as he could. While this time was shorter, they had been putting in a lot more work in less time. But another monster formed from the ground, making Ronin roll his shoulders. I'm starting to see some things that we'll work on later. You've got 30-ish seconds left, so put this on and get ready. Ronin untied and removed Yamato as he spoke, wrapping the belt around the sheath and tossing the entire thing to his student. Ronin then turned to face the new monster, an ogre, with open hands. Kaminari caught the sword with only one fumble and glanced between him. Are you sure? Is this gonna be like when I fought Kamui, when we switched swords and I didn't know what was happening the whole time? Perhaps. Ronin laughed it off, stretching his arms as the monster lumbered closer, then dashed towards the giant while raising both arms to protect his face. The monster swung down with both hands, attempting to crush him with one blow, but missed as Wraith suddenly leaped backward in the middle of his own dash, letting the monster punch the stony ground. The hard rock was actually harder than these golems and left cracks on the ogre's arms while it was stuck leaning forward, with its arms embedded in the ground and no protection left for its face. Wraith dived forward for the opening, jumping and running atop the ogre's outstretched arms to get straight for the head. The ogre pulled back, stumbling backward while trying to raise its arms to defend, but it was too late. Wraith was already inside the stone monster's guard, riding the ogre's arms straight to the head. Wraith leaped into its face for a spinning back kick, backed by both his own and the ogre's own strength. His foot flew through both air and stone as it cracked the ogre's head. The ogre stumbled back just one more step as its body gave out, falling to pieces before it could make the second step. At least they die accurately. Ronin flipped out of his final kick and landed on the ground with another roll, then checked up on Kaminari again. Kaminari was still battling with the sword belt, trying to tie it with the sword still attached, but he was at least making progress. It was just slow progress. Now that Kaminari had a sword, however, the rest of the run could change. So far Kaminari had to run around and avoid problems. But with a sword, he could now fight back. Before he was mostly reacting to the monster, running around where it decided to be and avoiding its attacks. With a sword, he could act. He could move through the monster and attack it. This was a little closer to a real-world situation in the world of heroism. Very rarely would a hero be in a situation like classes 1 and 1B had put themselves in, facing a seemingly, or in this case literally endless supply of enemies as you tried to make your way to an objective. That was more of an endurance test than a real-world scenario. Meanwhile, Kaminari had been in his own endurance test that wasn't quite like the real world. While most heroes didn't have to just run for miles without fighting back, it was something that could come up in the real world if a hero was outmatched and retreating. Now, though, this was the most like a real-world situation. Kaminari could fight back and would have to decide for himself when he should fight and run, bringing more complications and interesting dynamics to this simple test. "Sir, will there be water when we reach the end?" Kaminari snapped his teacher out of his mental mumbling, still asking questions to make sure he understood what was happening. Heroism might be F-ed, but Kaminari alone was still putting in points for heroism all on his own. "I've got some water on me, but yes, there will water be at the bottom. Do you need some?" "No, I'll get some next break. I was just so excited this morning I skipped breakfast." Kaminari laughed it off, but that was a pretty dumb mistake. He seemed to recognize it at least by bringing it up at the first possible chance. "But I'm ready to go now. Time to practice that start." Kaminari did some quick stretches as he picked a starting position, ignoring the new monster that formed. He trusted Ronin's ability to guard him so he could do his best as he checked a few positions before lining up. There were sparks of energy that coursed through his body, spreading down his legs to slowly encase his body. Kaminari closed his eyes as he focused. "I think I'm just gonna run straight. I don't have the focus to do big turns with this." "Are you sure? Are you willing to catch me if I go flying?" "Sure. I'm not sure if this is gonna work, but I might just run as fast as I can. Please make sure I don't go flying." Kaminari breathed out to clear his lungs and then crouched a little deeper before shutting up, entirely focused on his legs before. "Guys, has anyone seen Kaminari? I think he got lost." Gyro was doing a head count even though her quirk told her that their group definitely only had 39 people in it. They still had everyone except one, and she wasn't sure how long Kaminari had been gone. An extra. Bakugo rolled his eyes. "He's tough. Besides, those idiots in the cat costumes are rescue heroes. He'll live. He'll be penalized for failing, but this is the training camp. He should be fine, Jiro." Momo comforted her fellow student. Then both had to jump back as another one of those monsters formed, this time a giant turtle that blocked the entire class at once. "That idiot's probably going to be missing lunch when we all get there." Monoma laughed as he mimicked Bakugo's explosion, blasting the turtle's snout before switching to Shoto's ice, freezing one of its legs while cooling his hands. Todoroki froze the other leg, trapping the giant thing in place while the other students railed the monster to slowly break it down. "If we get there in time for lunch." "Don't say that." Mina screamed in a panic, then checked the clock. "We've barely started." Kaboom! There was an explosion ahead of them as loud as thunder and a dramatic flash of light, shaking everything and everyone for a moment, both student and monster. What the hell was that? A minute later, another thundercrack split the air. No one could tell what that was, but it seemed pretty powerful and no one was too interested in going that direction to find out what was making that noise. Kaminari took off with explosive speed and only got 50 or so feet before tripping and literally flying through the air, spinning head over heels as he crashed towards the stone ground. His flight was intercepted by Ronin's quick moves though, catching him out of the air and helping him stand. "Are you alright? Tripping at that speed is pretty dangerous." Ronin checked both his legs, but after a second of moving them, he felt fine. "Yeah, I'm good, and yeah, that was wild. Not in a good way, but not a bad way either. That wasn't the fastest that he'd ever gone, but it was faster than he could reasonably react in a mess forest with trees and rocks he had to dodge. I think I put too much power in. I'll go for less this time." Also, where's the monster? Doesn't matter. Wraith didn't even look at the monster he crushed casually before the man caught Kaminari out of the air, making them crash into a tree. Ronin was fine after crashing into a tree, of course. He was wearing the full suit and had been carried by his own momentum. He didn't even break the tree. But Kaminari quickly realized his mistake and was trying to correct it. He didn't even have to say anything. The man was smiling like $1,000,000 under his mask. What does matter is you. Are you sure you can try again? Totally, dude. Kaminari stood, then rubbed his leg. Might need to stretch some more. Understandable. Ronin also stretched with his student for a minute before they refocused, Ronin stopping when Kaminari stopped. Are you ready? Yes, sir. Kaminari took his position again, closing his eyes as he went through his blast-off routine. He even spoke to himself to remember each step in order. Legs at the shoulders, bend at the waist, straight back breath. His body rose as he inhaled. The electric currents running down his legs focused and more controlled than last time. Kaminari opened his eyes right before he finished breathing in, his eyes locking on the path he wanted to go down. Kaboom! There was an echo of thunder as he forced his entire body to move at once, surpassing his normal reaction speed. It seemed someone had been practicing while Ronin was away. Izuku took a second to take in what Kaminari could do, amazed by his quirk, amazed by his effort before smirking. He hadn't been slacking either, and he promised the kid he'd catch him when he fell. How could he do that if he just stood around staring? Ronin began to run after that golden blur, building up speed as his feet seemed to push the ground away and his muscles pressed down with inhuman strength. The gray streak began to gain on the gold, one moving so quickly it was impossible to make out and the other bounding with such power it rarely needed to touch the ground, leaping from position to position as the two figures chased each other down the mountain, each egged on by the other's speed. The monsters of before were trampled underneath the gray figure as it charged down the mountainside, striking the ground with enough force to crack it. They were split into pieces as the gold blur weaved past them, daring to stay closer and closer to the monsters as his sword cleaved through them, propelled by his insane speed. The two seemed to dance down the mountain, constantly crossing paths before jutting off in separate directions to deal with the new problems in their own way. The golden streak ran circles around problems, using his usually scattered attention to take in an entire scene quickly before picking the route he liked the most, doing whatever suited him the best and making his own path, mimicking the lightning bolt he resembled. The gray would usually trail just behind the gold for moments before going straight for the obstacle. It would fly over some or directly crush others, often running straight into the monsters and trampling them with tackle. The sheer violence left the monsters in the dust like a rampaging demon. They flew down the cliffs, around the trees, and over the small streams. Any monster that crossed their path was lucky to be left in the dust. Right before they reached the end, both figures broke the tree line one last time. Kaminari flew through the air with a huge smile on his face as the sun shone down, spinning backward as he looked over just how far he'd come for a moment before his smile tightened into a sharp grin as he continued to spin, refocusing on what was ahead and redoubling his efforts for the final stretch. Ronin floated for a second as his jump peaked. It had been a good workout and a good time to spend with Kaminari. Kaminari was spinning in the air and flashed a cheesy smile at him before his spin turned him around again. Ronin stared for just a moment at his student, who was still finding ways to have fun in the middle of training and couldn't help smiling himself as they began to sink back below the trees. For all the things he'd seen from heroes, that optimism was possibly the most impressive. Both rolled out of that final jump and took off with full force, clearing the trees with ease and haste as they moved. They hadn't seen any monsters for the last few minutes as they raced to the end, other than the one running beside them that both intended to beat. It was a 40-minute drive down the mountain to hit the camping site, which had been hidden off the main road and was hard to see. Aizawa parked the bus off to the side and out of the way, grabbed his bags, and hopped off the bus to meet up with the other teachers. He met Vlad first, also on his way out of the bus, and together they walked to the office, camp building, whatever you called it, the random building that was in the middle of nowhere. The Pussycats had parked their car already and were inside, with both focusing hard on the students on the mountainside. Everything going well. How close are the students? Vlad got straight to business while Aizawa tried each of the chairs, trying to find the best one possible so he could sleep until everyone arrived. Mostly good. Well, mostly good wasn't all that good. All things considered, Aizawa paid a bit of attention as he debated between two chairs, but he was pretty sure he knew the problem. We've lost sight of that assistant teacher and the student that was with him. They're not on any of the cameras and I might have to go look for them if they don't show up soon, Mandalay tried to explain. But it was difficult to explain when you knew less than the person you were talking to. I hope we don't have to call this off already. It's not even the first day. How far is it between here and where the students started? Aizawa did some quick math in his head, but he was pretty sure he already knew what happened. He had some inkling of who Ken was just by Kaminari's reaction to the third teacher, plus his moves were vaguely familiar. Roughly 3.5 miles. But that's not counting for how bad the terrain is. Bad terrain wouldn't stop the person he was thinking of, a guy who'd run wherever he pleased whenever he felt like it. If he ran a 9-minute mile, he would have gotten there at the same time as them. But he was too athletic to take that long even with these bad conditions. Hopefully they're just out of our sensors in a ditch and we'll find them soon. But Mandalay, send out a message telling everyone in a mile, no, 2 miles to come to this building. That extra teacher will show up soon, don't worry. I've even got an idea where he is. Aizawa settled into the armchair with a big smile, closing his eyes as he sunk in. Oh yeah, he picked right. He was gonna get a great nap in before the students showed up. Are you sure? He should be here in a few minutes, and he's definitely got Kaminari with him. They like each other a lot. Some minor adjustments and he was already slipping off. He yawned, then looked at the other heroes. Wake me up when the other students get here or if something else goes wrong. What? Is he that confident in his students? Mandalay looked towards Vlad, but it was Pixie Bob who answered. To be rude, he shouldn't. They're not giving up, but they're not making good time. They're practically just crawling forward, but they've got no injuries. So they're good at fighting at least. Mandalay did at least send out the message to everyone with 2 miles, easily a mile ahead of the students trying to get down the mountainside. But she wasn't sure if that meant if the teacher and student were hidden somewhere close. Did Nezu want any last-minute additions? Besides the guy Pixie threw off a cliff? No. But I'm pretty sure Nezu planned that in advance and just never told Eraser and myself. Vlad stroked his chin and looked through the notes. Did you guys know about him? We knew there was going to be 3 teachers, but I assumed it was going to be ectoplasm. He teaches general studies and they're not doing anything this week, right? Mandalay made light conversation, then quickly checked on Koda. He was in the same room as them, sitting next to Eraserhead and kicking his feet, bored. Yes, and I don't know who this 3rd teacher is. It's the first time I've met him, and he's going to be in charge of half of 1A. That was a little confusing, making Mandalay switch to look at the black blob slumped in one of the armchairs. Why? He's not in charge of half of 1A, Aizawa clarified without opening his eyes. He's in charge of everyone who failed their final exams. It just so happens that 1A's chock full of idiots. If I had my way, Ken would be teaching half the class, not Ken. Mandalay, Ken, because some of those kids did some stupid shit. Oh, how many failed? 7, but a few more should have. Someone who refuses to use half his quirk anytime it gets serious. One who jumped towards a black hole, and no, that's the major ones. Eraserhead yawned, then sunk back down into the chair. So, all the items for the quirk training arrived last week and most are already set up outside. Mandalay switched topics with a smile, focusing on a more positive tone while Pixie Bob made strange motions and noises in the background as she created and controlled more monsters. You didn't have to do that. We can have the students set those up. Vlad finally got around to choosing his own chair to sit in, then refocused. Do you think we're going to have to make lunch for the students? No way. Pixie finally came back in with confidence. They're not even a quarter of a mile in. They'll be lucky if it's still daytime when they arrive. I hope they do a little better. Vlad looked a little disappointed, probably thinking about what Mandalay said at the beginning. If you're upset because I told them to be here by noon, I was joking. We expected them to be here by around 9:30. You think it's gonna take 12 hours? Nope, probably by 6:30 now. Pixie Bob spoke up again. They're making great time. It just doesn't look like it because they're constantly fighting. Oh, I understand. Everyone in the room had to go through UA's grueling tests and knew how bad an endurance match could be. An endurance match against literally endless foes, though. That felt like a nightmare. I came as quickly as I could be bothered. What's wrong? The 3rd teacher opened the door and peeked inside, then glanced around. Is anything wrong? Or did I misunderstand the message? What? Mandalay glanced at the clock. It's 10:04. So it is. Does that mean anything or can I go? Pixie Bob stopped dead, then grabbed the nearest clock and stared between it and him, repeatedly shifting between the two in disbelief. How'd you get here? You see, I previously rented a jetpack so I wouldn't have to walk anywhere and used that to get down the mountain. The amount of sarcasm coming from the 3rd teacher was so thick you could cut it with a knife. I ran. The trail wasn't even 4 miles and I was running. How did you think I got here? Vlad looked over the 3rd teacher, then got up to look behind him. Standing behind the 3rd teacher was a student wearing an extremely dirty and slightly burnt UA uniform. Hi, I'm here too. Are we canceling training today because the other students are going to take so long? At the pace they were going, it might be dark before they arrive. The 3rd teacher hadn't even been here for their conversation and he was already on the same page as them. Well, maybe a page ahead of them. Sir, when did you get here? About 20 minutes ago. We took a quick breather, then went to the training grounds while we waited for the buses to arrive, then did some warm-ups. We're supposed to train today after we got down the mountain. This man still hadn't stepped in fully to show what he looked like, so it was hard to get the full picture. About that, we're so sorry you got stuck in that. Mandalay stood and bowed to the man who wasn't even fully through the door. It was our fault. You didn't notice me, but I wasn't paying attention. It's everyone's fault. Don't waste time worrying about it. No one got hurt, and what really matters is I can blame Nezu for it later. Damn straight. Eraser cheered from the back, the most energetic anyone possibly had heard him in years. I don't believe we've formally met before, miss. The third teacher turned for a moment, gesturing his student inside and shutting the door after him, then refocused on Mandalay as he walked inside. I am Ken. I am not a professional hero and I am honored to work with you. Thank you for having me. I'm Shino and that's Ryuko. Our other 2 members are out right now, but they'll be here soon. As she straightened out, she was surprised to see that Ken was possibly the shortest person in the room, probably around or shorter than even Pixie Bob. From top to bottom, Ken's appearance was best described as strange. He wore large baggy pants that went down to his ankles, a large jacket that was shut tightly, fingerless gloves on each hand, and a bandana over his eyes. The colors were all fairly mundane and uniform, with a variety of grays and blacks. He did have a splash of color in a straw hat that he had on him, but he wasn't wearing it at the moment, revealing just how small he really was. Physically, his age was unplaceable if you didn't listen to him talk. His body and face structure suggests something childish, but the scars, graying hair, and tone he spoke with suggested an age beyond his youthful appearance. The longer he talked, the older he seemed. The biggest scar was a strange one on his right eye that transcended his bandana. It looked to be from some kind of knife wound, as there was only one scar line she could see, peeking out from the bottom of the bandana that covered his face. For how weird it looked, the strangest part was how tame it was. Nothing big and flashy, just confusing, like the umbrella he held. It wasn't supposed to rain all week, so nobody should need an umbrella, but he was still carrying one around. Most of his outfit was like that. At a glance it didn't seem strange, but the more attention you paid, the more confusing it got. But he didn't seem too weird. You're not a professional hero. How'd you get down the mountain so fast then? Does it matter? Ken said with a laugh, smiling widely. Besides, you said we could use quirks, so it doesn't really matter how I did. Your cameras should show how anyway. However, no one answered my question. Ken's joking tone switched as he got straight back to business, looking across the teachers for confirmation. Are we canceling the lessons today? Yes, Eraser spoke up from his slumped position, fully relaxed and embedded in the chair now. They should be here by 6, so we'll just push the schedule back. And will they eat dinner first or bathe? When are we making food? Dinner first. And we'll just help the pussycats cook. Eraser then focused on Mandalay, the only pussycat who was both present and unoccupied. What time are you planning to start? 4:30 at the earliest. Most of the cooking is already set up, but there's going to be a lot of work to feed so many people. Eraser nodded and returned to his slump with a smile. You heard her, and I don't think we need to meet about anything else. Thanks for stopping by, Ken. I'm still not sure why I was needed, but I'm happy to help. Are the buses unlocked? Aizawa tossed Ken a set of keys. They're about to be. Don't forget to show up to cook. Ken bowed one last time before leaving the heroes to continue talking to each other, and leaving the blonde student standing there for a minute looking confused before Ken came back and grabbed him too. Did he ever actually answer any of our questions? Not really. That's why he's Ken. Ronin led Kaminari away from the other heroes and the meeting that he still didn't understand the point of, and over to the buses, running a quick mental check for where all the students' items were crammed so he could find the things he wanted before the other students managed to figure out how running away worked. Kaminari, what's your class number? Like in the school or in class? Cause I'm in 1A. In class. Number 7, I think. Ronin nodded, then opened up the back of the bus, taking out a few gray metallic suitcases before finally pulling out a slightly larger one with a green 7 on the front. This is your hero uniform, right? Kaminari popped it open, amazed for some reason that his suitcase would contain his clothes. Yeah, where'd you get this? I am teaching you for a week. I requested all the students who failed their final exam could have their uniforms brought along the trip. Ronin grabbed his own things before he shut and locked up the bus again, then led Kaminari back to the strange building in the middle of nowhere. Come on, I said I'd teach you how to clean your sword, and now's as good a time as ever. How are you holding up? Oh, I'm pretty good. My legs hurt a bit and they can't stop shaking, but they don't hurt that much. Well, that wasn't bad, but that definitely wasn't good either. Picking an activity that would have them both sitting down was a good choice, as it seemed Kaminari had overtaxed his legs on the run down. Ronin ducked in quickly to drop off the keys again, tossing them to Vlad King, before moving into the teaching room. This building had a lot of useless rooms, and one of them had been given to him to teach exam F. He might as well use it for its intended purpose as he unlocked the door and opened it up, flicking on the lights and pointing to the closest table. Put your kit on the table and sit down. Relax your legs. They just did a lot of work and could use a break. Gotcha, sir. Kaminari sauntered over, dropping the suitcase and then falling into the nearest chair. Man, you're right. Even metal chairs feel comfy when you're this sore. How often do you practice using electricity on your legs? Ronin placed all 3 of his bags on the table, then opened the weapon bag, pulling out his maintenance kit for his swords. He didn't have a spare, so they were just going to have to take turns working on their swords. Hey, like I did back there. Just that A alone let Ronin know Kaminari hadn't been using it a lot. Once in a while. I figured by how you weren't used to it. You don't adjust to something by not doing it, you know. Ronin took out Yamato, placing it on the table while removing the umbrella cover. You're not in trouble. I'm just trying to get an estimate for how much you've practiced with it. Like 6 times. I kept crashing though, so I stopped. Constantly crashing does sound like a good reason to stop. If Kaminari tried to use that move indoors, he'd run out of room very quickly. Kaminari seemed to lack the finesse to control how much power he put out, so he'd either use the electricity at full power like today or use very little like he did back when they were training for a week. Kaminari had practiced using very little power in his legs back then but got very little results. However, it was very easy to control. Today he had lost control a few times but only spun out once, right at the beginning when he went all out. How much have you used your sword since we last met? Now he turned the conversation towards what he'd brought Kaminari into the teaching room for, tapping the larger suitcase to back up what he was saying. Kaminari's suitcase had been modified so it could store his katana, an object so long the normal suitcases couldn't hold it. Oh, a lot. We've had a lot of exercises in hero training against each other and robots. Kaminari popped the suitcase and pulled out the sword, already sheathed, and handed it off to the still-standing vigilante. Ronin unsheathed the sword and could already start to see problems. Kaminari, have you ever looked up how to clean a sword? He could tell that Kaminari had been fighting robots. The blade had probably never been cleaned or oiled properly. The handguard was getting loose, and overall this blade had seen better days. Nope, didn't even know blades needed to be cleaned till now. Got it. Well, we'll start repairing them. Ronin placed an assortment of tools. We're gonna take this slowly since we can only go one at a time if that makes sense. Yup, I watch, then I do. Got it in one. Ronin picked up the first tool, a small hammer that came with a pin. We're gonna remove the sword handles first, so we have to detach the handle by removing the connection. There's a small wooden pin in the handle that connects them, and we're gonna knock it out with this. Ronin flipped his sword so the handle was over the table, tapping the wooden piece gently to dislodge it. Don't hit it too hard. This connector is wood and we're hitting it with metal. Ronin then handed it over, watching Kaminari mimic his motions with exaggerated effort. It had to be said Kaminari put 100% into everything, including his face motions. His expressions really made everything more interesting to watch, if nothing else, as he daintily tapped out the wooden pin. Ronin caught it before it rolled off the table, then grabbed his own sword again. Now we're going to get the blade by itself, so we remove all the other stuff on it. Ronin removed the handle, a washer-like piece that went between the handle and the handguard. The handguard, another washer that went between the handguard and the floater that separated coated the bottom of the blade. Ronin named them off in order, starting with that first washer piece. This the seppa, the tsuba, the seppa again, and finally the habaki. No, Kaminari, you don't have to memorize this. It's just helpful to know just in case any of this breaks. Oh, can you find replacement parts on Google and stuff? They said each part they took off on the table, in a row to make it as easy as possible to remember what went where. So we start using more of the sword repair stuff now. Yep, but we're gonna have to use a little more for your sword. Hold this for a second. Ronin traded swords with Kaminari and picked up another item from the sword repair kit, a bottle of oil. Swords use oil as a form of protection against mundane things like water and dust. Since your sword never got oiled, I'm going to oil it to collect all the grime, then wipe it off. I get you, it's like how Kirishima wears a shirt. It doesn't protect against attacks, it just blocks the little annoying stuff. Kirishima. Ah, that was one of the other students who were an Exam F defensive quirk and in one. That meant he had hardening if Midoriya's memory was correct. Yeah, a bit of a strange comparison, but true. I didn't think of it like that. That was a weird thought that Ronin wasn't sure when he'd be able to shake off, if he ever managed to. Ronin instead focused on applying the oil again. Mineral oil is pretty good for this part. Some oils go bad quickly, but mineral oil's got the staying power to keep a sword good. If you want, I can write down a list of things you need for a sword repair kit. Nope, I'm already writing this down. Ah, beat you to the punch. Kaminari held up his phone with a confident smirk. Excellent work, Kaminari. Ronin shook his head for a second, then got back into the monologue. When you're putting on the oil, you want to use a soft cloth like this one. This spreads it out evenly and makes it easier. Then we wipe it off with this piece of paper, specially designed to do so. It's also pretty soft, and you can find it by Googling. What's it called and how do you spell it? Mikugami, N-U-G-U-I-G-A-M-I. Getting it from a store is pretty annoying. I'd recommend just ordering it online. He spent a couple of hours trying to find a store that sold it so he could buy it in person and make sure nothing could be traced back to his civilian identity. Here, this is the part both of us can do. I'll trade you back swords. They switched again, and this time there were enough tools for both of them. The origami papers usually came in packs, so he had some spare that both of them could use. Alright, now we're going to lightly just this down the blade. Not a lot of force, just a quick wipe and we're done. Gotcha, light and easy. Hey, sensei. Yes? What got you into swords and stuff anyway? Oh. A lot of stuff. I wasn't at a very good place in my life for a long time, and it just kept getting worse. Ronin put down the now oily piece of paper and quickly checked Kaminari's motions, nodding to himself at his student's performance and then picking up a strange ball on a stick. We're going to use this to put powder on the sword next. The powder sticks to the remaining oil and helps us wipe it off so the sword really is clean. If the oil is like washing your hands with water, this dust is the soap. Ronin methodically dusted Yamato as he spoke, moving slowly and steadily across the blade. I picked up fighting to express myself, in a way. I wanted to prove myself. I wanted to spread a message. I wanted a lot of things when I started. Kaminari said after a pause, looking up to him with hopeful eyes. Did you? No. I don't think I have yet. Ronin smirked at the thought, remembering a random street that was coated in flames as his dreams were burnt to the ground, then remolded into something harder. But not hard enough, it seemed. He could still feel the hate towards those heroes in that alleyway. The heroes who had berated him for helping while praising someone who only caused more problems, only because one of them had a quirk. The heroes who were willing to sit back and watch a child die, only caring about their reputation and bottom lines. Had anything changed yet? Had they changed anything yet? Ronin thought on this as he handed off the powder ball to Kaminari, who took it and started mimicking his motions before speaking up again. Well, when will you? I'm not entirely sure if I even can, or if I ever will anymore. Ronin laughed to himself. This was getting awfully down for a tutorial on cleaning swords. Don't forget to flip sides, Kaminari. We want both sides to be dusted. Got it, sir. Kaminari responded with a smile as he spun the sword and got back to work. Hey, sensei, can I ask you some more questions? You're asking that now. You've been asking questions for a while, Kaminari. Ronin chuckled, shaking his head as he prepared the next pieces of paper to wipe off the blade. Go ahead, Kaminari, ask away. If you know you can't achieve it, what's the point? For someone widely considered to be an idiot, he was asking some good questions. Better than Rukyu was anyway, and he was pretty sure only one of them thought up their questions in advance. Back in that burning street. What had he been trying to achieve? When he first fought a bunch of drunk teens with a metal bar, 5-on-1, why had he bothered? It wasn't for something as complicated as judging hero society back then. He hadn't been trying to spread some big message back then. He had just seen people in need of help and... It's not that complicated actually, it's just illogical. It's like cleaning this sword, in a way. Do you remember why we oil it? Kaminari finished patting his sword down with powder and put the ball down, picking up the cleaning paper Ronin offered him while reflecting on this cleaning lesson. Kirishima's shirt. To keep off the minor stuff so it stays clean and in top shape. Kaminari exclaimed with a wide smile, happy to remember the reason with his tricks. But it gets dirty anyways. So, why do we oil it? This wasn't something they had brought up and required some more creative thinking on Kaminari's part, serving as a mini quiz for the aspiring hero. To keep it as clean and top shape Y as it can get. Ronin nodded with a smile, thinking back to the start, just an idiot running around with a dull chunk of metal that only a blind man would have called a katana. A sword will never be fully clean. There will always be a little dirt on it, but we can still make it the best sword it can be. In swordsmanship, we might never be the best, but we can strive to be better than we were. Some goals can never be achieved. Somebody once said perfection is impossible to reach, but only by striving for it can we achieve excellence. The man spoke with a vague memory of some kid dive-bombing criminals from the ceiling because he had no idea how to really fight. Listening and learning with every opponent he took on as he took that dull chunk of metal and slowly carved an identity, forcing himself to improve. Whoa, who said that? Not a clue, but it sounds smart, so somebody definitely said it by now. Remember to be gentle as you wipe off the dust and oil. Ronin pulled back from all the sentimental moments to focus on what he was doing right now, without damaging Yamato. When you're done wiping it off, we're gonna apply the new layer of oil. Just like before, right on the money. Ronin checked the rag, applying more oil quickly and then slowing down as he put the rag to the blade, carefully moving it down the sword's length. Once again, slow and careful moves. A lot of swordsmanship is pretty slow, actually. Who'd you learn your moves from? You've got some really fancy stuff and know a whole bunch of cool techniques. I'm self-taught, I'm afraid. I learned my techniques through research and refinement, along with a lot of fighting. I'm still learning new moves, Kaminari, and I've even learned a few from you. Really? What, did you think I was just pretending when I used your thunderclap and bolt? To be honest, Ronin was amazed he could even remember the name of that move. He was sure he'd just remember the motion, but somehow the name stuck too. I see someone wasn't paying attention when we went down the mountain. Whoa, Kaminari blinked for a couple of seconds, then cracked another smile. He seemed happy, but his joking tone seemed to suggest another emotion. Thanks for using my joke move. It's a good move. Them copying it had little to do with their sentimental appreciation for Kaminari, but for the functionality of the move. Wraith would use any move if it helped him win, but it seemed Kaminari didn't understand that. Well then, double thanks. Kaminari laughed as he took the rag from Ronin, his smile growing wider while his eyes shifted downward. You don't have to lie about it though, I get that it's pretty dumb. Kaminari. The monster put a hand on the weakling's head, gently but firmly forcing them to look into each other's eyes, a motion that usually encouraged people to listen and pay active attention. It spoke slowly and clearly, taking its time with its words so it didn't mess this up. I only deal with facts and logic. I don't bother with lying. And you created a useful move that is useful in a variety of situations. Kaminari, your move is not dumb. You are not dumb. You are not going to be a good hero. You already are a good hero. Stop doubting yourself. If you keep oiling the blade, I promise that you will be one of the greatest. ... You mean it? The weakling's eyes were wide, seeming to be amazed. But this wasn't amazing. It was just facts. Facts that both weaklings needed to not just realize, but understand and internalize. I know a man who wanted to be the greatest hero in the world but got so focused on gaining power that he's becoming one of its greatest villains. I know a violent criminal who's indecisive and can't make decisions, and has ended up doing a lot of stupid shit because of it. I know this dumbass who refuses to accept his actions and can't face the consequences. The monster kept its attention on the weakling in front of it, even if this also applied to the other weakling. You might take a little more time to understand things, but even then you've got a great mindset and performance. You're doing way better than a lot of people, Kaminari. The monster took a step back and let go of the weakling's head, stretching its arms and legs. It had been running and standing for the last hour or so, and now its legs were starting to hurt. Stop doubting yourself. You're brighter than you think. You are lightning, after all. The weakling stood still for a second, then looked at the sword. His smile felt a little different, a little less cheer and a little more sobriety as he sniffed. Oh, was he crying? Oh no, did he F up talking again? Thanks, Mr. Ken. ... It means a lot. It's no problem, Kaminari. Midoriya was 1,000,000% he wasn't good at this sort of stuff, but he'd at least handle this better than last time. ... If you have problems, just anything comes up, don't be afraid to ask for help. You're smart, but we all need help, and I'd be happy to help you. Kaminari swallowed, then looked up with slightly red eyes and a small smile. It wasn't as huge as usual, but it seemed more earnest. Might take you up on that sometime, sensei. Sorry, don't be. We all things we need to deal with, and I think I already said it, but I'm happy to help you. He wasn't sure what level of physical contact they should have, so he went for a smile and more eye contact. You need a minute. No ... Yeah. Just give me a second. Ronin took a step back and grabbed a chair for himself while Kaminari sat at the desk, setting down the sword and rag while he worked through his thoughts. All right, I think I'm good. So, swords, what do we do next? What's the next part of cleaning? We're gonna put everything back together, and after that, we're done. Remember the order it all goes in. Yep, bet I can put it back together before you. Kaminari smiled as he grabbed all the pieces, sitting a little taller in his chair. Ronin snorted a little and shook his head, then grabbed all his pieces. ... You sure can try. Kaminari finished reassembling his katana, holding it up to look at it in the light with a look of wonder. Man, it's so shiny. Is this the same sword I made? Don't know, I'm not the one cleaning it. Did you do some wizardry while I wasn't looking? Ronin checked the grip on his sword, then flipped it upside down and disassembled the pommel, replacing the battery quickly while Kaminari wasn't paying attention. You can do a lot when you put in the effort, Kaminari. Natural talent hits walls, passion burns itself out, but discipline will never leave you. No one can take, and only you can get it. Kaminari looked away from his sword with a smirk. Betcha thought I forgot that, didn't ya? Guilty as charged. Ronin sheathed Yamato, slightly shaking his head before guessing the time. They arrived at 10. They had been doing this for under an hour, so it shouldn't be 11 yet, but for an early lunch. Almost time for lunch. Are you hungry yet? Dude, I'm starving. I could eat a... Kaminari had pushed his chair back but didn't stand up. ... Man, my legs hurt like a beach. Language. No, it's fine, Kaminari. You used a technique for longer than ever today, and you might have hurt your legs. We probably should have stretched a little more. Kaminari had used the lightning legs trick for at least 5 minutes. That wasn't the longest time Kaminari had used his quirk for, even on his legs, but it was the longest he had while outputting that kind of power. Some of the muscles might be burnt or snapped from overwork. We also should have taken a break while going down the mountain. Hey, it's all good. Well, it will be once I get some water. Kaminari reminded the idiotic vigilante that he had promised his student water once they reached the bottom, and he had yet to uphold his end. Should have said something sooner. He grumbled as he placed a water bottle on the desk between them, then sat back down and started to massage his own legs. How are you feeling? Legs aching from overuse, or from something else? Achy, oh, they're pretty hot too. Sheesh. Kaminari rolled up his pants and poured some of the water on his legs before rubbing them. The water probably didn't do anything, but hey, if it felt nice, who was Ronin to judge? I was planning on having us practice later, but you might need to take a long break. Ronin reflected on how he would rest after a hard fight, before he realized that he was also terrible at resting, and was in no place to give advice to anyone about resting. They could try meditation, but that was more of a mental thing, and Kaminari might have physical problems. Plus, with Kaminari's attention span, sitting in one place trying to think about nothing was closer to torture than relaxing. Hey, I can still practice. Just don't expect any sudden moves. Kaminari wanted to continue, which was a good mindset, but no, if you keep going without rest, you'll just hurt yourself more. The monster spoke with authority, shutting down Kaminari's speech before he could give it. Something not taught in hero schools is that taking a break is important. You need to take time to recuperate after fights, to relax and get away from your job, for both the sake of your body and your mind. Like, how long of a break should I take? That depends on what you're taking a break from. The larger the problem, the larger the break. For example, you just have sore muscles and self-injuries from training too hard. You should reevaluate yourself in an hour and be realistic. And we shall go from there. From training too hard. I've only been training for like an hour. That was putting it lightly. They had run for under 30 minutes, then stood around for another 20 or so, then they had been in here for a while. It was hard to tell with no sunlight and there was no clock in sight, which is why it's impressive that you managed to hurt yourself so quickly. The monster was genuinely surprised someone managed to hurt themselves in under an hour. To know your limits is to know yourself, and to know yourself is the first step to true control. You surpassed your limits, which sounds good in the shows and stories, but you have to pay the price for that now. I surpassed my limits just by running down a mountain. By running down a mountain really fast. Yes, and you were able to control your run. Somewhat. We'll be working to give you more control over yourself this week so you can use this technique whenever you want. And outmaneuver that pesky principal. While they had a minute, the monster wanted some questions answered and lunch wouldn't be for. It wasn't sure, it couldn't find a clock. Lunch wasn't happening yet at least. It definitely wasn't even 11:30 yet. I had some questions about your final if you don't mind. Oh, oh yeah. Kaminari's enthusiasm slipped away like the sun in a storm. It was clear that despite their little talks, Kaminari still was pretty upset that he lost that fight. But Ronin had tried to encourage him before, and now the monster just wanted answers. You fought against Fur Principal Nezu. You fought with Ashido Mina. You fought inside a construction or machinery zone. Is all of this correct? The monster drew the file on their fight in the blink of an eye, reading it off before locking eyes with Kaminari. Yeah, we were in the same arena with the principal. We never actually saw him. Give me a play-by-play of the fight. What happened from start to finish? So we started by talking to each other and saying that we probably shouldn't use our quirks cause we might accidentally kill the principal if we hit him. And right out the gate they were raising alarms. Nezu's notes for problems said, didn't think things through. These two used their quirks too much, which was inherently bullshit. Every hero in the world used their quirk too much, and Mina and Kaminari put in enough forethought to realize their quirks might be lethal to Nezu, which also meant they didn't rely on their quirks. Not relying on their quirks at all was a real problem. And it was a problem that the monster intended to address. A good decision overall, keep going. So we made our way towards the exit. But then buildings and stuff started getting smooshed. We found out after that Nezu was in this big crane and was destroying the city and blocking almost all of the exits. We just ran around dodging falling stuff and got stuck in a collapsing building until time ran out. That's it. Yup, pretty bad, huh? The monster breathed very slowly, before piecing together a smile, working through the problem. Nezu said Kaminari and Mina both didn't think enough and used their quirks too much. These were truths, in a vacuum, but once tested fell apart. The students not thinking things through was somewhat true, but couldn't be proven in this situation. For example, the students had no idea how Nezu was breaking the buildings. Since it was a crane, it could have been electrocuted by Kaminari and prevented, if they could reach the crane, which they didn't know existed, and if Nezu didn't block them off. While Kaminari went to electrocute the crane he didn't know existed, Mina could have used her quirk to melt through the rubble and forced her way to the finish line. They would have both failed Nezu's forethoughts about quirk usage, but they would have passed the exam. It was a lose-lose scenario, and given how Nezu handled Zero, Kaminari might not pass. But thinking about Kaminari's situation, it only got worse. They didn't know how Nezu was breaking everything. And the monster's first thought was simple: explosives. Those wouldn't be able to be stopped by Kaminari though, so he wouldn't try to stop them, and because he wouldn't stun-lock the crane, they'd lose. This situation was, practically speaking, unwinnable. It was not difficult, it was impossible. The monster made an educated guess that Nezu got caught up in the fight and went too far, but no one pointed out how unfair the fight was because he was the principal. Was this how the #1 hero school in Japan ran itself? Disgusting and disappointing. You lost by timeout and got stuck in a collapsing building. Good endurance. Surviving a building falling on your head wasn't easy, even if you probably didn't use real buildings. Hopefully, they didn't, as that doubled both as a huge waste of budget and a huge risk to the students when things like this happen. But now, you know the question I want to ask you. I'm at Keep It Real Sensei. I have no idea what questions you want to ask me. Can I have some more water? Sure. Why didn't you use the thunderclap and flash to outmaneuver the collapsing buildings? Finish drinking, then respond? Kaminari finished off half the bottle, then looked up confused at Ronin. What would I use the thunderclap and flash for? It's a super move, but you can't kill a building. I understand. Something not even Midoriya had considered was that this was a mentality problem, not in the same way that the weakling had mentality problems, though. Kaminari saw his techniques as just attacks, moves to be brought out once but only useful in a fight. That's how heroes treated super moves, as techniques that could be used once to turn an entire fight around. Why was he just saying this in his head? This was stuff Kaminari needed to hear. Kaminari, it's a little hard to show in here. We'll have to go outside for this. You think you can walk, or is there some serious damage? I'll walk, I just won't like it. Get used to me complaining, Chief. Kaminari said he'd complain, but he was still smiling as he followed Ronin outside. Kaminari sat back up in the shade inside the forest on a folding chair, playing with his chair and having a grand time. Only 3 of his legs were touching the ground, and he was having a blast rocking back and forth on those legs, smiling like $1,000,000. Ronin removed his large flowy coat so Kaminari could get a good view of his movements and follow along. That coat had been designed to hide his exact body size and make it harder to see how small he really was, while obstructing people from seeing what he was actually doing. And while all that was great in a fight, it wasn't just bad for teaching, it made everything harder, so the coat had to go. Kaminari. What is a super move? Ronin draped the coat over a branch before getting into some more serious stretches, warming up for the show he was gonna put on. He didn't like trying to show off his skills, but he was gonna have to try to get the point across. Is this a trick question? More like setting the groundwork for what I'm gonna work with this week. There are no hard rules or wrong answers. I just want to hear your opinion. Can I take a minute? Whenever you're ready. Ronin checked his kit while Kaminari started a whole bunch of sentences and left most unfinished. It's, in my defense, we haven't had this lesson in class yet. That's why you're going to give me your opinion. And not Aizawa's opinion or Yue's opinion or whoever they send to teach you about super moves. A super move is a move that's super, a weak start, but Kaminari started to tear it apart. So, it's a move that's better than normal. It's a special thing that's better than what you can normally do. Now that was a great answer, Kaminari. Much more thought put into that than the UA Heroics course put into anything, from how this mess was shaping up. You better keep that in mind, not just for this lesson but because I suspect UA will give you a much worse answer. Thanks. Now part 2. Is the thunderclap in Flash a super move? You can't. Ronin cut him off early with an eyebrow raised. Why not? Cause, I don't know, magic. Kaminari. We just ran down a mountain in under 30 minutes, but I used that special dash thing for some of it. The first section, we still did that in 7 minutes, and if we kept that pace up we still would have gotten done in 30 minutes. Ronin finally finished the last of his stretching and equipment check, tying Yamato into place while he did all his flips and sit. If a super move is beyond what you can normally do, the thunderclap and flash is an ordinary move that you can do. Thunderclap and flash is a technique that you can do anytime and anywhere. Ronin backed up his words with action, suddenly dashing forward and disappearing as he zoomed into the forest before turning on a dime and stopping. And doesn't take a lot of energy to use. If you get creative, you can get a lot of uses out of it. Most super moves are more powerful versions of regular moves. For example, Ronin pointed to Kaminari to drill home his words. Your thunderstorm and crash. Now, that's a super move. It's a move that you can't use anywhere and takes a lot of energy to pull off. Plus, it's not a move you can use a lot of times in a row. But it's incredibly powerful, so it's a super move instead of a waste of time. Well, I already made a super move. I promised you that you'd have a super move at the end of that week, and I meant it. At least, he did by their definition. Whether or not the other heroes would agree was an issue only time could tell. But super moves have flaws. Namely, they're usually very hard to use. They take energy or time to use most of the time. What's up, Kaminari? Kaminari lowered his hand as he asked his question. What do you mean when you say usually? Are there super moves that don't take a lot of time or energy? Some idiots do a normal move and give it a flashy name to pretend it's a super move. Those aren't really super moves in my book, but if you check the hero registry they're still up there, so someone thinks they count. Ronin shrugged as he walked back over, keeping a hand on Yamato subconsciously. The point is that a strong super move can change the flow of battle, but it needs to be built off of a strong base. Your work with the thunderclap and flash is what makes you so good with the thunderstorm and crash. Oh, it's like a tied skill in a video game. Kaminari reworded Ronin's rant into his own terms so he could more easily remember it when he needed it. It's like a skill that's tied to base damage. You increase base damage by 1, you increase the skill's damage by 10 or something. Excellent, Kaminari. And you're already catching on. Ronin nodded at Kaminari's explanation but thought the example could go a little further. But a super move isn't tied to just one skill. It's usually a lot of basic skills coming together to create a result more powerful than the basic skills on their own. So, in order to create strong super moves, you need strong basic skills. So you want me to raise my basics. Like, you want me to work out. Sort of. You can work out at any time and don't really need to be here to do that. So we're gonna focus on stuff that we need to be here for. We're gonna lay the groundwork so you can keep training and improving after this camp. Ronin walked up to Kaminari and lightly tapped one of his legs. Right now, your body isn't strong enough to keep up with your quirk, so we're gonna fix that. Work on how much electricity you can use in your legs, improve your form, and add some things on later as we go. Is that what this camp is for? Not a clue and don't care, because it's what I'm going to be doing. We're trying to make the students overcome their weaknesses and improve their basics this week. And right now, I want to help you, Kaminari. Ronin took a step back from the sitting student and leaned against a tree opposite him, stretching his neck before settling in like the edgelord he pretended to be. But I'm an impatient guy. I don't help just anyone. I only want to offer my services to those who want them. We sort of got swept together in the mountain thing, but you've got a choice in this. You want to train with your classmates. Kaminari did at least think for a minute before answering. What are they gonna do? They're training quirk usage, something that you struggle with if I remember correctly. They're going to push their quirks to their limits and then surpass them just like you did on that mountain. It'll be sore, but your quirk will get a lot stronger. What do you think? Kaminari didn't think too long this time before he answered. But I don't want my quirk to get stronger, I want to get stronger. It's like you said with the bullets and the explosion. It's not about the power, it's how you use it. Guess you were listening more than I thought. Ronin shook his head before pushing off the tree and walking towards Kaminari, offering him a hand up. Come on then, we're gonna go grab lunch and then the real work starts, so look alive. Yup. Kaminari took the hand and pulled himself up, meeting Ronin's gaze with a confident smile as they started to walk towards the building. Should we get the folding chair? No. Won't they wonder where it went? Maybe. And if they do, blame Nezu. Ronin led the way away from the training ground with Kaminari in tow, who was still walking a little funny. Hey, I've got another question. What was the point of coming outside? I thought I would need to demonstrate more than I did, was the response. But the real answer was because he didn't really think this through. He didn't think he'd have just one student this early. He totally did think he'd wind up with just one student. But he figured that'd be by day 2 at the earliest. Once again, he was back to winging everything and pretending it was all part of some plan that he didn't have. Like what they were going to eat for lunch. Ronin had no idea if the teachers even prepared food just in case the students did get there early. Worst case scenario though, they split the food Ronin brought. Not that big of a deal. But it meant Ronin had to point Kaminari towards the dining hall while he picked up his supply bag, just in case. Speaking of the dining hall, that really raised questions of what this building was supposed to be. It had a cafeteria, so was it some kind of campsite the heroes had taken over? Was the cafeteria a recent addition to the place? A better question, did anyone care about this besides him? Kaminari pulled him out of his thoughts, as usual, waving hello with a sandwich in his hand. Hey sensei, sit here, over here. Like he was gonna sit somewhere else. Technically they could, but that was just being a dick. Ronin approached but didn't sit down, looking around. Where'd you get food from, Kaminari? Kaminari had already taken a bite of his food, so he didn't bother verbally responding and just pointed to the kitchen. Inside was one of the professional heroes, Mandalay, standing behind the counter and talking to someone. They had to be pretty short since he couldn't see the other person over the counter. Tome. No, I just need the kitchen for a moment, then I'll return to you. Ronin moved past the rows of tables and went both to get some food and see who Mandalay was talking to while he adjusted his grip on his bag, picking out what he'd make for himself. Maybe he'd just make a sandwich and save the food for later. No, he'd definitely save his food if he could. He wanted a quick meal here, and he didn't want anything that required cooking. Oh, Ken, I was wondering where you were when your student came by without you. Mandalay greeted him before he even got halfway to the kitchen, looking up from whoever else she was talking to. He's a student to all of us now, not just me. If you want to try training him for a bit, just ask, but you'll probably have your hands full with the other students. Ronin was a little interested in seeing what the other teachers would be doing, but not enough to go out of his way to find out, especially because he was pretty confident it'd piss him off, like everything he learned about UA. These days, Coda, you weren't there when we introduced him to the other teachers. Mandalay glanced down, referring to the unseen second person in the kitchen right as Ronin rounded the corner, looking around for the parts to make a sandwich for. A very familiar kid glared up at him. He wore a red hat with 2 horns coming out of it, with spiked black hair jutting out. He looked familiar. No, they knew him. They remembered him almost as much as they remembered Kaminari because this failure stuck with them like a thorn in their side. The big moment Midoriya realized his speaking skills were worse than a rock's. This is Koda, my nephew. He's been staying with us, so you'll see him around the training grounds. Say hi, Koda. Mandalay gave Sleepy a pat on the back, pushing him towards Midoriya. Sleepy looked even less friendly than when they first met, glaring up at Ken. What are you supposed to be, geezer? Some kind of hero. And even less polite to boot, by the sound of it. I am no hero, just an acting teacher. Wraith continued to check for the immediate problem, food. This child was an inconvenience and nothing more. Someone with emotional baggage who wasn't their concern. Fretting over him would just waste time and energy. Tusk, Koda seemed pissed off, but they just met in this form. There was no way Koda recognized him, so Koda had no reason to be pissed off at him, yet here they were, wasting time and energy when they were there to get food. This was an issue for a therapist, not a vigilante. Koda, Mandalay seemed like she wanted to scold him, but he took off into a run immediately. Not that it would help, since Mandalay's quirk let her psychically talk to people from a distance. Still, it was the principle that mattered, and by running off with the last word, if you considered Tusk to be a word, he won the argument that was only happening in his own head. I'm sorry. Again, he's not here because he wants to be. Tracking that logic with Midoriya's memories, it seemed Koda was here because his parents died. The gym that he often met Koda at was the one the wild pussycats seemed to attend at least once a week, and Koda had been tagging along with them. That meant Koda's parents hadn't died recently, and since Koda's had told his backstory to Midoriya, it wasn't hard to figure out the rest. He's got a grudge against heroes for some reason, but since I'm just an acting teacher, I don't think it's my business to know. Specifically, Wraith didn't want to know. If they did, they might get more involved, and that would waste time, like how this whole conversation was wasting his time for finding the bread. He had all the other parts for a sandwich, now where was the bread? His parents were heroes, did she listen to them? Were they just talking for fun? Give the kid some privacy. And them some room, this wasn't their business. They died in the line, and he's living with us for now. But he blames heroes for their death. He's going through a rough phase. Well, Koda's view was technically correct. Wraith knew that if heroes were properly trained, they were less likely to die, and that they definitely died because they chose to become heroes. Both parents becoming heroes was just rude. Who was supposed to stay home and look after the kid? Those parents created the scenario where Koda would have worries like these, by constantly leaving him alone. Their absence in his life before their death set the groundwork for his current abandonment issues. It was 100% their fault he'd become like this, not because he was a bad person, but because their parenting had been awful. You couldn't just tell a kid that, though. You couldn't go up to someone who was grieving and explain this entire scenario was because their parents didn't think this through. That was a dick move. How were you supposed to tell a kid that his parents really did love him even though they chose their careers over him and didn't think? And this was why Wraith wanted to avoid getting involved. They were getting invested in some idiotic child's mess. Wraith didn't know how to comfort a child with those issues, and he didn't care. That was what psychiatrists were for, not vigilantes. He was focused on preventing future problems and changing the system, not trying to patch every minor issue with the current system. That was what heroes did, and it was why they never went anywhere. Koda was a perfect example of why the hero system needed to change. He wasn't blaming hero society for his parents' deaths. He was correctly identifying the cause of their deaths. If hero society had been built better, they probably wouldn't have died. But this wasn't relevant to the current issue of finding bread, and Mandalay expected them to respond in some way. They'd go with something generic and safe. He's going through a rough phase, but it will be much more smooth with the proper support. Like a psychiatrist, if he has the right people helping him along, he will cope better. These were obvious facts, but it made Mandalay smile as she finally moved away from where she was standing in front of the bread, hiding it from Wraith and out of the kitchen. I hope so. Thanks for the help. It's nothing. It really wasn't any sort of help, it was just facts. Facts that it seemed were going to be ignored as Mandalay left the kitchen, probably to return to the other heroes who weren't eating yet. No, that Wraith could see a clock. It was still a little early for a traditional lunch, but then again they were going to do a lot of work. An early lunch never hurt. Midoriya assembled his sandwich quickly before making his way to Kaminari, who immediately started waving again. Hey, Sensei, sit here. Someone's enthusiastic. Feeling any better? Yeah, all right, maybe only a little better, but that's still better. Kaminari went back to eating his sandwich, content to focus on one thing at a time. Gave Midoriya a second to dig into his food himself as well, or at least get started. They had a lot of work ahead to do, and they needed to start quickly to try and fit it all into 1 week. Kaminari finished first. Obviously, he had a huge head start since someone wanted to waste all their time in the kitchen. All right, that was just being a dick again. But Kaminari redirected them to the focus of the day when he finished, trashing his paper plate before sitting down again with a big smile. So, Sensei, what's next? Ronin stood back from Kaminari, looking him over repeatedly before speaking. Your feet are too far apart. Bring that back leg in a little. They were back in the training ground after having finished eating, and Kaminari was just standing there. He didn't have a sword or even a sheath. He was just standing in the shade while Ronin told him small things to change. Squat down a little, you're standing too tall. You'll be off balance if anything touches you. Sensei, you said we're gonna work on the basics, right? Yes, move your front leg a little to the right. You're turned a little to the left and we want you facing straight forward. Ronin took a few steps around him, focusing on Kaminari's legs right now. Suo, when you said basics, we're working on your stance. All swordsmanship starts at the legs, so we're gonna make sure you start correctly. Ronin stepped back and demonstrated as he took his position in front of Kaminari. Feet about shoulder length apart, one foot forward and the other slightly sideways. Bend at the knees. What does a stance do? Helps you move. Your legs are for positioning and moving, so a stance is for making sure you can safely move in almost any direction. This lets you safely attack and retreat. We'll get into that later. For now, we're gonna practice just getting you into a stance for a bit. Then we're gonna practice having you move while in it. Return to a standing position. Ronin did as he said, and Kaminari naturally followed suit. Now, get into position. Move your back leg a little further out. Good. Now, back to standing. And again. And again and again and again Kaminari scooted backward and forward over and over as he performed the routine, beating it into his head. He took his stance, then scooted forward, leading with the front leg and pushing off with the back leg. Then he scooted backward, leading with the back leg and then pushing off the front leg, side to side, starting with the same leg as the side he was moving towards. Moving right. Start with the right leg. Left. Vice versa. It was really simple, but that's what made it so easy. Until Ronin started throwing in curveballs. Ready? Ronin didn't bother arming himself. He wouldn't need to. Kaminari now was wearing a padded vest, but his sweat was from his work and not the heat. They had been going over this for hours. Sure, they did take breaks, but over time his energy was slowly used and his effort turned into fatigue. But he wasn't done yet. Kaminari quickly took another drink of water before coming towards Ronin. Ready, sir. Neither had a weapon for this drill as Kaminari switched into his stance and moved forward. Kaminari because he wasn't attacking and Ronin because he didn't need it. Instead, he carried a strange wooden stick sword made of strips of wood bound together. That fake sword was the thing that kept striking him as they worked through this set of motions. Take positions. Kaminari's body dropped slightly as he got into his stance, spreading his legs out and lowering his center of mass. He leaned forward, waiting for the next command. Approach. Both sides moved towards each other again, Kaminari moving with quick jerky motions as he spoke himself through the motion. Step out, push off, step out, push off. They stopped a few feet from each other, the distance they would have met if they were sword fighting. Kaminari didn't have a moment to lose as Ronin went straight into the next order of business as soon as he was in range. Dodge. Ronin stepped forward as he swung the sword down at Kaminari's head, forcing the aspiring hero on the defensive. This was the move that Ronin usually led with, a dramatic and flashy move that was easy to understand. The sword rose above Ronin's head before hurtling back down, slicing through the air as Kaminari stepped to the side. That attack was useful because it was so easy to see coming. It was super easy to dodge. It served as a warm-up for what they would be doing throughout the exercise. Dodge. Ronin repeated himself as he turned to face Kaminari again. It wasn't until his fifth try that Kaminari realized they had the same stance, but used for entirely different things. Ronin stepped to one side to turn and face Kaminari, and Kaminari matched that step, staying away from directly in front of his teacher. Staying straight ahead of the master for too long was the fastest way to get whacked. But just stepping out of the center line didn't dodge all of the attacks. Ronin's second attack forced Kaminari to come up with a new plan as the blade swept sideways. You couldn't dodge something swinging sideways by stepping to the side, so Kaminari was forced to come up with a new move, or he hit on the fourth try. He didn't do it right until the 6th try though. After he figured out the whole shared stance thing, Kaminari jumped backward while leaning back, the sword's blade narrowly missing his chest. He was off balance now, stumbling backward, and Ronin didn't miss this opportunity to straighten and attack him again, coming at him with another overhead swing. But that meant Ronin had to get the sword over his head, and that took time. While the sword came up, Kaminari forced his body forward just a single step, regaining his balance as he planted his feet before jumping forward, closing the distance until he was close to his master, too close to properly swing a sword. They were just a few inches apart as Kaminari went to grab his master's hands, and then Ronin leapt backward, just like Kaminari had before. Without either switching their stance, they had switched roles, Kaminari going on the offensive while Ronin defended his advantage. Swords are better than hands, but they need room to work. If I can smother you. If. Dodge. Ronin attacked while retreating, pulling off the overhead swing while stepping backward. But Kaminari advanced forward into the side at the same side, closing the distance between them while dodging the attack. Ronin had sounded discouraging when he said if, but he hadn't said no. That meant if he could get close enough and stop the wave of attacks by getting too close. I'll win. And just when he got close, Ronin planted his back foot firmly on the ground. His lead leg snapped up and kicked him right in the vest, sending Kaminari backward and into the grass. He rolled for a few seconds before flipping himself, staring up at the treetops. He wasn't hurt majorly, but he was a little winded by that. At least his legs were feeling pretty good. You alright? Did you land on a tree root or anything? Dude, I was just wondering the same thing. Think I'm good. But hey, that was new. That kick definitely didn't have Ronin's full power behind it. None of the master's strikes were as fast as possible. But then again, this was training. Ronin wanted to teach him, not kill him, so there was no reason to use full power. Everything made sense if he took a second to think it through. Your style changed as you grew, so the challenge had to grow. I'm not trying to teach you a pattern, I'm teaching you to think. Ronin helped Kaminari to his feet, then glanced towards the mountainside. Looks like we've got company. Kaminari squinted and could vaguely see a blob of people, crawling, lumbering, shuffling. He saw a bunch of people shuffling through the woods at the base of the mountain, each one looking like Sid. Why? Why they look so bad? Because their brains would make a zombie starve to death. He wasn't quite sure what that meant, but Ronin was more busy cleaning up. He looked to be entirely focused on his work, which is why Kaminari was so surprised. His classmates weren't even out of the woods yet, but Sensei managed to spot them without even trying. Throw the vest somewhere and meet up with your class. Eraserhead should have a speech prepared for all of you. I'll finish cleaning up. Kaminari ditched the padding and tossed it to Ronin, stepping away before Ronin called out one last time to him. Almost forgot, one last thing. You're doing great. Ronin locked eyes with him, making sure he understood, before flashing him a smile. You've been putting in a lot of effort, and you might not see the results immediately, but you're still doing great. We'll be working all day tomorrow, so get plenty of rest. I'll meet up with you tomorrow when Eraserhead gives his morning speech, and then we'll split from the group. Eat a lot tonight, you'll need the energy. Now, Kaminari knew his video games, and that definitely sounded like a bunch of hints. He returned the smile and waved goodbye as he ran to meet up with his friends. Eat everything. See you tomorrow. I getcha. Later, Midoriya watched his student run into the distance before he finished picking up their things. Well, his things. Spare water bottles, the vest, and the sword. Mostly the water bottles. He'd brought a ton in case Kaminari got thirsty. It was hot out, and he didn't want the guy getting dehydrated and fainting. He brought everything back to the teaching room he was using to store his stuff before he reunited with the group just in time to see Pixie Bob sexually harassing some of the students. No, that was wrong. Sexual harassment was too strong a word. Sexually annoying some of the students, completely unaware of herself. Kaminari was also there, waving hello to some of the other students and merging with the group. He was met with mostly scowls though, and it made sense. Here they were, tired and dirty after trudging through the forest for hours because they wasted time just to see Kaminari. He was a little dirty, a little sweaty, but still leagues better than the rest of them. Midoriya slid in next to Eraserhead and Vlad, who were talking about Pixie Bob with Mandalay for a brief moment. Hey, Mandalay, was she always like that? The disgust and disappointment in Eraserhead's voice was both palpable and pleasant. She's a little desperate since she's about the suitable age for, you know. There was a crackle as Bakugo created an explosion in his palm, snarling and interrupting the waste of air this conversation had turned into. Stop talking at us and address something. What is it now, Bakugo? Even with all the sleep in the world, Eraserhead still sounded tired. What's that brat doing here? Bakugo pointed to Kota, and Wraith could feel himself mentally checking out before Mandalay even opened her mouth. She was giving the same spiel as last time while Wraith looked over the children. They were each still in their own class, probably out of instinct, but their inability to form new groups could be detrimental when they faced the real world. Among those students, there was one who stood out the most. The weakling, who the group was currently regarding as an outsider because of their different experiences, was in the group but not currently a part. He'd meld back in though with time. Hopefully. They were teenagers. After all, bad decisions were their specialty, and Wraith knew a certain weakling who made plenty of those every day. Say hello, Coda. Mandalay ushered the child to the students, but he didn't respond for a moment, instead snarking again before walking away. Coda, tisk, there it was again. I don't intend to hang out with guys who want to become heroes. Clear-cut intentions, an understanding of others, and, to back it all up, the spine to stick to it. What an aspiring young child, fitting most of Wraith's ideals before he even hit 10. Was he under 10? He looked under 10. The youth really was the hope of society. And this youth was very much on the same page as Wraith. Even if this child definitely wasn't on the side of heroes, well, it was another point for villainy. And there wasn't a villain in sight. Impressive. Wraith was sure all he'd see was heroism losing points left and right, but they were actually making villainy look like a better option instead of just making themselves look terrible. Intend, just how old are you? Robikid had the same questions as Wraith about this guy's age. He seemed way too smart to be under 10, but maybe that's just how he grew up. Wraith didn't know and he cared less than he knew. Precocious brat. Isn't he kind of like you? What? Not at all. Anyway, shut up you GG bastard. What was that even supposed to mean? GG bastard. Good going. Good game. Wraith couldn't figure out and something seemed to surpass Coda's age and things he didn't care about. Sorry, stop standing around and get your bags off the bus. Aizawa ended the strange conversation between the red and white Amo and Bakugo, standing as straight as he ever had in his entire life while still looking drop-dead tired. Once you put your bags in your rooms, we'll have dinner in the cafeteria. After that, you'll bathe and go to sleep. We'll start for real tomorrow. Eraserhead dismissed their complaints well. He completely ignored them with ease, pointing towards the bus. Now get going. The students grumbled and groaned as they walked away, leaving the adults and a rogue teen alone as they traveled to the cafeteria. Do you think we made enough food? Definitely. We do this a lot, you know, Ken. Pixie Bob seemed to be in a good mood still, judging by how her tail waggled through the air. Midoriya was pretty sure Earthflow, Pixie Bob's quirk, didn't give her a tail, but he didn't care enough to ask. Besides, we made more after you and that student left. Midoriya had been too lazy to leave Kaminari behind and brought him in to help cook when 3 o'clock rolled around. Cooking was good practice since it was something everyone had to do at some point in their life, and it would hopefully help the aspiring hero over the next week when he had to cook his own meals. The heroes helped plate out the food as the students began to trickle in until they smelled the food. The students charged in the second they smelled it, each rushing to eat as much food as possible. The mess hall earned its name as students shoveled food into their faces as quickly as they could, leaving the teachers rushing around to keep the food stacked up. Coda at least helped them, lending an extra set of hands to the heroes. He glared relentlessly at the students and was as sassy as ever, but he was at least helping them. The work went as quick as the food, and before they knew it, it was time for the students to hit the baths, leaving the heroes to clean up the war zone that had once been a dining hall. The hot spring was a place of relaxation, where worries were washed away as the body relaxed in the heat. Kaminari had only been to a few hot springs before. It wasn't exactly his thing, but after a hard day of training and contact sparring with Ronin, the whole thing looked and felt great. The bamboo reeds, the trickle of water, the atmosphere, all of it was great. Really helped his legs, which were still a little burned from the mountain descent and a little achy from the training he'd done with Master. He stretched out in the water, clearing his head and trying to enjoy the moment. The problem was all the other people in the bathhouse who were shooting him glances irregularly for some reason. It was just Class 1A in there at the time, cause there were way too many boys between both classes to go at once, so it had gotten to go in first while B had to wait. But there was a strange atmosphere, as the students say, in the hot water. So, Kaminari, where'd you go? Last time I saw you was right after the bus stopped and we all got out. Yeah, how'd you get here so fast? Did you get injured or something? Oh, his classmates were wondering if he got injured. These guys really were looking out for him. Yeah, I hurt both my legs. I met up with one of the teachers basically as soon as we landed. And then we went down the mountain really quick. Right away. The tension in the hot spring was eased as everyone started to laugh for some reason. You didn't even go an hour into the first exercise. Technically, it only took 30 minutes, so no, he didn't even go through an hour. Lucky him. Yeah, this made more laughter as they shook their heads at Kaminari. Wonder what you're going to have to do tomorrow. Think this will affect our grades. Didn't even know someone was stupid enough to fail. Bakugo scoffed at them as he stretched out. Now shut up everyone. We've only got 10 more minutes and then we're out of here. I'm trying to enjoy it, and if you F this up I'll kill you. Whoa, you can relax. Kaminari smiled as he returned to his joking self, poking fun at Bakugo as he was a part of the group again. He wasn't really sure what was going on, but he'd play it all off to the best of his talents. Midoriya helped clean up the mess hall with the other teachers. The students were shown to their rooms after clearing the wild pussycats out of house and home, then divided up and sent to the hot springs in sections. There were so many boys from both classes that they wouldn't all fit, giving the girls twice the time as the boys who had to split up to avoid overcrowding. Eraserhead and Midoriya were on cleanup duty, cleaning all the dishes quickly and uniformly with very few words spoken between them at the start. That was fine for Midoriya. Talking wasn't exactly his thing anyway, and Eraserhead didn't seem big on conversations either. Eventually, though, Eraserhead did break the silence as he took another dish and dried it off. So, what have you got planned for tomorrow with Exam F? Depends on the student. I'll ask what they want to do so I can understand what they think their problems are. And if it's a problem I can deal with, I will try to. Kaminari wants to follow my footsteps, it seems. So I'm going to teach him to stop using his quirks so much and how to fight properly. Eraserhead seemed satisfied by this answer, nodding. He really needs the help. He has a vague outline, but when rushed has a tendency to go back to default. I'll need to drill proper fighting techniques into him, and that will probably be most of the week. And what about the other students? I predict most will pick the obvious answer and focus on their quirks. We're in a secluded environment, and they can start focusing on their quirks development without the risk of damaging something important, which, Wraith knew, wasn't really an issue for these students. Most heroes had dangerous quirks that required a certain environment so they didn't accidentally destroy anything. But these kids went to UA. They could train their quirks any day of the week if they pulled their heads out of their asses and thought for a second. What are you going to do for their remedial lessons? This will be the remedial lessons. They failed the practical heroics exam, so they will have practical remedial lessons. Nazu gave me a bunch of pointless information to teach them, but none of that would help the students pass their practical exams if given the chance to retry, so I won't use it. This is a punishment for failing the practicals. It should be relevant to the practicals. They will probably fight me on the first day, fourth day, and last day. I want to see where they are, so it won't be much of a fight and more like a checkup. Anyone who can hit me leaves my group and will rejoin yours. That confidence becomes results through effort. We shall see whose confidence was unfounded on the last day. And that was the last of the dishes. Need help putting them away? No, I'll finish up and tell the kids to go to their rooms. Have you been to yours yet? We get rooms. Midoriya was a little taken back at the thought. I thought we'd just sleep in the main area since you were passed out in a chair. I can't tell if you're being serious. And that's the worst part. Help me, then grab your bags and follow me. It's on the way to the students' rooms. Eraserhead wrapped up with drying off the dishes and began to organize them. Remember to get to sleep quickly. We've got a big day tomorrow. After finishing the last of the dishes, Midoriya set up in his own small room. It was just like his own room, with one bed, one desk, and not much else. His bags went down as he checked the time and compared it to his schedule. Eraserhead wasn't lying about the early rise. I've got to get up early for the makeup. And if I want to do my own training, better get to sleep as fast as possible. Midoriya didn't waste time locking the door and ditching his clothes, slipping into casual wear, and then sitting on the floor to meditate. He could get into the right mindset in a few minutes after months of practice, even if he still had some trouble maintaining it these days. His head felt clouded recently like it wasn't his anymore. He was having more and more trouble staying focused and could feel himself slipping sometimes. Those other people would come in and out, taking over in the middle of conversations with ease. Those monsters who did such horrid things. He still remembered Maruko's face as the beast beat her into the road. Remember the smile as she started to get up and tried to fight back. Still blaming others, weakling. From the side of his bed, it spoke. A black mask with no face, but he could still imagine the skull overtop it, staring at him, laughing at him. What happened to all that gumption about facing our problems? Or do you still not know what your problem is? Midoriya had put the mask beside his bed in case anyone surprised him in the middle of the night. It'd be much faster to put that on than try to put on the wig and makeup quickly. Now, that same mask seemed to focus on him, cutting out the rest of the world as it spoke with a scathing tone. But you don't like focusing on yourself, so let's address the real issue here. This little test we came up with. Wraith's head stared through him, its left eye cloaked in purple. You know it's a waste of time. This test was doomed to fail from the start. We already know heroism is going to fail. Kaminari might be good, but so what? One hero out of thousands of failures is not a success. Any society that thinks can be a hero is a society that needs to die. It didn't have to say who it was talking about. They both knew him. They no longer feared Bakugo, but the idea that anyone even remotely like him could be considered a hero in this society. Midoriya didn't speak, but the thought made his hands and jaw tense up. You wanted to give the heroes a chance to appeal to us, to give them the best chance of success possible. Irrelevant. You're trying to manipulate the facts because you can't handle the truth, a problem that you seem to struggle with. Wraith's purple eye seemed to glint amidst the shadows, staring straight through him as it snarled, drilling into the real problem. Shut up. Midoriya grabbed and lobbed the black mask across the small room, breathing heavily in the silent, cramped space. The helmet bounced off the wall and rolled across the floor before coming to a stop at his feet. There was no skull design on it, no purple light, no wraith. Everything was quiet and at rest with the lights off. There was no one other than him in the room as the mask bobbed back and forth for just a moment longer, leaving him alone in the dark as he mumbled to himself. Just shut up for a little longer. Everyone got up bright and early, but the brightest and earliest was Ken, even beating out Eraserhead. He was outside doing some sort of sword training when Aizawa finished with the bathroom and saw him through a window, and he couldn't seem to resist talking to him in private. He had some questions he wanted to be answered, preferably without the other teachers around in case his suspicions were correct. The problem was, he had no idea how to get started. He could talk to teachers, he could talk to villains, but Ken seemed to lie somewhere in the middle, and that was what threw him off. Already training. Warm-ups. I'm going to practice swordsmanship with Kaminari today, and I'm going to be leading the exercise, so I need to be ready for anything. I might also need to fight all of Exam F, and I want to be ready for anything. All of them, at once. If it comes down to it, yes, but I have confidence in myself. Ken swung the sword through the air quickly while his feet danced across the ground. His speed really seemed superhuman, weaving attack after attack together without break. It was easy for Aizawa to see that not many people could avoid all of Ken's swings, but there were other easy things for him to see and hear. Heard a commotion in your room last night. Everything all right? Aizawa had been in his room when he heard a commotion from his neighbor, but he couldn't make out what. He was hoping to get some details, but it was unlikely. No one else had been up at the time, and so no one but Ken could give him answers, but Ken didn't seem the answering type, always shutting down anything asked directly about him. No, but I will endeavor on regardless. Ken didn't even try to lie, but still ended the conversation quickly. Aizawa really thought Ken might deny it, but that wasn't the kind of guy Ken seemed to be. Just another reason I can't be a hero. Other than you being a vigilante, Ronin. Aizawa had already checked that it was just the two of them before dropping that one, staring down Ken's back as he weaved around the ground, drawing out attack after attack. His motions weren't rushed or uncontrolled but had a quick pace, each sword stroke cutting through the air despite the dull, wooden blade. That's the third reason actually, but I will never admit the first and you found out the second. Ronin. Ken spoke as casually as if this big secret was as interesting as the weather, continuing his drill without a care in the world. I'm reaching something of a crossroad in my life, and I'm not too sure if I would make a good hero regardless. If I do join with Hero Society, I probably won't be a hero myself. There was a tinge to his words, an underlying tone that broke Ronin's usual calm demeanor, but Aizawa couldn't tell exactly what it was. It was very different to see Ronin like this, not the super vigilante, not some wise martial artist, just an old man with his own problems and regrets. Maybe that regret was what tinged Ronin's words. I won't be doing anything dangerous to your students if that's what you're worried about, Eraser. Ronin finally put down his sword after what could have easily been either his 100th sword stroke or his 1000th, picking up some water and quickly drinking it. I want them to become as good of heroes as possible, to be even better than every generation that came before. Every generation. Not just Aizawa's or Ronin's, but every single generation of heroes ever. Are you sure they can do that? No, but although perfection is impossible to achieve, it is only through the pursuit of it we can achieve excellence. Or so I believe, but I'm not a professional hero, so take my words as you will. The sword was kicked into the air before being caught by Ronin, who went back to warming up. What brings you outside to ramble with me? Want to arrest me? I'll just assume Nezu promised you safety again and nothing I say will stick? Annoying prick. Going to wake up the kids in 20 minutes. You know the hot springs are open in the mornings if you want to get up early enough, right? I'll go tomorrow. Thank you for the information. If you want breakfast though, you better get to it before those kids wake up and steal all the food again. Also, thank you for holding off on arresting me. That made Aizawa do a double take, but Ronin was completely invested in his sword strokes and wasn't even looking towards him, let alone directly at him. And they say I'm hard to understand. Midoriya finished up his warm-ups before the students finished breakfast, the kids having to start cooking for themselves. Their first meal was short and messy, with everyone still getting to grips with how this was going to work. They'd sort it all out by the third day at least, and if they were quick by tonight, but this was the first meal. Food was hard to find. Things went to the wrong places, and all around it was pretty fun to wash. Midoriya just had a dry breakfast that was pre-packed for just such an occasion, so he didn't even have to go to the kitchen when he woke up. He just went straight to the bathroom with his helmet on and a makeup kit, grabbed some food, then went outside. Tomorrow he was looking forward to trying out the hot springs. He'd never been to one before. He'd also never stayed in someone else's room before, even a hotel's room, so this was all pretty exciting for him if he tried to push Wraith's words to the side. Good morning, students. Vlad King pulled Midoriya out of his thoughts and into reality as he stood side by side with Eraserhead, who couldn't have looked more bored if he didn't try. Today we will begin training to increase your strength in earnest. The goal of this camp is to increase everyone's strength and, with that, for everyone to obtain their provisional licenses. Eraserhead took over, still flipping through his papers and checking the training grounds for all their equipment as he spoke. It is to prepare you all to face the hostilities that are becoming more real by the minute. Proceed carefully. Vlad scanned the crowd before locking onto Bakugo and pulling out a strange ball. Katsuki Bakugo, you got the furthest definable throw out of our classes at the start of this year at 705.2 meters during the fitness test. Let's see what you've got now. He tossed the ball over and Bakugo looked down, not really caring as he walked forward and moved his arm in circles to warm up. Oh, we're checking our progress. The pink one, Mina said, already excited. A good guess, but wrong. They only intended to demonstrate one thing. Otherwise, they were going to have to find that ball after Bakugo launched it, and that would be difficult even for the rescue heroes on site. Since a lot has happened these last 3 months, another member of Exam F spoke, the tape guy. Zero or Sato. Midoriya wasn't sure off the top of his head. Maybe he can throw it a kilometer or something now. Do it, Bakugo. One more from the Exam F kids. This time the spiky-haired Kirishima. It seemed the Exam F kids were one collective group, like a team of failures. Midoriya wasn't sure how he felt about Kaminari being a part of this group. Then, Bakugo was definitely smiling as he wound up and stepped back, readying the throw. Here I go. Go to hell. Bakugo screamed as he launched the ball, using mostly his quirk and very little technique. He might have actually done better the first time with how bad his technique was, but that was sort of the point. The entire group watched the ball fly into the distance with Bakugo being smug, eyes not even open. He knew it flew far, he just didn't know how far. Like not far enough. 709.6 meters. And, with one number and one word, everything froze. Everyone turned and looked at Aizawa, who was holding up the tracker, showing off the number. It's less than I thought. Less than Bakugo thought too. His confused look was priceless. Midoriya still hadn't gotten around to putting a camera in his mask. But now he wanted one in his bandana too. It's been 3 months since you started high school. Vlad took over again, looking over all the students. Through various experiences, you all have definitely improved. But that improvement has been mostly at mental and technical levels, with some increase in stamina. Midoriya zoned out for a second to shoot them a confused glance. Improved technical levels. What the F were they before? Had all of the students drastically improved since he last saw them? Because back at the pop quiz where Nezu made him fight all of 1A batches, he could have kicked the entire class's collective ass by using one good weapon and the smallest amount of effort. And mental improvement. What the F did that even mean? Just admit that they've barely improved. As you can see, however, your quirks themselves have not improved that much. That's why we'll be improving your quirks starting today. Vlad King and Eraserhead both smiled as they looked over their classes as Eraserhead took over again, and Midoriya could feel him paying less and less attention to the teachers as he contemplated why he was really here and if Nezu owing him was really worth it. Another point off for heroism. Shut up. It'll be so hard you'll feel like you're dying, Eraserhead said with a smile, clearly enjoying this, but try not to actually die. Who are you, Bakugo? After the UA teachers finished their lecture, the classes assembled into 2 groups, Exam F and everyone else. Eraserhead and Vlad King led the rest of the students out to the training area. So early the sun hadn't even fully rose yet. The sky was still brightening up as Midoriya checked off his list all of the students, scanning the group twice to make sure there wasn't anyone in the wrong group. Hey, old man, why are we stuck with you instead of training? Bakugo was as rude as ever, and it seemed no time at UA could fix that. You're in the top 3 of your class. Look around and use that brain you're so proud of and figure it out. Where's Mina? Midoriya glanced all around and caught her on the way out, quickly bringing her back into the group and going through his notes last time. They're the remedial course. Thank God. I thought we were gonna get Aizawa. Kirishima laughed while Midoriya internally debated some of the minor details. He wanted to fight all of the kids at once, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to do it at the beginning or end of this training session. He'd asked the students. This whole thing was for them, so he'd keep it consistent. Now that everyone's here, let's get this over with. I'm Ken, and I'm in charge of your remedial lessons. Any questions on that front? Midoriya put the papers down, tossing them at his bag before facing the students. He was wearing the bodysuit in Beowulf, the gauntlets and boots, along with the bandana and nothing else fancy. He'd probably ditch the bodysuit in a minute too if he didn't have to fight Exam F right now. Oh, I've got one. ... Who are you? Mina leaned in either direction, trying to make sense of it. He certainly didn't look like a hero right now, with a set of baggy pants on over the bodysuit along with lame gray shoes. He looked more like Mook number 3 than someone important. And that was just how he liked it. Yeah, I've never heard of you. Is UA hiring hobos or some Sid to teach us? Bakugo's wit was as scathing as ever, but he probably just wanted to get to the training. What makes you qualified to teach us? Excellent questions, both of you, but please one at a time. I am an outside force brought in by your principal for the purpose of training you. I am not a professional hero if that was what you meant, Miss Mina and Mr. Bakugo. That caused some confusion among the kids, but none of them directed their questions at him, so he continued on after a moment's pause. I am first going to ask you some simple questions. Answer by a show of hands. Does everyone understand? Took the kids a second to get what he was going for, with Kaminari being the first one to raise his hand overzealously and nearly hitting one of the other students. Excellent. We're going to decide what you're going to train while you're here, between training your body, your technique, and your quirk. Raise your hand if you want to train your quirk. Midoriya started with the one he thought everyone was going to go for, and he was right. Every student except Kaminari, who quickly lowered his hand so fast he nearly hit a different student, wanted to train their quirk. All right, I'll ask Kaminari later what he wants to train. We will be having a remedial activity today, but the majority will decide when we do it. Raise your hand if you want to do it now. This time no hands went up, with everyone wanting to push it off till later. Fine with him, but it meant he put down the stack of papers for nothing. All right, students, follow along. We'll set each of you up in a jiffy. The group moved across the training grounds and thinned out as each student was dropped off or sent to fetch the equipment for their training until only Kaminari and Sensei were left. Ronin checked the list one last time, nodding to himself as he worked through it before closing that and giving his undivided attention to Kaminari. So, Kaminari, what did you want to train? Your body, your techniques, or did you change your mind and want to join your schoolmates training your quirk? Kaminari looked over the sea of students, each doing a weird variety of things. No two exercises were exactly the same, each designed to fit the student. Ronin had training sets for each of the Exam F kids, so he probably had one for Kaminari too if he wanted to. Hey, Sensei, what do you think is best? Kaminari, you shouldn't let me affect your decisions too much. You have different strengths and weaknesses than me. I know. I've never seen you blow your brain from overusing your quirk. Kaminari laughed, then looked out of everything again. But what do you think is the best for me? In your sensei mindset, I think I'll tell you what your training would be first. Then I'll double back and explain my thoughts. Ronin flipped through his papers again and spoke without glancing up. Denki Kaminari, he would be using your quirk on a generator for long periods of time. That's it, compared to what he had done yesterday with the constant stance corrections, the dodging training, and the lecture on taking care of his sword. That seemed kind of dumb, and that was coming from him. It was grindy and boring work, which was right up his alley, but look around you, Kaminari, keeping in mind your training, and try to find the problem. Don't worry if you can't. It's a strange problem that doesn't make sense immediately. Ronin folded up the papers and looked over everyone with Kaminari. Everyone was busy with their work, and it seemed to be hard work of sorts. Ada was running laps in the distance. Todoroki was being forced to rapidly switch between creating large amounts of fire and ice. Bakugo was throwing huge explosions into the air. They all seemed to be working hard on their quirks by using them constantly, like Zero, who was just ejecting as much tape as he could from his body. Actually, Kaminari started to think about Aizawa's words too as he looked a little closer at each of his classmates, since he knew what their quirks were. Uraraka was flying through the air while using her quirk on herself. Sato and Momo were eating food while using their quirks. Aoyama was just firing lasers into the air. Couldn't all of them just do this in their own free time? Ronin immediately smiled, cluing Kaminari in that he got it right. Excellent, Kaminari. That's my problem with these exercises. They're simple, all right. Too simple. Every single training you see could have been done on UA grounds, and that would have saved you the bus trip while being able to sleep in our own beds. Quirk training is just pushing your quirk to its limits for long periods, but you could do that in your own time. If you want to train your quirk like this, all you have to do is borrow a training room from UA for an hour and go nuts. In 1 month of consistent training, you'd have more gains than if you did it here, provided you're taking proper breaks. Suo, I should do this quirk training stuff, but I should do it at UA. Oh, it's like late night gaming. You try to make a bunch of progress in one night, but at the end you're super tired and you keep messing up so you're not getting as far. Kaminari pieced together his response from bits and pieces of his master's monologue, and his master nodded in return to confirm his theories. Yes, exactly, Kaminari. Excellent work. It's much better to do consistent work than irregular bursts. Hell, for your quirk, you wouldn't even need to put the electricity into a generator. Just using your quirk for long periods would help. Ronin then turned away from the students to face Kaminari head-on. Some of your classmates need certain objects to train, but most of them could be acquired in their own free time if they really wanted to train their quirks, which is why I believe training your quirk here is a waste of time. Training my quirk here, like, specifically here. Kaminari followed Ronin back towards where they started, the forested spot with Ronin's bags, as Ronin nodded. Yup, this is a forest. It has certain features that you can't get at UA, and it's not the ability to use your quirk wildly. Ronin kicked up his bag and caught it out of the air, then turned back. Unfortunately, you're not far enough along yet to take advantage of that yet. With a little luck though, by tomorrow we'll be getting started with it. If, of course, you want to. You haven't picked an option yet and have just been following me. Well, you didn't answer my question about which one you think I should. So Kaminari retorted with a smile. Booed, I think I want to continue what we were doing yesterday, learning how to really use my sword and dodge. Would that be a technique, or my body, cause it was kind of both? A great realization, Kaminari. Training technique often involves training your body. To be honest, I'm rambling again. Get your hero kit and get changed, then meet me here in 5 minutes. We'll start your training immediately. Midoriya looked over Kaminari and his heroing outfit, a little confused. Long pants, a radio thing on the side of his head, and the vest that Midoriya had given him his internship ended. Aren't you going to get hot? A little, but weren't you? You wear way more stuff than me. The coat, the pants, the long shirt. Midoriya walked around Kaminari, inspecting everything. At least his shoes were functional. All of my clothing is designed to keep me alive and blend into the background. Well, my outfit is. Both of them had gotten changed into different outfits. Midoriya dropped the bodysuit and coat for a small thin shirt while keeping the baggy pants and Beowulf. Oh well, that's irrelevant. Let's get started. Get into position. Wraith walked around Kaminari as he took his pose, inspecting him for any obvious faults. Back legs too far out. Remember, you shouldn't be leaning to the side. Good. Back to standing. And take your stance again. They picked back up with correcting Kaminari's stance, hammering back in the lessons from yesterday for 5 minutes before moving on to movement. Terrible pun somewhat intended. Only when Kaminari got used to moving around while staying in guard did they tackle new problems. Just by moving into the forest a little, Kaminari didn't understand the new problem until he started trying to move around in the forested area, hitting a root with his foot on the first step and losing his balance. He caught himself before he fell, but that's when Midoriya stepped in and tapped him with the sword. What went wrong, Kaminari? Wraith let Kaminari think it through, but this wasn't a hard question. I tripped and you poked me. Wraith nodded to confirm the aspiring hero's suspicions. You took your eyes off me too. And when you tried to stop yourself from falling, you majorly broke your own posture. You got used to the flat ground and didn't account for the big benefit of this area. Wraith leaned on his sword, but this was probably too much information for Kaminari to perceive at once. You didn't drown a dehydrated man, and you had to take things at their pace. Look down, Kaminari. They both looked at the forest's floor, at a mess of roots and loose rocks that coated the ground. The ground's kind of whack, so it makes me trip. Yup, we're gonna try to teach you to become better at handling this kind of terrain. If you can maintain posture here, you can do it almost anywhere. Ronin took a step back away from Kaminari. I'm not going to keep prodding you when you break posture. That'd just be annoying. When you think you're ready though, just say the word, and we can start testing how good you really are. I can still ask you for help, right? Ronin nodded with a smile. Of course, I'm not going to just stare at you as you work. I'm here to help you learn. His gaze naturally shifted to Aizawa and Vlad King in the distance, who were doing some combination of jack and sit between the two of them other than making sure no one goofed off. Alrighty, you can do this too, right? Can I watch you for a minute? Ronin stood up and nodded, tossing the stick to Kaminari. Excellent idea. Watch my legs and my eyes. Well, my head. I'm going to try and overdo it so it's obvious what you need to do. Ronin's steps seemed to slide across the ground, moving very slowly and carefully while he never looked down. You can use your eyes to see where you're going so you don't need to check later. If you look only at your feet, you lose track of what's coming and might get attacked. Like a small POV, I get you. It was like pocket monsters when you were in the dark cave and couldn't see Sid. He wanted to be aware of what was around you. That way you could avoid it, like when Sensei poked him. Sensei hadn't poked him just to say he messed up well. Not to just say he messed up, but because normally Kaminari could have dodged it. Ronin didn't hit him with a sword swing or a cool cutting move. He just poked him gently with the sword, something that Kaminari was usually good at dodging. But because he hadn't been paying attention to his surroundings, he didn't. Hey, why do you slide your feet everywhere? Is that part of the technique? Ronin glanced down at his feet quickly, chuckling to himself. I suppose. It's a part of something else, but it's become second nature to me, I'm afraid. Ronin did a step forward to demonstrate while he spoke. The sweeping motion is for avoiding small things underfoot, like rocks or twigs. Instead of stepping on them, I push past them and, hopefully, put my foot on solid ground. You're not supposed to drag your feet, because that's a waste of energy. But maybe in this messy terrain it might be a little safer to lose some energy just so you can get good footholds. It's also helpful for being quiet, but that'll come up tonight. Are you ready to get started yourself? Kaminari nodded, standing up fully for a moment before dropping into the correct posture. His lead leg came forward while his back leg went sideways, crouching in the knees and leaning forward at the hips. Ready. It didn't take long to adjust to the new environment, so they kept shifting the environment. Midoriya didn't want his student to adjust to the terrain. He wanted Kaminari to adjust to the concept. If they trained in one area for too long, Kaminari would get used to that ground and could treat it like even ground, defeating the purpose of this exercise. It was after 20 minutes that Kaminari made his first attempt at the test. The pair changed grounds again, stood a little more than a sword's range apart, and Ronin explained the rules. Dodge 5 hits and you pass. Any questions? Do I get anything for hitting back? No, since we're just trying to train your ability to protect yourself right now. I don't want you to try and tackle me. I want you to practice your footwork. Do you remember why footwork is important? All swordsmanship starts at the feet, sir. I was gonna say it starts at the legs, but I suppose the feet do come first. Kaminari might have misquoted him, but the student got the general concept right, so he wasn't complaining. Good luck, and remember to focus on me with your eyes. The ground is tricky, but an opponent is trickier. Ready? Real weight, ready. Kaminari stopped himself briefly, then got into his fighting posture and finished his affirmation. Begin. The first test went about as well as Kaminari thought. Horribly. First test he got hit by a thrust, but at least it wasn't a poke. Second test he backed into a tree and got poked, much to his own dismay. From the third to the seventh test he managed to dodge the first hit only to get tripped up or hit by the second hit. On the 8th test he got lucky and made it all the way to the 4th hit, but then fell on his ass and got bonked. Now, he was on his 12th attempt, and had quickly stopped to drink some water. Sensei. Any pointers? Look around before the fight starts. That way you can find any big problems before they happen. For example, me constantly leading you into trees. That should make you improve a lot. Ronin looked up, thinking for a second. Don't just go back all the time. You even step back even when you're dodging to the side. Make me work for a hit. And me walking forward isn't working for anything. Kaminari nodded, then got a great idea, his face breaking into a huge smile. I getcha. I've got a plan. Come on, I'm ready. He stepped into his posture with eyes locked on Ronin, who nodded, then took his own stance. Then begin. Kaminari immediately took off to the left side, running straight past Ronin and dodging the first attack, but he didn't stop there. He turned around to keep his eyes on his teacher while continuing to move backward, but he faced his teacher at an angle. Good. Make me chase you. Ronin spoke with a loud voice as he chased after Kaminari, going for another swing. As soon as his arm began to move for the swing, Kaminari started to run again. He never stopped moving entirely, so he could always keep moving, staying just out of range of his teacher and forcing his sensei to make attacks that he normally would. You said this stance is about moving, so what if I never stop? Can't hit what ain't there. Kaminari purposely baited his teacher into coming closer, then ducked to one side and ran past him to better ground. It was just like a video game, using dodge, rolling, and running to stay far away from an opponent and bait them into attacking so you can get the counter hit. Ronin moved forward again, stepping in for a wide swing to whack Kaminari with. His legs were spread far apart for this attack, but Kaminari remembered what he said about wide stances. Aren't you a little too wide, boss? Kaminari stepped into Ronin's attack and kicked at his front leg, speaking as he moved. If the stance is too wide, you might fall over like thigh. Although, instead of kicking out Ronin's leg, though, his leg bounced off Ronin's and made him lose balance, causing him to fall over and get bonked again. Damn it, I was on the 4th hit again. Yes, but you made remarkable progress in the meantime, trying to disrupt my own attack to force me to miss instead of trying to dodge. You're trying to take control of the opponent, I see. Ronin helped him up, then checked the time. We're ahead of schedule. Would you like some more practice or want to get straight into another attempt? Another try? I got this. Just don't get carried away. Kaminari pumped himself up and smiled, following his master along into the forest before going straight into his stance. Ready, sir? Then begin. Kaminari started the test by moving backward to build distance, then would move to the side and force Midoriya to chase him down. He'd never go for the best swing, or never go as fast he could, letting Kaminari set the pace. Wraith didn't make large mistakes, just non-optimal ones. When an overhead would be best, he'd go for a sideways slash or a thrust. when he could change his ground and get into a better position. He'd instead sit back and try to work with the old position. Kaminari would stay just at the edge of Midoriya's reach, then jump back as soon as Midoriya started to swing. By dodging early, he had an easier time dodging. Plus, it meant he was getting good at recognizing the swings since he could dodge them in advance. It took quite a few tries, but in the end, Kaminari managed to avoid 5 whole swings while staying in good form. Although Kaminari didn't know it and kept running away for another minute until he stopped trying to dodge nothing and finally listened. Really, I really did it. You know, I kind of thought it'd be more dramatic and stuff. Cause this feels kind of lame. Not to be rude, but yeah, that's how you know you did it. Kaminari had ditched his vest and rolled up his pants from being too hot and was onto his 3rd water already. It seemed he hadn't been put in these kinds of hot conditions for this long before while wearing his costume, probably because his heroism class was only an hour and today was already a scorcher. Alright, we're taking 5. Get into something comfortable and put on something that won't cook you, then meet me back here. We've got more work to do and I've got to check up on the other students. Got it, sir. And thanks. Midoriya tossed him a 4th water bottle before he left, then turned and started to jog over to the students to see how they were doing. First on his list was Bakugo, who he checked in on from a respectable 20 meters away. Bakugo was dipping his hands into boiling water then pointing them skywards to create massive explosions, doing this constantly to open up his sweat glands, or something. Nezu was pretty clearly talking out of his ass on this. The boiling water is to make his hands hot, but he's creating explosions. His hands are going to get hot anyway. The water should be to stop him from doing permanent damage to his hands. Did anyone think this through? He mumbled to himself, but he had to admit, he got some kicks out of seeing his former bully screaming in pain. Not for long though, both from pity and from his ears hurting from both screaming and explosions. He approached and spoke to the student. Everything going all right? Fine, shut up. Bakugo was entirely focused on creating more and more explosions, probably pissed off at the demonstration this morning. Got it. Also, for the next hour, no fire. He at least would stop Bakugo from doing serious damage to his hands while pretending he was making the training harder so Bakugo would accept it. Picking up the barrel with his gauntlets and moving it off the fire before setting down a water bottle in case the hothead needed it. Keep up the hustle. God damn it. Bakugo kept on creating explosions without batting an eye, but that annoying brat wasn't really his concern too much. He moved on to the next student, Mina, who was just out putting tons of acid into a cliff right underneath Zero. How are you holding up? Need anything? Some water? Yes, thank you so much. Mina gladly took a break and stopped creating the constant flow of acid, drinking in the water happily. I felt like I was shriveling up. You create acid, right? That probably uses the water in your body, so you might have been. He just took a shot in the dark since he hadn't gotten a chance to really study her quirk, but she seized up for a moment before trying to inhale the rest of the bottle. Hey, slow down. Just remember to drink often. It's going to be hot out, so pace yourself. Got it, Gramps. She gave him a thumbs up before finishing her water, not drinking it slowly, then going back to creating more acid. He shook his head before glancing up, checking around to see if anyone was paying attention to him, then scaling the cliff in a few seconds to reach the top and Zero, who was putting tons of tape out of his body. You all right? Need something to eat? Zero was on his knees staring into the sky as he launched tape out of his body, barely noticing Midoriya for a second. Hey, you all right? Midoriya put a hand to Zero's head and neck to check his temperature and hydration. Usually, if someone's neck was cold, it meant they were very dehydrated, but Zero didn't seem that bad yet. Stop using your quirk and drink this, kid. Midoriya handed the tall kid another one of his water bottles from the big bag of stuff, then crouched down next to him. How are you feeling? You've been using your quirk for a while and you might be running out of materials soon. Gramps, I've been running nearly empty for like 10 minutes. What was with everyone calling him Gramps today? Was it because they were kids or just the type of people they were? But more importantly, materials, also known as food. Because the students had a rushed breakfast, not everyone ate enough for the day. So the students who propelled something from their body like acid or tape would eventually run out of things to turn into acid or tape, basically starving their quirk. That was a way to increase efficiency and reduce material consumption. But that wasn't what these kids were trying to increase right now. Understood. Take a quick break and meet me over by that bag if you want something to eat. Midoriya pointed to his weaponry bag, still by where he and Kaminari had been training, then gave Zero a protein bar. This isn't much, but it's something if you need it. Don't rush yourself and call out if you need help. That's why we're here. Man, you could never work at UA. You actually give a shit about us. Zero laughed it off, his mood seeming to have improved, but that wasn't a good thing. Wraith's eyes swept the scene and locked onto the two teachers who were just watching over the students. Maybe they'd intervene if someone passed out, but other than that they seemed content to just watch. So it would seem. Good work so far at least, but I've got to run. Midoriya glanced over the edge at the mound of tape Zero had made so far, impressed, then walked off the ledge calmly. He turned Beowulf's pull function on, pulling him towards the wall, and slid to the bottom of the cliff with practiced ease. He'd tried something similar before, but this was his first time trying it on unstable stone. But that wasn't relevant to Midoriya's quick safety checkups. And next was the guy eating cake. The difficulty of these trainings varied wildly, it seemed. He was next to a girl with a large ponytail who was eating chocolates while creating weird Russian doll things, something out of her arm. This was the first group he felt 100% safe approaching, with no chance of getting accidentally caught in a quirk. Sato, you're doing all right. He really wasn't worried about Sato outside of a toothache. But the big student pointed to a van located nearby. More food, please. The cake he was eating was nearly gone, as well as the soda he was drinking. Midoriya gave him a thumbs up and went over to the van, pulling out another cake and placing it on the table in front of Sato before going back for the soda, an object that didn't require both hands. Anything you need, Miss Yaoyorozu, while I'm here. He was nearby and he had a minute, but he didn't expect much, and that's exactly what he got. No, I'm fine for now, thank you. He didn't know much about her, but he did remember she was terrible at fighting in close quarters. If anyone needed to learn how to properly fight, from his memory, it should have been here. She stood out to him from when he served as a pop quiz to Wanna because everyone he talked to praised her intelligence. Her dossier, her principal, even the normally stoic Eraser had mentioned it. She was smart like they said, being the only group that managed to complete their sub-objective and still fail the exercise. But she had still failed. She had just stood there while he dismantled her team and then gotten shot in the head 6 times. If he was using real bullets, she'd have been every shade of dead with no one but her own bad reflexes to blame. But, once again, he was nitpicking. That was in the past, and she wasn't even one of his students. Who knows, maybe she changed for the better since they last met. It wasn't likely, but at least it wasn't impossible. Either way, no one was going to lose points for it, unlike Eraserhead and Vlad King for standing around while their students threw themselves into these wastes of time. But that was irrelevant and not important right now. Right now he had to check up on his students because it seemed no one else cared. He scanned the scene for his next student, Monoma, who was running around and touching as many other students as he could. From Midoriya's notes, it seemed Monoma could copy other quirks he could touch. This was another low risk to approach, so Midoriya intercepted him while he was catching his breath and trying out some of the quirks he collected. Monoma, everything going all right? Need anything? I'm doing perfectly well and require no aid, old man. You think I need your assistance? Yes, the notes also said he had a pretty similar ego to Bakugo. Midoriya nodded at Monoma and tossed a water bottle at his face. Don't get sun poisoning. He didn't want to try and help someone who didn't want the help, like Bakugo and Monoma, so he'd gladly leave. He'd still do his best to offer them some help, but this was the way they wanted to do things. That meant he could move on to the next and last student, Kirishima. Another student he remembered vividly from the pop quiz for the wrong reason. Kirishima had been reckless, constantly separating from the group and not slowing down when he should have. He had a bad habit of not thinking things through apparently, much like another student Midoriya was teaching. Kirishima was currently fighting against another student, the one with the big tail. Well, that was a stretch. Kirishima and Tail Guy were running around the open cliff in the sunlight, with Tail Guy hitting Kirishima repeatedly while Kirishima did jack sit. Kirishima was blocking, supposedly, but he really wasn't doing much. His method of blocking was actually pretty bad, and his footwork sucked. On the other hand, he had no clue how this was supposed to help Tail Guy. Maybe this was supposed to toughen up his tail. But then he should hit something more consistent, like the cliff's eye. If he wanted to improve his strength, that was a no-go too. When you wanted to work on your biceps, you lifted weights. You didn't start punching things. This whole thing seemed like a mess to him, but he wasn't a hero teacher. What'd he know? Sensei, what's taking so long? Kaminari was wearing shorts now, but he still had his belt and sword on and a functional set of shoes. If they went the hero routes, they might suggest that the support course make their students' clothes a little more functional and a little less flash. The weakling would be much better off with thin long pants so he could avoid minor injuries to his legs, like skinned knees. Just finishing the checkup. I'll just be a minute. This is the last one and then I'm going to help Zero. You're here too. I'm sorry, I'm a bit distracted. He snapped out of his thoughts and took in the scene properly. Zero was with Kaminari, but Midoriya had been too busy thinking to get work done. A mistake he'd tried to avoid. No prob, teach. Zero at least dropped the Gramps tone and moved on to a new frontier, although he wasn't sure if this was much better. So he focused on Kirishima and Tail Guy instead. They took regular breaks to both get their stuff together, so he was just waiting for one of those to check up on Kirishima. So, Kaminari, where have you been? Practicing standing again. Practicing stances, not standing. Why on earth would I have someone stand for 2 hours? He had to glance up to guess the time. It was at least 7 in the morning, so around 2 hours since they started if you were generous with the rounding. Still, why on earth would someone stand around for 2 hours? Standing around for that long isn't training. It's a punishment used in the military by people who like to shout a little too much. Really? Zero seemed genuinely surprised, which made Midoriya a little worried. What did those kids think Kaminari was doing? Yeah, I also practiced walking back and forth. Watch, Kaminari demonstrated with a big smile, doing the small steps with 100% confidence. Not bad, why are you laughing? Zero was busting up, seeing just how seriously Kaminari was taking just scooting forward and backward. Midoriya could understand. On its own it looked pretty stupid, but still. Seriously? Yeah, it was really hard at first, but now I've gotten way better at it. I even practiced while I was waiting. Kaminari kept demonstrating, making Zero laugh harder. Kaminari, did you explain to everyone what we did while they made their way down the mountain? Midoriya had the sinking suspicion that Kaminari might have explained everything in an equally terrible manner, which is probably why no one found out their third teacher was one of the top 10 villains in Musutafu. Of course I did. We stood around, we sat around, and I helped cook. What's more to it? Midoriya really liked Kaminari. He really did, but even he couldn't resist facepalming at this. Well, I guess we'll see what you've been doing tonight. Oh, thank God, they're done. Midoriya was eternally grateful for a way out of this conversation and quickly approached Kirishima and Tail Guy. Hello, how's everything going over here? Pretty well, Jiggy. Now they were even throwing Gramps slang at him. Wraith was right, this trip was a mistake. Why? Is something up? Did you want to change our exercise? No, nothing is wrong that I know of, I'm just checking up on you. I could change the exercise, but if this is working for you too, it's fine. Really? Both looked at each other for a moment. Then Tail Guy smiled. I'm fine right now, thank you for asking. I think this is the first time someone's ever checked up on us during training. Midoriya remembered how ecstatic Nezu had been while Ronin had been demolishing his students and how reckless that rat had been. I can imagine. Just something to drink would be great, Jiggy. Today's gonna be hot and it's barely started. Kirishima opened up his jumper a little more as he spoke and stretched, before catching a water bottle to the face. Gah. Oh, thanks. What are you two training anyway? Durability? He said it more as a joke, but both nodded. Seriously? Well, I'm trying to make my tail stronger too, but this activity doesn't really do that. I'm hoping I can switch it up tomorrow. At least the martial artist understood that this exercise was only going to make his tail tougher. No offense, Kirishima. Nah, it's the same here. You can only hit so hard and for so long, so to be honest, unless you start hitting harder, this is more an endurance thing for me. Kirishima was also pretty honest. They were, in theory, a good matchup, but in practice, they lacked the power to push the other to grow. Ironically, they needed to get stronger to make the other one stronger. Midoriya checked the time again, muttering to himself as he tried to think clearly for a solution to these minor problems. They could just sit back and do nothing. The easiest solution of all, no. They said they were going to help, so they were going to at least help these students as much as possible. Alright, since they had a clear goal with clear parameters, Wraith could work with this. Understandable, I'll get something done about it. Kaminari, go ask Eraserhead if the buses have one spare wheel while I go get some food for Zero. You two, I don't know both your names I'm afraid, but I'll be with you in a minute. Wraith turned away and moved towards the kitchen with Zero in tow. The goal was clear and obvious, help the students train. The parameters were clear too, use the things available on site. Zero needed protein to turn into tape, so they'd stock him up on food for his training. Tail Guy needed a target that didn't just force his tail to become more durable, but to become stronger, and if Wraith had his way, a few more things. Kirishima needed a force strong enough to force him to grow. And if things went well, he'd have just the man for the job when he was done. Nezu wanted him to train these brats. Fine. Then Wraith wouldn't just train them. He'd force them to be the best they could be, even if that was better than they thought they could become. Midoriya led the group of students to the outdoor kitchen, ducking inside the building to grab ingredients. Zero, what food do you need to eat to create that tape? Fibers and proteins, I think. Fibers. What foods had a lot of fiber? Oats. Also good for protein too. So he grabbed a large bag of that and headed outside. Your meal plan is this bag then, kid. You know how to make oatmeal. Midoriya dumped the bag at the student's feet while staring him down, just begging for a response. Yeah, but isn't that a lot? Great. Get some food in you. Here's some honey if you need some flavor. Get going, and good luck. He patted the student on the shoulder and moved past him. You need any help? I'd recommend asking the other teachers right now, but I should be available in 20 or so minutes. Sorry, I'm rushing right now. Didn't think I'd have to do all this. Midoriya started to leave but stopped himself, remembering one last thing on his mind. Also, stop standing on a cliff and shooting your tape off the side. Just do it into a ditch so you don't risk falling off. Why were you even up there in the first place? Aizawa told me to. Zero glanced around, confused, and Midoriya gave him one last helping hand before he ran to deal with the next student. Pots are in the big cabinet. Ladles are in the drawer to the right of the cabinet, and I've got to run. Remember to ask for help if you need it. Midoriya then hurried off to deal with the next problem, Kirishima and Tail Guy's training. Kaminari, did you ask your teachers about the spare tire like I asked? Outside in the training field, Kaminari and Kirishima were messing around with the tire. Kaminari was inside it while Kirishima sent him rolling around the grounds, with Ajiro off to one side watching the mess unfurl. Hiyu-sensei, is this what you wanted? Yes and no, Kaminari. So, Tail Guy, I don't know your name and I'm sorry. I'm Ken, and you are. Midoriya interrupted Kaminari's wild ride and took the wheel before trying and immediately giving up on lifting the bus's tire. The thing easily weighed over 100 pounds, and it was not worth the effort to get it off the ground. Ajiro, sir. Midoriya rolled the tire over to Ajiro, instead of lifting the thing, stopping in front of him and leaning on it for support. Think you can lift this thing with your tail? He tapped the wheel twice before stepping back and out of the student's way as Ajiro nodded. I think so, and I will try. Ajiro grounded himself with his feet and put his tail through the big hole, lifting it off the ground easily and making Midoriya feel kind of weak. Yes, sir. Fantastic, cause I don't want to get another tire. Midoriya stretched his back out, finishing up his thoughts on what he wanted Ajiro to do. This activity wasn't very well planned out, but he didn't think he'd have to make new activities for any of the students. So, are you ready? Yes. He looked pretty uncertain for someone who said they were ready, but whatever. Midoriya was just trying to get everything sorted out right now. He'd go back and fix it later if he needed to. This tire, I don't want it to touch the ground for the next 10 minutes, and you're not allowed to grab it. You can only keep it in the air by hitting it. Sound good? This was Midoriya's plan that he thought up in about 20 seconds, so it probably could be improved, but right now Midoriya had a lot still on his plate. Yeah, I think so. You think, but you don't know, and that implies a question. What's your question? What does this do? I'm just going to hit a tire over and over. I can already lift myself with this tire, and I'm definitely heavier than it. Now he was making Midoriya feel like shit for not being able to lift it earlier, but it was unintentional. Probably. Excellent question that. If I'm copying your normal teacher's style, I'll leave you to figure out. Just try it out for 10 minutes. Come find me after that and we'll go from there. I'll be by that bag over by the trees. Midoriya pointed over while maintaining eye contact. Hopefully the point of this activity will be clear about 30 seconds in. Remember, try to keep the tire in the air as long as possible and no grabbing it. Sorry, I'm rushing this. Though, thank you for coming over and trying to help. But I'm not sure how helpful this will be. I will try. Midoriya gave him a thumbs up and looked over his last two students, Kirishima and Kaminari. The duo was laughing loudly already. They seemed to get along well, which was good. Camaraderie was always nice, and it meant they would hopefully work together well when they were both training together with him. But, since I've got to teach Kirishima with hands on sit now ... Ugh, I wish we did the fight this morning. Wraith mumbled to itself as it thought through this mess they were in. Letting the students choose was a mistake. He should have just done it himself. Everything was easier with hindsight though, and Wraith would use the materials he'd been given. Kirishima, go to the bus and find your hero suit. It's in the front compartment. Get changed and meet me at the bag in 5 minutes. Sorry, I didn't tell you to do so earlier and just had you standing around. I'm winging this. Well, you brought my hero stuff. All right, Jiggy, I'll be back in a minute. Kirishima threw that weird nickname at him again as he ran off to the buses to fetch his kit, leaving Kaminari and Midoriya all alone again. And it only took way too long. They went straight into training after Sensei finished helping out all his classmates, probably cause he told everyone to come at different times if they had troubles. Ronin sent him straight into a more advanced version of what he'd been previously doing by giving him the ultimate challenge, holding a stick and standing in place. A big part of a stance is how you hold the sword. Your legs get you in range to attack, but your arms get your sword to attack, defend, and a whole mess of other things. Your stance dictates how quickly you can do these things. For example, Ronin took a wide stance with his legs, leading with the left. He grabbed his stick with both hands and held it over his head with absolutely no defense in sight. This is called high guard, and it's designed to crush someone. Crush them. That didn't sound too heroic, but Ronin continued. Yes, it goes really well with a specific attack called the murder stroke, but all in all, it's about one thing: overhead attacks. As he spoke, Ronin moved. His left leg stepped slightly forward as he pushed the stick off his shoulder and in a downward arc, quickly and cleanly slicing through the air before stepping back slightly and putting the stick back over his head. This stance or guard is designed to make it as easy as possible to perform overhead attacks while still being able to defend myself with the sword. Makes sense. Choosing a stance lets you pick which moves you can use really fast. But you can't really guard in that stance. So you're choosing what you're gonna be extra good and extra bad at by your stance. Ronin nodded and dropped his guard. Exactly. Excellent, Kaminari. For you, right now, we're going to train with a basic guard position that you can use with the thunder breathing techniques. This should let pull off your moves and keep on moving quickly like you've been training to do. Mimic me. Ronin took a new guard, leading with the right leg this time. Hands rest at the waist, and the end of the sword should be about eye level for this length. Ronin faced Kaminari with his right shoulder pointing towards him, and Ronin's left shoulder pointing slightly away. They didn't directly face each other but were both at a slight angle. Good with the sword position, but remember your legs, Kaminari. Yes, sirree. Kaminari glanced down, fixing his posture, then tried to take the rest of the stance again. Hands above the dick, sword ready to poke an eye out. However you remember it, Kaminari. Ronin brushed past that and continued with it. Keep the arms and hands relaxed, and move around a little. Get used to it, because you're going to be in that stance a lot. Gotcha, sir. Kaminari inched forwards and backward, hitting the pommel of his sword stick a few times with his lead leg before he started adjusting the stance to fit him better and got to thinking. Hey, sensei, how do I run while in this stance? That's an advanced lesson, but since we're making such good time, I'll let you in on a secret. Ronin leaned forward a bit like he was about to spill some big news, resting his weight on his wooden sword stick. You don't. What? Then how do you get around? You run normally. Running has its stances and fighting has its stances, and they don't play nice with each other. Keep the sword tip up, Kaminari. Don't worry, this isn't quite useless. Ronin stood up and looked around before going over to a tree and leaning against it, sitting the sword beside himself, and crossing his arms. When you're running, are you fighting? I guess not. They're separate options in Pocket Monsters. Ronin nodded and continued. And when you're fighting, are you running? No. Isn't that the same question twice? Sort of. It's complicated and we'll get into the details later, but for now we're keeping it simple. When you fight, you use a stance to help you fight. Can you fight without one though? Yeah, that's what I've been doing so far, right? Excellent. You're getting it. Don't drag the back leg, push off of it. Ronin reached into the bag and finally had one of those waters he'd been lobbing at everyone all morning for himself, then stretched. You can fight without a fighting stance and you can run without a running stance. But it's harder. Generally, if you want to switch what you're doing, you switch stances. That's why you have that. Ronin pointed over to the thing on Kaminari's hip. His sword ... my sheath. Correct again. The sheath holds the sword so you can run better without poking your eye out, preferably while keeping hands above your dick. PFFT. What? Oh, I get it. I'm gonna get a new mantra for the stance thing. Thank God, that was your worst one yet. Ronin leaned back into the tree and rolled his shoulders. The two can mix and match, but generally it's hard to run while holding a sword and it's hard to sword fight without a sword, so they don't meet often. However, you have a certain set of moves that combines the two. It took Kaminari a second to think. Then he stopped dead. He checked his posture for his sword stance, then switched into a new one, exclaiming it out loud. Thunderclap and Flash. It's an attack that switches me from defense mode to attack mode. You are nailing this pop quiz. However, you can already run and you can already use the Thunderclap and Flash. But what can you do after the Thunderclap and Flash? Ronin closed the water bottle and stood with a smile in the shade of the tree. We're going to give you some options, Kaminari, and drill it into you so you can't forget your techniques. So I'm learning the basics of sword fighting so I can have a bigger combo and don't have to keep sheathing my sword. And you finished the quiz with flying colors. Excellent work all around. With a little luck, we can also work your quirk into this mess, but I'm just focusing on the basics. I'll leave that to you. Now stop standing around and start moving again. When you feel comfortable with it, we'll talk again, but here comes Rocky. Ronin glanced out towards the main big building and the approaching red figure before picking up the sword stick again. Remember what to do if you need anything. Ask for help, and ask questions until I get it. You're a great hero, kid. Stay sharp. Midoriya walked away from Kaminari, who was getting to grips with moving still since he was distracted by their conversation for the entire time and focused on his next student. Unlike Ajiro, who had been partially involved with Midoriya by proxy, Kirishima was directly under him, so it was his responsibility to make sure the aspiring professional hero grew and developed on this trip. Good morning. We haven't formally spoken before, but I am Ken and I am in charge of your development at this camp. Wraith stood tall, but he was still shorter than Kirishima even without the spiked hair. Good morning, sir. I'm Kirishima. They shook hands, with Kirishima taking in Ken's image for the first time. The scars, the muscles, the calluses, all of it. Well, were you a hero? What was your name? Never a hero, I'm afraid. Your quirk is hardening, correct? Transformation type. Requires no outside material. Wraith checked the list as he spoke, inspecting Kirishima's hero outfit. He had a defensive quirk so he didn't cover most of his body. Clothes would just get torn up anyway, so it was a good call. Yes, sir. It seemed he also got into the military attitude from Kaminari, even saluting his fellow teenager. The Ken disguise didn't look that old. This was just taking it too far. What formal training do you have? While Kirishima had been inspecting Ken, Wraith had been inspecting him. He had muscles, obviously. But if Wraith's memories were correct, Kirishima was clueless about how to use them properly, literally walking straight into attacks. I have a punching bag. ... You have a punching bag. But you don't formally box. That was a little confusing, but it made sense. Kirishima seemed to be self-taught then, like Midoriya was. He could work with that. Alright, before I attempt to do anything idiotic, we're going to have a quick match. Just to see what you've got so far, Midoriya explained while making his way to a nice small spot in the forest, but not in the opening. He liked the complicated mess of the forest. It put most people at a disadvantage and forced them to show as much talent as they had. 1 minute of fighting. Yes, you can hit back as hard as you like. A fight's between two people, not one person's tail and a very hard punching bag. He threw a little more shade at Kirishima's fight with Anjiro while picking his weapon. Do you have any questions? Are you sure I should hit you full force? I can break metal, you know. Sir, he was doubtful but respectful. And that was something Midoriya could get behind. He wasn't sure of Midoriya, but he wasn't being a dick about it. That made him more respectable in turn. I am quite sure, but your concern and forethought are both noted and appreciated. Good traits for a hero. Thinking about his opponent's safety was always good. If you have doubts, go as hard as you think you should for the first round. And hopefully by the second round one of us will be eating their words. Alright, if you're sure. Kirishima shrugged it off while Midoriya picked up his stick, moving his right arm in circles before he started seriously using it. Ah, how rude of me. Have you stretched yet? Kirishima was just being a puck in a hockey game earlier, so he might not be warmed up yet. I'll be fine, sir. Still rushing into things. Wraith predicted this first fight was going to be firmly in his control and would end whenever he liked, but Midoriya hoped not. At least some of the students had to know how to fight, right? Kirishima hardened his arms and crouched for his beginning stance while the old man in front of him flicked his right arm a few more times before limply pointing the stick at him. Are you ready? Don't underestimate me, Jiggy. Facing him with just a stick. ... Oh, it must be his quirk, and that's why he was so confident right now. Oh, what's your quirk? ... Don't worry, I won't be using any quirks right now. The message would be muddled if I did. The message. This old guy was gonna take him on without using his quirk. Heck, some weird teachers. Are you sure? We'll both find out whenever you say you're ready, Kirishima. Best of luck. The old man bowed slightly, then turned his body. His eyes were locked onto Kirishima's well. They probably were under the bandana, his stick pointed at Kirishima's chest. But his body was facing a different direction entirely. He looked like Kirishima was going to knock him over with just one hit. If you say so. Ready. Kirishima rushed forward to take advantage of how unbalanced this old man was, not bothering to harden his arm on impact. This guy wasn't wearing any body armor after all, so... Thwack. The old man's stick seemed to disappear for an instant, then materialize out of thin air as it struck Kirishima's head right beside his right eye. Not guarding, are we? Kirishima blinked as he stumbled back, naturally flinching despite the hit not actually doing that much damage. Kirishima tried to find what hit him, but there was nothing there. And to make it worse, when his attention turned back to try and find his opponent. Are you watching this, Kaminari? The old man's voice came from his left side. And before Kirishima could even finish looking that way with just his eyes, his head was whacked a second time. This time, though, he blocked the attack with his quirk, hardening to nullify the attack as he turned to face the old man. He still had the same posture, standing thinly with one arm limply out while smiling casually and talking to the person behind himself. Great demonstration on the importance of stances. Yes, sir. Kaminari waved hello from one side, drawing Kirishima's attention. Whack! Another attack slipped through, striking him on the side of the head. Kirishima stumbled before hardening his entire body and turning toward his attacker, who was several feet away, stick at the ready. Don't be distracted and focus. Kirishima charged as the old man spoke, now taking this completely seriously as he swung with both of his arms. He pulled off attack after attack, constantly advancing towards his opponent while creating a wall of punches, but the old man was like water. He'd always slip around the punches, using his stick's superior reach to hit Kirishima and then retreat. He literally danced circled around Kirishima, letting his sword constantly bounce off the student's defenses. Now that Kirishima was hardening his whole body, though, none of the hits got through, so it seemed they were at a stalemate. The stick rose and jabbed Kirishima in the eye, pushing him back a step instinctively as his eyes naturally blinked. Gotcha. Kirishima could barely make out the old man ditching the stick entirely and stepping in like a boxer, clenching both his fists to prepare for an exchange of punches. Finally, Kirishima could exchange some hits. Kirishima stepped in and threw a wide hook at the old man's body. Right hook again. Instead of trying to block, the old man also threw a right hook, ducking underneath Kirishima's punch before their arms hit each other. Their arms, not their fists, caught each other like hooks, muscle hitting muscle before the old man straightened his arm out and grabbed Kirishima by the back of the neck while trapping Kirishima's arm against his body. You tend to lead with hooks. Kirishima tried to turn his body to punch the old man, but the old guy's arm just wouldn't bend, forcing Kirishima to instead flail about while trying to get a hit in. He then tried to dig his feet into the ground to stabilize himself and maybe throw off the old man right as that old man wrapped his leg around Kirishima's, pushing it off the ground and suddenly applying a huge amount of force to the back of his neck. The old man probably said something witty, but Kirishima didn't hear it as he suddenly and involuntarily did a front flip straight into the ground, embedding himself in the stone up to his ears in the ground. He could feel the hand still on his neck, stopping any attempt to stand up before it started. He tried to do a push-up to get himself out of the ground, but by putting all of the weight on his neck, the old man made it impossible. After a few seconds of flailing, Kirishima reluctantly tapped out. He also tried flailing around to try and hit the old man and knock him out before he gave up, but he just couldn't seem to find anything to hit. When he tapped out, the pressure that once pinned him down now lifted him up by his hero outfit, pulling him backward and up most of the way. Kirishima got his feet underneath him, dusting himself off quickly before checking out the hole he climbed out, easily a few inches deep into the ground. That took some serious power. Are you all right, Kirishima? His gaze quickly shifted to the old man No, the mysterious old man who both put him down and helped him up. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Kirishima bowed on instinct like fourth kind. The hero he interned with after the sports festival taught him to. I seriously underestimated you, sir. Sorry. You attempted to use the minimum force necessary and safely defeat me. There is nothing to be sorry for but your fighting. The mysterious old man, or Mom for short, was gentle and casual with his reprimands, and that was what made it worse, how casually and kindly he told Kirishima that his fighting sucked. There was no malice, it was just a statement of fact. However, we're here to improve. Starting off on the wrong foot is no problem as long as you recognize it and improve. We all start off as good, but only through effort and improvement can we become great. I am rambling, I'm sorry. The mom shook his head with a wistful smile, then looked at Kirishima again. Sorry for wasting a bit of time. I've got to speak to Ajiro again soon, but I should leave you with something to do this time. The mom looked up towards Kaminari, who is still practicing his weird walking thing while holding a stick. Kaminari, are you feeling up for some hard practice for a few minutes? Yes, sir, Kaminari said with a sloppy smile on his face, saluting playfully with the stick still in his left hand. Excellent, I'll be back soon. You two shouldn't go all out. This is only practice and I don't want you two to get badly hurt. However, this is practice, so do take this seriously, understand? The man looked over both of them, looking both in the eye as he spoke. Yes, sir. Both boys nodded as Kaminari got into his weird pose thing still holding a stick, with Kirishima only a moment behind to take his starting position. Oh, and Kaminari. The mom was starting to walk away but called over his shoulder. I told you to get serious. I'm not telling you to electrocute him, but do you think warriors use sticks when they're serious? No, sir. Oh, ooh, I get it. Kirishima looked between the two, confused, while Kaminari dropped the stick and put a hand on his unsheathed katana, his smile growing as his stance changed. Is this gonna be like last time when I don't take this seriously as I probably should? Well, that's up to you, thunder breathing. Midoriya walked out of the tree line and back into the main section of the training grounds, only having to glance over the sea of students before he found his ideal target, Ajiro. Midoriya walked away from Kaminari and Kirishima as they made some small talk before getting into their own training and approached the real martial artist, looking him over with an appraising eye to see how he was going. Ajiro had been given a bus tire and told to keep it in the air without grabbing it for as long as possible, but at the moment Ajiro was just chasing it down. The tire was rolling away, very clearly not in the air, and Ajiro ran and bounced, or whatever you called running, with his tail jumps to get in front of it, hitting it up into the air and running after it again. From that first hit the wheel did go into the air, still spinning around and around before it came plummeting down, but there were no complications yet. It was just gravity that pulled it back down, back into Ajiro's range and giving him his first chance to hit the tire midair. Ajiro stayed on the ground and kept a steady eye on the tire before spinning around at the last second, using his tail to swipe at the descending wheel. His tail struck the wheel and did send it back up, but also made it start to go haywire as he had hit the side. Not only was it rotating like a normal tire usually did on a road, but it was also flipping like a coin tossed into the air, and that was where the problem started. The twirling wheel fell down again towards Ajiro and he once again battered it up. But this time he didn't manage to just hit it up, instead making the tire go careening off to one side as it spun through the air. Ajiro had to unplant his feet and run after it before it hit the ground, predicting where it would go and getting there before it landed, and he could only do that by running with his tail. After quickly changing locations, he replanted his feet to steady himself and hit the tire again, doing all of this while maintaining constant attention on the tire. Ajiro was forced to constantly use his tail for both moving and attacking. He couldn't run fast enough to catch the renegade tire without it, but he wasn't strong enough to hit the tire into the air without it either. Right now it seemed Ajiro could get about 5 hits in before it hit the ground before it managed to slip away from him. "How's it going, Ajiro? Any problems with this new activity?" Midoriya offered the student a Gatorade, a drink he'd been saving for later in the day. He had unlimited water, but he couldn't go out and buy more Gatorades, so he had to make them last. "No, sensei, it's a lot harder than fighting Kirishima. Having you hit a target as big as Kirishima was pointless, especially when he wasn't even trying to dodge. This tire should force you to focus less on accuracy and more on precision. Sorry, you probably already know this. I'm used to having to explain my exercises." Midoriya laughed at himself, then took a drink of some water himself. "Thank you for changing the activity, but I'm not sure how long I can do this. It's pretty tiring." Midoriya nodded, in total agreement. This wasn't the military. People couldn't just train all day. That was how you hurt yourself and wound up hurting more than it helped. If you get too tired, just tell a teacher. We expect you to work hard, not to work to death. You're not in our workforce yet, after all. Midoriya enjoyed that lame dark joke, chuckling again. But Ajiro didn't seem to get it. "Don't worry about it and keep up the good work. The kitchen's open if you need more water." "Thank you, sensei." They quickly exchanged bows and went their separate ways again. Self-sufficiency was good. It seemed Wana had at least 2 competent students since Ajiro seemed to have some martial arts background. Midoriya made a beeline for the closest wild pussycat who wasn't busy, who, to no one's surprise, was Mandalay again. It seemed the other pussycats had come back sometime during the night or this morning, judging by Tiger, who was currently beating the shit out of the physical students. But Tiger was the only one Midoriya could find. There are 4 wild pussycats in total. Mandalay, Pixie Beach can't use her goddamn eyes, Tiger, and the currently missing Ragdoll. They wanted to find out about the lay of the land, so any of them would do, but technically Pixie would be the best. The problem is Wraith wanted to punt her off a cliff and see how well she took the fall, so he'd avoid her if possible and instead go to Mandalay. "Excuse me, miss, I just had a question about the local area. Do you have any large waterfalls on this property?" It really was a shot in the dark, but he didn't want to talk to Pixie Bob. He didn't say it, but falling from that kind of height hurt, damn it. She had been reckless and a pain in his ass, and with her eccentric behavior around kids last night he wanted to give her a wide berth. "Waterfalls. We're in the mountains, Ken. I don't think we have any waterfalls large or small on our property." "Damn, worth a shot. We do have a river if you're just looking for running water." And so the plan changed. "Is it a strong and or deep river?" "It went above my waist when I went in. And it's strong enough I can't leave Kota in there unsupervised." "That would be good enough for a bad plan. Could you lead me to it in a minute? I need to get some students first." "Yes, what do you need to do at a stream?" Midoriya left as soon as she said yes, but he did hear her mumbling. Personally, he'd have preferred to do this whole training camp at a beach, but he'd take what he could get. If all he could get was a stream, he'd take it. "Kirishima, Kaminari, you don't mind getting soaked, do you?" Midoriya let himself peter off as he came back to the tree line, watching Kirishima chase Kaminari around while Kaminari took the occasional potshot at Kirishima with his sword before running again. To him. He walked between the duo before they could continue to run in circles and spoke again. "I hope your training went well so far." "Yes, sir. I'm 17 hits in." Kaminari spoke with a fun smile. "I've blocked 17 hits so far, haven't hit yet." Kirishima was obviously not enjoying this as much, but that's because he wasn't doing well. "Well, we'll see that you hit something before lunch. We're going to a river. Are both of you comfortable getting wet with what you're wearing?" Midoriya gestured vaguely to their entire bodies while picking up his bags. Both looked themselves over and nodded, smiling. "Yes, sir. Good, follow me." Midoriya led his 2 students across the field to Mandalay, admiring just how much walking and talking he had to do just to take care of 4 kids if you counted Siro and Ajiro. This was ridiculous. He walked the length of this training place like 5 times. But nobody other than him cared about stuff like that, leaving him to silently stew over his minor gripes as the group made their way back over to Mandalay. "We're ready if you are, miss." "All right, follow closely and try to keep pace. I've told the others where we're going just in case." Mandalay led the way through the woods, driving a quick pace through the thickets and underbrush. The one who had the hardest time staying with the group was, to nobody's surprise, the guy carrying 2 large bags. Midoriya quickly shifted to the back of the group and kept hustling harder than anyone else just to not get lost in this mess. Only took a few minutes before they made it to they made it to a river, about 12 feet across where they reached it, with a depth of at least 2 feet. It wasn't much, but it was all he could ask for. "Thank you, miss. If you need us, we'll probably be here until lunch. Do you want me to stay and help?" I can just tell the others I'm not coming back immediately. No, your services won't be required, thank you. A rescue hero probably could be useful if things went bad. But the weakling made sure they carried medical supplies everywhere. Besides, she was trained to be a hero under modern heroism principles. She'd just get in the way since the weakling already was ready to help when things went wrong. It was reminded of their little debate at the thought. Their debate was idiotic, a veil of logic that tried to cover the truth. The weakling's indecision was the problem, but one side was clear for them. The answer was obvious. Only one side could achieve what they really wanted. The weakling didn't seem to know it yet, but Wraith did, and he'd see them through no matter what he had to do. Was she still talking? But if you're sure, you kids stay safe, all right. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Yes, miss. Yep. Kaminari kept on swinging before he settled on something he liked while Midoriya scouted along the river, checking the depth with a training stick. Don't worry, Sensei's really good at teaching even if it doesn't make sense. He taught me how to do this running thing by making me walk across the room a lot. All right, if you're sure. And with another one of Kaminari's god-awful explanations, Mandalay left 2 kids with a mysterious old man she knew next to nothing about. He was supposed to be a teacher Nezu picked, but Nezu picked all his teachers and every one of them was god-awful at their job. Seriously, Midnight taught the history of heroics. Just because she was one of the biggest mistakes of heroics didn't mean she should be teaching students about them. But he was ranting again. And he wasn't here to rant. Kirishima, Kaminari, I'm gonna need you two to have another training fight, but in the water this time. Can you do that? Sure, but do we really need to be in the water? Yuppo, make sure you're up to your thighs in water. This should make sense in about 30 seconds. I think I've said that before. Midoriya chose a spot on the bank to sit on and kicked back, enjoying the life of a vague and lazy teacher that the UA teachers seem to constantly exist in. Go get him. The mom sat back on the banks of the river with both his large bags, watching over them. Go get him. All right, same rules as last time. Just fight for a minute. Kirishima started to take off his shoes, placing them next to the man's bags. Fine with me, dude. Kaminari laughed, putting a hand on that sword on his hip while he kicked off his shoes. About 10 minutes ago, Kirishima had thought it was just for decoration with how little his classmate used it. It was a part of his hero outfit, sure, but he always kept it sheathed. He instead just ran around with it and whacked robots instead of electrocuting them, which didn't seem much different at the time. But then Kirishima had gotten to fight with him, and it had been a while since he'd seen Kaminari actually fight humans. Kaminari had lost his first round in the sports festival because he got grabbed by vines before he could do anything. A pretty lame way to lose. But he at least tried. Then, like 10-ish minutes ago, he fought Kirishima. Kaminari's style had, from the outside, gotten way worse when he picked up the sword. He couldn't take down robots in one hit anymore. But on the inside, his style had changed enough that he could run literal circles around Kirishima without ever getting hit. Take all the time you want, you two. The mom adjusted his position as he lay in the grass on one of the banks in the shade, creeping up a little bit and resting his head against the trunk of a tree. I'd rather you did something correctly once than quickly fix it. Gotcha. Kaminari laughed again, showing signs of newfound confidence before turning back to Kirishima. You're ready. He didn't think Kaminari had been unconfident. Yeah, that was the word. Kaminari hadn't been unconfident before, but it seemed that in just one day of being here his confidence had steadily grown. Yeah, let's do this. Kirishima smiled as he slammed his fists together, walking into the water with Kaminari cold. What you two expect? Hot springs? The man who relaxed about 10 feet away laughed. Start the fight when you're both up to your thighs in water, and don't come out of the water. If you get stuck or start to drown, stick an arm straight out. I'll pull you out. Yes, sir. Both slowly moved into the water, with Kirishima taking a deep breath and talking himself through it. Think of just like an endurance challenge. It is. Ho. You're right, this is gonna be an endurance challenge. The mom glanced down from his relaxed position before he adjusted again. That water's pretty cold and fast, right? You'll get it in a minute. Good luck and don't slip. Yes, sir. Kirishima refocused and pressed into the water, sucking it up and moving in. Sheesh, is this what they meant by refreshing mountain water? They meant torturous. This is so cold. He was at least taking it better than Kaminari, who was letting everything in his head come out. Let's hurry up and start before I freeze. Kirishima couldn't help smiling at the class clown and glanced at his legs as the water went higher and higher. All right, I'm deep enough. BGH. Cold. Kaminari suddenly sunk up to his hips in the cold water and immediately jumped backwards, before glancing down. Although, Kaminari stepped back into the hip-deep water and laughed. I'm ready now. Prepare to get whacked. Yeah, that's been my day so far. Kirishima mumbled as he hardened his hands and took a pose, waiting opposite Kaminari. And waited, then waited some more. When do we start? Minute starts at first contact. Go whenever you're ready. All right. He turned back towards Kaminari, getting ready to charge, but Kaminari was just walking around in the hip-deep water, scooting from side to side then forward and back. What are you doing? Being ready. Kaminari said that, but he wasn't attacking. He was just doing that weird scooting thing and moving in small circles. Should I be doing something else? Kirishima didn't respond and instead glanced around, confused. The birds were chirping, the bugs were buzzing, and the wind blew across the water, creating ripples as Kaminari scooted around in circles while starting to make sound effects with his mouth, all the while gripping his sword at his hip. Only the hand grip was completely out of the water as he danced in circles. Alright, then I'll go first. Kirishima moved to charge in, hardening his body, but instead of rushing forward his pace was a slow trudge towards Kaminari. Gotcha now wha. Kaminari also lunged forward, creating a huge splash, but he also wasn't moving as fast as usual. In their last match, Kaminari's speed had been dizzying. But now he was even slower than Kirishima because the water. Kirishima continued to force himself forward while his arms remained hardened, using all those muscles he built to power through and get close to Kaminari. In return, Kaminari took one step backward, but he lacked Kirishima's muscle. He was slower in these waters, and was a sitting duck for Kirishima. This motivated Kirishima to push forward faster, making an irregular charge that sloshed around as he was pushed downriver, making his approach even faster compared to Kaminari's attempts to move forward. Kaminari couldn't outpace him by going backward, so once you're in my range, I've got you. Whack. First hit goes to me. Start the timer, sensei. Kaminari drew his sword and once again started this fight the same way he started the last one, by drawing his sword and hitting Kirishima in the face when he charged. Now Kaminari retreated in earnest, still moving slower than Kirishima, but now they were a little closer. Kirishima powered through the hit easily. He had hardened his head the second he saw Kaminari started to pull the sword out. The sword didn't have an edge, so it wasn't lethal, but Kirishima wasn't interested in breaking his skull today. He continued to advance steadily, taking step after step while Kaminari hit him with constant sword swipes. They weren't heavy, but as they constantly annoyed him as he approached. Sploosh. Sea cold. Kirishima suddenly sunk up to his hips in the water, threw off his rhythm as he adjusted to the new ground. It was slippery, and he hadn't been ready for the sudden terrain switch. Whack. Kerploosh. Kaminari stepped forward the same instant Kirishima entered the deeper water, taking advantage of Kirishima's confusion to thrust the dull blade straight into Kirishima's hardened chest. The sudden impact of the stab along with the shift in terrain sent Kirishima toppling backwards into and under the water. The world was a sudden burst of bubbles as water rushed past him, but Kirishima didn't stay down for long. He immediately pushed himself up as quickly as possible, surfacing and taking a breath in. Bonk. To get tapped upside the head by Kaminari. The hit had no force behind it, but he still immediately hardened his body, right as a real hit came crashing into his skull for real. He was thrown back under and rolled under the water, bumping along before getting his feet back under him. He kept his entire body hardened as he rose out of the water, sopping wet, and shook his head. Hey, surprise attacks aren't manly, but they do make me win. Kaminari was now rushing towards him. Kaminari had the water pushing him forward this time, giving him the speed advantage against Kirishima, plus he was already moving. Kaminari rushed forward with his sword sheathed, laughing as he whispered something. Thunder breathing revised, second form. What? Splash. Rainy day. Kaminari suddenly splashed water in Kirishima's eyes, making him instinctually take another step back as he covered his eyes. He couldn't see where Kaminari was. And I gotcha. From his right side the voice came, making him turn straight into the next attack. Instead of hitting him in the head this time though, he blocked the sword strike with his forearm. Not this time. Kirishima now advanced on Kaminari, holding his arms up to block his head as Kaminari retreated while constantly throwing out weak but wild attacks. Kaminari continued to rain down attacks, but Kirishima smiled as he endured and plowed through. I get it, you're really fast, but you've got no speed now. That's why we're in a river. Kaminari moved sideways to try and get the water flow to help him. Kirishima could do that too. They both stepped sideways as Kirishima advanced, protecting against an onslaught of weak attacks that forced him to keep his guard up. Kirishima peeked past his hands, constantly minding the distance. The sword came down over and over, but it had a clear rhythm to it. Both of us only know one attack, but this time mine's at an advantage. Kirishima waited for the sword right as it swung down again to release his guard, throwing one of his hands to the side and knocking Kaminari's sword out of the way. Kaminari tried to step back, but he was too slow as Kirishima stepped in and threw his first hook. His unhardened hand slipped under Kaminari's arms and socked him center mass, forcing him back one step. Kaminari played into this step back, going even further back and trying to counter-swing and hit Kirishima back, but they were too close as Kirishima kept pace and delivered a second hook to Kaminari's body. This time, Kaminari's legs bent as he stumbled backward, weakling attacking Kirishima as he fell backward. But Kirishima had already hardened his body in response and took the hit, throwing his own counter and hooking Kaminari again in the stomach. How, and you're done. Kirishima, you won. A voice interrupted their match as Kirishima finally got the advantage and landed his first few hits all day. Kirishima smiled as he glanced at the man on the riverbank, who was now standing and clapping. A good match on all fronts. Yeah, Kirishima nodded, then turned to Kaminari, who was still catching his breath. Nice going, man. You really threw me for a loop at the start. Says you. I was freezing my balls off and then I nearly slipped. I just figured I'd try to get you to do the same thing and start whacking you. Before you two have some sort of rival bonding experience, I'd like you to stop in place and answer me a question. The mom interrupted their bro moment from the shoreline, turning away and going to the drink bag. Why did Kirishima win this match? Now that he thought about it, it didn't really make sense that he won. Kaminari hit him way more times than he hit Kaminari. He'd gone under the water twice too and had a really bad start. Why hits did more damage? Nope. Good guess though and solid point. Oh, cause he blocked my attack. Very similar to Kirishima's answer, Kaminari, but no. Remember the rules of this fight and look down. Both looked into the water, confused for a second and clearly not getting what the old man was talking about. Repeat the rules to me while staring down. You'll get it. 1 minute after the first hit, stay in the water. Oh, I get it. Kirishima figured it out first, then checked his own legs to his theory. Stay thigh deep in the water. Kaminari, who had been retreating, had ended up only knee deep in the water. He took a second to figure it out, and then it clicked. Ooh, I getcha. In a video game, I would have just fallen into a death pit. More likely you would have walked right off a building or into a wall. But the principle stands, yes. You can stop standing in there. I brought towels but we'll be getting in again soon. The mom held up said towels and sat back down. Although, in this heat, you'll probably be dry in a few minutes just from standing around. Come on now. The two students trudged back over, both now thoroughly soaked. Even though only one of them went under, both were practically covered from head to toe in the river's water somehow, which was impressive. Alrighty, I'm going to ask each of you a few questions and we'll get into the training seriously. Kaminari, you're up first. What do you think was the point of that little test? Speed. Midoriya thought about it and nodded, but he didn't speak. Kaminari picked it up and elaborated. I couldn't move how I wanted in the water, so I couldn't do the usual hit and run stuff. Plus my footwork was way worse and I kept slipping. Yup, I was pretty sure I gave you a bad explanation of how running and fighting mixed together, so I devised this. How are you feeling? Ribs hurt, but I'm still walking. He didn't hit me that hard. Kaminari laughed for a second, then rubbed his side. Might get a few bruises though. Beating people into submission isn't sunshine and rainbows, I'm afraid. If it was, their job would be quite easy. I hope you noticed the speed difference between you two, so I want you to do some basic training with your new stance. I want you to practice moving around in it while being in the water. Should help you build up stronger legs. In theory, they really didn't have time to test this out. This was a whole lot of winging and guessing right now, and that wasn't what Wraith liked. Go between those two trees 100 times, and if you need anything, I'll be here. Do I need the sword out? Yep, you need to get used to holding it in that position. Oh, I'll take your real sword and sheath. Wouldn't want the sword to get rusty or the sheath to jam up. The electronics in here might not like this river. Oh yeah, there are electronics in this thing. Kaminari began to try and untie it, but the strings used to tie the sheath to his belt had started to swell up as they absorbed water. I'll just get it off. In a sec. Midoriya nodded to Kaminari and turned to Kirishima. Forgive my rudeness, but are you alright? Any injuries? Nah, just got dunked a couple of times, I'm fine. Kirishima wasn't likely to get injuries from something like this, but it was better to be careful over nothing than careless about everything. Alright, and did you learn anything from the test? Yeah, sort of. I do best in a head-on fight. Kirishima's manly spirit seemed to swell up, but he was missing the point. Yes, right now, you do best in head-on confrontations. Wraith shook his head as he gazed out into the river, staring straight past the child struggling to undo a knot. And that is the problem. Kaminari trudged the river in front of them as they spoke as Wraith spoke, offering its insight as politely as it could to Kirishima. I believe you should switch your quirk training, at least for today, to technical training. I won't force you, and if you really want to I can think of some useful way for you to train your quirk, but I believe you'd benefit much more from learning new techniques than from continuing to strengthen your quirk. Man, I get to choose. You really aren't a part of UA. You sound like you actually care about us. Kirishima laughed at it like it was a joke, but this was no laughing matter for the weakling, so it was no laughing matter for Wraith. I care an awful lot about the future of this country, Kirishima, and that does concern you as a part of the future of heroism. Wraith didn't even stutter over his words as he watched Kaminari finally hit the other side and start slowly making his way back. And yes, you do get a choice. We all have a choice, and even if you chose nothing, you've still made a choice. That's kind of deep for a training camp. That's not a response to the question. Would you like to work on your techniques today? You can switch back if you don't like it. Switch like tomorrow or switch like the second I don't like it. The very instant. This camp is designed for your growth, and it's supposed to be tailored to you. Your opinion matter on this issue. You make it sound so good to learn techniques, and I'm all the way out here. Guess I could do that. But do you want to? Wraith raised an eyebrow as he spoke, and Kirishima froze for a moment. Then too. Sounded like you were gonna elaborate on that, sir. And it sounded like you were about to make a decision instead of going with the flow. But we've both been mistaken so far. Wraith once again threw the ball to Kirishima, wondering what the aspiring professional would do. He seemed, like his fighting style, to be incapable of taking control and instead just went with whatever was happening. He talked a big game, but when the chips were down, talking didn't do much, and Wraith would rather focus entirely on one good student than spread it out between one who wanted to be there and one who just showed up. Boom. The blockhead didn't seem to know how to respond when given a choice, pausing and trying to think this through. Wraith had no problem teaching two students, but like he said, he wanted them to actually want to learn. Enthusiasm was a key ingredient in learning, and if you didn't have it, you were going to have a rough time, which was probably why the weakling could never quite get into art. I think I want to try what you said, sir. He did form an answer in the end, but it was as solid and stable as jello in an oven. Wraith's gaze switched from Kaminari to Kirishima, still with one eyebrow raised and unsure how much they were going to get out of this mess. Very well. Let's get started then. You've been stuck standing for long enough. Midoriya led him down the river, glancing at each tree they passed all while talking. You currently fight mainly with hooks. Do you know any other punches, Kirishima? No, sir. Figures. We're about to fix that. You know the problem with the hook. Not. Really, sir. It seemed someone was probably in something military with all the sirs he kept getting. Was going to drive him nuts. It's got no range. You've already got no long-range attacks, and you chose one of the only attacks in hand-to-hand combat with no range. If you get in a fight with an opponent who wants to keep you away from them, you've got to keep trying to get in close to them while they can attack. All right. You're not getting any of this, are you? If we're being honest. Not really, sir. Sorry. Fine, a demonstration then. Do a hook, but just leave your hand in the air. Midoriya turned and faced Kirishima as he performed his hook. It was a really nice hook, with a good step in as Kirishima leaned forward, twisting his body over his hips and put his shoulder into it, getting a nice clean sound as it cut through the air. His hand stopped midair, about 2 feet from his body. For Midoriya, who didn't really study fisticuffs combat beyond the basics, it looked pretty good. Still, he at least learned the basics of all variety of punches just in case he needed to. Like right now, Wraith stepped in and twisted his body too, firing off a punch straight down the middle and stopping just shy of Kirishima's chin. Wraith's arm straightened out as it approached and twisted, putting his shoulder into the punch for a little extra power. It happened so fast Kirishima stumbled back a bit. Oh, sorry, should have said something. See the difference in reach. Kirishima had led with a right hook while Midoriya countered with a left jab, keeping both punches on the same side of their bodies for easier comparison. Just looking between the two arms, it was obvious that Kirishima's arms were longer than Midoriya's. Yet, somehow, there was over a foot between Kirishima's fist and Midoriya, while Midoriya could reach up and touch Kirishima's face if he wanted to. At this range, I can hit you before you hit me. And if you try to advance into your range, I can punish you for trying to pass through my range. Midoriya's arm relaxed as he let the tension out of it, stepping back out of the punch. Believe it or not, that's not good for you, even with your defense. So, you're gonna teach me that punch? I'm gonna show you something. Whether you learn that punch or not is another choice you've got to make. Midoriya glanced around again and settled on the best-looking tree. Or at least, the best he was gonna get without searching hard. He wanted to get Kirishima started on this. Watch this, then try it yourself, alright? I'ma throw a few for you. Midoriya stretched his left as he walked over the selected tree, a relatively small one with small leaves. He didn't have a clue what type of tree it was, but right now it was his newest training tool and he intended to get as much out of it as he could. He faced away from the tree trunk before suddenly jutting backward into it, shaking the tree and sending a flurry of leaves falling down. Kirishima stared in confusion as Midoriya finished stretching his left and took position. This was very similar to sword fighting, with one leg forward and elbows by the body. His fists rose up to his cheekbones as he stared forward, dead silent as he concentrated at the first of the small leaves flitted down past his eyes. Sir, what's FWP? FWP. His left hand suddenly snapped forward and back in under a second, then again and again as his left became a blur of motion. For 5 seconds, his left seemed to never stop moving as it cut through the air sharply. And then, the 6th second arrived and Midoriya stood up fully, shaking his left arm. Something like that, anyway. I have no idea what you did. Weren't you gonna teach me how to punch? Kirishima was confused, not really grasping the principle behind the exercise, so Midoriya elaborated a little. You're gonna catch leaves first. I'm not gonna teach you to punch for fun. After all, I'm training you. This'll make sense. Eventually. Probably. Midoriya walked up to Kirishima and offered his left, still clenched. Kirishima looked between the Midoriya's face and his hand, very confused. Midoriya opened his hand, showing Kirishima what was in his left. 9 small leaves were resting inside of his palm. How'd you? The big thing with the jab isn't power, it's speed. You're just starting out. So I want 4 leaves in 5 seconds before I'm gonna teach you another punch. Makes sense. I get it. Sheesh, not even half the leaves you got. Kirishima took his place in front of the tree, then slammed his body into it, creating another flurry of falling leaves. Midoriya sat back and watched this first run, with Kirishima rushing in before he even explained how to do a jab. This was going to be an interesting control test, at least. Kirishima put his arms up to his shoulders and had the good sense not to try hardening his body at least. All his muscles were tense as his eyes flicked for targets before going for the first leaf he saw falling in front of him. He lunged forward with his entire body, his arms swerving in from the side like a hook and missing the first leaf entirely, blowing it up higher by missing it. He quickly went for another swing with the same arm, not even fully pulling it back as he grabbed the leaf out of the air and dragged it back to his body. Got one, and now he went for another one with the same hand, swerving up from the bottom as he went for one at waist height. He grabbed it on the first try and lost his first leaf in the process. What? He went for a third and fourth, but each wild swing of his arm made him drop the leaf he was already holding. The tree stopped dropping leaves before he could manage to get 2 leaves in his hand at once, well over the 5-second time limit. What the heck? You made this look so easy. Yes, but I knew what I was doing. Somebody once said you could tell everything about a person from how they fought. And while Midoriya usually thought that was pretty dumb, he was starting to understand. Kirishima seemed to fight with his natural style, ignoring everything and rushing for whatever he wanted without thinking it through. Maybe quirk personality wasn't complete bullshit after all. But you at least got a leaf, so you've got enough precision to do this. You're just starting out after all. And this is the first obstacle. Yeah, don't worry, giving up on the first problem isn't manly at all. Kirishima smiled, motivating himself to learn and summoning that enthusiasm Wraith spoke of earlier. Show me what you've got, teach. For teaching me punching. There's not a lot of punching in this. Yup, move your front foot a little more to the side. Midoriya walked in circles around Kirishima, inspecting his legs. Bend your legs. I get that you're as punchable as a speed bag, but at least try to avoid some hits. Kirishima stood in between the trees with a wide stance, crouching a little bit and utterly confused again. What am I actually doing? Getting a real stance. Right now, you fight however you were standing. And I'm gonna change that, but one step at a time. We've got to build a foundation. Can't build a house until you make a floor plan. Lean forward at the hips, kind of like you're bowing. Midoriya demonstrated as he talked, then stepped back and looked at his notes on this. He made notes about a ton of fighting styles over the years, but until a year ago they were never that detailed. Only when he became a vigilante did he really start to understand how similar and how different fighting styles could be. Like this, the standing stance for boxing was basically the same as swordsmanship. Kirishima stood with one foot in front of the other, and the back foot slightly facing the side. The big difference though was that Kirishima wasn't sideways at all, and his stance was much wider than a swordsmanship stance. Am I bending my legs so I don't fall on my face from leaning forward? Somewhat. When you start getting punched you'll be really grateful for that lean in those legs. Go to a standing position then resume this stance. Midoriya flipped through his notes on the best punching heroes he could find, but not a lot of heroes used real boxing. There was a lot of flailing fists and screaming in the hero world, but good technique was almost as rare as real heroes these days. Remember the lead leg. Good squat, good lean. Now, again, Midoriya critiqued Kirishima's lead leg placement and then everything fell into place, giving Midoriya a shred of hope that this wouldn't be entirely terrible. They went over this over and over until Kirishima managed 10 perfect stances in a row, finally adding the upper body to this mess. Alright Kirishima, we're finally going to do something with your hands. Punch, keep dreaming. You can't build a house until you put in the supports, Kirishima. Everything's one step at a time. Midoriya finished reading his notes and trying to figure out how he was supposed to teach boxing when he wasn't even that good himself by just reading his notes and going for the verbatim route, which is also why the startup was so slow. Push your shoulders forward, like you're reaching forward. Midoriya took a step back to avoid Kirishima's arms as he suddenly reached forward with both arms. Push them out a little forward, like you're reaching for something just out of reach. There we go. Shoulders done. Next, keep your shoulders in the same place while lowering your arms. Press your arms down so they're laying flat on your ribs for defense. I don't need to defend, my quirk covers that. Yes, and this will help you defend. Isn't that why you were working on your quirk, to get better at defending? Makes sense. Alright. Can you repeat what you said? Keep your shoulders forward while lowering your arms. Put those arms to your ribs. Wraith reminded him while rolling his eyes. This wasn't rocket science, for God's sake. It was not getting the sick kicked out of you in a fight. For as Kirishima's quirk was, there were still people who could overwhelm it, and right now he wasn't at all ready for that. This looks kind of dumb, Kirishima said with his shoulders arched forward like he was making a hunchback joke, while his hands dangled in front of his thighs pointlessly. Why am I protecting my legs with my hands? Because we're not finished yet. Curl your arms up and keep the palms facing you so your arms come together like this. Midoriya pressed his biceps against his ribs, putting his elbows together at the bottom of his ribs and raising his arms up so they protected the center of his body. His closed hands came up to his nose so only his eyes peeked over the top. This protected all of your upper body from attacks directly in front of you. Close your hands so you can see me, Kirishima. Kirishima now stood with his entire upper body hidden behind his arms, with his eyes barely peeking over the top as he clenched his hands. Like this. Sort of. Don't bother to clench your fists. That's a waste of energy. Just keep them closed so they're out of the way. Tensed muscles actually move slower, so it's best to stay a little relaxed. Midoriya inspected Kirishima's defense, looking it over from all sides. Get your shoulders forward again. Good. Now, again. Kirishima took a while to get used to actually doing something with his arms and took even longer to get used to putting together the two halves he learned. He took so long that Kaminari finished his own training before Kirishima did, and Midoriya finally got to teach a subject he actually knew things about. First, draw. Second, stance. Excellent. Midoriya had to quickly get to the point with Kaminari so he could get back to fixing the mess that was Kirishima's fighting, which was bad because Kaminari also had a lot to work on. Kaminari was at least a lot better off overall compared to the catastrophe Kirishima called his style. But he still had stuff he needed to work on, and Midoriya didn't have the time of day to do both. If he could be in two places at once, this whole mess would be easier, but he couldn't. Perhaps these limits were why UA was such a mess. UA was both paid to do this and had more teachers, plus they should have already taught everyone the basics. If they couldn't, they were failing in their job as instructors, and it was pretty obvious just by Kirishima alone that UA was failing pretty bad. That was irrelevant now though. They had to double down and teach Kaminari as quickly as possible. The third part we're gonna teach you is an actual attack now, so you can fight with more than one move. A basic attack, like a light-heavy combo, more like just a heavy attack than a full combo. This is a move should be very consistent and be one you can modify into other attacks. It might even feel a little familiar and help you improve that thunderclap and bolt. Midoriya picked up his wooden training sword and faced Kaminari head-on as he narrated his motions. Where does the sword start? Bottom at the waist, top at the eyes. Good. Now, hands come up to the eyes. This gives you some distance so you can actually put force into the attack. Otherwise, you auto-miff. Basically, you need distance to build power, otherwise, you just wind up poking the opponent. Next, raise the lead foot. This is gonna throw you a little off balance, but we want that. Alright. Sword up, foot up. Great. Now, we want to bring the sword down before the foot comes down. There shouldn't be a big gap between the two, but this will put our weight into the attack. We're literally going to fall into the attack, putting everything behind it. Sword up, foot up, sword down, foot down. Keep them in order, like a button combo. Doesn't work if you put them in the wrong order. Excellent again, Kaminari. Now, watch again. And I'm gonna go faster. Midoriya breathed in, rolling his arm, then brought his sword straight up. He lunged forward with his lead leg and quickly drove the sword down while stepping in, stopping his hands before they even got halfway down his body, stopping his sudden attack with his lead foot before quickly retreating and resuming his normal stance. Now, you try it. Kaminari nodded, then went very slowly for the first one. Hands up, hands down, foot down. Hey, how far down should my hands go? I'd say about when they pass the top of your stomach. If you swing too wide, you'll just be hitting the ground, and you can't really kill the ground. Plus, you leave yourself open. Midoriya over, trying to get down the timing that he used by doing a quick run while specifically concentrating on when he did it. I think it's best to pull out early, but that's my style. When you start practicing against an opponent, you'll figure out your own timing. Kirishima, remember your shoulders, so I should try it out on you. Alright, give me a second. Hands, feet, hands, get. Kaminari's words became mumbles as he concentrated before performing his first swing. Remember to return to your stance after a swing. It's not just for decoration after all. And Kirishima, good work on the upper body. Keep it up. Midoriya stepped back so he could clearly see both Kirishima and Kaminari at once, making a mental note of how Kirishima was doing as well. The big problem right now was they were doing pretty different activities, so he couldn't pair them together and try to teach both at once. He had to divide up his time carefully since they wouldn't finish their activities at the same time either. Step forward, don't just raise your leg. Advance as you attack Kaminari. Good, good. Kaminari slowly adjusted his style, rarely going back to a former mistake if it was pointed out. He still wasn't really using his legs to attack entirely. But hey, he was just starting. The fact that this looked like an attack already was impressive. I get it. Kaminari stopped as he looked over with wide eyes. This is the same thing as Thunderclap and Bolt. Got it in one. You get good at this, your special attack will also improve. Ready to try it out on a target? Yes, sir. Kaminari turned to face Midoriya already in position. Should I hit you for real? You can certainly try. I'm going to try not to get hit after all since a real opponent wouldn't. Wraith spun his sword and adopted a two-handed grip, same as Kaminari, and faced his opponent. Whenever you're ready. Kaminari didn't say anything, making minor adjustments to his stance and slowly scooting forward. His steps were small as he tried to figure out the best distance to attack from, going a little bit in every direction as he tried to get comfy. His sword suddenly rose and fell in a moment, cleaving downward as Wraith leaped back to avoid it. Kaminari continued his swing even after it missed Wraith, so Wraith jumped back forward with his own sword and brought it down quickly, tapping Kaminari in the shoulder. Hit. Oh, now I get what you said about swinging too far. It's end lag on an attack. Yes, but you get to decide how much end lag it has. The more you put into it, the more lag you get out of it, Midoriya said as he retook his position. Ready for take two? Nope. Kaminari stretched his shoulders for a second, trying to get a little more limber before something popped in his back. Alrighty, now I'm ready. They both went silent again as they faced each other. This time, Midoriya made the minor adjustments to his style as he began to slowly walk around Kaminari, forcing him to turn to face his opponent before. Kaminari jumped forward again, taking one full step before even attacking. This way he quickly closed the gap between them instead of slowly inching forward like last time. It also naturally segued into his attack as the sword rose above his head, with Wraith naturally stepping back as Kaminari dropped the sword quickly. This time he stopped extremely early as Wraith came around for the counter swing. Stopped too early, damn whoa. Kaminari nearly got knocked to the floor by the counter swing, forcing him backward suddenly. Remember your footwork. You want to take control, so advance. Midoriya didn't take full advantage of his counterattack and went back to being idle while Kaminari took charge again, getting back into position before moving forward with his attacks. Kaminari played with the timing over and over, finding his rhythm as he pulled out shot after shot. Kaminari purposely started by drawing it back too quickly, since the only risk of drawing it back too quickly was miffing his own attack instead of getting counterattacked. He had a good pace as he avoided Wraith's attacks with the footwork he learned earlier, then advanced into his range and tried some counterattacks of his own. In the end though, as much as he wanted to, Midoriya couldn't spend all his time with Kaminari. I hope you've gotten a feel for it now, Kaminari, cause I've got a little more training to do with Kirishima. Yuppers, sir. Yuppers? That was a new one. What do you want me to do in the meantime? You know how you cross the river over and over while in your stance. This is gonna be like that. Midoriya walked over to the riverbank, picking a spot in it. I want another 100 lamps. This time to the far bank and back. You're only allowed to move forward with that first attacking step. Only move on the weird baby step. Gotcha. That first step seemed to be Kaminari's big current problem. He was actually kind of bad at it. He could do it fine when he added other steps with it, like running into the attack, but just that one step on its own threw him off. This should force him to get used to the timing of just using one step and make him better at throwing it out at any time. Midoriya saw Kaminari's first dozen swings before turning his attention to his other student, the one who still needed a lot of help. It'd be a while before Kirishima got good at the stances thing, as Midoriya had to often break his flow to remind him of portions, but he was trying at least. It was time to actually move on to hitting things. Alright Kirishima, how are you feeling about the stances thing? Any big problems? Not really, but why do I need to crouch and lean? The crouch stops me from falling over when I lean, but what's the point of leaning? I'll just show you. Kirishima, stand in a normal stance. Might want to harden your body too. Kirishima straightened out and stood up, then got into his usual fighting position with hands pointlessly hardened. I meant your whole body, defensively. I'm going to hit you to demonstrate it. That's the first time I've heard that. Alrighty, sir. No sooner did Kirishima harden his whole body than Midoriya hit him with the spinning back kick in the stomach, sending him rolling backward and into the dirt. Midoriya approached while giving Kirishima room to get up, leaning down to make sure nothing went wrong while offering him a hand up and out of the dirt. Are you alright? Of course, with my quirk that's nothing. Midoriya then helped Kirishima back to his feet, making sure nothing was injured. If I see it coming, I'm practically unbeatable. Glad to hear it. Now please get into your stance and say when. Midoriya smiled and adjusted his leg while Kirishima took about 10 seconds to get into a mostly proper position, then spent a few more seconds to correct his posture with minimal advice. Kirishima would just follow Midoriya's blindfolded gaze, figure out what was wrong with whatever Midoriya was looking at, then quickly fix it. "Ready, sir?" Once again Midoriya's body spun as he kicked at Kirishima's stomach. This time, however, the kick hit Kirishima's elbows instead of the stomach that was hidden underneath. The elbows were pushed back, diffusing the blow and wasting its energy. Kirishima dug into the ground with his new stance and lowered his center of gravity, barely moving in the ground instead of losing his balance. "Do you feel that difference?" Midoriya could spell it out, but he liked his students to do some of the thinking. He was trying to teach them, after all, and it helped if he could tell what they were learning and what they weren't learning, like Kaminari and that first step. "I felt not falling over. That felt pretty good." That didn't sound like the correct grammar, but it was a start. Kirishima at least elaborated with a motivational wavy hand motion from Midori. "I felt more grounded, solid. Good observation. I probably should have demonstrated that a little early. My apologies." Midori bowed slightly for his mistake. He should have led by showing the point of the exercise, a mistake he wouldn't make going forward. "I'll do better on demonstrating and teaching you this time." "So you're gonna teach me how to punch?" "Well, we'll start with showing you how to punch. What comes after that is up to you." Wraith took a few paces back to a certain tree with small leaves, this time not to just show off but to properly teach his student. Watch closely. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.